Part 1. The Invasion. There were 4 assault regiments representing the 4th and 5th Divisions. The run from ship to shore took about half an hour. The first landing came at 9:02 a.m., and in a short while there were 6,000 Marines on the beach. The first waves came in on LVTs, or tracked amphibious vehicles called Amtraks. Subsequent units came in on Higgins boats, known as LCVPs, Landing Craft Vehicle Personnel. The beach segments were designated green, red, yellow, and blue. The Japanese commander, Kurabayashi, had spurned conventional wisdom of protecting the shoreline from invaders, and instead held his fire till the 3,000 yards of beach were crammed with Marines, and then shortly after 10 a.m. he opened up from caves, tunnel mouths, and 1,500 pillboxes with heavy artillery, giant mortars, rockets, and anti-tank weapons. All the weapons had been pre-registered for accuracy. American intelligence had reported the sand would cause no problems, but this was dead wrong. The steeply terraced, soft, black volcanic sand immobilized every type of vehicle, and soon there was a terrible jam-up along the beach, and the Marines themselves had trouble moving in it. The effect of the barrage was devastating, but still the Marines managed to land 30,000 men the first day. Casualties on the first day totaled 2,420, including 501 killed. The weather turned bad, the beaches were closed, and there was chaos everywhere, but the Marines kept coming. Colonel Joseph Alexander, in his definitive account of the campaign, quotes one observer, "The wreckage was indescribable. For 2 miles, the debris was so thick that there were only a few places where landing craft could still get in. The wrecked hulls of scores of landing boats testified to one price we had to pay to put our troops ashore. Tanks and half-tracks lay crippled where they had bogged down in the coarse sand. Amphibian tractors, victims of mines and well-aimed shells, lay flopped on their backs. Cranes, brought ashore to unload cargo, tilted at insane angles, and bulldozers were smashed in their own roadways." On the third night, 50 kamikaze planes from Qatari Air Base near Yokosuka attacked offshore, crashing into and sinking the escort carrier USS Bismarck Sea, damaging several others, and putting the USS Saratoga out of the war. All the kamikazes were lost. The number of casualties from these attacks and shore fire during the battle totaled 2,798, including 1,917 wounded. In the first 5 chapters, an infantryman, a sailor, an Amtrak driver, an operations officer, and a flamethrower talk about the opening days of the fight. Chapter 1. Corporal Richard Nummer, Weapons Company, 28th Marines, 5th Marine Division. For 40 years I never even talked about it or nothing, but soon as I seen that flag, I knew I was the one put the hole in it. Not too many people know there's a hole in the flag. I met with Richard Nummer at his modest home in East Detroit in the summer of 2006, before the Marine Corps opened its new museum in Quantico, Virginia. He was 80 years old, lively and talkative. We hit it off immediately. It turned out he had quit school to join the Corps in 1942. He added that 63 years later, in 2005, he received an honorary diploma from his alma mater, East Detroit High School. "They finally got the government to give you a thing saying they appreciate what you did, so I got my honorary diploma. All those years later, I finally became a high school graduate." Richard laughed when he said this. "I still got the cap and gown they gave me." I went in with the 5th wave. When we got off the ship, we went around and around in circles, rendezvoused, so they could start letting different waves go in, one right after another. So when we went in with the other waves, it seemed like there was no action at all. But just about the time I got there, around 10 o'clock or 10:30, we start running in. That's when they really opened up. I was in a Higgins boat. the ramp went down in front. Our gun, a 37 millimeter on wheels you pull with a truck, was on the other boat, an LST, landing ship tank, I think. At that time, I was with Headquarters Company of the 28th Marines. When I hit the shore, like I say, we ran up. There were not too many bodies when we first landed. I saw about 10. The first wounded guy I seen, his jaw was gone. He was running back, and a couple corpsmen were trying to tackle him so they could get morphine into him. I don't know if he made it or not. But as you ran up, you'd tap a guy on the shoulder, and he'd run up a little farther, and you'd get in his hole. He was supposed to get up and go to the next hole when you tapped him, like leapfrogging. So I get in this hole and tap the guy on the shoulder, and nothing. He was gone. There were shell holes all over from the aircraft. I jumped in this one hole. It was pretty good, but right above me I could see all this sand getting hit with bullets from up above, coming right down. Anyhow, I laid there. You couldn't move. Every time you'd just move an arm or something, you'd draw fire. I was pinned down there for maybe 5 minutes. I had a New Testament with some of the Psalms included here in my pocket, so I opened that up and I read the 23rd Psalm. And I just finished that, put it back in my pocket when a shell hit, and I don't know nothing till the next day. Richard had been knocked out cold. I guess it was the concussion from that shell hitting close by. There were bodies all around there. I lay there 24 hours. Anyway, next morning I woke up, and when I got up to where my group was, the rest of the company, the sergeant just shook his head. He said, "We had you down KIA, killed in action, 'cause I was laying there with the dead." Our gun maybe didn't get hit, but it could have got stuck in sand. You couldn't use them until they got some bigger vehicles to pull them out of the sand and up onto the beach. Each ground section of artillery was supposed to be with one of these companies. Anyways, Combat Team 28 crossed the neck at the base of the island and turned toward Suribachi. They got the 37s up, and they were firing at anything they could see on Suribachi. They kept putting the shells in so fast and shooting them that the lines and grooves were just round after a while, and the barrels were no good at all. Heat melted the rifled grooves inside the barrels, so the shells could not rotate. The grooves give them accuracy and velocity. They were almost disabled. So we got stuck with infantry in the attack on Suribachi, and then 4 days later, on February 23rd, the first flag went up. Louis Lowry got that first photograph. I knew him real well. He was on the ship with me. He slept almost right next to me. So, oh boy, that didn't mean the war was over for us, but at least we got something going. The whole thing was supposed to take 3 days. I was there 37 days, the whole time, and 1 day more. I didn't go up with Lowry on the first flag raising. Some of us decided we was going to climb up Suribachi for a closer look, so we started going to the top. It probably took us 45 minutes. Suribachi was pretty much taken out when we went up. We got there about the same time as this group arrived for the second flag raising, and they was just putting the flag up. We saw it go up, and we were just walking around up on top looking down. A lot of pictures were being taken, but nobody knew this was going to be anything famous. We went up there because that's where our group was. We were up there maybe an hour or so, and they decided our outfit, the 28th, had got hit so bad we had to wait for replacements, and they said, "You're going to stay right here." So we were the first Marines to sleep on top of Suribachi, 6 feet from the flag. I have a picture of my buddy and me sitting there. My buddy, Al Esposito from New Jersey, found a camera in the pack of a dead Marine, and we had our picture taken with that. I was 6 feet tall and weighed 160. We were taking turns on guard duty. Every hour we'd wake the other one up. Kept changing like that. We was the closest foxhole to the flag, which was like right here, off my right shoulder. So he just got to sleep, and I kind of dozed off. At that time, this was probably the safest place on the island because the rest of it was all downhill. There were about 40 of us up there. Anyway, I heard this noise, and I turned around, and I thought it was a Jap, so I shot. But it wasn't the Jap. It was the flag snapping in the wind. I told Esposito next morning. I said, "Geez, look what I did." He said, "What the heck did you do that for?" I says, "Well, I thought it was a Jap." The use of the word Jap to describe the enemy was commonplace during the war, and it is repeated throughout this text by the Marines who fought at Iwo Jima. The correct word, of course, is Japanese. If you ever go to Washington, D.C., that flag is in the Navy Yard. Both flags are there. They have since been moved to the new Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, Virginia. The first time I went for an Iwo reunion was 20 years ago. Reagan was president then, and we went to White House, met him and his wife and the first George Bush, and then we went over to Arlington Cemetery where they got the flag-raising statue, and as soon as I went in that museum and seen the flag, I knew. For 40 years, I never even talked about it or nothing, but soon as I seen that flag, I knew I was the one put the hole in it. Not too many people know there's a hole in the flag. It's right there in the second stripe. Here, it's probably the most famous picture ever taken, and I stuck my little hole in it. I should have been court-martialed. At that time, of course, nobody knew it was going to be famous, not until we got back to Hawaii a month later and seen the pictures and all. I knew right away, but all those years I never told anybody. In fact, the Marine Corps don't even know about it. This guy was here last December, 2005. It was the first time I ever told anybody about it. He come here and, interviewed me. They're coming out with a picture, and this is a guy that does Clint Eastwood's sound and all that. He was here, and he came here to try to get this worked into the picture. But after he left, I got a phone call from him saying the picture was too far in the making, so it probably wouldn't be mentioned. We were up on Suribachi 5 days while we waited for reinforcements. We lost 510 men in 4 days of fighting. The reinforcements came on February 27, which was my birthday. I turned 19 on Iwo Jima. We'd go down every day to work on the graves detail. They'd give you big black gloves that reached up to your elbow for picking up the dead. That was our job. We'd pick up these bodies and put them on the truck, and off they'd go. They'd bury them in trenches. They were all brought back to the States later on. Whew. You saw some real bad sights there. No masks, and the smell and the flies were terrible. This one guy we picked up, somebody said, "There's John Basilone." Basilone was a notable Marine who had received the Medal of Honor for action on Guadalcanal. He wasn't in the 28th. I think he was in the 26th or 27th. He got it the first day, I guess, but he laid there for all that time. A lot of the bodies were there for 5 days already. We didn't fool with dog tags at all. You got your name stenciled across your back. For every dead Jap, I seen 25 dead Marines. Easy. The Japanese would pick up their dead at night and drag them inside the caves, and we never knew exactly how many we got. A lot of times we'd lose 2 or 3 Marines and cover them up with a blanket or a poncho. During the night, the Japs would come and crawl in there, and some would take their uniforms off, so you didn't always know if it was a Marine or not. Then the burial detail would come around. When we was on burial detail, we always had to watch out there wasn't a Jap among them waiting for us with a rifle or a grenade, whatever they could find. They'd try to get as many of us as they could. We just piled the bodies on the truck, and then they took them to where the cemetery was going to be. We did that for 5 days. We were walking around almost like zombies, you know. We had all this death on our mind, and we knew it was going to go on farther. And is this the end of us, or what? We did this, and went back and forth to the beach to get supplies and stuff.
We finally got into combat when we got down to the other end. We were on the front lines there. I had an M1 all the time. At night, we'd put our 37 millimeters in a row and put canister in, so if the enemy came, you could wipe out a whole bunch of them. But they never made a banzai attack except on that last day. Some days you stayed right where you was. All day long, you didn't move. We were down to the other end about a week, and one night off in the distance I could see somebody running around. We had different password codes. You'd yell, "Tree," and the person was supposed to answer with the name of a tree. And then you'd yell, "President," and the answer would come back, "Roosevelt." So quite a ways off here, this guy come running. It was just getting dark. 2 buddies in the hole with me, and I had the first watch that night. It was going to be an hour off, an hour on. This figure kept coming closer, and it was getting darker, and I said to the guys, "There's somebody out there, but I think it's a Marine." And they said, "You don't want to shoot another Marine, but he shouldn't be out there." So he come closer. 100 yards away was a lot of rocks and stuff, and he kept coming. He had a rifle. Got closer and closer, so pretty soon he got close enough to where he could hear me, and I yelled out, "Tree!" And he's supposed to yell back, "Oak," or whatever. "President!" Nothing. "Car!" He's supposed to yell back, "Ford," or whatever. So then I started over. About twice I went through the thing. Nothing. So then I said, "Book Yostero." That means drop your weapon. But he kept coming, and he's almost right here, and the guys got up and said, "Shoot." My finger just froze on the trigger, and down he went. So that was the first one I got. Now he laid in the rocks, and I must have got him in the belly somewhere. I thought I killed him, and now I'm really shaken up because I thought it was a Marine. So he started talking in Japanese. We didn't know what he was saying, but farther on you could hear the other ones answering him. So he was trying to give away our position. We started throwing flares out there to see where he was. Meantime, the whole group was all lined up with our guys. We knew they were coming. One of them hit the trip flare, and that lit up the field right in front, so quite a few Japs got killed. Next morning, my lieutenant came up. His name was Manning, Robert Manning. He come up and he said, "Who had the machine gun last night that started all this?" They said, "That was no machine gun. That was Nummer over there with his M1. So he come over to me and shook my hand and said, "Good going, kid." He was from Bougainville and different campaigns before that. He says, "Go on out there now, and any souvenirs on 'em, they're yours." So I went out there. "Wait a minute," he says. One of the guys brought a rope, put the rope around his leg and pulled it, and sure enough, he had 2 or 3 grenades underneath. If he hadn't told me that, I would have gotten blowed up. That was one of the tricks they had. He probably shoved them under himself as he was dying. Those grenades were little black things as big as your fist that just had a piece of rope, and you pulled that out and put it underneath you and it wouldn't blow. Sometimes they'd hit them on their helmet to get them started. The grenades blew him up. I got his wallet and his bayonet. I still got the bayonet in the other room there. Then the lieutenant says, "Well, you probably saved some of these guys' lives. I'll talk to you about it later on." I didn't know if I was going to get some kind of medal or what. He left, and this was a terrible thing. He left, and he wasn't gone long. He said, "You try to get some sleep now." So I got in the hole, and I just about went to sleep, and they woke me up. They said the lieutenant just got killed, and he wasn't that far away from us. The reason he got killed, he was crawling out to another guy laying there wounded, and he was pulling him back. A sniper got him. It took us another 2, maybe 3 days just to get to his body. One of our sergeants was named Duffy from New York. There was this other kid named Hood. He drove the lieutenant's Jeep. Here the war's going on, and the 2 of them get into a fist fight. They couldn't get the lieutenant's ring off because his hands were all swelled up, so the sergeant said, "We're going to cut his finger off to send his wife back his ring." And the other guy, Hood, said, "No, just cut the ring off." So they got in a big fist fight over this. We were aboard ship when we heard his wife just had a baby. He never seen the baby. Before we landed on Iwo, I had boils all over, so they put me in sickbay aboard ship, and the doctor come in and said, "We got a new drug we're going to try on you. It's called penicillin." So I was one of the first to get penicillin. They shot you in the rear end. I think I got 3 of them, and all the infection concentrated in one big boil on my knee. Even when I was on Iwo, I had boils pretty bad. A corpsman said, "You're in more pain than some of these guys that got hit." And he told me, "We can get you off the island." I said, "No, you're not getting me off the island, not for boils." So I stayed right there. Why leave if I was still in good enough shape to fight just because you had boils? Did I think I was going to make it or not? Every night you'd say, "Well, I wonder if this is going to be it." You never knew. I got a little story about Ira Hayes. Hayes was the Pima Indian who helped raise the second flag, and whose life was romanticized after he died drunk in an irrigation ditch on the reservation in New Mexico in the 1950s. A movie about his life was made starring Tony Curtis, and Johnny Cash had a hit song called The Ballad of Ira Hayes. There were 6 guys in that flag-raising picture, and 3 of them got killed before we left the island. Bradley was left, Ira Hayes, and Rene Gagnon. Bradley, his son, came to one of the reunions. He's the one that wrote the story about flags of our fathers. But Ira Hayes was the only one I knew real well. After we got back to Hawaii, they went on the 7th War Loan Drive in the States, and he got drinking quite a bit, had his problems with drinking. They were making a big hero out of these 3 guys, and Ira Hayes just couldn't see it. He said anybody could do the same thing we did. It's the dead guys that should be dead. So anyway, they sent him back to us. He was probably in the States 3-4 months, and he come back to our outfit. In our tent, we had one of the code talkers. His name was Thompson. And Ira come into the tent, and everybody shook his hand, one thing and another. He started drinking right away. Beer, we had it in the tent. And he wouldn't leave until all the beer was gone. If there was any left, he'd shove it all around his belt. He'd be gone for days. Nobody knew where he was at. It's a shame. Richard shows me a Japanese flag inscribed with various cities and explains. After the war ended, I had occupation duty in Japan. 9 months in Sasebo. Iwo Jima was the only battle I was in, but right after that we was getting ready to hit Japan and the bomb went off, which saved a lot of our lives. From Sasebo, not long after the war was over, we went to Nagasaki, where the second atom bomb was dropped. We were drinking their water and everything else. I was home about 5 years when I woke up with a gray streak. What the heck? The doctor said, "I think you had a slight stroke." My one eyebrow on the side was gray. They didn't know about this radiation stuff at that time. I got out of corporal in July of 46. When I got back, I couldn't even get a beer. I wasn't old enough. When the book, The Spearhead, relating the history of the 5th Marine Division came out, Richard's name was not in it. He wrote to Washington and received a letter from Lieutenant Colonel H.W. Edwards at the Historical Branch, written on March 15, 1954. The key paragraph reads, "As a member of Weapons Company, 28th Marines, 5th Marine Division, you sailed on board the USS Talladega for Iwo Jima at sea 1-4 February 1945, at Enewetak in the Marshall Islands 5-6 February, at sea 7-10 February, at Saipan 11th through 16th February, at sea 17th and 18th, arrived and disembarked for action against the enemy at Iwo Jima 18 February. You were engaged in action on Iwo Jima from 18 February until 26 March, on which date you embarked on the USS Winged Arrow to return to base. you sailed from Iwo Jima on 27 March. Richard has one last story. I had this wallet from this guy that I shot that night when the lieutenant was also killed. Different things. So 40 years later, I saw all this stuff that I had. It was no good to me. So I thought, I'll send it back. I was all over different places, Japanese restaurants, and I was trying to get this stuff sent back. I was in Denver at a car show, and there were these 3 Japanese. I didn't know if they were Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, so I asked, "Any of you guys Japanese?" One says, "Yeah, we're Japanese." So I says, "I got some stuff I'd like to send back to Japan." One guy says, "I'm going back in a month, back to Japan," and he says, "I'll take the stuff with me." So I packed it all up and sent it to him in Denver, where he was at, and he left for Japan. About a year later, I still hadn't heard anything, so I was really disgusted. I had his address and everything, so I wrote him. And lo and behold, the same day I wrote him, I got the first letter from the daughter of this guy that I'd shot. She was 40 years old, born after he left, never knew her father at all. I got the letter here from her. She was so happy that she knew finally what happened to her dad. Besides the wallet, I sent diaries and different stuff, flags that had names on them. Here's the handwritten letter from the daughter. Dear Mr. Nummer, allow me to write to you. My name is Mrs. Kimie Sato, a daughter of Siguo Kubo, who was a soldier, died on Iwo Jima. I received my father's notebook and 3 articles from you via Mr. Yamamoto 6 years ago. She apparently confused the words for years and months. I heard you will go to Iwo Jima on March 14th. How I wish I could go there and see you and say my thanks to you. However, I cannot go there because of many restrictions. I was very excited, and my heart was choked with the memories of my grandparents and my mother, who died in 1981, when I handed the articles left by my father 6 years ago. They are my treasures for me now. As you know, I was born 10 days after my father had departed for the front. Thank you very much for your kindness, and also I want to express my heartfelt thanks for Mr. Yamamoto and the Welfare Ministry. I received many congratulations from my friends and my relatives after the newspaper reported the ceremony of the return. I hear you are ill in bed. How do you feel these days? Although I guess you had a pain of both physical and mental injuries, I am sure that your warm and heartfelt kindness will impress the deceased and their families. I am praying for you that you may get better quickly for your friends and your family, and you will have good days. If you go to Iwo Jima on March 14th, please contact Mr. Takata, if possible, who will join the ceremony there. Thank you again, and I hope you will feel better soon. Sincerely, Kimie Sato. That was the year I went to Iwo Jima, 1995, the 50th anniversary. When I got there, the plane landed, and we was the last ones to get to where they had the ceremony. They announced my name on the loudspeaker to come to the podium. So I went to the podium, and there was a package for me. Now here, I get a package, and I don't know. A hand grenade? What's in there? My son and I got on the side, and we opened it up, and she had a nice tie for me, coasters, a tablecloth, different stuff she was so proud for me to have. Some thought I was wrong by sending the stuff back, but I don't think so. It was no good to me, that stuff, but to her it meant the whole world. Did she know Richard Nummer had shot her father? No, I never did tell her that. Couldn't do that. Chapter 2. Seaman James Bush, Water Tender 3rd Class, USS Terror, Cruiser Mine Layer. We had the flag over the body in the canvas, and we'd go through the whole service, and they'd say, "Now we commend this body to the deep," and we'd pick up the board, and the bag would slide straight out and down into the water. It would disappear in a hurry. Jim Bush and I were roommates on Guam in March 2006,
on his first return to Iwo Jima since 1945. He was affable, talkative, and friendly, and we got along just fine. I interviewed him in our hotel room on Tuesday before we made the day trip to Iwo. I asked what had brought him back to the site of the battle. "I saw something about it on the History Channel one time," he said, "and I wondered how you got there. I couldn't afford it then, anyway. Then a few months back I saw a little mention in the paper about this military historical tour, and I called and they sent me this literature, and I'm out here, 61 years later. I'll be 80, May 16th, 2006. I was born in New Mexico, and we moved to Arizona when I was 9. I joined the Navy in May of 1943, stayed in a little over 2 years. I joined at 17 so I would not have to sign up for the draft. We brought all our wounded from Iwo Jima to Saipan at the end of February in 1945, resupplied, and went and anchored in a big lagoon at Ulithi, where we went ashore to swim and dive and eat and drink beer. There was nothing there but beach. The beer was Iron City. Now, the story of how we got the beer started in Pearl Harbor in January, when we were all fueled up and loading the last of our supplies. Some new young officer pulled up alongside the ship in a weapons carrier and parked it near the end of our gangplank. We told him, "Don't park there," because we were unloading trucks and putting supplies on the ship. He said he would park where he wanted to. He was a real starchy-looking guy with a uniform that was too large for him. He didn't look any older than me, and I was going on 19. We'd already put all the supplies we could down below. Back on the fantail, we had a big old space with some tie-downs. We'd put 100 tons of potatoes back there. A weapons carrier has lifters on it so it can be picked up and set aboard ship. Well, guess what? I stood up there and watched them guys look around all over the place. No other officers watching them, and they reached over and picked that weapons carrier up and set it onto the ship next to the potatoes, covered it with a big tarp. An hour after that, we were backing out of dry dock so we could get out of Pearl Harbor before they put the gate up. They had cables down there to keep enemy submarines out of the harbor. When we got to Saipan, they set that weapons carrier off onto the dock, and everybody was riding around. I even went out in it for an hour or two. Some of the guys who pulled that stunt struck a deal with some of the guys on Saipan, military people. They liked that weapons carrier. They were moving to the war zone, and they didn't have anything like that. Our guys said, "Well, what have you got to trade?" They said, "We know where there are about 4 pallets of Iron City beer. Dozens of cases." Done. Let's haul it down to the ship. So they went on down to the ship, waited till the officer of the deck left his post, and they picked those pallets up, brought them aboard, and moved them to a walk-in cooler. Iron City beer was nasty-tasting stuff, but when we got to Ulithi after Iwo, it was really good, I'll tell you that. It was worth that weapons carrier. Ooh, I pitied that poor little officer, though, having to walk all the way up through that shipyard, back to his commander saying, "Guess what? I lost the weapons carrier." It took us 4 days to drink up all the beer. I served on the USS Terror, a cruiser mine layer, CM5. It was big. 475 feet long, with close to 500 on board, including the admiral and all his staff. We were the flagship of the mine fleet. When I came on in Hawaii, I asked when they laid mines, and someone in the crew told me they had used it to lay mines at Casablanca early in the war. But after that, we were taking the battle to the enemy, and we weren't laying mines anymore. They changed its function and moved the Terror to the Pacific to service minesweepers because we were island jumping by then. We went with a large number of these little boats, minesweepers, to Iwo Jima 6 days before the invasion. They were only
40 or 50 feet long, each served by a crew of 10. They were like PT boats, fast-moving patrol boats. Except their job was to cut loose the mines that had been anchored off the invasion beaches. It was my first combat action. I was a water tender 3rd class. I was usually down in the boiler room. Everybody had a station to go to in the battle. I was in the mess hall, high up, so I could see out. My job was to regulate, cut off, or open valves down below hydraulically if there was bottom damage. A storm went by, and we got there early in the morning, woke up to a lush green island called Iwo Jima, except it wasn't lush green. It had been bombed to smithereens. Some of the minesweepers had wooden hulls so they could get close to the magnetic mines without setting them off. We had demagnetizers, too. The terror's job was to take care of those boats, pump fuel into them, service them, help with repairs. They'd come back alongside of us with mattresses hanging out of holes that had been shot in the sides not too far above the waterline. Some of the holes were big, made by 40-millimeter artillery. We were like the old mother hen with a bunch of chicks out there. We had a big old wooden float, like a barge on one side, and they'd pull over and tie up to that. We'd had ladders going up, and we had a crane that could reach over and go down. As soon as they came in, our guys in damage repair would go over the side and see what they needed and measure it all off. They'd string acetylene torches over the side and use them to cut pieces out of the ship so they could weld plate over the holes. There were mines in the invasion beaches besides those in the water. I heard a lot of explosions. We had some boats with flat bottoms that could get in close, and they had rows and rows of rockets on deck pointed out, and they'd fire a row of them, walk them up and along the beach so they covered everywhere. When one boat would run out of rockets, another would come right in behind and take over, and they marched right up the beach, taking out mines as they worked their way north, starting from Suribachi. This went on for 3 days, and we got so much damage to our sweepers from artillery fire out of the bunkers that they put the invasion off 3 more days. It was supposed to start February 16th. I didn't see the UDT guys, underwater demolition teams, but I knew they were out there. They never managed to sink any of our sweepers, but by the end of the 2nd day, we had 21 killed on the small ships and numerous wounded. We had to replenish some of the crews with people off our ship. We buried our dead at sea. We steamed to another volcano that had stinking smoke coming out of it, and we backed into a little cove between 2 reefs. I think we put an anchor down. The place we were working on deck was all covered with blood, so we washed it over the side with hoses, and when we did, that whole lagoon come up live with sharks. We shot them up real good, and they all disappeared. We heard later it had to do with shooting them through the liver, which exuded some kind of chemical that told the rest they were in danger, so they all left. I think that liver extract was used later to create a shark repellent to be given to pilots who could spread it out in the water when they were shot down. I don't know if it worked or not. We put the dead in body bags made out of real heavy canvas. We'd cut out a section, put a body on one side, then throw it over and sew the sides together. We used big old hook needles like carpet hooks. You'd flop the canvas over the head and stitch the needle and string with pliers. We sewed a 35-pound practice shell between their feet. We had a board rigged up like a heavy piece of plywood. We put hinges on it and attached a lifeline. We had the flag over the body in the canvas, and we'd go through the whole service, and they'd say, "Now we commend this body to the deep," and we'd pick up the board, and the bag would slide straight out and down into the water. It would disappear in a hurry. We did it that night and left. The next morning, we had to come back and do 3 more who had died during the night. That's why I think that volcano was something like 38 miles south of Iwo Jima. The first day, the Japanese didn't fire at our boats at all. The first day, the Japanese thought they were decoys, didn't know what they were doing. They didn't want to give the location of their guns away by firing at us. But when the sweepers got in close enough by the 2nd day, the Japanese would take a chance and shoot at them. They didn't want to fire because it would expose their gun positions to ships offshore, which could then blast them. How did the sweepers work? There's a cable under the bow that goes out at an angle, like a pyramid, and out at the end is a torpedo-looking device that's got a big old cutter in it. It's called a paravane. Your sweeper cable catches the cable holding the mine in place and slides on down to the paravane, which cuts the mine loose so it floats away or up to the surface where you can fire at it and blow it up. They didn't shoot everyone. Some drifted to beaches where they were recovered, and parts of them were taken to the translator who could read when they were made and stuff like that. I saw some that were made in 1931. Some of them were 3 or 4 feet high, and when they'd drift ashore, some of them would bust one of their horns and blow themselves up. When the invasion flotilla came in the dark on the morning of the 19th, we didn't leave, we just moved over a little ways, northeast off the quarry, always on the move, always zigzagging. When they started in, I could look down the whole beach and see the waves of Marines coming in. Some other pretty good-sized cruisers showed up, too, although when we arrived it was just our ship and the minesweepers. On the 4th day, there'd come an announcement that the flag was going up, and quite a few people come out on deck to see it. We headed for Saipan soon after that as fast as we could because we had so many wounded, and our doctors were working day and night on the wounded and the burned. We had people taking mirrors down so guys couldn't see how badly they were burned. The Terror made 25 or 30 knots, always zigzagging. We made it down there that night or 2 days later. There were so many wounded that we had them in our bunks. The one in my bunk had a leg wound from shrapnel. They operated on him the night before we got to Saipan. That piece of shrapnel, it was about the size of a cigarette, went in right behind his knee, and they took it out way down in his calf muscle. There was a big sick bay. I think we had 3 doctors, one a nerve specialist. They were operating day and night. Corpsmen were doing all they could to help, plus evaluating the injured to see who needed surgery the most. If somebody wasn't wounded too bad, they'd come down looking for a place to put him. We probably took several hundred back to Saipan. Most of them were sailors in blue denims. I didn't see anybody in camouflage like the invasion Marines wore. I figured they were all off the minesweepers. When we got to the dock in Saipan, it looked like a sea of white down there. All the medical people waiting for us. Ambulances lined up. After our R&R, with all the beer in the lagoon at Ulithi, we went back to Saipan, picked up more supplies, and headed toward Okinawa. Then moved south down along the Redo chain south of Japan to Karama Redo to wait for the seizure of Okinawa, getting ready for the invasion of mainland Japan or the China coast. We were hit by a kamikaze carrying 1 or 2 500-pound bombs early the morning of May 14, 1945. They liked to come in real low in the sunrise, but he was a little early. We had smoke screens laid down, but the wind blows that smoke around, and he saw an opening, made a loop up in the smoke, and came back and hit us right in the afterstack. It made a big, gaping hole in the stack and went on down through the middle of the ship, exploding down inside. It killed all our doctors and corpsmen, took out the sick bay, part of the mess hall, and the kitchen. The officers' quarters were right there, and all the ship's records, everything that would burn, was up there. Losing the records caused us a lot of trouble because every shot we ever had for whatever ailment, we had to take over. I'd have to look it up, but I think we had about 50 killed and over 100 injured. One of the MIAs was not found until we got all the way back to San Francisco. We had to put cables on the stack to keep it from falling over and camouflage the damage areas with canvas painted to look like the rest of the ship. I was about 3 decks down when the plane hit. There was a terrible compression like you were inside a big bin. A vertical pipe sheltered me from the worst of it, but the explosion vaulted me down the passageway 35 to 40 feet like a bullet, taking off skin wherever it was close to the bone. It knocked me out. I had a helmet on, but it did not protect part of my neck. The pipe protected me except for the back of my head, and I still get junk out of there. Must be paint or dirt or wood from something, I don't know what. They've looked at it a few times and don't see anything, but every once in a while it'll swell up and I'll get some junk out of it. It hit us around 4 a.m., and we fought the fire till almost 9. We put the dead in body bags, and they were buried ashore. A friend of mine, John J. Epping, was killed, and I unzipped his bag to make sure he had his dog tags with him. When somebody got killed, they took all the pictures, all the dress books and stuff and threw it in the garbage, because you might have a wife at home and you got a girlfriend somewhere else and you don't want them to get together. You don't want them to see the address book and all that stuff. But I salvaged a book out of the garbage, a little diary showing when he left, starting in Hawaii, all the way to Iwo Jima and wherever we stopped. I thought I'd keep that, because someday something might happen and someone might want it. And sure enough, long afterward, just 2 or 3 years ago, his brother wrote the people that put on the ship's reunion, asking to hear from anybody who knew the status of his brother John. So I sent him that diary, and he called me about 2 weeks later, and he was so happy I sent him that thing. Over 50 years later. We thought the kamikaze was a twin-engine Betty. There were 2 guys in it, and unbelievably their bodies were in better shape than some of the guys I saw. One was an old guy, real raggedy dressed, and the other was younger, in a nice uniform. Probably went along for the ride. They didn't get the treatment ours did, though. We just swept them over the side with the rest of the junk. Jim Bush got out of the service in the summer of 1946. He and his wife Patty were married on June 9, 1950. They had 2 children, David, born in 1952, and Tammy Jo in 1958. They lived in Ajo, Arizona, where Jim worked as an electrician for the Phelps Dodge Mining Company and later operated a sand and gravel company. He has served as a Santa's helper, driving the sled full of toys, since 1946. He and Patty treasure their granddaughter, Tatiana, who was 15 in 2006. James V. Bush, Jr. died in Phoenix, Arizona, November 3, 2007. He was 81. Chapter 3. Corporal James Salty Hathaway, Amtrak Crew Chief, 10th Amtrak Battalion, 4th Marine Division. I saw the first flag. I didn't see the second. Someone said, "Those crazy damn Marines are putting a flag up on Suribachi," and I turned and looked and seen it go up. The second flag went up several hours later, I understand. All hell broke loose when that flag went up, too. The Japs just shelled the shit out of us. In the name of the President of the United States, the Commanding General, 4th Marine Division, Fleet Marine Force, takes pleasure in awarding the Bronze Star Medal to Private First Class James S. Hathaway for heroic achievement in connection with operations against the enemy while serving as a crewman with an amphibian tractor company on Iwo Jima, Volcano Islands, on 20 February 1945. Although he and his crew had worked during the preceding 24 hours under enemy fire and without cessation, Private First Class Hathaway volunteered to transport an urgently needed load of ammunition to a frontline infantry unit. He fully realized the danger of the mission, it being necessary to pass through mined areas and return to the beach in the dark, but he knew also that no other amphibian tractors were available for the task. He assisted in unloading the ammunition despite enemy fire in the area, then helped in loading casualties on board the tractor, and started the hazardous return trip to the beach, where he left the casualties at an evacuation station.
His initiative and courageous conduct were in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Naval Service.
I'm 79 years old. I'll be 80 in a couple months. I enlisted in the Marine Corps at 18 years of age in 1943 off a farm north of Rocky Mount, North Carolina. My dad had 571 acres. We plowed with mules and raised corn, cotton, and tobacco. But I never was a smoker or a drinker. I come off a tobacco farm and never took a cigarette. I went through the whole Marine Corps and never took a drink. It didn't do nothing for me. We had 26 mules, 2 horses, and a pony. We went to town in a horse and buggy. It was June or July and hot as the devil. I took a bus from Charleston, South Carolina, to Yamasee, where we were greeted by a corporal with a swagger stick, and we were told right then who our mothers and fathers were and who God was and everything else. I went on from there to Mainside, Parris Island, and was dropped off solo at the receiving barracks before daylight. Then we got the bucket and the haircuts, the whole 9 yards. Went in one end of the building, took a shower, and come out the other end buck naked. They issued us uniforms. Boot camp was 12 weeks. Our DI's name was McCarty, I believe. They used to beat us on the head with the swagger stick and boot us in the butt and all that good stuff. I often wondered then, what in the world has that boy James got himself into now? But I got through okay. We slept in Quonset huts. One time, they had us down eating grass, and the commanding general of the base drove by and stopped and backed up and asked the drill instructor what was he doing. He said, "Sir, they march like cattle, and I'm going to make them eat like cattle." The commanding general said, "Carry on," and drove away. During our 2 weeks on the rifle range, we slept in tents with the mosquitoes and sand fleas eating us all up. There was only one paved parade deck, and the rest of it was dirt. We drilled in sand. As we got better, we were allowed to get up on the parade deck. I understand we were the 2nd or 3rd platoon to go through with M1s. I shot marksman the first time out. I couldn't find the target. The front sight of my rifle was off to one side or something. After I got it fixed, I shot expert. We got out of boot camp mid-August. There was no fancy graduation. They gave us the Eagle Globe and Anchor and shook hands with us when we left on the bus. I made PFC out of boot camp. When I come home on leave, my dad said some civilian people in cheap suits had been there checking on me at the farm and in town with my school teachers and all. When I went back, I got sent to Courthouse Bay Camp in Lejeune. This was an amphibious tank school at that time. Amtrak's top secret. We were in a restricted area down there. We weren't allowed to talk about the Amtrak's or anything. Nobody even knew what it was. A tractor that floated even when it was full of men or equipment. We went through 2 or 3 months of training with Alligator Amtrak's, which had aluminum tracks and truck engines in them. I think we were the first or second group to go through because we knocked down all the trees and vegetation and even tore up a bunch of houses. The Amtrak's were painted orange so we wouldn't run into each other in the woods. Now, the Amtrak weighed 16 tons loaded. It was a beautiful piece of equipment. Cost $32,000. It was 8 or 9 feet wide, 9 or 10 feet tall, and about 27 feet long. It was called the LVT, for Landing Vehicle Tract. They kept improving them as the war went on. We had an LVT-3 on Iwo, It was powered by a 7-cylinder aircraft engine and had a bilge pump that wouldn't quit. Later, the LVT-4 had twin Cadillac engines, but the LVT-3 was faster. We finished training on one called a water buffalo, which could carry 18 or 20 guys. It had 2 30-caliber machine guns and one 50, and a tracking mount for one of the 30 calibers on the back. We got all kinds of training in ammo handling and demolition, and then took a train across the country. The train had to break up and go across one of the rivers out there in a boat. Our company of 120 was formed in Camp Oceanside, California, where we took more advanced training. We had a corporal there, an Italian kid, who took a dislike to me and gave me every shit detail there was, partly because he knew I'd do a good job. He gave me a hard time continuously. My dad had warned me some Yankees were tough, so I took all I could from the guy and then got mad and knocked him down 3 or 4 times. After that, the guy started to call me Salty. That stuck with me all through the war. There were 12 or 15 Amtraks in a platoon, with 3 men assigned to each one. They were planned as troop carriers at that time. The first 7 or 8 waves of troops in a landing were brought in by Amtraks before the Higgins boats. The Amtraks would arrive on LSTs, drive off and swim to shore and go right up the beach. We went up to San Francisco to get ready to board our ship on Thanksgiving of 1943. I remember because we had 3 turkey dinners in a row, one in the train station, one on the train, and another when we got to San Francisco. We were there probably a week before we went aboard the heavy cruiser Boston, 120 of us. It was a beautiful ship, brand new, and had just come through the Panama Canal and up the coast. We had 2 destroyer escorts on the trip to Pearl Harbor, where we went aboard LCIs, landing craft infantry, that took us over to Maui. They let us off in water waist deep. Our Amtraks were already there waiting for us on the beach. We fixed them up like we wanted them and trained there for several weeks. We set up in pup tents. We had a water tank, dirt, and dust. We joined the 4th Marine Division when they came over, went on maneuvers and did several practice landings with them on Maui. We'd go out and pick up troops off the cargo nets and bring them ashore in waves like a real landing. We'd bring 17 to 20 troops ashore in one Amtrak, and there'd be maybe 20 Amtraks in a wave. When we got to the big islands like Iwo and those places, there'd be a whole string of companies joined in one wave. The first waves would come 2 minutes apart, and then they would extend it to 5-minute intervals, then 7, then 15. I happened to be in A Company 1st Platoon, 1st Squad, the whole darn war, which meant I was in the first wave in every darn landing we made. Roy and Namur are twin islands in the Kwajalein Atoll of the Marshall Islands. Roy is 1,200 by 1,250 yards, and Namur is 800 by 900 yards, neither a square mile in size. They were defended by about 3,000 Japanese. Following heavy bombing, the 2 islands were invaded by the 23rd and 24th Regimental Combat Teams of the 4th Marine Division on February 1, 1944. Marine casualties consisted of 190 dead and 547 wounded, while 264 Japanese were taken prisoner and 2,472 were killed. The 4th Marine Division was the first to go directly into combat in the Pacific Theater from the United States and first to capture Japanese-mandated territory, Iwo Jima, in the Pacific. Our first landing was on Roy and Namer, and it was like hitting a sandbar, just a maneuver for us. Very few Amtraks blowed up, and we didn't lose but 1 or 2 drivers. The Japs didn't know what we were. We rode up on the beach and let the troops out. We got shot at a few times, but it was not too bad on those islands. The Amtrak people had it real easy, for some reason. We took Roy in 6 hours and Namer in just about a day. We came back from there to Maui, an 18-day trip around February 21st. Back in Maui, we went through another phase of training, more maneuvers, and then on June 15th, we hit Saipan, which is 16 miles long. That was a big operation for me. We got shot at a lot more and everything. The Amtraks landed 8,000 Marines in 20 minutes. I was the crew chief, Ed Kaminsky was the radio operator, and Gould ran the ramp. Well, you did get scared, though. Anybody who said they weren't scared is a damned liar. My foot would start jumping up and down on the accelerator as we went in, and I had to hold it down with my hand on my knee. Guys would go berserk before we'd hit the beach, and Gould had to knock 'em out or tie 'em down. I remember going in at Saipan. They were just shelling the daylights out of us, and I told Kaminsky to call the Navy and tell them to lift their fire. They're killing our own troops. And he come back and said, that ain't Navy, that's Japs. The first assault wave hit the beach and continued inland right up to the edge of the airfield, and the second assault wave had shotguns and regular rifles. The infantry carried 12-gauge pump shotguns with double-aught buckshot along with their M1s, so they wouldn't hit us up front. The shotgun fire wouldn't carry like an M1 slug, you see, because we had just overrun the Jap defenses on the beach. At that time, we had a little bit of armament on the Amtraks, a 1/4 inch of steel plate up front. We just overran the defenses. I remember one time hitting a foxhole and just putting it on one track and spinning around and just screwing this Jap right out of the ground. He got hung in the tracks. We went on into the airport. When the second wave caught up with us, they throwed the shotguns away. We stayed with them at the airfield for 2 or 3 hours. Then we went back out for more troops and continued to ferry them in. We brought ammo up and wounded back. Saipan was a heavy-duty operation. It was more wounded and everything. I remember the third night, an Army outfit, the 27th Division, came ashore. I remember they relieved us, and we dropped back to the beach. We were getting hit all the time. We woke up the morning of July 2nd on the front line. The Japs had a big banzai attack, and the Army had quit and run. Almost 2 battalions of the division came running through. They just weren't trained. They were just nothing. They throwed down their weapons and ran. Someone passed the word on the radio that the damn Japs had killed the damn doggies. A whole lot of enemy were killed that night. It was bodies in every direction. We were just running the machine guns all night, killing Japs. I don't know, it looked to me like it was thousands of them. I may be exaggerating, but it was at least hundreds, lying around like cordwood. We burned up one machine gun barrel and had a second one halfway burn up. The .50 caliber about burned out. We were on the edge of the water almost, and the Amtraks were so full of holes they wouldn't float. We had no place to go. They almost broke through. We just kept killing them, throwing grenades and every darn thing. The Japs were all hopped up on sake. One had a rubber hose, and he was beating the Amtrak with it. They had sticks with bayonets on them. We had flares in the air all the time. It was just like daylight almost. Amtraks in line, blasting as the Japs came charging. The Marine Amtrak people were in kind of a staggered line, a good 15 or 20 Amtraks. The Army guys ran past us right into the water, and the Japs came right after them, and the Marines stood up there and met 'em with 30s and 50s and burned their barrels out. I was too damn busy to be scared for some reason. You get a grim feeling over your body. The 27th Army Division was green troops. A New York Guard outfit is what I was told. We heard that General Smith, Lieutenant General Howlin' Mad Smith, was chasing Army General Ralph Smith with his .45 trying to kill him. That's a true story, too. I think he shot at him 2 or 3 times, but he never did get him. That Army general was relieved, and the Army guys were sent back to Maui and told they'd pull guard the rest of the war. 2 battalions of the 105th Regiment were evacuated. I heard they court-martialed 100 and some officers from the top man down in that outfit. General Cates was commanding general of the 4th Marine Division. Next morning we pushed forward and recaptured the airport and went on from there. About the 4th day, there was a big naval battle out there somewhere, and every ship in harbor left except for one LST. What happened was we got into a warehouse of sake and beer and Japanese whiskey, I guess, and loaded up the Amtraks. We had been aboard an LST for 30 days or so and got to know these guys real well, so we took an Amtrak load of that beer out to the ship and give it to the guys. They all got drunk. Every ship was going next morning for that big battle that got known as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, except for one LST, and it was sitting out there all by itself. The whole crew was drunk. We went to visit them later on. Went down to see the crew, and do you know, the skipper of that ship came out with a .45 pulled, and he stood on the ramp and said, "I'll shoot the first son of a bitch that steps aboard this ship." That was after we got them all drunk. Little things like that happened during the war. Saipan was secured by July 9th, 19 days after the Great Turkey Shoot. More than 3,400 Americans were killed, while 13,100 were wounded. Enemy dead totaled 16,525. After taking Tinian, we went back to Maui to refit, retrain, and take on new troops. And what made us so hot was that all the rank, corporals and sergeants, was being made back in the States, and we couldn't even get promoted. We'd get back to Hawaii, and I'd see a whole bunch of new faces, corporals and sergeants, green troops, shiny faces. You could just see them. You can tell how many times a man had been in combat by his actions, the way he sits, his looks, his appearance is just different. As a combat veteran, you'd go to the mess hall on Maui and forget to wash your mess gear. You'd just hang it up in the tent, and all of a sudden you'd look up and say, "Damn, I got to go wash this mess gear," and stuff like that. And everywhere you went, you looked for a hole to dive in or some place to get behind. You'd just get crazier and crazier. When we got back to Maui after Saipan, we struck out to find those Army guys. We were really bloodthirsty. We were going to get as many as we could, but they took 'em to another island, so we couldn't get at 'em. The Seabees were down the beach from us, and they were out looking for 'em, too. There was a few scraps, but they got rid of most of them pretty soon. The court-martials of those guys in the 27th Division followed. We went through another phase of training on Maui, going to obstacle courses, machine gun school, throwing grenades. We even went to the rifle range. We had rifles on the Amtraks. I had picked up a .30 caliber carbine on Saipan, and I unloaded a 15-round clip into an enemy soldier, and he kept coming. Then some guy raised up with an M1 and knocked him back about 3 feet. From that day on, nobody would take a damn carbine rifle. It'd kill a man if you hit a vital organ, but it wouldn't stop him. That one I shot was just like Hamburg. I got his Jap rifle. My son has it in North Carolina. Going to Iwo, we were aboard ship before we found out where we were headed. Just like Roy, Namer, Saipan, and Tinian, nobody knew what was coming. The convoy, hundreds of ships, zigzagged continuously, changing direction every 15 minutes. We stopped in the Bay of Guam. Some of the convoy dropped off there. From there to Iwo took about 10 days, so altogether we were 30-some days aboard ship. Didn't do a darn thing but sit on our butts. The 3 days of shelling went on as we were approaching. We had these TCS radio sets, and we'd take 'em up topside on the LSG and listen to the Navy talking to its planes, so we knew pretty well what was going on. We just steamed straight in on D-Day. We glimpsed the island out at sea. It was just a shadow. When they served steak and eggs, we knew that would be our last meal aboard ship. Every operation we went on, they give us steak and eggs. And then you had all them dead Marines with steak in them. General Clifton Cates gave us the Godspeed farewell message over the ship intercoms. We had heard 2 Navy pilots had been captured and tied to poles on Iwo, and the Japs ran by cutting them with swords. General Cates said in his farewell speech, "You know what went on ashore. Take no goddamn prisoners." Those were his exact words. All the time I was on Iwo Jima, I saw 1 prisoner, and the chaplain had him. We ran the Amtrak single file off the LSTs at roughly 8 o'clock, formed our waves, and went straight into the beach. I believe it was Blue 1. Various sections of the landing beach were described by color. We had it all timed precisely on schedule. A battleship sitting off the coast with anchors out, bow and stern, was lobbing 16-inch shells onto the island. You could actually see a 16-inch shell come out of the muzzles of those ships. I looked back, and I could see this big old brass thing coming out of the muzzle. The power of that shell would pick you right up out of the water, and the track would speed up on the Amtrak. I understood the ships would back up 12 feet in the water when they let off a broadside. My wave split. My 2 guys and I went around the bow of my ship, and the Amtrak on my left went around the stern, and when we rejoined, I was in the 1st assault wave. I was in A Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad, 10th Amtrak Battalion. Every landing. They just never did change it. A company goes first, every time. We had quite a few killed. We lost more on Iwo Jima than we did Saipan. We had the new modified Amtraks, LVT-3s. They had aircraft engines, 7 cylinders, air-cooled engines. They made 8 knots. The water was always rough from the bombardments going on, and the waves were bouncing you around. The Japanese tried to confuse the first wave by ordering us back, but we had 2 Navajos, Isaac and Sam, in the headquarters platoon as radio men. They didn't call them wind talkers then. We'd had orders that once we hit the line of departure to go straight in. No one stopped for anything. Wounded, hurt, killed, anything. And here, all of a sudden, came this voice telling us to go back to the line of departure. But then Isaac came on, telling them in Navajo to repeat the last transmission, and the Jap didn't know what to say. He started speaking Japanese then, and we just kept going. We wouldn't have turned around anyway. I did let up on the gas. I said, darn, this sounded kind of official, but I didn't turn. I think 1 or 2 Amtraks did swing around, but they caught right back up. Those Navajos were pretty good. They'd grunt 2 or 3 times, and it'd mean a whole sentence. It was real dangerous close to the beach. You had to kind of kick in the clutch and time yourself, wait for the wave to settle down. Every 3rd wave was a big one. You popped the clutch and headed in with that one, went right onto the beach. The sandbank on Iwo Jima was so high that we couldn't get up very far, but we had protection. The Amtraks we had on Saipan, you had to go over the side. But the LVT-3s had a ramp in back, and guys would stream off, cut around both sides, and charge up the beach. We'd have the machine gun going, and we also had daisy cutters, 24 rockets mounted on the back, all fired by electrical charge. They just flowed out. They'd go zoop. We had blisters, periscopes, sticking above the armor plate in front. The water would hit and the periscope would fog up, and you'd have to go in with your head stuck up again. One of the boys had a camera. You weren't supposed to have them. It was against all kind of regulations. But he took some pictures. I got 1 or 2 of them here at the house. One time a Navy Corsair was strafing right above us. He evidently got hit as he went in. He circled around with 2 of his machine guns going, strafing our own troops. You could see him, dead at the stick, all bent over with his gun still firing. He hit the water between me and the Amtrak next to me, threw water all over us. Darn thing almost drowned us. We were not too far from the base of Suribachi, maybe 600 yards. We hit the beach and were supposed to go inland, but we couldn't get up the bank. The sand was too soft. So we just dropped our troops off and continued down the beach single file to our left, then went back out to sea while the second wave hit 2 or 3 minutes later. They had beach masters who would direct us, and they had little boats off the beach, LCIs, I guess they call them. They'd direct traffic. We'd come out, and they'd tell us which direction to go and what ship. Getting back aboard ship was a job in itself. The ramp would go down, and you had to back on, catch it with your tracks, and the bow of the Amtrak would go under. You had to sit, soaked in water, and pop the clutch when the tracks caught the ramp. We made 5 or 6 trips that day, taking troops and whatever they needed in, hauling wounded back to the hospital ships. We lost quite a few of our own outfit, Amtraks getting shelled or hit in landmines. My boat was all shot up. We could carry 8 to 10 wounded. The crewmen would help load and then hold up plasma bottles or do whatever was necessary. It was pretty messy, you know. Somewhere around the third day, an 88 shell hit near my Amtrak when we were a couple thousand yards out in the ocean, spun it around, and it sank. We bailed out, of course. We had life preserver belts. You'd mash a button and they would inflate. We figured the war was over for us. We were going aboard a ship. We were just all smiles. We were out of it, you know. We were going home. A small boat picked us up and took us out to another LST, and shit, we got out there, and there was a damn brand new Amtrak sitting there on the darn ship waiting for us. On the third or fourth day, I was on top of my Amtrak getting ready to get off and get a little rest. We had been running day and night. A kid digging a foxhole next to the Amtrak hit a landmine with his shovel, or else a shell went off, but it blowed me through the air off the Amtrak. When I come to, I was stooped down in a hole. I was numb, my teeth were loose, and my head was splitting. I threw up my hand and counted my fingers. Then I pulled the other hand up and run it over my other arm. I felt of my legs, and I started smiling then, you know, because both my legs were there. I just laid still until I finally come to all the way. The kid who'd been digging the hole wasn't around. It was either a mine or a shell, an 88. I think it was a mine, but I'm not sure. A piece of shrapnel had hit me in the back and cut my blouse. A corpsman put some rethiolate and a bandage on it. I never even turned into sick bay. I didn't even know it left a scar until I got home after the war. My mother, I had my shirt off, she says, "Why, son, where'd you get that scar on your back?" The other two guys from my Amtrak were sleeping or resting out on the ship. Lots of times we'd go out by ourselves, just one guy, and bring in a load of ammo. I was on top, fixing to get off. I was going to get under the Amtrak or something because they were shelling us pretty heavy. There was no Purple Heart for that, but the three of us did get the Bronze Star Award for action on Iwo Jima. The citation is wrong. It says we were the only Amtrak around, but that wasn't true. There were others. It says I was a PFC, and that isn't right either. I was a corporal. But anyway, I was the first Amtrak to get up the sand dunes and make a road. We called it Roosevelt Boulevard. We had a company of Marines cut off at the one end of the island. We loaded up a bunch of ammunition and water and broke through the line to bring them supplies. We just drove right over them damn bastards, firing machine guns. It must have been about the 5th day. The citation says February 20th, the 2nd day. What was left of our company was surrounded, completely out of ammo. We had a dump established on the beach by then. Ammo, food, water, and supplies. Kept bringing it in continuously. We took on a load, then went up, through, and over the Jap defenses. We could see their landmines because all the sand had blown off, and we'd scoot around them with the Amtrak. That volcanic ash was something else. Our top speed on land was 28 miles an hour. We were running in second gear and hitting them with machine guns. We ran right over the top of them. They were firing back and could have got us with bazooka or mortar. We stayed with the Marines a little while. They kept hollering at us, "Get that damn Amtrak out of here! You're drawing fire!" They filled us up with wounded. We had 15, I guess, some of them real seriously hurt. One or two of them died before we got back to the ship. We came back the same trail we went up. When we got in the ocean, on the way to the hospital ship, I was holding one guy, and he died. His mouth come open, and the blood just shot right out and soaked me. I jumped out in the ocean water and washed off. It was pretty bad, but we got the most seriously wounded out. I saw the first flag. I didn't see the second. Someone said, "Those crazy damn Marines are putting a flag up on Suribachi." And I turned and looked and seen it go up. The second flag went up several hours later, I understand. All hell broke loose when that flag went up, too. The Japs just shelled the shit out of us. I was there all 36 days and kept doing mainly the same thing the whole time. All three of us came back together, which was kind of remarkable because so many of them didn't, you know. I lost 2 or 3 of my real good buddies. We didn't get too excited toward the end because you knew it was phasing down. A couple B-29s came in with landing gear out before the fighting was even quit. Sometimes mortar would hit right in front of a plane as it was landing. The Army Air Corps, the Mustang fighters, came in. A bunch of them landed there. Those guys were a bunch of alcoholics. They'd come in so drunk they couldn't even get out of their planes. They carried the booze with them, I guess. They'd bounce 3 or 4 times while landing, and we'd debate if he was drunk and would he be able to walk when he got out of the plane. The A-bomb was quite a thrill for us. After Iwo, we went back to Maui to train for the invasion of Japan. We were told we were going to hit the southern island of Kyushu and to be prepared to lose 98% on the initial landing. It was quite a thrill when they told us that much. We had loaded up the ships of Maui when we heard they had surrendered. We had our Amtraks aboard and everything. There was celebration going on all over the place. Some guy opened up with a .30 caliber machine gun right down the company street. I left the Marines when I returned to the States, but after 10 months on the farm, I told my dad, I know something better than this, and I re-enlisted in the Marine Corps as a PFC. I had been a corporal when I got out. I came back in motor transport because of my experience with the Amtraks. I checked in at Cherry Point, did tours overseas and different things, but I never became a drill instructor. I did go to Korea. We were more or less in combat, stationed right behind the infantry with the trucks and jeeps, doing maintenance and all. We were in the division move up near the Chosin, and I remember it snowed nearly a foot and we were sleeping out in it. Korea was so darn cold that guys were losing their feet and fingers. I put some sandbags on my feet, 2 or 3 of them, and tied them up around my ankles. I looked around, and everybody was doing it. It saved many a foot. I got discharged at Camp Lejeune in '63, opened a filling station. I later built a shop in Jacksonville. I had 10 or 12 mechanics working for me. I retired again 20 years later. My second wife, Inez, and I got married down here in Florida 18 years ago. I have a boy and a girl from my first marriage. The boy, James Alfred, is in his 50s. He's in real estate up near Pinehurst, North Carolina. My daughter, Judy Yvonne, is a pilot, a captain with Hawaii Airlines. I stayed in touch over the years, seeing the guys at different times, anniversaries, and the like. When you go to reunions, it's sort of amazing to see all them old guys from Iwo or Saipan messed up in their feet and legs. But when the Marine Corps hymn is played, they all get up.
Chapter 4. Captain Fred Haynes, Operations Officer, 28th Marines, 5th Marine Division. Some days, if we made 100 yards, we were really doing it. On our side, we had to cross corridors. And when you do that, you get enfiladed. At Iwo, it was from the back
the front and both sides. That's why we lost so many people in the north end, particularly in fighting for Hill 362. We attacked every goddamn morning. Fred Haynes, who was 85 in 2006, was a captain and operations officer during the Iwo Jima campaign. He later became a general. When I interviewed him in January 2006, he was one of 3 from the battle who had become a general and was still alive. As an operations officer during the battle, he was involved in day-to-day planning and indeed devised during the battle a strategy that may have saved a great many lives. Haynes joined the 28th Regiment out of Quantico and was never wounded, though he served in 3 different wars. He retired a major general in 1977, after having commanded the 2nd Marine Division at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and the 3rd on Okinawa. In 1958 and 59, he founded the Combat Veterans of Iwo Jima, with a membership of about 7,000 veterans and their families. A little-known blood disorder, hemolytic uremia, hospitalized him from December 2003 to May 2004. He was unable to walk for a year and a half afterward. With his balance uncertain when he did get back on his feet, he fell and suffered compression fractures of 3 thoracic vertebrae, leaving him unable to stand up straight. He was strong and active nonetheless, and got around as well as most on the return to Iwo Jima on March 8, 2006. I was on that trip as well. Captain Fred Haynes received a Bronze Star for his service on Iwo Jima, even though in all 36 days of the battle he never fired a shot. I carried an M1 rifle because I wanted to look as much like a private as I could. The Japanese were very careful about targeting officers. They would bang away at them very quickly. I was on Hill 362 with Lieutenant Colonel R.H. Williams at the peak of that battle early in March. I was right on top of the hill, and the Japanese ran out of a cave, intent on doing bodily harm to us. Williams's runner, Yates, carried a .38 caliber revolver in his shoulder holster. Where he got it, I have no idea. Anyway, I went to shoot this Japanese, pulled the trigger, and nothing happened. So Yates pulled out his .38 and killed him. The body was out in front of the hill. We had another runner with us, and he wanted to shoot this corpse. I gave him my rifle, and he was starting to aim it when Williams told him, and this was an indicator of how we indoctrinated people. Williams said, "God damn it! You don't shoot corpses any time, so put it down." So he did. Then I checked the weapon. There was no ammunition in it. I had gone all the way to that point in the battle without ammunition. I came on active duty with the Marines not long after Pearl Harbor. I had been doing graduate work at Southern Methodist University for a master's in the new science of limnology, the study of inland waterways, now a well-known environmental science. I had actually graduated in June of 1941, and later that year, probably December, I was doing some research in the library stacks, and I saw a book called Fixed Bayonets by John Thomason. He was a captain in the 5th Marines at Belleau Wood and Chateau Thierry. The book is a classic, super good. I took it off the shelf and read it. I made up my mind that if I had to go to war, I'd be a Marine. Colonel Charles Waterhouse, Chapter 12, was similarly inspired by Fixed Bayonets. 2 Marine officers came through our campus to sign up potential graduates. I got on their list and was called to active duty the 1st of February 1942. I went to Quantico with 3 guys from Texas Christian University. All of us had played football. I played freshman ball at SMU before the coach urged me to give it up, and I became a track athlete. I played center and linebacker, and I only weighed 163. Our SMU team played Stanford in the Rose Bowl, January 2nd, 1941. A lot of guys with significant football backgrounds fought at Iwo Jima. Our regimental commander,
Colonel Harry Liversedge had been an All-American tackle at the University of California at Berkeley. Liversedge was one of these guys like Cheney Johnson, Lieutenant Colonel Chandler Johnson. Liversedge always wore his helmet, and he never carried a knapsack. He rarely used leggings. After D-Day, he took his leggings off. He wore a tank officer's shoulder holster and carried a .45. He was one of those guys you need on the battlefield. He was a big man. He weighed about 255, 260. He was 6'3" or 6'4". Even for those days, he was pretty big. He had a kind of loping stride. We called him Harry the Horse. He was a relatively quiet man. Combat Team 28 consisted of 3 infantry battalions, a weapons company, a headquarters company, and the Charlie companies of each of the combat support units, the pioneers, the tanks, the medics, and the engineers, and usually we had the 3rd Battalion of the 13th Marine Regiment, which was an artillery support unit. So we had about 4,000 men. We walked off the island with about 600 when the battle was over. Combat Team 28 landed on Green Beach at H hour. Our initial mission was to cross the narrow neck, about 7 football fields wide, as rapidly as we could, then turn south to assault and seize Suribachi. I was responsible for making sure our boatways were properly organized at the line of departure and dispatched on time to make the assault at 9 o'clock. The first waves, the Amtrak waves, were followed by, as I remember, 2 waves of Higgins boats known as LCVPs. Those were the organized waves. The Navy had patrol craft at both ends of the seaward line of departure, 4,000 yards off Green Beach, and we had a ship-to-shore communications net operating from the command ship. It would indicate when each wave was to be at the line of departure, and then the time, like at 9:05, 9:10, and so forth, that the waves were to leave for the various beaches. There were probably 7 waves ahead of me when I landed. I went ashore about 9:50 with Colonel Bob Williams, who was the regimental executive officer. The last scheduled wave landed about 9:30. The 4th Division was on our right, and on my right was the 27th Marines. They had 2 battalions abreast. We landed in a column of battalions. The 1st Battalion had the immediate mission of getting across the narrow neck. We had an excellent naval gunfire plan, really superior, and we pushed our troops up against the naval gunfire. We even had a few casualties from the gunfire, but not many. The combination of our previous training and the high caliber of the people we had in the 1st Battalion enabled us to cross this narrow 700-yard neck in about an hour and 30 minutes. They really smashed it. Back in California and Hawaii, when we were training, only about 10 of us knew we were going to attack Iwo and Suribachi. We did amphibious landings at Pendleton and San Clemente, and when we got to Hawaii, we went through the whole cycle again before we left for Iwo. We picked a bubble on the slopes of Mauna Kea, about the same height as Suribachi. We took engineer tape, used it to delineate lines where mines had been cleared, and formed the end of Iwo around that bubble. We would line up our troop units by boat team and walk them at the same speed, roughly about 3 miles an hour. And when they came to this tape, each boat team would deploy and follow the maneuver to get across the island, and then the 2nd Battalion would move in on the left. We had excellent, totally realistic training, and while the youngsters didn't know where we were headed, they knew damn well they were going to do something like that. We were just going to go hell for leather straight across. We thought the 1st Battalion was practically ruined by the time they crossed the island, and of course the confusion on the beach as the troops moved inland was incredible. This was far worse than anything I ever experienced in 3 different wars.
It took us about 3 or 4 days to figure out how many we had lost. I think we lost like 300 men out of 3,200 in the regiment on D-Day. I'm one of the few people who lived through this battle without a wound, and who started from scratch with the formation of the regiment and the combat team, and continued with it through the occupation of Japan. Kurabayashi, the Japanese commander, was a really smart general. He waited until our units got on the beach, including Williams and Liversedge, the commander of Combat Team 28. Within minutes, Kurabayashi put all his artillery and heavy mortars on these beaches. It was chaos. But we got in and formed a command group on the beach with Liversedge and Williams. In the very late afternoon, and I'll never understand this, Liversedge said, "You know, we'll have to move to a better place where we can command this unit." So about 100 of us, communicators and all, stood up and walked across the neck, almost halfway to where we could see both beaches, and not a soul was hit. It was not quite dusk, and the next morning the Japanese pinpointed us and dropped a mortar barrage on our command group, killed our regimental surgeon, and blew the legs off one of our uniform correspondents. I had never been in battle before, and I didn't know whether I'd panic or what would happen, but I found out quickly that I didn't flap very easily. About 10:30 we felt that it was absolutely essential to get our 3rd Battalion, which was being held back as a division reserve, back in under our control because a gap in the line had developed. The 1st had crossed the island, the 2nd had turned left, and casualties were very heavy. There was a lot of confusion, and this gap had opened between the right flank of the 2nd and the left flank of the 1st. We told General Rocky, Major General Keller Rocky, the commander of the 5th, it was absolutely essential to get the 3rd in. So we started landing them about 10:40, and they came and filled in the gap. By the close of D-Day, we had all 3 infantry battalions, all of our 37mm guns, and all our 75mm half-tracks, with the exception of one 37 that had been blown up and sunk coming in. The Weasels, small tracked vehicles, were the prime movers for the 37mm guns. The Navy would not allow us to put a Weasel and a gun in the same boat because they said it would overload it. Colonel Liversedge wanted to land 8 37s in the scheduled waves. We persuaded the Navy to let us overload the landing craft, so we devised a means of putting the gun on top of the Weasel so we were able to double the number of 37mm that we got ashore in the initial waves. The 75mm half-tracks were good-sized weapons, and we had trouble getting them off the beach. We got a couple bulldozers and were able to move the half-tracks and a couple tanks that had got stuck. I've never seen anything like that black sand since. It was the consistency of percolator grain coffee, and you'd sink up above your ankles in it. There were 3 terraces or 3 levels of sand on the beach. We got steel mats put down by the close of D-Day, but the beach continued to be just utter confusion. The beach master for the division was a Navy commander who later became the first violinist of the San Diego Symphony. He was really an interesting guy. He's dead now, but he was terrific. He was a no-bullshit type, and he got it done. But how he did it, I'll never know. Our supply system was a little bit different than it had been earlier in the war. We pushed everything up. We didn't wait for somebody to say, "I need more ammunition." We pushed ammunition based on rough calculations, straight on up to the battalions, as quickly as we could. Each amphibian tractor carried a predetermined packet of essentials, like a crate of grenades, 2 boxes of 60mm ammo, and 2 boxes of 81, and about 4 boxes of machine gun belted ammunition. The minute that Amtrak got above the waterline, their instructions were to throw this stuff out on the beach, which they did. And that saved our butt on that first night and the next day, because the Marines all knew they could go back down there and get whatever they needed and get their butts back up there. We were able to dig foxholes about 2 feet deep. This was the middle of the winter in February, and it was in the northern Pacific, and it could have been very, very uncomfortable, but the whole island was a volcano, and once you got down 6 or 8 inches, the temperature was very pleasant. Many of us would dig a little hole and put a can of sea rations in it, and next morning you'd open it up and you'd have warm beans. There was no natural water on the island, and we were quite lucky because our Navy made water aboard ship. The Japanese only had what little they could catch, and it didn't rain very much. By the time we were about a third of the way up the island, they were getting a hard biscuit a day and about a cup of water. Terrible water. In my judgment, the Japanese officers were criminal in continuing this battle. They tortured their own men. These poor bastards got a biscuit and a cup of water a day, and they had to work underground in temperatures of 110 to 120 degrees. As letters from Kurabayashi pointed out, they'd work maybe 10 or 15 minutes and then they'd have to get out, otherwise they'd collapse from heat exhaustion. They were going to die, anyhow, and he told them, "Look, guys, I want you to kill 10 Americans before you die." That was the order. And it looked like for a little while they might be able to do that. It was the only battle in which we lost more than they did. They lost about 21,000, and we had more than 6,000 dead, 19,000 wounded. Prior to the landings, we had asked for 10 days of bombardment, but the Navy said they couldn't do that. We said, "Well, give us 5. Oh, they couldn't do that. So they gave us 3. But the naval bombardment was what got us ashore and across the narrow neck. It saved our butt. The Navy guys were very courageous, and they came in close in gunboats, snuggled right up against the beach, firing directly into the caves on Suribachi. Each of our battalions had a destroyer in support, and the regimental combat team had a cruiser in support. The division had a battleship. There were actually 2 battleships, 5 cruisers, and 9 or 10 destroyers in overall support, and it was effective in the southern third of the island. It was less effective up by the quarry to the north and on the ridge lines. Naval gunfire is a flat trajectory weapon and difficult to use in many places. About all you could use on the ridges and hollows was artillery and mortars. Artillery tubes began to wear out when Combat Team 28 started to fight in the north end of the island. We ordered new tubes, and one of the unfortunate incidents of the war was losing those tubes. They were being delivered by air from Guam, and the wind shifted with the first batch, and we sat there and watched the tubes parachute right in the water. So we had to deal with inaccurate artillery tubes. Many of us thought Cheney Johnson, who commanded the 2nd Battalion, was probably killed by our own artillery. He was blown to smithereens. I think all they found was a piece of his torso and his shoes. Eventually we got new tubes and the artillery became more accurate. Cheney wore a combat fatigue hat. He never wore his helmet. My personal view is that Johnson tripped the detonator on a U.S. aerial bomb dud the Japanese had rigged just north of Hill 362. Captain Naylor, the F Company CO, had warned Johnson not to go into the ravine, but he did and met his demise. But you need a few guys like Johnson, who sort of wander around the battlefield without their helmets and get things done. They become an inspiration to the troops. That was true of Liversedge, who was our combat team commander, and of Williams, who was his exec, and Johnson. Suribachi was captured on the 5th day. We landed on the 19th of February, and the flag went up on the 23rd. The first flag went up at 10:20 a.m. The second and most famous one went up about 2 that afternoon. We didn't pay much attention to the second one because, we were all busy fighting the war, and the big impact was the first flag. You could barely see it, just a little tiny thing. Major Oscar Petros, I was his deputy, and Williams and I went up the mountain shortly after that first flag was raised when the second patrol was getting ready to come up. From the top of Suribachi, Haynes and his group got their first view across the battlefields. We saw the mess on the beach and what we had ahead of us. You could see the real challenge was going to come once we got past the airfields, where we had one hell of a fight. That photo of me was shot while we were taking Hill 362. We had more casualties in 3 days taking 362 and Nishi Ridge than we had taking Suribachi. We lost 250 men a day up here. That's more than a rifle company a day. Boom, boom, boom. Haynes described the landscape around Hill 362 Able in an article for the Marine Corps Gazette in 1953. Northern Iwo was a treeless wilderness of cave-studded, jagged, frequently ill-defined compartments radiating from a central plateau toward the coastal cliffs. The terrain around Hill 362 constituted the right-west one-third of the main cross-island position. It dominated the western side of the island south to Suribachi. That was the meanest fighting, because whereas we could get naval gunfire into vertical sections where all the caves were, here you couldn't do it. We had to depend on infantry guts, just getting up to these places and then cross them. The battle became a slogging thing, almost a depressing proposition, because there had been all the excitement and progress. We took the mountain and put a flag up, and when we went into the line, we fought on the left flank. Progress from midway on was just tiny. Some days, if we made 100 yards, we were really doing it. On our side, we had to cross corridors, and when you do that, you get enfiladed. At Iwo, it was from the back, the front, and both sides. That's why we lost so many people in the north end, particularly in fighting for Hill 362. We attacked every goddamn morning. We'd jump off around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. Wherever Williams went, he always took me. In the evenings, at the end of each day, it was our responsibility to make sure our lines were tied in, particularly with the 5th Division units on our right. I went up to our OP's, observations posts, frequently, and I could see what we were faced with. The proposition I made to Colonel Williams and Liversedge was we should try to form a horseshoe so we could go down these corridors instead of across and avoid the enfilades. So Colonel Liversedge said, "Okay, get yourself an airplane and go look." So I went to Airfield No. 1 and asked the pilot of a Grasshopper, one of these little Piper Cubs, to fly me down the corridors and then back up the corridors from the sea. I told both colonels what I had seen made it seem right. The idea was to hold the line steady and swing the right flank units around to positions from which we could attack down the corridors. Then you're going the length of the corridor instead of across it. And when you did that, instead of going where you got fire from the flanks, like in the case of 362, where we lost a huge number of casualties by fire from the rear because these bastards had caves up here on the south side, and then they had these interlocking caves, underground tunnels, and they came out on this side and they could shoot you in the back. So if you came over the top, you not only got hit from the back and the front, but you got the sides also. There were probably 15 or 20 of these corridors, each 600 to 700 meters long. So the aim was to go up them instead of across. Then you could put machine guns in observation over on both sides, and you could shoot this way and that way, and it was a lot easier. Set up interlocking fields of fire and close off the caves. And that was what we did, ultimately. There's no way you could tell for sure how many casualties we reduced, but whereas we had huge casualties initially, once we started that maneuver, the numbers dropped off. I had no frame of reference from past experience. Nobody did for this kind of thing. This was Really the first time that any of our officers and men had been in anything like this. In fact, nobody did after that either, even though Okinawa was a tough place. Very few Japanese surrendered on Iwo. My combat Team 28 captured a total of 16 prisoners in the 36-day campaign, and all but 2 or 3 had been wounded or were physically incapacitated from lack of food and water. Why were there so few? Were captured Japanese simply shot? We conducted an extensive indoctrination program prior to Iwo in which we made a strong point of the need to take captives. This had to be done with great care because the Japanese were very canny. They'd put hand grenades under bodies of their own people so that when you moved them, the grenades would go off. They also booby-trapped artillery shells, kind of like these guys the jihadists are doing in Iraq. So we urged the men to be very careful in how they took people. Nearly everyone we captured begged to be shot. They begged to be killed. During the interrogation of one prisoner, he said, "You know, as far as the Japanese are concerned, I'm dead," which was another way of saying, I can't come out of the woodwork, I've got to be very careful. It was hard to find any POW who would talk. But I well remember an instance in which a Japanese was buried up to his neck in debris, from an artillery round probably, and he was alive. One of our Japanese language officers gave this guy a cigarette and then very gingerly removed the dirt from around him. He confirmed some of the order of battle information we already had. The most useful intelligence, after we landed, came mainly from our own OPs, our aerial observers, and from documents that we found in a couple of caves in Suribachi. So we had a pretty good idea of what the order of battle was. We also had 2 excellent interrogators who had been to the Japanese language school, and we had a third, John Lloyd, who had been raised in a missionary family on Honshu. He knew Japanese street language. By the time we finished 362, we were not Combat Team 28 anymore. Our leadership was gone. We had only a couple company commanders left. Most of our lieutenants had been either killed or wounded. Many of our NCOs have been killed or wounded, and I liked to say we walked by faith. Casualties in the companies of the 28th were running well above 50% by the evening of March 1st. We just believed in the guy on our right and the guy on our left, and we had been told to do it, and we were going to do it. Do it to the end. Haynes has written his own account of Combat Team 28's ordeal, The Lions of Iwo Jima, published by Henry Holt. Yates, the runner who killed the Japanese when my rifle didn't fire, later had his leg broken by sniper fire and had to be evacuated. He had this damn little black and white terrier, a mascot he called Tig, short for tiger. He smuggled him aboard ship to go to Hawaii and then smuggled him aboard ship to Iwo. Yates was primarily a runner for Williams, and the night before D-Day I was in the wardroom. I couldn't sleep, and neither could Williams. He said to me, "What the hell are we going to do about Yates's dog? We can't take him ashore." And I said, "Well, you know the Navy kids will take care of him, so we can tell Yates to leave him aboard." But I remember saying to Williams, "You know he's not about to do that. He'll smuggle him somehow." And he did. He put the dog in his knapsack and took him ashore. Later, after Yates was wounded and evacuated, we got one of the communicators to take care of Tig, and he lived through the battle. We decorated him with an Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal with 1 star, put it on his collar when we got back to Hawaii. What was the Japanese leadership like? The commander at Iwo, Tadamichi Kurabayashi, had been an attaché in the United States. He was also a cavalryman, and he wrote a song to the horse cavalry. Both he and Lieutenant Colonel Takeichi Baron Nishi, who commanded a Japanese tank unit at Iwo, at various times had indicated that the Japanese were dumb as hell to fight America. Both knew they couldn't beat us. but nobody paid any attention to them. So Kurabayashi ultimately committed harikiri toward the end of March. We know this mainly from intercepted communications. He sent a message on the 14th telling the emperor that he was sorry, but he didn't think he could hold Iwo. We're not sure of this, but we have fairly good evidence of Kurabayashi's death from a Major Hori who was on nearby Chichi-jima during the battle for Iwo. He thought Kurabayashi stuck himself in the gut with a knife and had his aide chop his head off. Nishi dug all of his tanks in and used them as pillboxes on Iwo. Between the 15th and the 20th of March, he got hit in the leg and then committed seppuku. We never found his body. These are things that we found out from the very few Japanese who lived holed up in caves. Kurabayashi's eldest son is still alive. His name is Taro, and he is a member of the upper house in the Japanese Diet. Kurabayashi had 2 daughters, one of whom died of typhoid in Tokyo during a B-29 raid there, and the other became a movie star, believe it or not. His grandson is in the Foreign Service of Japan. What happened to the island after the battle? It provided an emergency landing strip for crippled B-29s returning from attacks on the mainland, for one thing. Haynes described another purpose. Iwo Jima became a critical navigation point for the atom bomb attacks on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Colonel Paul Tibbets, who was in charge of both bombings, had Charles W. Sweeney, the pilot for the Nagasaki bombing, go to Iwo and dig a bomb transfer pit near Suribachi down at the end of the runway. This was so that if Tibbets's plane, the Enola Gay, had trouble, she'd be able to get back to Iwo, come over the transfer pit, and lower the bomb into the pit so he could get another B-29, pick it up, and go finish the mission. Second, 3 B-29s followed Tibbets. One, McKnight's top secret, landed at Iwo as a standby aircraft in case the Enola Gay had trouble en route. Chuck Sweeney and the great artiste and George Marquardt in number 91 flew the entire mission with Tibbets from the Marianas, and they used Iwo as a navigation point. After Tibbets made the drop, they were the ones who did the photography and the radiation checks. And of course, Sweeney then turned around and 3 days later flew the second A-bomb to Nagasaki. What gives the battle for Iwo Jima such lasting significance? First of all, it was the bloodiest and most difficult of any battle that the Marines fought, ever. Even though Okinawa was greater in terms of casualties, it was a battle where 3 Marine divisions and several Army units participated, and the Iwo battle had enormous significance nationwide and worldwide because of the photo of the flag raising taken by Joe Rosenthal. It was a huge boost to morale back in the U.S. People were getting weary of the war. The European war, they were pretty sure was going to come out okay. But here was Iwo, a little tiny goddamn island, 8.5 square miles. Tarawa had been a tiny island, and it had been terribly costly. Peleliu had been costly. The Marianas had been costly. Guam had been costly. The war tolerance in the U.S. was pretty low, so this was a huge boost to the morale in the U.S. The photo epitomized courage, cooperation, patriotism, working together. It had a Navy corpsman in it. You remember, there were 5 Marines and 1 Navy guy. A second feature was this. You can't identify the flag raisers. You can only see a little part of James Bradley's face, hardly enough to recognize him. The others are hidden, and they could all have been unknown if Roosevelt hadn't said, "You've got to bring them back." We didn't know who they were. This was not a posed picture, and it was so symbolic because of where these Marines came from. The guy putting the flag in the ground is Harlan Block, another high school football player from Texas who joined the Marines with all the senior members of his ball team. Bradley was a rural kid from Wisconsin. Ira Hayes was a Pima Indian from one of the poorest tribes. Strank was probably the best of all the group. He was a sergeant, an immigrant who came across as a baby with his parents from Czechoslovakia. His dad was a coal miner, and Strank became a coal miner until he joined the Marines. He was killed, of course. And Gagnon was a Canuck from New Hampshire or Vermont. He's the one you can't see. You can see a hand, I guess. It was a representation of America. The only thing not there is a black. We didn't have black Marines in combat. We had a black duck company that was Army, and we had ammunition and depot companies, most of them black, on the shore party, and they did a lot of the digging of the graves. They were in that last fight, and Harry Martin was given a Medal of Honor. He was killed there.
Fred Haynes, speaking in American Spartans by James A. Warren.
Iwo Jima is the signature battle of the Marine Corps because it epitomizes keeping going in the face of fatigue and an enemy who fought to the death. It epitomizes the Marine Corps' esprit, which is a lot like love. It's impalpable. You cannot touch it. You cannot exactly get your mind round it, but you certainly know it when it's there. Marines trust one another. You have this animating spirit, this belief in the guy on your right and the guy on your left. They've all been through a similar kind of training, and it's tough training done by people who have been in some pretty tight spots. You understand that these guys know their job, and they will cover you and you them. It's a belief, too, that you can't beat us because we're in it until the end, and we're in it together as Marines. You may knock a few of us off, but if you do, watch out. If you kill Marines, one thing is for sure. There will be other Marines coming along soon, and they will keep coming until they find you.
After World War II, Haynes rose to the rank of major, serving as executive officer of an infantry battalion in Korea. As a colonel, he became military secretary to the commandant in 1968. After being promoted to major general, he was given command of the 2nd Marine Division on the East Coast, and in 1973 took command of the 3rd Division in the Western Pacific.
Headquarters had moved from Vietnam to Okinawa, and we did the evacuation of Phnom Penh. Later, I was given command at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and went from there to Washington for my last tour of active duty. I retired January 1st, 1977.
Following retirement, Fred Haynes joined an aerospace firm, and for several years he was a military commentator for CBS News in New York. He is chairman emeritus of the American Friends of Turkey, which later became the American Turkish Council. He also was a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. He and his wife, Bonnie, a TV producer, have 4 children between them from prior marriages. Chapter 5. Corporal Herschel Woodrow Woody Williams, Medal of Honor, 21st Marines, 3rd Marine Division.
Our objective was the first airfield. We didn't hardly move for a day or so. There were bodies everywhere, absolutely, stacked up like cordwood. Just unbelievable.
Woody Williams spoke to me at length from his home in Ono, West Virginia, in early January of 2006. 82 at the time, he said he would never go back to Iwo Jima.
I guess it's an idiosyncrasy. We paid a terrible price for that thing, and if we'd have kept it, I'd have gone back on the first invitation. It was a mistake to give it back to the Japanese. We paid a terrible price, 18,000 wounded plus 6,800 killed, and we should have kept it as a memorial, if nothing else. Now, I just don't want to make that association. I want to remember it as it was. I know it doesn't look anything like it did then. I had no desire to go back. I weighed 3 pounds when I was born, October 2nd, 1923. I don't know how I made it. I was the last and smallest of 11 children. I got all the hand-me-downs. Only 4 boys survived. The flu got them. My folks were in the dairy business, and when I reached 5 years of age, I became subjected to it. This was long before the machines came in, and we milked by hand. My job was to get out to the barn around 5 a.m. with a bucket of soapy water so I could wash the cows' teats before the others got there. We milked 30 to 35 cows on a 68-acre farm. We were about 7 miles out of a town called Fairmont, West Virginia, and all our business was there. So each morning my father or my brothers would take the pickup truck, a Model A Ford, and we would head to town and make house-to-house deliveries. We bottled the milk on the farm in pints and quarts, and of course we had a separator, so if you wanted a quart of pure cream, we could give that to you too. Our milk sold for 7 cents a quart. My job, along with a couple of my brothers, was to ride on the running board, and my father would yell out, 1 quart of milk, or a dozen eggs, or a pound of butter. We'd grab it and run it to the customer's door, gather up the empty milk bottles, and run back to the truck. I went to grade school in a little country community called Quiet Dell in Marion County. It started out as 1 room, but they added a second one eventually, so you'd go from 1st to 4th grade in 1 room and then from 5th to 8th in the other. Then you'd have to go to high school in Fairmont, and of course there was no bus service or anything, so you got to school however you could. The morning milk deliveries made it easy for those of us in high school. We also had evening deliveries, and they'd pick us up and bring us home. Any sports or extracurricular activity was completely out of the picture for us. There was too much to do at home. My father's name was Lloyd Dennis. He died when I was 9 years old. My mother was named Lorena, and everybody called her Rennie. I don't know her background. Maybe we just had some unusual names. One of my brothers was named Nora, and I don't think I've ever met another man with the name Nora. Of course, there was very little money, but we would usually get a dime on Saturday, and we would go to town if we weren't putting up hay or didn't have something else to do. They wouldn't take us, so we'd either walk or hitchhike. A nickel would buy an ice cream cone, and a nickel would get you in the movies. I did not graduate from high school. My brother next to me dropped out and went into the Civilian Conservation Corps in the late 30s. He was making about $21 a month. That was a lot of money then, so I decided I wanted to do the same thing. I dropped out of high school in the 11th grade and went to the CCC. I had the hope they would send me where my brother was, but they sent me to another city, Morgantown. I stayed there 90 days, and then they shipped that whole group of us all the way to Whitehall, Montana. I thought I was clear out of the world. We were building jack fences, barbed wire fences with a post like a tent pole notched at the top. We put barbed wire on each side of them. The purpose was to keep animals off the government reservations. My job was hauling men to the forest who did the cutting and then eventually hauling those pine trees to the mill where they'd be creosoted and notched and turned into fence posts. I was there when Pearl Harbor happened December 7, 1941. A lot of the men enlisted right away. I was still coming up to my 18th birthday. Of course, the Army was in charge of the CCC. They furnished the uniforms, did all the medical treatment, did all the chow. We worked under civilians off the base, contract people who supervised the road building or fences or whatever. So a lot of these CCC fellas went straight into the Army right after Pearl Harbor was hit. I wasn't 18 yet, so I requested my discharge from the CCs and came home. I wanted to go in the Marine Corps. I did not want to go in the Army. Why? During the time I was 12 or 13, we had 2 fellows that had gone into the Marine Corps from Quiet Dell. Of course, everybody knew everybody, and most people were related. I had 1 aunt and 5 uncles in the area and first cousins by the dozens, but these 2 guys had gone on active duty in the Marine Corps. At that time, you had to enlist for 6 years, and they would get a 30-day furlough once a year. They would come home in their dress blues. The Marine Corps was trying to make a name for itself so it could attract people. These 2 guys were tall, very polite, just really squared away with spit-shine shoes and all that stuff. We kids would hang around and go with them wherever they would let us. They'd tell us these great, big, wild stories, probably most of them not true. It was good entertainment anyway. But I decided, apparently in my subconscious, if I ever became a military person, that was what I was going to be. That's all I knew. We didn't see any other military people. I went home to enlist in Fairmont right after my 18th birthday in October 1942. My mother did not want to sign for me. My father was already deceased, and I was the last of the Mohegans. I was still the baby, you know how that is. But I went to enlist anyway, to the Marine Corps office in Fairmont sometime in November. I filled out a piece of paper and took it up to the Marine sitting at the desk, and I handed that paper to him, and he kind of looked me up and down and said, "We can't take you." He hadn't even looked up on papers. I said, "How come?" He said, "You're not tall enough. You got to be 5 feet 8 or better. We can't take you." So I went home. I decided if I couldn't go in the Marine Corps, I wasn't going anywhere. So I went home and back to farming. But then, after the first of the year in 1943, the Marine Corps did away with that height requirement and began taking little runs like me. I was 5 feet 6 and weighed 135 pounds, but I was muscular. I'd worked on a farm all my life. That recruiting sergeant had kept my paper, and he looked me up, and then in May of 43 I went in. I had really enlisted before that, but they put me on a waiting list because so many people were going in that Parris Island couldn't handle them all. So when my number came up, they sent me to Charleston to catch a train. I thought we were going to Parris Island, but they couldn't handle any more recruits. They had big tent cities, and guys who were there told me there was mud clear to your hip pockets. Anyway, they started a troop train down in Georgia or Florida and came up through the southern states picking up people. They picked up 6 of us in Charleston, and we went all the way to California. So, I'm a Hollywood Marine. Training was tough. There were times I was laying out there in the mud or dust, dirty, thirsty, and bone-weary, and I thought I might not get through it. But I never thought about quitting. They could kill me, but I wasn't going to quit. After basic, I went to a place called Jacques' Farm, a tank farm at Camp Pendleton where they taught advanced infantry training with tanks. I didn't get into demolition until I went overseas. A 10-day furlough did not give him enough time to go home following training, so Williams wrote his sweetheart, Ruby Meredith, that their wedding would have to wait until after the war. "I wouldn't marry her," he said, in an earlier interview with West Virginia writer Wayne Sheets. "I did not know if I'd be coming back, and I didn't want to saddle her with that kind of burden." He also told Sheets how he devised a way to evade the censors and let Ruby know where he was by employing the first letter of each paragraph to spell out his location. His first overseas base was New Caledonia. By the time I'd written enough to disguise my code, I'd written a letter the size of the Sears Roebuck catalog, and my next assignment was Guadalcanal. He learned later from a censor that many other servicemen had used the same system. They shipped us to New Caledonia as a replacement group, where hundreds of Marines were sorted out and sent to the various divisions as replacements. I got sent to Guadalcanal to join the 21st Marines, 3rd Marine Division, which at that moment was on Bougainville. The 1st Division had captured Guadalcanal. Bougainville was the first campaign of the 3rd. They'd been to New Zealand, shipped to Guadalcanal, and now they were up in Bougainville. We were going to go up there, but those guys did us a favor and secured the island before we could leave. We joined them when they came back to the canal, and that's when I got into flamethrower demolition. We trained there till June of 1944. I was a Browning automatic rifleman previously, before they sent me to this demolition flamethrower school. The guy who took my place on the bar got killed when we got to Guam. So if I had stayed with the bar, you wouldn't be talking to me, unless you got a line direct to heaven. We had a bonsai one night, and they overran his outpost and got him. We went to Guam July of '44. It was our first action, jungle-type fighting after we got off the beach. The jungles were very thick. You just had to beat or cut your way through. You didn't see the enemy until after you'd killed him. But one of the memorable things, there were thousands of frogs on Guam. It rained a lot on Guam, and the shell craters were full of water, and there would just be hundreds of frogs in those shell craters. At night, those things would move, and of course, to a scared Marine, he thought it was the Japanese. I expect we wasted more ammunition on frogs than we did on the Japanese. Whatever noise happened, we shot at it. When we hit the beach, we picked up our flamethrowers, but we didn't need them after the initial invasion, so they stayed in headquarters company. You were a rifleman again. We had M1s. They issued me a .45, which I carried on my hip, and a carbine, but as soon as I could find an M1 that somebody had dropped, or lost, or belonged to a guy who had been wounded, I threw the carbine away and got me that M1. I couldn't hit the side of a house with that carbine. I didn't like it. I'd always pick up an M1 and take that with me.
Along with maneuvering the flamethrower, demolitions consisted of learning how to set fuses and fling satchel charges.
We also used a lot of pole charges, about a 10-foot 2x2 piece of lumber, or anything else you could find. Marines always improvise some way. If you haven't got it, you make it or steal it. Instead of carrying the satchel, you'd tape or fashion or tie the satchel charge to the end of a pole so that once you burned out a pillbox, then you could run up and stick the pole charge through the aperture of the pillbox and blow it up, rather than have to go up there and try to stuff a satchel charge in there by hand. Or you'd take a pole charge and stick it down a cave. You're more accurate that way than you were just throwing it. Most of the explosive was composition C2. We did use a lot of quarter-pound blocks of TNT when we didn't have C2, which was very secure. You could shoot through a composition C2 and it wouldn't go off. A blasting cap fastened to the C2 would make it go off. The fuse set off the blasting cap. They issued the flamethrower operator an assistant because somebody has to carry all his gear. He can't carry a pack and ammunition and all that other stuff. The fellow who became my assistant was from Floyd, Montana. With my having been in Montana, we had little rapport with each other. He was 6'6". Now I'm 5'6", and he's 6'6", and he carried everything I couldn't. My canteen, my roll pack, and everything else. His name was Vernon Waters, and he was my assistant when we got to Guam. He was still my assistant on Iwo, and we lost him there. We stayed at Guam after capturing it and continued to train for jungle-type warfare. Then we got notice we were going someplace new. The whole division was boarding ship. Once we got aboard, they brought out this mock-up on a piece of board that showed the island of Iwo Jima. Looked like a pork chop. That's when they told us where we were going. The 4th and 5th Division would be the primary force. We were in reserve. We'd probably never even get off ship. We'd probably be gone for 4 or 5 days, and then we would come back to Guam. Well, you know intelligence. It's not always good intelligence. The 4th and 5th went ashore February 19th, Williams told Wayne Sheets. On the 20th, somebody decided more Marines were needed. At 3 in the morning of February 20th, we offloaded on the Higgins boats. My scariest moment was getting off that ship by rope ladder. There was no light, and we were carrying a backpack that weighed 60 or 70 pounds, and we had to go down that rope ladder, 40 or 50 feet. I knew if I fell into the water, it would be the end of me. I couldn't swim. We stayed in the Higgins boats and Amtraks all day long. Everybody was sick, either from seasickness or because the guy next to you vomited all over you. Conditions were beyond description. There was no room for us on the beach. Units there were pinned down, suffering unbelievable losses, and couldn't move inland. About 10 that night, they took us back aboard our ship. They gave us some food, and everyone collapsed and slept wherever they were. At 3 the next morning, we did it all over again, aiming for Red Beach. Fortunately, most of the group I was with were in Amtrak's, Williams told me. They hit the beach and stopped, because those things couldn't go on that volcanic sand. They just bogged down. You got off when the front ramp dropped. Trying to walk or run in that volcanic ash was like trying to move on a floor covered with BBs. You couldn't get any traction, and there was no cover. The enemy was firing straight across the ground, and there was nothing to stop the bullets. If you tried to dig a hole, the sides caved in. The only protection was shell holes that had been blasted in the ash. There'd be 6 or 10 guys in each crater. Williams said he did not know how he conquered his fear. I had a job to do, and I suppose I got so wrapped up in it I didn't have time to think. I knew deep down there was a power greater than I was. I didn't know what it was, but I prayed to it lots of times. Many years after I left the Marine Corps, I came to realize that power was God Almighty, and that He alone had the power to save a life. Mine. When I was going after the pillboxes, I absolutely thought that I would die. Williams's C Company, 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, consisted of 279 men when it hit the beach on February 21st. By March 5th, 13 days later, only 17 were left. Because of the tremendous losses in men and equipment suffered by the 4th and 5th Divisions, our division became the spearhead. Our job was to punch a hole in the Japs' line of defense, mostly pillboxes, so the tanks and personnel carriers could come ashore and start inland. Our objective was the first airfield. We didn't hardly move for a day or so. There were bodies everywhere, absolutely stacked up like cordwood, just unbelievable. And the airfield, of course, had been bombed and strafed and bombed until there was nothing left except shell craters and the pillboxes I got involved in. Somebody reported later there were about 800 of them in the area where we were headed. Those pillboxes had a deadly field of fire over that airfield. You just run from one shell crater to another, and if you made it, you felt pretty lucky. That's all the protection you had. Then, on the 23rd, of course, the flag went up. We were still on the beach at that point. I didn't know what was going on. I guess I had my head under the sand about as far as it'd go. People around me started yelling and screaming and jumping up and down and firing their weapons, and for a few seconds I couldn't tell what in the world was going on. And then I looked up and saw Old Glory flying above Mount Suribachi, so I just joined and fired mine too. I jumped up and down and screamed. It was about that time the CO asked me if I thought I could do anything with the pillboxes that had us stymied. I was in Headquarters Company, C Company, and when I hit the beach, I had 6 flamethrower and demolition people with me. Each had an assistant like Waters, so there were 12 of us. But by the 23rd, they'd either all been killed or wounded, and we hadn't used a flamethrower up until that point. My job primarily was to keep them supplied with demolition and flamethrowers as they needed them. I had not had any occasion up until then to use any demolition or flamethrowers. Since I was a corporal and all the other guys are PFCs or privates, I'm the man in charge, and I was acting sergeant. We were all called to a meeting in a big shell crater. We had tried and tried to get across that airfield and get through those pillboxes, but we had been kicked back every time. Pillboxes surrounded the airfield, and they were self-protecting with what I call interlocking fields of fire. You couldn't get to one without exposing yourself to the others. So the CEO, Captain Beck, asked if I thought I could do anything about some of those pillboxes. Somebody else said later, I told him, I'll try. I had no idea what I said. So he assigned me 2 barmen and 2 riflemen, and I picked up the flamethrowers and started knocking some of them out. The bar and riflemen would cover me as I went from crater to crater until I reached the point where I had to crawl. You could only run from one place to another for so long, and when you get so close, you got to get down and crawl on your belly. If you raise up, somebody's going to get you. We were using a mixture of high-octane gasoline and diesel fuel, so if you fired the thing into the air and you had any air blowing towards you, it'd burn all the hair off your arms and eyebrows. It would kick back at you, and so we fired in 2 or 3 second bursts and rolled the flame on the ground. It would roll across the ground 20 to 25 yards, depending on terrain, and right into a pillbox. We had quit using what we now call napalm. Back in those days, it was called phosphorus gel because it had phosphorus in it and it stuck to whatever it hit. But it was a single stream. You only had about 7 seconds of fuel and you'd fire it, and by the time you got on target, you've already shot up everything you had. We didn't like it. The guy in charge and the rest of us came up with this mixture of diesel fuel and high-octane gasoline. It burned about 3,400 degrees Fahrenheit, and it wouldn't burn a body up, but it would catch your clothes all on fire and take all the oxygen out of the air. That's what the enemy died of, suffocation. You had to get within about 20 yards of a pillbox with machine gun bullets kicking up around and everything else. I don't know how I lived. I have no idea. I was just reading this morning somewhere in an interview that I had where I mentioned these thoughts come and go, and some of what happened that day I never have remembered. But at one point I do remember I was in a ditch. They had ditches that connected so they could go from one pillbox to another and still stay below. I was crawling up one of those ditches, and they were shooting at me with an ambu, Japanese machine gun, and the bullets were ricocheting off my flamethrower. It was just like a jackhammer, you know. I guess I had sense enough to know if I backed up, I'm going to get in trouble. So I went forward, and when I got forward, I was at a point where he couldn't lower his guns far enough down to get me. So I got him. He was in a pillbox. You had to hit the aperture. The fireball is probably 20 foot in diameter, so it's a great big ball of flame. It would roll clear over the pillbox, but a lot would penetrate the aperture, giving you time to get up there and throw a satchel charge or a pole charge and blow the pillbox up. I've jokingly said over the years those Marines back at headquarters apparently didn't like me because not a one of them ever volunteered to bring me a full flamethrower. I had to go back and get them myself, each time. When it's empty, you just roll out of it and go back and get you another flamethrower and go back again. I got 7 pillboxes with 6 flamethrowers. How many in each one? I have no idea. I guarantee you I wasn't counting, but somebody reported in some piece of literature that there were 21 Japanese in those 7 pillboxes. I never got a scratch that day. One time, the men in one pillbox came out and came running straight at me. I don't know whether they had run out of ammunition or whether they had decided that as a group they could get me. As they came running toward me, with their rifles and bayonets poised, they ran straight into the fire from my flamethrower. As if in slow motion, they just fell down. I was out there alone. Waters was back taking care of the flamethrowers, and the riflemen were laying down fire. One of the four was my pole charge man, so once I got the thing burned out, he would grab a pole charge and run forward with that and blow the thing up. He survived. His name was Schlager. I don't remember his first name. That was February 23rd, exactly the same day the flag went up. I lost 2 Marines there that day who were giving me protection. And when I wear the Medal of Honor, which I do on many special occasions, and I'm giving a talk, I make a point that the medal really does not belong to me. It really belongs to those guys, because they gave their lives. I do not recall their names. I got wounded March 6th, a leg wound from shrapnel. I've always said it was a piece of our own. I still have it. I was really behaving myself at the point. I was in a foxhole that somebody else had dug. It was very shallow, and I couldn't get my body in it. I got my upper body in, but my knees were doubled up in the air, and a piece of shrapnel come along and caught me just above the left knee. I called for a corpsman because I didn't know how really severe it was. He came and pulled the shrapnel out and gave it to me. He bandaged me up, gave me some morphine, and put sulf on it and said, "I'm going to write a ticket and get you safely back." And I said, "I'm not going back." At that point, Vernon was still living. I said, "I'm not going back." And he said, "Well, I put a ticket on you. You have to go back." And I said, "You better take it off me or I'll just tear it off. I'm not going." So he said, "Okay, if you're that stupid." He just let me go. And a few hours after that, Vernon was out in front of me. He was also just a rifleman at that point. And the Japanese fired what they called a knee mortar. It came over a ridgeline and hit him smack dab in the center of the helmet. Never knew it hit him. After we got through the pillbox area, I was more of a rifleman than a flamethrower for the rest of the campaign. The next big flamethrower operation was right at the end, probably the 34th day. We had reached the other shore, and we were down in beach area securing the place, and they captured a Japanese who supposedly said there was a cave containing 300 Japanese. It was on the side of a hill that went down to the ocean. My CO asked me to seal that cave. As a rifleman, I'm still carrying 2 satchel charges on each shoulder. They were like satchels that you would carry to school, canvas bags with a strap on it, and you'd just hang them over your shoulder and take off. They weighed 8 pounds each. There were 8 blocks of composition C2 in each one. They gave me some rifle protection so I could advance, throw the satchel charges in, and blow it up. It was a huge hole. Big. They got to shooting, and I'm getting my satchel charge, and I put only a 10-second fuse on it because I wanted it to explode pretty quickly, because I don't want them to throw it back at me. So I ran up to the cave and threw the thing like you were throwing a softball, a big underhand throw. I sailed that thing into the entrance of the cave and ran back on the beach, and just as I hit the deck, I heard a pop, and it didn't explode. The cap went off, but it had drawn dampness and didn't have enough power to set the explosive off. So I prepared the second one, and we went through it a second time. I threw it in there and ran back as hard as I could run, and I didn't even get to the deck that time because I had shortened the fuse a little bit, and it popped. So I knew I had to have some new caps. The CO sent me back to headquarters for a new box of caps, and I came back and prepared a third charge. I went up there and throwed it in, and boy, when it went off that time, it set the other charges off, just lifted the side of that hill off the mountain and sealed the cave. We never knew whether there was anybody in there or not. The island was declared secure on March 27th. We came off Iwo April 1st and went back to Guam. When we got back, the interesting thing, at least to me, was they had changed the whole method of training. We had been jungle fighting before. Now we're going to go street fighting. Scuttlebutt was running around, we're going to Tokyo. They'd built up some false front buildings with windows and doors in 'em and a street between two houses. They were training us how to get through a window, how to go through a door, how to approach a house, that kind of stuff. We knew we were going to a city. We didn't know where. So the dropping of the atom bomb ending the war was a big relief. You know, your averages do run out. And with 250,000 civilians the Japanese had trained, women, children 12 and up, with every kind of a weapon you could think of, an axe or sharpened bamboo or whatever, they were going to fight us to the last person. So I'm not sure my number wouldn't have come up. I was on Guam when I was ordered back. The first sergeant said General Erskine had requested my presence in his office, and of course, as a lowly corporal, you go quickly. He congratulated me. I was going to be sent back and recommended for a medal. He never did tell me it was the Medal of Honor, and even if he had, I don't think it would have meant a thing. I didn't know it existed.
Williams was flown to Hawaii, where he was given a seat on a plane load of prisoners of war returning from camps in Japan. A seat came open when one of the prisoners died.
Those people did not even look human. I'll never forget that as long as I live. It was just unbelievable, the condition of those Marines right out of prison camps in Japan. Some of them had weighed 160 or 180 pounds, and now they were down to 80 or 90 pounds. They just looked like a skeleton with skin drawn over it.
He went home from San Francisco by train to Fairmont, where he picked up his mother, Rennie, and his girl, Ruby, and went on to the White House, where he and 12 other veterans, 3 Navy and the rest of the Marines, received the Medal of Honor out on the lawn from President Harry Truman on October 5th, 1945.
There were at least 4 from Iwo, myself and Jack Lucas and George Wahlen, a corpsman.
Chapter 16.
They're still living. Of course, my mother wasn't scared, but I was. I think I was more scared there than I was on Iwo.
Woody and Ruby got married 12 days after he received the medal. They were to have 2 daughters and 5 grandsons. He left the Corps that November and in January went to work for the Veterans Administration, where he stayed 33 years, looking after veterans from West Virginia.
In 1962, my life changed because God took hold of me and turned me and headed me in some other direction, and I became a lay speaker for the Methodist Church. If a preacher is on vacation or gets ill, we replace him.
He became chaplain of the Congressional Medal of Honor Society in 1986, replacing Desmond Doss, and served into 2005 when Woody stepped down. He was active throughout in the Marine Corps League, serving as commandant and in other capacities. He also served the veterans of foreign wars and the American Legion, and helped raise money for scholarships for the children of slain Marines or League members who had died. Woody also raised and trained horses for 30 years, first Morgan's and then American Saddlebred. A grandson took over when Williams grew too old to continue.
West Virginia has the record of having more people per capita serve in the armed forces than any other state. It's always been a very patriotic group of people. For whatever reason, few West Virginians were involved in the Civil War. The line goes right through us, north and south. But patriotism has always been one of the high watermarks of West Virginia. Many cities put on tremendous parades for Veterans Day and Armed Forces Day. Every year I'm invited to speak. In fact, dating from the Civil War, West Virginia has had 68 of her sons receive the Medal of Honor. I'm the last one left. If I could write my own epitaph, it would probably say, "Here lies Woody Williams, who loved people and the United States of America."
Medal of Honor citation. For conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty as demolition sergeant serving with the 1st Battalion, 21st Marines, 3rd Marine Division, in action against enemy Japanese forces on Iwo Jima, Volcano Islands, on 23 February 1945. Quick to volunteer his services when our tanks were maneuvering vainly to open a lane for the infantry through the network of reinforced concrete pillboxes, buried mines, and black volcanic sands, Corporal Williams daringly went forward alone to attempt the reduction of devastating machine gun fire from the unyielding positions. Covered only by 4 riflemen, he fought desperately for 4 hours under terrific enemy small arms fire and repeatedly returned to his own lines to prepare demolition charges and obtain serviced flamethrowers, struggling back, frequently to the rear of hostile emplacements, to wipe out one position after another. On one occasion, he daringly mounted a pillbox to insert the nozzle of his flamethrower through the air vent, killing the occupants and silencing the guns. On another, he grimly charged enemy riflemen who attempted to stop him with bayonets and destroyed them with a burst of flame from his weapon. His unyielding determination and extraordinary heroism in the face of ruthless enemy resistance were directly instrumental in neutralizing one of the most fanatically defended Japanese strongpoints encountered by his regiment, and aided vitally in enabling his company to reach its objective. Corporal Williams's aggressive fighting spirit and valiant devotion to duty throughout this fiercely contested action sustain and enhance the highest traditions of the United States Naval Service. Harry S. Truman, President of the United States. Part 2. Iron Mike's Posse. I met Glenn Buzzard, Dominic Tutelo, and Pete Santoro at a drill instructors reunion in 2004, when I went down to Parris Island, South Carolina, to do research for a book about the place. That was where I met Iron Mike Mervosh, a veteran of Iwo Jima, who had also served 2 tours as a drill instructor at Parris Island. Neither Glenn nor Dominic nor Pete had served on the drill field, so why were they there? They all had been in the 4th Marine Division, had served at Iwo Jima, and had known Mervosh back then, so the drill instructors reunion offered them a chance to get together as well. Mike lived in California, Glenn in Ohio, Dominic in New Jersey, and Pete in Massachusetts. They doted on Mike, who was profiled in The Few and the Proud, a book about drill instructors that grew out of my visits to Parris Island and the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego, the 2 places where Marine recruits are trained. Mervosh saw combat in 3 wars, holding every enlisted rank from private to sergeant major over a 35-year career. He was the 4th Division middleweight champion until wounds suffered on Saipan and Iwo Jima ended his boxing career. He holds Navy Commendation Medals for action on Iwo Jima, in Korea, and in Vietnam, a Bronze Star for action in Korea, and 3 Purple Hearts. He served more than 19 years as a sergeant major in battalion, regiment, brigade, station, base, and division. His last assignment before retiring on September 1st, 1977, was Fleet Marine Force Pacific Sergeant Major, the largest field command in the Marine Corps, over 80,000 Marines. I found Buzzard, Tutelo, and Santoro to be sensitive, self-effacing, thoughtful men whose stories deserved to be told. They're not really a posse, of course. They're just 3 old pals, each of whom knew Mike on Iwo Jima, and who got acquainted and became friends as a result of attending reunions in the years long after the war. Chapter 6. Corporal Glenn Buzzard, Machine Gunner, 24th Marines, 4th Marine Division, 2 Purple Hearts. Well, I didn't have to shave. I wasn't old enough. I spoke with Glenn Buzzard several times over a period of months. We met at a few different reunions, and I visited him and his wife Nidra at their home in Ohio. One time he told me how Pretty Boy Floyd, the notorious bank robber and killer, had been shot to death on October 22nd, 1934, by the authorities on the farm across the road from his father's place in East Liverpool, Ohio, just 2 months before Glenn himself came there to live with his dad. Floyd's car had run out of gas, and he walked a short distance and came up and asked this older couple for a meal. Back in them days, they would feed you. Floyd wanted a ride to Columbiana and was talking to the couple about it when the authorities got wind of where he was at and surrounded the place, Glenn recalled. He went out the window and down past the corn crib and the barn, and that's why them two buildings were all shot up. And then he got out into the field, and they finally hit him and got him down, and then, according to what I hear, they didn't give him any sort of a chance, just kept shooting at him while he was laying there on the ground. They wasn't going to take any chances. My dad was home working, and he heard gunfire and a hell of a commotion. By the time he got over there, they wouldn't let nobody around, naturally. But then they brought his body right up to the edge of the road to be picked up. They drug it up there, and he was laying there on the ground, my dad said, riddled with Tommy guns. He was a modern-day Robin Hood, is the way it's been put. He had killed people, no question. Glenn Buzzard was born in Chester, West Virginia on December 15, 1925. His mother died in childbirth just before he turned 5. There were 2 other boys, and his father was a bit of a hellraiser, as Glenn put it, so an old maid named Nancy Lee Conkle took him home to live with her in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania in the spring of 1931. His older brothers, Arnett and Arrett, were taken in by others. People didn't keep track, Glenn recalls. Today, you couldn't get away with that. But back in them days, people farmed kids out and everybody was happy. Nobody stuck their nose in it. I know it's far-fetched. The Depression was on, and Dad had to move out of his farm. Dad was a wild fellow. He'd get out and get in fights. He was pretty rowdy. He had moonshine. But he never mistreated us kids. Nancy had a place across from my dad's, but she just came down in the summertime. She had a big old Buick, big wooden steering wheel on it. She was just a little person. She'd sit and look out through the steering wheel. She and my dad knew each other. Maybe he farmed some of her property. They was just friends. She was a business person, as they called her, and never had been married. My mother died in November when I was 4, and I turned 5 December 15. Because he knew the authorities would be coming out in connection with her death, Dad got rid of the moonshine still he kept upstairs. He kicked out the back of the gable end of the house and dumped everything, sour mash and all, out there to the chickens and the pigs and the ducks. He had to dismantle the whole still. I don't remember that personally, but my brother Arnett is 87 this February of 2007. He's still got a real good mind, and I went out of my way to ask him questions. He said the pigs were wallowing around drunk. I was with Nancy till I was 13, about 8 years. I'd come down in summertime and stayed for a week with my dad or with her relatives in Chester. I went to school in Canonsburg. She was associated with the W.D. Wade Company and sold women's clothes out of the back of her car. She would go to Pittsburgh and buy the stuff wholesale. I remember she had big suitcases full of jewelry, men's jewelry, watch fobs. Those were a big seller. Stick pins, sleeve garters. That's how she made a living. She'd buy everything by the dozen and go door to door, sell one at a time. She had magazines, books, and cloth samples. Corsets was a big one back then.
I delivered stuff for her after school, and on weekends I'd run clear across town. She kept her table completely set for 8 people at all times. Knives and forks and everything lay in just so. And what she done, she lay back one corner of it, and we eat there every day. On Sunday, I had to go to church. I wasn't allowed out to play because it was the Sabbath. She was strict about that. Long dresses was in, naturally, and she went up a step-ladder to get up into the cupboard. I think it was my birthday in December, and she got her heel in her dress and pulled herself off that ladder. She went to the hospital, probably there for a couple of weeks. I was home alone going to school. Cannonsburg wasn't a big town. Everybody knew everybody. You didn't lock your doors or nothing. There was only 2 police. Addis was the chief, and Haney was his assistant. He was a little short feller and wore those knicker pants with big black leather boots, and he rode that motorcycle all over town. Down below Cannonsburg was a children's home, Morganza. Haney come out on his motorcycle and said, "You know, they're coming to get you in the morning to take you to Morganza. Don't you have a father somewhere?" I said, "Yeah, down in Chester, West Virginia." So he took me and my dog Spanky back down to the station and put me to bed up on the fire truck on them hoses. And then he called Chester and got Doc Lyons, the chief of police in Chester. It was the dead of winter, and Doc Lyons walked up Middle Run Road to Cunningham's house. He knew Cunningham, and my dad knew each other. My dad was at work in Weirton, West Virginia, in the mill, but Leonard Cunningham was a good friend of my brother Junior, and he says, "I'll go get him. I know where it is." So he did, in the middle of the night. He brought me down there, and I went right with my dad. It sounds complicated, but that was how things played out. I was in 8th grade, and my dad had remarried and had 3 more children, and me and my stepbrother would ride this red horse, a gelding named Charlie, to Clarkson's school and then tie its head up so it couldn't bend down to eat and let it loose. It'd go back to the farm, and Dad would work it all day. Then we'd walk home 4 or 5 miles after school. I quit school at 15 and went to work in a pottery, carrying molds. I was running around, and I got my first car, a Model A Ford truck. It would pull Logan's Hill in high gear. That's how you could tell if it was a good vehicle. I didn't have to double clutch to get over, neither. I gave $150 for it. Everybody older than me was going to the service, and I was partying and getting in at 2 o'clock and having to go to work at 6, and I got tired of that. So one day I just went to Pittsburgh and enlisted. There's a local football player who joined the Marines and got shot up on Guadalcanal. I suppose that had some influence on my decision to join the Marines. Anyway, I took my old Ford truck and went to Pittsburgh, found a post office building, enlisted on Monday, and they said, "Come back up on Tuesday with my birth certificate and papers signed by my dad and the chief of police, and you'll go right straight to Parris Island." It was August of '42. My age, which was 16, never come up. Monday they gave me some physical and stuff, and everything seemed to be okay. Only thing was, I was humiliated to death because I never wore undershorts. The only time my age came into play, I was in boot camp on Parris Island, and the drill instructor, his room was right at the end of our big, long wooden barracks. He called me into his room. I'm sure he wasn't too polite about it, but anyway, he just said, "Do you want to get out of the Marine Corps?" I said, "Nope." He said, "Okay, go back to your bunk." I suppose they had to ask that question to keep it legal, because somebody had found it out. I started boot camp in August, took the train to Yamasee. We got off there, got in them trucks. It was dark. Like they always say, dead of night. You had to stand up on the trucks. Once they got you in, it was so crowded, you didn't need worry about falling over. Boot camp didn't bother me much. I didn't have to shave. I wasn't old enough. I was underage, but also, having the farm background, I was probably in better shape than most of them there. I was 6 foot, and I weighed 144 pounds. I probably knew more from my age than most kids that had a mother and father did. We had a lot of boys from New York and West Virginia. They didn't get along at all. There's always a lot of trouble in our platoon. Consequently, when 2 guys got into a fuss, we all had to pay for it. When we got out of boot camp, we went straight to New River. We had rifles at Parris Island, but we did not get to fire them until we got to New River at Hadnot Point, all part of Camp Lejeune now. We trained with Springfields at Parris Island, but when we went to the range, they gave us M1s. We lived in tents. We trained, and they built us up, and when they had enough people, they called us the 1st Separate Battalion. Mike Mervosh was in it, too. We got 6 days furlough, and when we came back, they put us on a troop train to Camp Pendleton. Then they brought other outfits in, and in the spring of '43, we became the 4th Marine Division. When they had enough battalions, they'd make a regiment, and then it takes 3 regiments to make a division. The 23rd, 24th, and 25th regiments became the 4th Marine Division. A platoon contained about 45 men, a company had 250, a battalion contained 1,100, and the regiment accounted for 3,300, or 3 battalions. There were 20,000 men in a division. Plus there were headquarters companies, artillery, mortars. We were in machine guns. We didn't even train with the riflemen until we went on maneuvers. Then we fit in because that was the way you were going to fight. That's how I got to know people in A Company, B Company, and C Company. We had 3 platoons in D Company, which was a weapons company. They would take the 1st platoon in D Company, put it with A Company machine guns. 2nd platoon, B Company. I was in the 3rd platoon, and we'd go to C Company. Next time we went out, they'd maybe put us in a different company. That's how I got to know those guys. But after Roy and Namor, they got so low on officers they couldn't shift us around. So they changed that. Put 1st platoon in A Company and so on. I was in C Company from then on. You had 4 squads in a platoon, 2 sections, a gun in each squad. So that's 4 heavy water-cooled machine guns and 4 light machine guns. You use the light air-cooled machine gun in the daytime. Then at night you set up your air and your water-cooled machine gun and you'd cross your fire. Set up interlocking fields of fire in a solid wall right down the line. The heavies had a big water case. We trained with them a lot. We had carts to pull them on. The gun weighed 91 pounds, and we used it strictly at night. It was always right behind you on a Jeep or something. We carried the air-cooled guns and had Browning automatic rifles, the next best firepower. You needed firepower. That was the name of the game. The bar, the BAR, was lighter than our light machine gun, but it was a damn good weapon. It was part of the rifle platoon. They let us fire the machine gun from the hip. It would work, and I did it. You had to have an asbestos glove, which they gave you. We'd tape that asbestos glove right on that barrel, and then we wouldn't lose it. Then you'd put an ammunition belt around your neck and tie it onto that gun. The worst thing was, you couldn't put a whole belt through it because you couldn't control the belt feeding into it. So you cut the belts, which were canvas. The .50 calibers have metal belts. We cut it to maybe 30 shots. You only fired when you really needed it. I was a machine gunner all the way through. I never carried anything else. We had side weapons. They tried shotguns and they tried carbines. The shotgun was a good weapon because it scattered, especially in jungle, but was hard to keep clean, and the shells were paper, so when they'd get wet they'd swell up and wouldn't go in the chamber. When I became a machine gunner, I needed a sidearm. They came out with .45s, but they didn't have enough, so they give them to the squad leaders. Junior, my brother Eric, sent me a .38 through the mail, along with a Bible. The .38 had no grips. It was up in the attic, just laying up there, a 6-shot Smith & Wesson. I knew it was there, and I asked him for it. I was on Liberty somewhere, and I bought an old black holster for it. I had to get special permission to carry it. You pert near had to be in combat because I couldn't wear it with my dress uniform, any way, shape, or form. I must have bought the ammo for it in Hawaii. They were lead bullets, which would splatter, which was good. It didn't have no handle grips, and I made a pair of wooden ones and taped them on. I carried it through all my campaigns. The first time I used it was in Saipan on a bonsai attack when a Japanese tripped over my machine gun in the dark. Needless to say, somebody killed him. I don't know whether I did or not. I fired at him with that .38. I know I had it going at him because it was close quarters. I couldn't get the machine gun on him, but whether I or somebody else did it, I kind of thought maybe I did it, but then it's nothing to brag about, taking a man's life. They was there just like we were. Probably didn't know any more than we did. Anyway, that's life. That's the way wars are. People that know everything ain't in the war. They're sitting back somewhere. I was wounded later that night in a mortar attack. Somebody took the .38 off me because I had to go back to the beach next day on an ammunition truck to get patched up. It was in my back and shoulder blade area, but it was pretty well cauterized. Adrian DeWitt from New York somewhere pulled that shrapnel out. It was long, about an 8-inch sliver, and it was spent to a good degree. Otherwise it would have took my shoulder off. Another thing saved me on that one was my poncho. It was all tore up, so it took a lot of the shrapnel down in the kidney area. But I did get my .38 back. For the trip to Iwo, we boarded ship at Maui, had maneuvers at one of the other islands, then went to sea again. Then we went to Guam but didn't get off. Finally, they told us where we were going. It was pretty devastating when we landed that morning, February 19, 1945. My first thought was, why the hell didn't they know the island was this way, because of the sand and stuff like that? We wasn't just fighting the Japanese, we was fighting the elements, the island itself, the make of the island, worse than anything else. The devastation was terrible. Bodies everywhere. They put 9 9,000 Marines ashore the first day. You can figure it out yourself. 9,000 guys, and they weren't more than 300 feet off the beach. They couldn't get far. It was devastating. Just carnage everywhere. Not knowing about that sand was a big failure by our intelligence people. The other was they didn't realize the Japanese people could go underground that far. The effect of the bombing was almost nil. We thought it was doing a hell of a job, wiping them out every time we dropped a bomb, but we weren't. We landed up at the boat basin, as far away from Suribachi as you could get, in about the third wave. Everything didn't go according to Hoyle. They were trying to get 9,000 people on there in 8 or 10 hours. I'm not trying to take any glory from any wave. I was not in the first, but when I got there, the first wave was laying right there, waiting for us. Bodies everywhere. Equipment couldn't move. The main thing was to get out of that boat and get the hell off that beach, 300 feet in if you could. You're still right out in the open. It wasn't any safer, with every firing mechanism pointed at that beach. 9,000 people, they said, put ashore the first day. That's a hell of a lot of people. It was elbow to elbow. Why wasn't the landing force annihilated? Just sheer determination, I guess. Or maybe they didn't have the ammunition to expend on a full-blown assault. Maybe they were conserving ammo. But I don't see any reason why they couldn't have blowed us clear off that beach. Only thing is, we just overwhelmed them, I suppose, bodily. It boiled right down to the individual person. The company commander wasn't telling him what to do. The first sergeant wasn't telling him what to do. If Kurabayashi had had more weapons than we had, we probably wouldn't have made it. But say 8 or 10 of you come to a hole in the ground, and it was a pillbox, and if you was getting trouble with it, you congregated on it and took it out. You couldn't call for tanks, couldn't call for rockets. It was just sheer determination, small arms initiative. The quarry had guns sticking out of it, and the friendly fire damage was about the worst I ever seen. They were trying to get at them guns, and they'd call in an airstrike, and our kids would just roll dead off them hills because the planes hit short. We had front-line panels, but things got mixed up, you know what I mean? It was right out in the open, just like a theater, and we was off to the left and a little bit inland, and we could look right around. When we first went in, the Japanese guns were right above us, but they were 6-inch guns, not for use on us, but mostly to shoot the boats. They had plenty of other stuff. They didn't even have to point a gun. All they had to do was pull the trigger, because it was all zeroed in. So the Japanese would send up some guys, and they'd go pull triggers, and then the guys would disappear. And they'd send up some more, because they had the people there, and it was all under cover. Most of the guns were in caves, and they slide right up to the opening, fire, then slide back. They'd put camouflage over them, brush, netting, whatever they had. The strafing planes hit the Marines. A front-line panel is an orange plastic sheet you can roll up. One guy in every squad had to have one, and when they called to put out the front-line panel and airstrike was coming in, it was up to that one guy to run out there as far as he could beyond the front line out in no man's land. It was dangerous as hell to try to roll that thing out. It worked pretty good from up in the air. You could see that thing, but short firing was bound to happen, especially from the face of that cliff, because they'd come in off the water. When an airstrike wasn't happening, the company commanders would be sending guys like Dominic Toodleho with flamethrowers up there to try to get into that cave and seal it off. Machine guns would be firing right into the opening, trying to keep them down till our guys worked up there. And then, all at once, an airstrike would come in. They were bound to get hurt. I think that was the worst I ever saw of something like that. First, second day. Third day, I'd say we'd probably taken those guns out of there, and we were past that. Starting to make the swing up the island. We didn't have to go inland too far before we started to swing north. The 4th and 5th were abreast, and the object was to move right across that short pork chop thing and secure that part, and then swing to the right and to the left. That'd be 5th Division on Suribachi, and then we went to the right, and that's where we spread out and needed some people, and that's when we brought in a few of the 3rd Marine Division. You didn't see too many Japs. Once in a while they'd run from one cave to another. You more or less seen their fire. You could see dust coming. As soon as we'd see that, we'd zone right in, and when we got up there, they'd be laying there. The terrain got rougher and rougher because of the catacombs and stuff where the water had washed in amongst it over the years. Some places you could step over a crack and you'd see a big gap deep down in there. Or you'd go around the corner and they'd be standing right there face to face. Whoever shot first was the winner. I saw one Marine shoot another Marine bone dead right in my squad because he went around this way and the other went around that way, and it was just like I said. You don't have a split second. You just pull the trigger. Shoot first. Whoever does, their one's going to win. We had to take that guy that shot the other Marine, take him clear out, because he just went berserk. The first day of March, I was wounded and evacuated out to a hospital ship. It was shrapnel, like I'd got in Saipan. I was taken aboard ship and cleaned up. They picked that stuff out of me. It was mostly like buckshot. One thing about shrapnel, if it hits you the right way, and it's a little bit on the spent side, not with full force, it'll burn you. And when it burns you, it cauterizes a wound. That's what it did to me on Saipan, because Adrian DeWitt pulled it out of my back and they put some sulfur powder on it, and I never had a minute's trouble with it. But the corpsman would bandage it every day for me, check it, and I stayed in action. My big problem on Iwo came from a concussion, not that shrapnel. I was in a big hole with 10 or 12 other guys, and a shell came right in there. Near as I can remember, I was the only one came out of there alive. We were in reserve. They kept 2 platoons on the line, and C Company just happened to be in there getting a rest. Give you a little chance to do what you wanted. Sit down and cry, or smoke, whatever. We were in there grouped up. You didn't group up because it was a bad thing to do, but we did. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been as many killed by one shell. One hand grenade'll get you all if you don't say spread out. Otis Box was my gunner at the time. As people get bumped off, people move up in command. I had moved up to squad leader, and I had to give up the gun for a few weeks. So Otis Box from Florida was the gunner. The only thing I really remember is that all that was left of his head was his lower jaw. It was just sitting there, never moved, just sitting there. I was shocked, no question about it. I come up out of the hole, and somebody grabbed me, and I was just blood everywhere. They thought I was hit worse than I was, but they started getting my dungarees off me and seen that I wasn't really hurt, but my mind was gone. I couldn't hear. I remember giving my .38 away to Elmer Neff. They took me back to the beach and took me out to the big boat, and first thing I remember is a corpsman waking me up. Or I came to, apparently. I was talking with him, and I said, "Where's my clothes?" He said, "We'll give you clean stuff." I said, "Well, get 'em for me. I'd like to get some clothes on." So I did. Then daylight came, and they were bringing casualties in. They had a stairway up the side of the ship to bring casualties up. They couldn't bring 'em up the cargo net, but there was a cargo net down there, and I clumb down that cargo net and got in front of that boat and went ashore. Nobody asked any questions. Why did he go back? I have no idea. I have no idea. They had dug out shrapnel, give me sulfur, and I had a hell of a headache. My vision and my hearing were bad. When that shell hit, I was out on my feet. A lot of people were killed that way, by concussion. It would just roll them along the ground like a ball. They was dead. Everything confined in that little shell goes out when it explodes, so therefore you go with it. I got my .38 back. Elmer Neff had got killed and somebody picked it up. A day or so later, just out of the clear blue sky, somebody walked up to me and said, "Hey, I got that .38 off Elmer when he got hit, so here it is." I walked right back up there and found out where C Company was. I kept asking, "Where's C Company?" And I finally found where they were, and I went right back to work. I'm not sure who was company commander at that time. It might have been Mike Mervosh. I just don't know who had got killed and evacuated in the line of officers. Mike could very well have been my company commander at that time. We knew each other. Hell yes. We met in New River. He was in 1st Separate Battalion. We weren't in the same squad, but we were all in C Company. You'd get to know maybe 50 guys. Mike was my section leader at first. He became company commander on Iwo Jima. A company commander could have been a major. Mike didn't become a major. You just became the company commander even if you were a buck-ass sergeant because there was nobody else to do it. Then, when you went back to Maui, they'd call you out on the parade deck and have a pretty nice ceremony out of it. They'd call everybody out in formation and either give them their promotion or their Purple Heart or whatever. You didn't know you was getting a Purple Heart because the only thing that gave you a Purple Heart them days was your medical records. The first sergeant wrote in the book you were treated, and you were in line even though your wounds were not serious. They had what they called the walk-in wounded, and that's the way you were put, WW. And there was WE, wounded and evacuated. So first I was WE, or walk-in evacuated, and then I was WW, or walk-in wounded. When I come back off the ship, he put me in as WW. Day to day, you'd have riflemen go out in front. The number one guy would go so far and keep track of the guy on his left and the guy on his right. There wasn't no talking going on. It seemed like we had to put bait out there to draw their fire. Then we'd find out where it was coming from and focus on that. If their fire was severe enough and determined enough, we had to call for more support. Rockets were a great thing. The Dodge Power Wagon had these things mounted on them. They'd bring up 7 or 8 in a bank, and there's probably 50 rockets on each of them in a canister, and they'd go a hell of a noise, and boy, they just blanketed the target area. They didn't have to be too accurate. And grenades were good. You could damn near throw a grenade 10 feet and it would go down a crevice, and you'd hear somebody scream or moan or groan or something. You knew somebody was in there. Grenades were a good thing, and we used a lot of them. If your skirmishers found a cave, it would take a considerable amount of time to work your way up to its mouth. The machine gunner would cover the front of it so you could get your flamethrower close enough to shoot flame in. As long as you're firing into that cave, you're keeping their heads down, allowing the flamethrower time to get close, and then the demolition man had to be right there within arm's reach to throw the damn satchel charge. Most of them are still in those caves. We killed more accidentally than we did on purpose, put it that way. Sure, we was trying to kill 'em all, but we didn't realize when we sealed the cave how many we killed. We killed thousands. Some days we didn't move. One side couldn't move past the other. We had to keep order, especially when the islands started getting smaller as we moved up. They'd spell us off, give us a little rest. I can't remember sleeping, but I'm sure I did, and I don't remember ever going to the bathroom. I'm sure I did. There's things you don't remember. I think you're programmed and you're just like a zombie, but you have to pay attention to your surroundings at the same time. Then you live longer. I think sometimes guys would just forget where they were at, and bingo, they were gone. Believe it or not, as a person on the front line, you had it better than them in the rear. You were relaxed, you might say, because you knew where the enemy was. They were right in front of us. But if you went into reserve and were trying to crap out like we were in that hole, there's enemies all around you all the time. They can lob a shell at you or get behind you through tunnels going everywhere. You didn't know where the hell they were. That was one small advantage of being on the front line. We knew where they were. I was 19 on Iwo. I came back from wounded and evacuated to walking wounded and finished out the campaign with no more trouble than an infected fingernail. Glenn married his wife Nidra in 1949, and they live today in Hubbard, Ohio. They have 5 children. Glenn farmed most of his life. Did his survival of the Battle of Iwo Jima affect the way he lived afterward? Oh, I don't know. I always tried to do the right thing. I didn't get in too much trouble when I was a kid. I never drank to any extent, never ran around much. That's why I went to farming. That was a solitary life. I come home from the service and I broke 3 vertebrae in my neck falling off a load of hay. That could have killed me right there. I got hurt worse falling off a load of hay than I did in 4 campaigns in the Pacific. I had to wear a brace 18 months. I was 79 years old last year. I'm 80 now, and I fell down 8 steps backwards there in the cellar. Could have broke my neck or hit my head on that cement.
Why did he survive the battle?
When I stopped to think about it, I have no idea. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in the hereafter. But why me? I was no better or no worse than Cooksey or Elmer Neff or Bowman or any of those guys. But yet they took it. You know what I mean? They're gone. Why? I don't know. I can't answer it. I didn't do anything any better than they did. I wasn't a better scholar. I wasn't a better anything. They say every hair of your head is numbered. Well, the fella who's got that kind of account is in charge, and if he's in charge, then maybe he can answer that question. I don't think God created man to do this to each other, although men have been doing it ever since Christ walked the face of the earth. Otherwise, I have no idea. I cannot answer it.
Chapter 7. Private First Class Pete Santoro, boxing champion, 2 Purple Hearts, 24th Marines, 4th Marine Division. In 1938, when I was 21, I won the New England Heavyweight Amateur Championship. I won the Golden Gloves in the Diamond Belt Tournament. I kept that belt in a drawer until I met my wife, Maria Lydia Leco, and then I took the diamond out and had the jeweler make a ring for her. I was in Pete Santoro's home in Wrentham, Massachusetts, 3 days before he turned 90, on January 22, 2007. We talked about his life and his military service, and as I got ready to leave, I pulled out my camera and asked if I could take a photo. I saw a sword on the wall. Pete took it down and showed it to me. He said he had seized it from a Japanese soldier he killed one night during the Battle of Roy Namur. Ships offshore were sending up parachute flares. The enemy soldier came up to a foxhole occupied by Pete and 2 other Marines and, speaking in Japanese, brandished the sword over them. "I could see his feet," Santoro recalled. "I just turned and shot him 3 times. He went down. There was blood on the handle of the sword. I wiped it off. He had no rifle. I was told later I couldn't keep the sword, so when I went aboard ship, I gave it to the chaplain, and he took it home for me, wrapped up with my name on the tag. It was at my sister's when I got home a couple years later. She said a priest had brought it over. It was a chaplain." Pete Santoro was 27, old for an enlisted man, when he fought at Iwo Jima in February and March 1945. "I was born January 22nd, 1917, in Norwood, Massachusetts. By the time I got to 10th grade in 1933, I was 16, and my father said, 'Okay, get a driver's license. You don't need no more school. You know how to read and write. Drive the truck.' My 2 brothers, Benny and Charlie, had the trucks. They worked construction. My brother Benny taught me to drive. My father didn't know how. My brother said, 'No, he's going to high school and play football. He can play football in college.' But my father said, 'You can't eat the football, drive the truck.' My father was a bootlegger. He made wine, 5 or 6 50-gallon barrels a year, both red and white. He also mixed muscatel with California grapes. We'd go to the freight yard with one of the trucks and load up with grapes. My father taught me how to taste them. This one guy had all overripe grapes, and that was what he wanted. They were like raisins, sweet. They made the best wine. Most of the grapes were black. We'd drive the truck home, back it into the driveway by the cellar window, and they'd pass the grapes down. My job was to grind them up. The grinder was on a stand. I stood on top. We'd grind 17 boxes of grapes for each barrel. My father would put a canvas over the cover so it would generate heat, let it all settle, and when the bubbles stopped, he'd drain off the liquid and put it in a separate container and let it ferment for a few months. People would come and buy it by the gallon, $3 or $5 a jug. The priest would come down, and we'd give him a gallon for the altar. Maybe that's how my brother Henry got mixed up in driving a moonshine truck for the Capone gang later on. Both my father and mother spoke broken English. His name was Pasquale. He came from the Abruzzi. My mother, too. Her name was Carmen. They called her Carmela. Her father and 2 brothers were fishermen in Pescara on the Adriatic across from Rome. They had boats. She and my father married and had some kids in Italy, and he came to the States through Ellis Island. Pete thought this happened in 1912, but Pasquale actually came in 1909, according to Pete's nephew, Patsy Santoro of Branford, Connecticut, the son of Pete's brother Henry and the keeper of the family records, who was born in 1924. Patsy said Pasquale went to Elmira, New York, and worked with the railroad long enough to be able to send for 2 daughters, who came over and worked with him there, saving money until 1912, when they could afford to send for Carmela and the remaining 6 children, including Guarino, whom they called Henry once he got to the States. Through a family connection, Pasquale got a job with Bird and Son, a floor covering and paper products company in Norwood, and moved the family there. The Santoros stayed in Norwood except for a 6-month stint in Chicago in the 1920s, according to Patsy. It was here Pasquale had some contact with the Capone gang. "The Italians were everywhere, like horse shit," Patsy observed. Pasquale found Chicago sooty and unpleasant, and so returned to Norwood, where he and Henry got to know associates of Capone's in the Reedville area outside Boston. This was how, both Pete and Patsy maintained, Henry wound up driving a bootlegging truck for gangsters. But then one day the truck got shot up by a rival outfit. They didn't kill Henry. They figured they'd be in big trouble if they shot the driver. They just wanted to ruin all the booze. That ended Henry's driving career. In 1938, my father and brothers decided to open a bowling alley with roller skating upstairs in Norwood. They called it Roll Land. I worked construction during the day and put my skates on at night. I became a professional skater. I used to be able to pick up a partner and skate around, do a deep knee bend with him in my arms. He'd hold a match in his teeth and light it on the floor while I spun him around. I started boxing around the age of 15. I had a friend I went to school with named Dewey Tronte. He was a welterweight, and he changed his name to Trunny Hogan because you'd get along better if you were Irish. He was pretty good. We trained at night. In 1938, when I was 21, I won the New England Heavyweight Amateur Championship. I won the Golden Gloves and the Diamond Belt tournament. I kept that belt in a drawer until I met my wife, Maria Lydia Lecolt, and then I took the diamond out and had the jeweler make a ring for her. We got married July 29, 1946, after the war. I had 4 pro fights after I won the belt, and then I had to quit. I was too small for a heavyweight. I was like Marciano. I wasn't as good as him, but I was pretty good. I fought at 189. Marciano was a half a head taller than me. Same build, but he hit harder. He saw me fight when I won the New England. I beat this guy, 6'6", 235 pounds. I saw his belt. It was right in my eyes. I won 3 pro fights, lost 1. You know who beat me? Al McCoy. It was a 6-round warm-up fight for him. He was going to fight Joe Louis, who was heavyweight champion of the world. McCoy took it a little easy on me because he knew I was just coming in out of the amateurs. I hit him a hard shot, and he come back at me to show who's the boss. I joined the Marines in November 1942. What happened was, after I had served 3 years in the National Guard, I got these papers telling me to report to the Army. I went to the recruiting office in Boston, and I found this Marine major and said, "Sir, can I speak to you?" I told him I didn't want to go in the Army because my mother and father came from Italy, and Italy was fighting against us, and I have relatives in Mussolini's army. I said I'd be fighting my own relatives, and I'd feel bad shooting at them. "Ah," he says, "now I understand. Follow me, son." He puts his hand on my shoulder, leads me into an office, passes me over to another Marine, and says, "I got a ripe one for you." I went to Parris Island in November 1942. Boot camp was 8 weeks. We trained with the 03 Springfield, but they gave us the M1 before we left. 8 shots. You just kept pulling the trigger. You had to crank each shot with the Springfield. We got on trucks and went to New River for a month and a half of infantry training. I was part of the unit they called the 2nd Separate Battalion, which was to become part of the 4th Marine Division. We went by train to Camp Pendleton, California in about March or April of 43. Then it was all ship-to-shore training. I was a rifleman. I would have been a squad leader, but I had a little trouble. A guy picked a fight with me, and I had to put him away. I was training boxers, but I couldn't fight because of my pro background. I wouldn't fight those kids. They were too green. I was in G Company, 24th Regiment, 2nd Battalion. Iron Mike Mervosh, who I met back at New River, was in the 1st Battalion. The 1st
2nd and 3rd Battalions made up the 24th Regiment. Mike was a good boxer. He used to spar with some of my guys. He was a middleweight. He won the 4th Division Middleweight Championship, but then he got wounded and couldn't fight anymore. Pete saw action at Roy Namer, where he was slightly injured when a bullet pierced his canteen and grazed his hip. They just put a Band-Aid on it, but that kept me from going to Saipan. I was in the rear echelon as backup until we went to Iwo. At that time, I was a squad leader, had 12 men. 5 of the guys from the boxing team were in my squad. We found out aboard ship that we were going to Iwo. It was going to be a piece of cake, they said. It was a piece of cake, all right. We got the cake. My outfit, the 24th Regiment, 2nd Battalion, landed side by side with Mike Mervash's unit. He was in the 1st Battalion. Pete had no idea that his nephew Patsy had been at Iwo Jima a week before the invasion began aboard the light cruiser USS Birmingham. Patsy, who was a cook, said the ship stayed there and shelled the island throughout the battle before going on to Okinawa, where she was hit by a 500-pound armor-piercing bomb dropped by a kamikaze. It killed all the doctors and the dentist, Patsy said. The corpsmen had to take over. They all deserve medals. The Japanese let the first wave come in without much firing. I was coming ashore on the second wave around 9:30 when they opened up. I saw a boatload of Marines take a direct hit. Bodies were flying all over. My heart went boom, boom, boom. You're ready to go in, but you see somebody right beside you get blown up. And our company captain, Joseph J. McCarthy, who got the Medal of Honor for what he did on Iwo, says, Santoro, get your squad. We got to go around this thing here. It was D+3, and the Japs were zeroed in on F Company under Captain Walter Ridlin, and they were tearing hell out of it. There were 6 or 7 of us with my Captain McCarthy. I'm behind, trailing a guy, and I said, wait a minute. There was this big hill they were going around. I thought, I'm going to go over the top. I'm going to see what the fuck's on the other side. So I get up off of this bank and look down on the entrance to one of those sulfur mines. 2 Japs were lying there, crawling, so I put a shot in each one from up above. Then McCarthy shows up. He doesn't see me up there, and then, bing, bing, he says, I got them. I was waiting for some more to come out. He spoiled it all. He didn't know they weren't alive. He just saw them and shot. We secured that whole area. McCarthy got the medal for killing 2 dead Japs. As his Medal of Honor citation makes clear, McCarthy did a whole lot more than shoot 2 Japanese soldiers dead that day. I got a Purple Heart. I was on Iwo till February 23rd, the day the flag went up. I was at the 2nd Airfield when I saw a hole in the ground, and I was trying to drop a rifle grenade in there when I got a bullet in the back. It hit me like a sledgehammer, tore up the poncho, and shattered an 8-round brass clip on my back. The powder didn't explode, but the brass of the shell shattered, peppering my back. It felt like bee stings. I couldn't move my legs. I thought, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. But if that bullet hadn't hit my clothes and that ammo, I wouldn't be here today. I managed to roll over as some guys came up, and I said, hey, my back, my back. And they said, what the fuck did they shoot you with, a shotgun? I was all torn up. The x-rays at the Quonset Hospital in Guam showed a bunch of pieces, and they just left them in there. My wife was pulling that stuff out with tweezers for years afterward. In 1975, Santoro's commanding officer, Joseph J. McCarthy, who retired a lieutenant colonel, wrote a "To whom it may concern" letter recommending Santoro for disability benefits. Naming Santoro as a private first class with G Company, 2nd Battalion, 24th Marines, 4th Marine Division, McCarthy described landing on Iwo with 257 men and receiving 90 replacements for a total of 347, only 35 of whom
were able to walk off the island when the fighting ended. Writing about February 21st, the day Santoro was shot, McCarthy said his company was suffering heavy casualties from fortified positions and bunkers. His right assault platoon was pinned down, and he was at his wit's end trying to effect an advance of a few yards. He added, "My entire area was also subjected to intermittent large-caliber mortar and artillery fire, and we were in direct line of fire from one or two high-velocity weapons." As the afternoon wore on, casualties increased until finally McCarthy assigned an assault squad to clean out some pillboxes that were holding back the advance. Private First Class Santoro was a member of this group, he wrote. The reason he remembered was that the action of the assault team led to the demolishing of the enemy positions and the advance of my company to the nearby newly captured ground. Further, he said, the platoon leader was killed in the assault and several enlisted men were wounded. I distinctly remember Peter Santoro was one of these men. He appeared to be paralyzed from the waist down, from gunshot wounds he received near his spine. Santoro was evacuated to the USS Solace, but despite his injury, he volunteered to return to duty 5 days later. I was later wounded myself, McCarthy added. However, at the time of my evacuation on 6 March 1945, Private Santoro was still serving with the company in spite of his painful wounds. Santoro remembers, "That slug scraped my vertebrae right at the waist. It was 3 pieces of lead. They took it out on Guam in a Quonset hut hospital. Lay down over here, Santoro. We got to take that piece of shrapnel out of your back." The surgeon was there. They froze it with a needle. Clunk, clunk, they stitched it up. The surgeon goes, "You want these?" "What I want those for?" "Can I have 'em?" "Yeah, you can have the fucking things." He had a can full of shrapnel. He had the whole bottom of a hand grenade. He took it out of a guy's jaw. They took me off in a stretcher to an LST. They picked up 3 stretchers at a time with a crane and a cable. I got on board and they said, "Move your toes." I moved my toes. "Okay, you be good." If I couldn't move my toes, I'd be paralyzed. Later, I transferred from the LST to a hospital ship, the Solace. 2 days later, I started walking. Crooked-like, you know. They called Thaddy or 40 of us back to the fantail. "The colonel wants to talk to you." Then he's telling us how bad guys are needed for backup, with everybody getting slaughtered. He asked for volunteers, walk-in wounded, to go back to the aid station and wait for the next ship. They had too many critically hurt that had to go to Guam. When I stepped out, 3 or 4 more stepped out. That was it. So 5 days after I was hit, I went back to rejoin the company. When I came ashore, the ground crew from the P-51 Mustangs were putting up sandbags near the beach. What was that for? Turned out there was a sniper up on the hill, hiding in the rocks lining the edge of the fast airfield, Motoyama No. 1. And every night around dusk, about 5 o'clock, he'd pick off one of the guys between the airfield and the beach. We had people looking for him, but they couldn't find him. They looked all over hell. Had to be up there, because if he ran across the field, someone would have seen him. He had to be up there in those rocks. I said, "Give me a rifle." I picked one up and walked up there and sat and test-fired it. The ocean was here to my right, and the runway to the north, and Suribachi was behind me. He wouldn't be there. I sat between 2 rocks for about 2 hours. My back just felt numb from the bullet in it. It was just getting dusk when I thought I saw something move. I'm sitting down this way, here. I'm looking. The airfield's beside me. I'm watching both sides. Sure enough, I see something move between 2 rocks. He had half his head out. I shot and blew his face off, killed him. He was camouflaged in a barrel, a big hole with twigs and stuff. Guys come running up. "Hey, the Marine got him!" I picked up one of his own hand grenades and threw it in there. I hit with my thumb and dropped it in. I didn't want no souvenirs. He was buried right there.
I got one more Jap after that. We had a couple young Marines on ship, replacements just off the ship, and when I caught up with the company, Captain McCarthy told me to take these two guys, keep them separated, and make sure they didn't get hurt. The three of us were walking down this hill, and I said, "Stop talking, for Christ's sake, and stay far apart." Downhill from us, there's a ridge with some rocks sticking out. To me, it was a hiding place for a Jap. I told those two kids to stay 5 feet apart and wait until I circled around. I said, "I'm going to walk ahead and see what's between those rocks. You two guys stand by." So I backed up and circled around, and I spotted this Jap watching those two Marines. I shot him through the head and then called them up for a look. Before he went off with his wound on March 6th, McCarthy put me in charge of an ammo and food dump. I had a young fella, baseball player, there with me on March 9th when a big martyr came over, killed him, blew his head off, and I got a concussion out of it. They took me back out to the same ship, the Solace. It had come back from Guam for us walking wounded. It took a bunch of us to Guam, and I was there maybe 2 weeks before they sent me to a hospital in Honolulu. Then I went on a ship to the States along with 100 Japanese prisoners under Army guard. We went to Treasure Island at San Francisco, then to San Diego. From there, we took a hospital train to Massachusetts. I was discharged at the Boston Navy Yard in November 1945. I had been overseas 2 years. The doctors listed me with a 10% disability for the back wound. I went back to work at the skating rink, where I met Marie Lecoultre. Her parents had died, and she was an orphan. She had been brought up by the state. We got married July 29, 1946. We had 5 kids, 4 boys and a girl: Diane, Peter, Robert, Bernard, and William Timothy. I stayed with Roland, the roller rink we had bought in 1938, and sold my share a few years ago. My brothers still have it. Now it's called Workout World. It's a gym for physical fitness. Marie died of bone cancer in 1997, 2 months before our 50th anniversary. It was too bad she had to die like that. She would have been with me now.
Chapter 8. Private First Class Dominic Tutelo. Replacement, Flamethrowers and Demolition, 24th Marines, 4th Marine Division.
Some guys get it and some guys don't. That I could never figure out. I'm just thankful it worked out the way it did. There was no way to explain the bullets coming by and other people getting shot, and yet they're not hitting you. Why? I don't know. I prayed. I prayed one time. I says, "I'm too young." I says, "I'll never be bad if you let me live."
Dominic Tutelo turned 82 on February 6, 2007, one day before the 59th anniversary of his marriage to Mary Ellen. The three of us were sitting at the dining room table talking over a glass of wine. He was still working, repairing machines for a screen printing business. Dominic gets to set his own hours, though the owner of the printing business keeps calling him back. He's paid $25 an hour.
"The money's good. He treats me good,"
Tutelo said. Besides, he considers the owner's 2 sons good friends. They accompanied him to the drill instructors' reunion in April 2007. "Yes," said Mary Ellen, who turned 80 on November 2nd, 2006.
"He's giving it to the grandchildren."
Dominic smiled.
"I don't mind. It helps them out." I was born February 6, 1925, and I've lived in the same house in West Orange, New Jersey for 51 years. I grew up in Jersey. I quit school in 9th grade and went to work for a butcher for $6 a week. It was pretty good money, but I had to put in 90 hours, 7 days a week. I was 13 years old. I used to go to the market with him at 4 a.m. to buy stuff. That's when they butchered the whole animal. He bought it from Swift, the meat packing company, hung it, then cut it up. My dad worked for the WPA, the Works Progress Administration. He was born in the United States, but my mother came here from Foggia, Italy, at the age of 9. When Pearl Harbor came, I was in the Embassy Theater with my uncle. He was in the Army. They stopped the movie and told all the men to report back to base. I don't remember the movie. I joined in March of 1943 as soon as I turned 18, a year and a half after Pearl Harbor. I was a fairly good meat cutter by then. The whole family was in the Marines. My cousin, Phil Petrillo, and Jimmy Zarilla, my father's first cousin, who was killed at Roy Namer. He was in the same platoon with Lee Marvin, who got shot in the butt on Saipan. Jimmy was supposed to get the Congressional Medal of Honor, but he got the Navy Cross. They said it was better if the colonel got the Medal of Honor instead. I was 5'5" and I weighed 126. To me, Parris Island boot camp wasn't hard. I was in good shape from being a butcher. We did a lot of running. We trained with sticks, then got the M1. I got out the end of April, and after leave I was put on gate duty at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. I was bored and kept trying to get out. Finally, they sent me to New River, which is now Camp Lejeune. I joined a replacement outfit, and we trained there. Then we took a train to San Diego and the boat to Maui. The 4th Division went to Roy Namer, but I went right to Maui. After Saipan, they needed machine gunners, so I signed up for that. I was in that about a month. Then I volunteered for a demolition outfit being formed by Sergeant Harry Caff. He was tough. I liked him later, but at that time I thought he was a son of a gun. He was by the book. A Jewish man, but he was religious. You couldn't curse or nothing. When he was there, you watched what you said. We trained for 6 or 8 months, learning how to blow things up with satchel charges and burn with flamethrowers. They used a naphtha-like jelly. It shot about 20 feet. You had to be careful, firing real short bursts. You could run it all out in maybe 10 seconds. It weighed about 70 pounds. One guy I grew up with was with the 23rd Regiment. He thought I was nuts. He said, "You're cracking up. Don't do it." He said, "I had a good thing going, but I wanted to see combat." Why? I don't know. If I had to do it over, would I still do it? Yeah, I think so. I don't know why. Maybe I wouldn't have went into flamethrowers or something like that. But why I did it, I couldn't tell you. I did believe in serving my country. We were all very patriotic. We found out on the transport from Maui that we were going to Iwo. But first we went to Guam, where they put out some smaller boats and let us swim off them. Whoever wanted to swim could just jump in. I did it. I never forgot that because it happened on my birthday, February 6th. I was 20 years old. We left for Iwo the next day with a company of demolition guys and Harry Caff. During the landing, we were getting shelled as we went in on Higgins boats. There were bodies all over the place. What did I feel? Scared. You had the fear, but you didn't have it. I think it's a stupid thing to say it, but whatever they wanted, you just did. There wasn't no place to hide, and you have to function if you can control yourself. We got off the boats from the front and charged up the beach. There were cannons, artillery, machine guns, mortars. I'm not that good at relating what went on from there. A lot of stuff I forget. I don't know. What I know is we kept doing things on the right flank. We kept moving up by the quarry. I do remember we spent 6 days in the same foxhole on Hill 362. We were a company of demolition guys, and if they needed somebody, they'd call. If a platoon was pinned down and needed somebody, you'd go in and help. In our first engagement up on the right flank at Iwo, everybody got killed but the sergeant and another flamethrower. I knew Mike Mervosh, but I didn't know him, you know? You never got that close. We got friendly after the war. I was in C Company, 24th Regiment, up near the quarry. A squad leader took us up toward the quarry, and that's where this sniper just shot 9 guys right out in the open, dead, before a rifleman named Scowy got him. The only reason Jeffries and I survived was we made a run to a cliff where he couldn't shoot us. But we couldn't do nothing either. We were stuck there the whole night. We were in the quarry most of the battle. We kept moving up the island. I heard about the flag going up, but I didn't see it. There was no real strategy on the caves or bunkers. The rifleman gave you cover fire, and your job was to charge as close as you could, then blast it. At a bunker, you would try for the slit. If not, the flame would stick wherever it went. You didn't carry your flamethrower all the time. Sometimes you had to carry a rifle. You only got to be a flamethrower when they called for you. They bring you the flamethrower. Then, when you run out of fuel, you just drop it and they reload it for you. You don't have to run back because somebody else followed you. Once you blasted the opening with flame, somebody would run up and throw a satchel charge. They were mostly caves. I only saw an enemy once. It was hard to stomach. He came running out on fire. I saw a lot of dead bodies. Did I see our guys taking teeth and ears? I'd rather not comment. I picked up a couple souvenirs, like a notepad and money, and I got some wooden dog tags. Tell the truth, I haven't gone through it. I was on the island the whole time and was never wounded. I used flamethrowers and threw satchel charges. Saw a lot of action, charging tunnels and bunkers. I never went inside. They said Iwo was really bad for replacements who got killed easily because they were green and never had time to get integrated into the units. But I never got hurt. Some guys get it, and some guys don't. That I could never figure out. I'm just thankful it worked out the way it did. There was no way to explain the bullets coming by and other people getting shot, and yet they're not hitting you. Why? I don't know. I prayed. I prayed one time. I says, I'm too young. I says, I'll never be bad if you let me live. The worst thing I didn't like was the mopping up. You'd walk the whole island looking for stragglers. That's where a lot of fellows got killed, I think. When it was over, we went back to Maui to train for the invasion of Japan. Meantime, whoever had enough points were the first ones to go home. It is figured by combat and total time overseas. After Japan surrendered, it didn't matter so much. I was overseas 20 to 22 months. I got there January of 1944 and did not get back to the States till November of 45. I was discharged December 10th, 1945 in Quantico, Virginia. I still weighed 125. All my cousins made it through except Jimmy, the one who was killed on Roy Namer. I had $300 when I got home, and I took a chance and opened a restaurant, a luncheonette, short order cooking hamburgers, coffee. I called it Tuts. My mother and sister helped, but I couldn't pay them, couldn't make ends meet. I bought everything on the black market. It closed after about a year. Mary Ellen McDonald lived upstairs with her parents in the same building where we had the restaurant. Her father didn't want her dating Italians, but he and I got to know each other before I started going out with her, and I guess he changed his mind. He was a good man, her father. We got married in February 7, 1948, the day after my birthday. We had 2 boys and a girl. We bought the West Orange house in 1955. We were married 59 years as of February 7, 2007. I started excavating after that, burying 450-gallon fuel oil tanks for $50 each. I had one helper. We dug the hole in the trench by hand. They supplied all materials. I supplied the truck. I bought a brand-new Ford dump truck for $2,700. I don't know why I didn't go into the butcher business. I guess I thought there was more in trucking. From there we went into hauling dirt for contractors, and then we got into landscaping. Toodle-o's contracting, we called it. I had my brother Jean with me. We got into grading and planting trees for towns. We made a good living. I went to my first reunion in 1950, but raising a family, I couldn't afford to go too often. In 1978, I hooked up with Mike Mervosh and Glenn Buzzard at the reunion in Philly. We had a little more money and a little more time by then. I didn't meet Pete Santari yet. I just met all the C Company. Most of them were there, guys I hadn't seen in 30 years. I enjoy the reunions. All the years we've been coming, we never even mentioned the service or combat. Even with all my friends. Nothing ever came out. Never talked about it. Never really realized what it was. We go to reunions, even Paris Island, and there's no talking about the war. Whether the mind went blank or what, I don't know.
Iron Mike remembers. Toodle is very modest, and he forgets a lot, too. He was a flamethrower and demo man, and that takes a lot of doing. I was in a machine gun platoon divided into 3 sections to support a rifle company. When that became decimated, I became commander of the rifle platoon. The demo men, or flamethrowers, were available to whichever platoon needed them. They had their own section within the company. Toodle was a replacement. Replacements usually didn't last long. I had experienced a lot of battle before I went there, and I knew what to expect more than the replacements did. Even if you took care, it was still deadly. Every damn part of the island was covered with something. Interlocking fire, artillery, mortars and rocket fire. You just had to be lucky. Damn lucky. I seen him in action, applying demolitions and throwing satchel charges in those caves and bunkers. He'd go up to those pillboxes, and we'd give supporting fire, and someone would throw a satchel charge to blow the thing, and then Toodle comes up and flames it, and anyone left alive comes running out burning from head to toe. You know what I mean? Guys were getting killed left and right, but we considered that routine because, hell, that's the job. We didn't think there was anything heroic about it, but we said to Toodle, for what you did, we're going to give you a reward when we get back to rest camp. But he said, I don't need none of that shit. After that island was secured, he said, hell, I got 5 medals now. 1 head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. That's the award I got. We got back to Maui to rest camp, and he's called front and center with several other Marines, and we promoted him to private first class, and that was his reward. He was happier than shit. He says, boy, $4 more a month. Toodle was an ordinary Marine. That's the way I looked at it. We were all ordinary. I ended up as the company commander, and what was my reward? I got a handshake from the company commander. Mervosh, well done. And that was good enough for me. Hey, we were all ordinary. It was a huge reward just to be alive. We built strength among us. We strengthened each other. That's how we survived. The guys would strengthen me, I would strengthen them, and it worked pretty damn good. That's the whole key. You're damn right. Part 3. Russell, Tso, Abatiello, and Waterhouse. The 4 men in this section had revealing, widely divergent experiences. Gerald Russell commanded a battalion. Samuel Tso sent out in Navajo word that Suribachi had fallen. Al Abatiello was instrumental in the capture of Suribachi, and Charlie Waterhouse never got to fire a shot. Starting out as an artilleryman, Russell survived Guadalcanal, came back to the States, and transferred to the infantry so he could have more time with his wife. But then, as a brand-new infantry officer, he had to prove himself to the troops right up to the minute he landed on Red Beach 1 in the 3rd wave at Iwo. Samuel Tso, nicknamed Chief, had to contend with discrimination everywhere he went. He was denied contact with his family for years because none of them could read or write, and there was no telephone on the reservation in northern Arizona. Al Abatiello didn't want to become a raider because he thought it would be too dangerous, but then he confronted almost ceaseless combat in his 36 days on Iwo. Charlie Waterhouse, an expert marksman who was to go on to a splendid career as a Marine Corps artist and illustrator, had barely got into the fight when a bullet in the arm stopped him cold, and he was out of it by the third day. After many operations, he went home to art school and eventually made hundreds of paintings of Marine Corps subjects. Chapter 9. Captain Gerald Russell, Battalion Commander, 27th Marines, 5th Marine Division. The most vivid memory I would mention out of all that time was the flies and the smell of the dead. That's something they don't mention in documentaries, but boy, when you have that many bodies all over the place, it's sometimes days and days before they can bring them out. I first learned it was possible for a civilian to visit Iwo Jima from Colonel Harvey Barney Barnum, USMC retired, who directed me to military historical tours, founded and operated by another former Marine Colonel, Warren Weedhon, in Alexandria, Virginia. I signed up for the Iwo trip and went down to Virginia to check the place out. Colonel Weedhon managed to have on hand Jerry Russell, one of 3 battalion commanders from the Iwo campaign who were still alive. Russell had worked for Penn State in State College, Pennsylvania, for many years, and it turned out he knew Joe Paterno, the Penn State football coach, very well. Russell and I had a long, satisfying visit in Colonel Weedhon's offices. I grew up outside of Providence, Rhode Island, and went to LaSalle Academy, a Christian Brothers school, and ran track, the 1,000 yards indoors. I won the national championship in a race in Madison Square Garden, and by virtue of that I got a scholarship to Boston College. They had me do an extra year, redshirting, although they didn't call it that. Redshirting means holding an athlete back from intercollegiate competition his or her first year, so it takes 5 years to graduate instead of 4. This way the participant has a year to get bigger and stronger before entering competition. I majored in history, pre-legal, and graduated in 1940. Law was my intention, and I applied for Harvard Law School and Boston College Law School. I was accepted into both, and my goal was to get enough funding somehow to go to Harvard. If not, I knew I could make it at BC. Then, an interesting thing happened. I had an old Jesuit priest for an advisor. His name was Father Finnegan. He said, "You know, you're a college graduate, and you're single. This guy, Roosevelt, wants to get us into a war, and you're going to be the first to go. They're going to pass a draft law." And he said, "What you should do is try to get into one of these officer reserve programs in the Army or the Navy, and then go through and get the commission, and then, if they don't need you, you can just sit and go through school. They'll know they have you." Well, I had some interest in the Marine Corps, so I wrote to the Commandant, Major General Thomas Holcomb, this was early summer 1940, and told him what a splendid prospect I was for an officer. I got a response back quite quickly saying, "We don't want you." I said, "Well, I guess that's that." But then I get another letter from the same outfit saying, "We're going to start a program. If you're still interested, fill out this form." So I filled it out and was immediately sworn in. I was ordered to Quantico in October of 1940 as part of the very first officer candidate class the Marine Corps ever had. Up to that time, the Marine Corps would get officers from the Naval Academy or from excess of the various Army Reserve Officers Training Corps classes around the country. There hadn't been much opportunity for military advancement during the Depression years. The Marines usually got their number one choice because things were so limited. The Quantico program was envisioned as 9 months, 3 months as a private first class, 3 months as a reserve second lieutenant in a classroom environment, then 3 months of duty with the troops. The fine print said you could go inactive subject to call if the exigencies of the time no longer required your services. I was actually in the first platoon of the first company in the candidates class. They brought some
drill instructors up from Parris Island, and those guys' attitude was, "These men are going to be pushing us around one of these days. Let's get 'em now." Actually, their goal was to make us good Marine officers, and they wanted us to be tough. That 3 months, we were really on the go, all the time. It was not unusual for them to break us out late in the evening and have us run 5 miles in skivvy drawers holding the rifle at high port. You know, all kinds of things. Sometimes we would either march or be trucked over to the Manassas battlegrounds. I think a lot of our tactical problems were based on some of the action that had transpired there during the Civil War, so that was pretty interesting. I think we ended up with about 200 commissioned on 20 February 1941. We were supposed to be commissioned on the 1st, but the Department of the Navy decided to short-tour the Naval Academy class so they would be ahead of us on the lineal list, which was very important. They were commissioned on the 7th, and we were delayed until the 20th. We stayed right there for 3 months after that, until the month of May, and learned tactics in the classroom. Some of my classmates went to troops immediately because the Marine Corps had been so very short of officers. They needed artillery officers. We had base defense units that needed officers. They even had a barrage balloon outfit that needed officers. I was selected to go to artillery school. At that point, there was no 1st Marine Division or 2nd Marine Division. There was no Camp Lejeune, no New River. They hadn't even acquired it yet. I'm sure they were in process. The 5th Marines was a battalion in Quantico. The 7th Marines were at the Charleston Navy Yard, and I think the 1st Marines were at Norfolk. They were not the huge outfits that they later became. The 11th Marines, the artillery, was situated at Parris Island, so my first duty with troops was at Parris Island, probably August or September. After New River was acquired, we went up there, where the 1st Division was beginning to form as various units were brought in. The artillery was placed at Courthouse Bay. Of course, all the roads were dirt, and the vehicles that were the prime movers for the 155 howitzers had hard rubber tires. In short order, those roads were just a muddy mire, and they had to cut trees and corduroy the roads, which was rather primitive, but a good way of getting the units together. Not too long after, this battalion of the 11th Marines was divided into 3. My first assignment was as a supply officer with the 3rd Battalion. Lieutenant Colonel James Keating from Philadelphia was designated battalion commander, and he called me over and said, "Russell, you're going to be the supply guy. Go down to the quartermaster supply outfit, see where it is. They must have some kind of a list telling you what we qualify for in the way of supplies." He said, "Start as soon as you can, because we're going to need stuff." Fortuitously, we got a supply sergeant who knew the business, so I depended heavily on him. God bless the non-coms, all of them. That's one of the first things I learned, and it helped me through a lot. He was so good, we decided to make him a warrant officer, so he became the supply officer. And I wanted to get into a firing battery, so I became the exec of the H Battery of the 3rd Battalion, 11th Marines. Things were accelerated once December 7th occurred. I was at Quantico visiting my fiancée, Eileen Herlihy, when Pearl Harbor was attacked. I'll never forget her father. He was Old Navy, with the Department of Yards and Docks. He supervised all the barracks building for the Marines. She had spent almost her whole life at Quantico. She told me, "Well, I'd like it very much if you made a career of the Marine Corps." As it turned out, we spent the next 5 or 6 years involved in it with no flexibility because of the war. I liked the Marines. She didn't have to make the decision for me. We got married on the 27th of December, 1941. We were going to get married in April, but we decided it would be good to do it now. Even though she was never officially in the Corps, she was a great Marine. the greatest asset I could have had. If I have had any success, she was a very significant part of it. We were married 57 years. She died, unfortunately, 6 years ago from ovarian cancer. I was sitting in a hammock on her porch on the base at Quantico when her father came rushing out saying, "Those goddamn Japs." He was a good old Irishman. He kept us posted, listening to the radio. Finally, he came out and said all military personnel should report immediately back to their camps. I had ridden up with one of my friends stationed at New River. He had gone on to New York, and he came back shortly after, and we went on back to New River. There were 4 officers in the H Battery. I was, of course, the junior one. One officer had to stay there for the Christmas holidays. That was me. I had the next section beginning on the 27th, so she came down with her mother, and we were married in a church about 40 miles from Jacksonville. Her father was sick and couldn't make it. For a honeymoon, we got on a bus for a 30-hour ride to Rhode Island, where I introduced her to my parents. Then we zipped back to North Carolina. Our artillery unit had started with French 75s, the 75mm field gun, and then we got 75mm pack howitzers. We got the word to move out in March. It took us a long time to get loaded. I was in charge of my part of the battery. We had the guns and the troops in about 8 freight cars and 1 Pullman. Officers were in the Pullman, and the troops were in the rail cars, where they just nailed bunks together out of 2x4s. It was miserable. We had our regular field stoves, and they just screwed those into these big old boxcars. We zigzagged back and forth. It took 11 days to get across the country. We had 4 pieces of artillery, the pack howitzers, all on flat cars. We'd stop at a siding so the cooks could prepare meals. There were no heads or anything like that. They had to use the bushes. We finally got to San Francisco, then left there in early May of 42. The 1st Marine Division's job was to defend New Zealand, so we landed in Wellington. The complexion of things changed drastically after the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of Midway, and then they discovered the Japanese were building an airstrip on this unknown place, which was a key position to cut off the supply line from the States to Australia and New Zealand. The airstrip came to be known as Henderson Field, and the island was called Guadalcanal. It was in the Solomons, and everybody said, "Where the hell is that?" It had to be taken, so instead of going ashore and into camp in New Zealand, we unloaded. We didn't have all these sophisticated amphibious ship-loading techniques. We had one basic approach, and that was what you want to get off first, put in last. Everything was in these paper cardboard cartons. It was rainy season, so we had to unload on the wharves. They got wet, and we lost an awful lot of stuff, but we got loaded up and took off, probably in July. If you can believe it, when we were leaving the States, we were issued 5-gallon aluminum cans of hardtack from World War I. Nobody had any idea about Guadalcanal, no charts or anything, and our information was based on a sketch from the manager of a plantation that had been owned by the people who make palm-olive soap. There was no resistance. Carrier aircraft would come in and bomb, and we just sat there and waited, and then we got in the boats and had a successful landing, but it was strictly without opposition. The Japanese were away. I went in on the George Eliot, which was a transport. The second day, the Japanese sent over a big flotilla of twin-engine bombers, and they were after the transports. My battery was attached to the 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines H Battery. The transports had started unloading. Their holds were open, and apparently one of the planes got hit and crashed into the superstructure of the Eliot, killed all the people on the bridge. The flaming gasoline spilled into the open hatches and the ship caught on fire, so I lost everything from the start. Fortunately, we had the guns off and some of the rations and a good amount of the ammunition. They continued unloading all the other ships. The Elliott was the only one that was hit, and the second night was the Battle of Savo Island, August 8th and 9th, 1942. I don't think it's possible to describe the thunderous noise and the brightness of the light. It was about midnight, and of course we thought our Navy was really clobbering them. In the morning, we had switched positions. We could fire out to the ocean or fire inland, depending on the need. We were watching along the ocean, and we could see sailors swimming or bodies floating, and a couple ships drifted down by there, superstructures all knocked over. This was my first combat. We learned fairly soon that we had lost 4 cruisers, the Quincy, the Astoria, the Vincennes, and the Canberra, and fortuitously the Japanese didn't follow through. They clobbered them and took off. They could have just wiped everything out. Next day, the fleet commander, Admiral Gormley, decided to husband what units he had, so he pulled everything out. Well, we weren't unloaded completely, so we ended up very short of supplies. It was just about this time that I got to know Joe Foss. Foss received the Medal of Honor for shooting down 26 enemy aircraft during the Guadalcanal campaign. I got to know him because my battery was along this fighter strip, and those guys, aviators, you know, they don't have much sense, and they didn't have any place to protect themselves. So whenever the Japs came in to bomb, they'd come running over to my battery position, and I took care of them. So I knew Joe Foss. I knew him very well. I'm so sorry he passed away. He was a great guy. They tried to run supplies in, but they couldn't until finally they did begin to get a few in at night. They had some of these old World War I destroyers they had taken the stacks off. They'd get in about dusk and unload and get out of there before dawn. And even they got hit. We were subject to air bombardment every day, oftentimes several times a day. It was not unusual for a Japanese naval vessel to stand offshore and just lob shells in. One shell landed very close to my position and a hunk of shrapnel hit me. I saved one piece. It got me in the arm and the side. By that time, we all had malaria, too, you know. Malaria was endemic. The shrapnel didn't stop me. It wasn't that serious, and you couldn't evacuate casualties anyway. I got a Purple Heart out of it. I got one on Iwo Jima, too. I was promoted to captain a year and a half after being commissioned and served as battery commander for quite a while on Guadalcanal. Finally, the 1st Marine Division units were being relieved by 2nd Marine Division units, and then some Army elements came in. I think the Army took over responsibility probably in March or April of '43. We went to Brisbane, then Sydney, and finally Melbourne. We didn't suffer the high rate of casualties we were to have at Iwo. I'd say about 80% of the battery was intact. From Melbourne, we moved out to an old Australian Army camp, and I got sent back to the States because of my malaria. They were just starting the 1st Marine Corps Command and Staff School at Quantico, and of course my wife was there. I was assigned, and about that time I got promoted to major. I was there 6 or 8 weeks and then got ordered to an advanced officers course at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, for 10 weeks. My wife was able to accompany me. This was still '43. When I got back to Camp Lejeune, they were just beginning to form the 5th Marine Division. The artillery for the division was the 13th Marines, and I was ordered to the 3rd Battalion. The rest of the 5th Division was being formed at Camp Pendleton in California, so we got the 3rd Battalion fairly well formed and then moved to Pendleton in the late summer of '44. Russell was the battalion executive officer, but there was a great deal of rotation going on as more senior officers came back from the field. He was pushed out of the exec job to operations officer.
Somebody else came in, and he was pushed out of that. They were talking about sending me back out. I hated like heck to have to leave my wife when we were finally getting acquainted after 3 or 4 years of marriage. So he transferred to an infantry battalion and became the exec there. So I became an 0803, artillery infantry. It wasn't easy because the Marine Corps had these raider and paratroop outfits, and I think, wisely, they decided to disband them. A Marine is a Marine. They didn't need all this fancy raider stuff. But all those people, these prima donnas, were thrown into this regiment, and they were horrified to have an artilleryman in the outfit. I had to really work and work and work to gain their respect. Any time there was a hike, I was always leading it. They had a lot of swimming pools for amphibious training. They had a platform 20 or 30 feet high. You'd have to climb up that with your full pack on and either be pushed off or jump off into this pool. And of course, the pool was crystal clear, and it looked like you were up about 400 feet. When it came time, I was the one designated to take the battalion up. And you know, all the troops are looking and wondering what the heck's going on. So who has to go up the damn ladder? First one was me. Oh, I tell you, when I looked down there, I thought there were a lot of places I'd rather have been. But I said, I gotta go, and I'll show these so-and-sos. So I went. Full pack, combat boots, everything. It gradually got to the point where I had the confidence of the troops and the company commanders, so everyone was comfortable with me by the time we got the word for Iwo Jima. We made the landing on Red Beach 1. I landed in the third wave, which was the first of the LCVPs, 14 to 20 minutes after the first waves landed at 8:20. The first 2 waves were Amtraks. Our mission was to cut across and go up the other side. When I got out, I had my Jeep in this boat, and when we got out, I kept yelling to the troops, "Get off the beach! Get off the beach! Get up on the high ground!" And, of course, they were trying to climb up that soft, volcanic sand. It was extremely difficult. You'd go up and you'd go sliding back, and already there were a lot of casualties. There was firing on the beach. Not the heavy volume that came later, but there was firing. I got the troops out, and the driver of the Jeep got it across the ramp, and as soon as the front wheels hit the soil, it started to spin. He couldn't get it any farther than that. We were trying to get up the hill, and when I looked back, he had got out of the Jeep. One of the kids had been hit, and I was seeing how bad he was hurt. When I looked around, the driver had gotten out, and he must have got hit. There was this enfilade fire coming up the beach, and it looked as though he was just broken in half. He must have got it in the midriff. One of the sailors on the ramp just reached over and dragged him in. The coxswain then took the LCVP and jiggled it back and forth to get rid of the Jeep, and I just remember seeing my Jeep just gradually slipping down into the sand. It became part of that pile-up of debris all along the beach. We were under fire from all directions, heavy fire from just all over. I don't remember being appalled. I was kind of dismayed, I guess you could say, but I was more interested in getting the troops up and on the higher ground where they wouldn't be so vulnerable. I did not know Fred Haynes then. I may have known him as officer in the 28th Regiment. My regiment was the 27th. My job as executive officer was to get the troops in and coordinate the command post. Iwo Jima was an action of constant fire all the way through, 24 hours a day, even to the 36th day. It was just constant. Guadalcanal was spasmodic. There were times you could just take it easy. Korea, you were in trenches. But at Iwo, there was artillery, mortars, machine guns, rifles, everything, and they would pop up from places you least expected. Of course,
They don't mention it much, but we thought this was going to be a piece of cake. We were going in there for 96 hours just to kind of, wipe up what was left and go on and support the Okinawa operation. The fact that they had all these troops in tunnels came as a big surprise. When I went back the first time, I was almost confused. There was something different. All of a sudden, I realized that when we landed, there wasn't a blade of grass on that thing. They had pulverized it. I mean, everything. It was just bare soil, and it was hard to imagine that anybody could survive in that, but they were so far down. Last time I went out, I was amazed that the caves held up so well, even after all these years, because of the consistency of the rock. They just chipped away and chipped away. They didn't need anything to support it. I recall having 2 code talkers with my unit. My experience with them went back to our training base in the Hawaiian Islands. We worked for quite a while with them when they first joined us. I had one, and the battalion CO had one. He might send a message to me saying, "I got a call from the Baker Company or Easy. They need some ammunition. Get it for them." He'd write it out in longhand, and the code talker would go off and transpose it. Then he'd get on the radio and send it, and nod to the battalion CO that it was on the way. Then I'd see that Navajo on my end pick up his phone and start writing. Then he'd go off to the side, transpose it into English, and hand me the thing. They were very well organized. They went through the routine and knew exactly what to do. But the first 5 days on Iwo were so heavy, I really don't recall using them too much. That action was so concentrated, it was just day and night. You hear people say, "Well, when did you sleep?" You didn't sleep. You just got by. It rained the first couple days. You'd stick the poncho over your head, and after a while you'd get soaking wet, but you just took it. That's the way it was. For meals, you grabbed something when you could. We did have some canned sea rations. It was interesting. You could dig down 6 or 8 inches, put the can in, and in a half hour it would be cooked. If you dug a foxhole, you had to wait for it to cool off before you could get in it. It was an amazing phenomenon. I was taking care of all the details that came up, making sure there was ammunition or rations or that casualties were taken care of, radios, runners, telephones. Hell, the ground looked like spaghetti with telephone wire going everywhere. My battalion CO was a major named John Antonelli. He got through okay. About the 6th or 7th day, we had been pulled off the line. Of our original 1,200, we were down to around 400 men. By this time, Suribachi had been taken so they could bring in replacements. So we were pulled off the line and brought down, and we got our replacements, and we were trying to filter them in where we needed them. We got a good meal for the first time, had a chance to bathe a little bit. Next morning, the regimental CO called the battalion commanding officer so he could show him where the battalion would be moved back up to the front. The battalion CO went up in his jeep, and I led the troops up. I was out in front of them, and I had them spread out with a good interval between each one, 2 rows, going up this full road. I came up on the top of the hill, and there was a cut in the road, not quite as wide as this room, and when I got to the top, I could see all the way to the end of the island, and just as I got there, a shell hit the side of the hill. It threw shrapnel all over, and I got hit in the face. It barely missed my eye. I landed in the ditch on the side of the road. I was groggy, but I told the headquarters company commander to take the troops down around the back of the hill and then notify the battalion CO. Next thing you know, I was being driven down to the beach by the regimental CO. I was sitting in the front seat with blood all over me, and the battalion CO was holding me so I wouldn't fall over. We used to get these 2-ounce bottles of Lejeune medicinal brandy, and they were giving that to me, plus I think the regimental CO had a bottle, so by the time I got to the beach, I didn't know much of anything. Anyway, they claim I insisted that I not be evacuated. I remember vaguely going through the next few days with a big patch on my face. 3 or 4 days after that, halfway through the operation, well into March, Antonelli, the battalion CO, got hit and he was evacuated. That's when they talk about me being one of the last remaining battalion commanders because Antonelli died 4 or 5 years ago. At any rate, I took over the battalion and brought it all the way through for the rest of the campaign, right to the end. We always tried to dig in for the command post. We tried to be as close to the front as we could, and usually we were one hill behind the front lines. Take the case of First Lieutenant Jack Lummis, who was to receive the Medal of Honor for all the stuff he did on March 8th. His action was up front of us on sort of a mound, you might say, and the CP was behind it. I remember when they brought him back. He had stepped on a mine, and both of his legs were blown off. They weren't bleeding. He was on a stretcher, and I lit a cigarette and held it for him. Jack had been an All-American at Baylor and was an end for the New York Giants. He talked reasonably cogent, and of course, I was shocked that he wasn't bleeding. I learned later that shock just clamps things off. Anyway, he said, "Well, I guess the Giants have lost a good end." And I said, "Jack, the Marine Corps has lost one hell of a good officer." They took him in the Jeep down to the clearance station. I talked to a doctor down there afterward, and he said he didn't have a chance. He said what you didn't see was the fact that his stomach was all ripped open. He said he could reach in and pull a handful of dirt out of it. We went through the whole thing on the front lines all the time. On the morning of the 5th day, we had swung up to the north, and we were having a hell of a time. Our 2 code talkers got clobbered that 5th day, and one of them was in a shell hole for 2 days before we could get to him. The action was so intense. We were facing away in a kind of crevice, and one of the kids yelled, "Look!" He pointed up, and there, on the top of Mount Suribachi, we could see this small group of men and Old Glory. It was very emotional. You can't imagine how I felt. There was an old gunnery sergeant standing near me. He was about 6'2", and had been in the Marines for I don't know how many years. The old Corps, you know. This guy had the most colorfully profane vocabulary I've ever heard. How he could conjure up some of these things was just amazing. He never showed any emotion or anything else. And on the 5th day, we were coated with that black grime. We barely had enough water to drink, let alone to wash. When the flag went up, I couldn't say anything. I had a lump in my throat, and I don't know if I had any tears, but I looked at this guy, who I never thought had an ounce of emotion in his body, and he looked at me, and you could see tears coming down through this grime on his face. And he said, and I'll never forget it, he said, "God, that's the most beautiful sight I have ever seen." I've said this in Flag Day speeches and stuff that up to that point, we weren't sure whether we were going to succeed or not. But from that moment on, when the flag went up, we knew we were. It didn't get any easier, but we knew we were going to win. We were reminded of what we were there for. I don't know which flag it was, but it was in the morning. We just kept going. We were just relieved that they had taken it. Iwo was a place where you had to go in and dig the enemy out, where you had to use flamethrowers and satchel charges. It wasn't just huge barrages of fire. For example, we were in an area where the rocky formations were such that every time our troops would try to maneuver, the Japs could come out of these caves and fire on them. We needed some kind of heavy fire, and there was no way we could get a tank in there. Being an old artilleryman, I suggested we get a pack howitzer because it breaks down into 7 or 8 pieces. It was originally designed to be carried by donkeys or mules. It was easily portable. This weapon was designed primarily as mountain artillery that could be broken down and taken ashore in 6 loads from a boat. It became an important support weapon of the Marine Corps at every major landing in the Pacific. It was crewed by 5 men and could throw a 16-pound shell almost 10,000 yards. So I recommended we get one up there at night, set it up, and start using it during the daytime. But the regimental executive officer of the artillery said that's damn foolishness. It would never work. But apparently General Rocky, the division commander, said in no uncertain words, if they want it, get it and give it to them. So they brought it up, just this little group with 1 gun. They put up the gun at night, camouflaged and put rocks around to protect it. We used it, and we moved right through after that. But again, it was that individual action, individual initiative. We kept losing men after I took over the battalion, and we got a few more replacements. But by the end of the operation, there were so few left in the whole regiment that they consolidated the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd into a sort of temporary battalion. There was just 1 lieutenant colonel left, a guy named Don Robertson. He took over. The most vivid memory I would mention out of all that time was the flies and the smell of the dead. That's something they don't mention in documentaries, but boy, when you have that many bodies all over the place, it's sometimes days and days before they can bring them out. The flies and the stench were pretty bad. I carried a .45, but I never fired it. 3 or 4 days before the end of the operation, I had the remnants of my companies together, and we were dug in. I was in a foxhole myself, and I had a phone from each one of the companies. They were having trouble, and we needed some heavy fire. I had requested a tank. When it came up, I went around to the side away from where the Japanese were, so I had some shelter. I got the phone from the side of the tank, and I told them inside exactly what fire we needed and where. I vividly remember that when the 60-millimeter small-caliber mortar shells would explode, they gave off that yellow picric acid kind of smell. When they acknowledged my message, I ran like heck back and jumped into my hole. Well, while I was gone, a shell had landed in there and chewed up all 3 phones and everything else. We always have an expression. If your name is on it, no matter what happens, you're going to get it. I guess mine wasn't on it. To this day, I kind of sweat a little bit when I think about that one, right up almost to the end. They didn't give up. They fought all the way. Talk about a hunk of hell, it really was. I think the Battle of Iwo Jima is one of the truly great landmarks in the overall history of the Marine Corps. It was an achievement tremendous in its significance because of the way we were able to handle it, win it. The performance of the troops became a defining statement for what Marines can accomplish, because at times it seemed hopeless. We were still able to keep going, day after day, with an unbelievable number of casualties. It was unsurpassed. We never had anything like it before. The troops, those Marines, proved that no matter what, we would succeed. After Iwo, and as soon as we got back to the base camp at Hilo in the Hawaiian Islands, we immediately started getting ready for Operation Olympic to land on Kyushu. We trained, got replacements, then the 2 atomic bombs were dropped, and the Japanese sued for the armistice. They took the 1st Battalion, 27th Marines, and the 1st Battalion, 26th Marines, to make a preliminary landing during the occupation. We didn't know what to expect from the Japanese. They had been treacherous, mistreated our prisoners of war, and so we went in ready to fight. But they were the most docile, cooperative people you could ask for. Honor is so important to them, and the Emperor said, do what you're told and cooperate. I never had one bit of trouble with them. So I spent almost a year in the occupation, and I got a couple key assignments. One was to accept the surrender of the Tsushima Islands under Lieutenant General Bukai Nagase. The Tsushimas were the pair of islands in the Sea of Japan with Korea on one side and Kyushu on the other. I got some pictures of the guns we had to blow up, 14-inch naval guns. I went in with my battalion on LSTs. I had a group of 12 interpreters from the Home Ministry. General Nagase was from the old warrior class, very distinguished, a very proud, very pleasant guy. He had 8,000 troops, and I had a little over 1,000, and his were crack troops, and I wanted to get them the hell out of there. I commandeered every damn fishing boat, everything I could find, and put them aboard and sent them back to the mainland. I'm still just a major in my mid-20s, and this lieutenant general kept saying, "Well, when can we make arrangements to have a surrender?" He kept saying, "Well, when is your general coming?" And I had to tell this poor old, honor would dictate somebody of the same rank would accept the surrender, and here he has to surrender to this punky major. By virtue of that, I got to know the Japanese people and everything so I could see their side. There were some things I had come to understand about them where they felt justified, in a way. Japan was a small country, very short of minerals, and all the metals of the world were right there in their backyard, all controlled by countries half a world away. They got it through colonial efforts. Why can't we do the same thing? I think they felt we'd back down if they showed any force. They thought the United States was a bunch of pussycats, wouldn't be willing to fight. Of course, Kurabayashi and I think Yamamoto knew better, but nobody listened to them. Jerry Russell retired from the Marines in 1968 as a full colonel, following service in World War II and Korea, then as a regimental commander after that. He commanded the ground transport in Guantanamo during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. He and his wife had 2 daughters, Eileen and Maureen. He spent his post-military years at Penn State University in State College, Pennsylvania. He has been the chief finish judge of the Milrose Games for many years. He never made it to Harvard. Chapter 10. Private First Class Samuel Tso, Code Talker, Reconnaissance Company, 5th Marine Division. They called me Chief, and I resented that for a long time. I don't know what they mean by that at the time, but later on I decided, they give me a promotion from PFC, and from then on I don't bother with it. There were 29 original Code Talkers, 4 of whom were still living in the spring of 2007. Sam Tso was recruited for a later group. He and I were at Iwo Jima in March 2006, but I didn't really get acquainted with him until we met again in Albuquerque in October of that year. He was there with several other Code Talkers to sign copies of 3 different books to help raise funds for their association. I bought all the books. They signed them. You couldn't help liking these guys. I'm from Arizona, above Window Rock. It's way up by a place called Black Mountain, about 80 miles from Gallup, New Mexico. We didn't live on top, but down below, on the east side of the mountain. The nearest town or store was 25 miles away. My father and mother raised sheep. They'd sell wool and sometimes sell the lambs. I had brothers and sisters. There were 10 of us. I don't know what year I was born. The only thing my mother remembered was it was sometime close to the midsummer, probably around 1926. When I finish 8th grade, I'm ready for high school, so they send me to Fort Wingate, New Mexico. In that 4 years, I never came back home. I learned to read and write. It was a boarding school paid for by the federal government. We lived in dormitories. We were mostly Navajo, but other Indians were sent there too. During the summer, everybody goes home except me. I had to go look for a job. I found out the government was running an experimental sheep station close by there, so I went and herded sheep for them. They were experimenting with wool. Old Navajo sheep wool had a hole through every strand, and to get rid of that, they brought in
Rambouillet rams to crossbreed and change the wool, so it was solid. After high school, I didn't get a chance to go home at all. The federal government just told me, "There's a road down that way. Somewhere you'll find a job." So I picked up my suitcase and started walking. You know what? I sure hate to tell anybody, but I really resented it. I really resented it. I just kept it inside me all those years. In fact, when I started school, they told me not to speak my language, Navajo, at Indian school. We used to get punished for it. It took me approximately 9 years before I got back home. I did not get home until after the war. When I got home, I found out my father, my mother, and one of my sisters that I used to herd sheep with all the time, they were all dead. There were no phones, and no one ever wrote. They couldn't write. They were uneducated. When I come out of high school, the only job available was with the railroad company in Gallup, so I went there and asked for a job. They asked how old I was. I said, 19. Then I found out they didn't employ 19-year-olds. So in the morning, I was 19, but by the afternoon when I got hired, I became 21 years old and signed a contract saying I was born June 22nd, 1922. This was 1943. It was an easy birthday to remember, but that's how I came to be drafted. When I got the job from Gallup, they transported me all the way to Barstow, California. We were replacing old ties underneath the tracks. While we were out there, the draft board came around and told me to report to the San Bernardino board. I went over there and signed in. About a month later, they called me. I was drafted and sent back to Arizona. Instead of going home, I hitchhiked from Gallup over to the draft board at St. John's, Arizona to report. I didn't know a bus had been set aside for the draftees, so I hitchhiked all day, a long ways. It was in 1943, March. The guys I worked with on the railroad had bought me a charcoal-colored civilian suit, and they told me to wear that coming back. I was hitchhiking with that suit on when I got to St. John. I found the guys there, resented it. Right after lunch, they ganged up on me and tore some of my suit, took my hat away from me and stomped on it. They were all Navajos, jealous. The guy in charge, I guess he was a sergeant, came out and broke it up. Next morning, they put us on the bus to Phoenix for our physical exams. Only 3 of us were selected out of those 2 busloads of guys. We found out the rest of them don't know how to speak English very good. I found out that to go in the service you had to speak good English, read and write. Those others did not know how to read or write. After we were drafted, they found out we were Navajos, so they put us into the Marines, because the Marines had the Code Talker program. 2 of us went through boot camp in San Diego together. The 3rd one came later in the next platoon. It was 1943, March 13th, when we started. We finished in April, then went to Camp Elliott east of San Diego. We trained as infantrymen. We were ready to be shipped out when all of a sudden they pulled my sea bag to the side. The rest of the guys I trained with, all white guys, were hauled off and sent to the Pacific. They took me to Camp Pendleton and put me in the Code Talker school. I said, "Hey, you didn't want me to speak my language. How come now you want it?" At least this time they said please. Before that, they never said please. The way I heard it, there were 30 original Code Talkers. Something happened to one, so there were only 29. A guy by the name of Johnston ran the school. Later on, I found out he was the son of a missionary that was on our Navajo reservation. The first day, I reported to Pendleton
I met Mr. Johnston, and all of a sudden he talked to me in Navajo. I was really surprised that he could speak Navajo. His terms and tenses were all mixed up, but I could understand him. I believe I was there about a month, maybe more. We were at least one class, close to 20. As soon as they got trained there, they got sent out. We were all from Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. I did not know any one of them. I learned all the code signals, and they gave me a partner and took us out in the field to set up the radio and practice sending messages back and forth. We noticed that some of the Anglo kids that taught us how to set up the radios were listening to us and memorizing all the coded words. Right there, me and my partner said, "Hey, if these kids can memorize that in such a short time, the Japanese will do the same thing." The original code, invented in 1942, contained 236 terms. By 1945, it had grown to more than 400, all memorized. The expanded code uses alternate words for common letters of the alphabet. The letter A could be ant, apple, or axe. The word for America was Nehema, meaning our mother. The word for battleship was Lo-Tso, meaning whale. We started making up another set of 26 symbols for the letters in the alphabet, and then we started on a third set, and somewhere along the third set we were ready to be sent out for further training. So that's where we started the other sets. And when we started it, we started jumping around between those sets, and the kids that memorized the first set got confused. We mixed it all up so the Japanese could not memorize it. We were sent out as soon as we were trained. 6 of us went to a recon company. We trained up in mountains, down on the beach, out on an island, even in submarines. The sub would come in offshore, we would paddle over there and go into the sub. It dives, takes us out somewhere, comes in and surfaces, and then we get out and use rubber boats to go along the shore. They told us to look for military installations, ammo dumps, or fuel dumps. When we got back to the submarine, we would dive again, then get together and report what we saw. After about half a year, they sent us to Hilo, Hawaii, in early 1944. We left Hilo on Christmas night of 44 and went to Honolulu. They told us to go to town and do what we liked. I didn't know anybody at the time to go into bars and drink beers and stuff. As I remember, we Navajos were told not to do that because the federal government put restrictions on us. So I didn't bother to go to any bars. I went to one show and then another one. It was real close to sundown, so I went by myself to the ship. I got aboard, and in about 2 hours there was all this commotion. All those guys were coming in, some so drunk they couldn't walk up the gangplank. So they let the cargo nets down, put 'em in there, and hoisted them up and dumped them on the deck. This was the 5th Marine Division. There were 6 of us code talkers in that company. All the rest got drunk, and I was the only one sober. Some got so sick they just puked all over the place. The boat left for Guam that same night, sneaked out, zigzagging all the way. Some guys said later the reason was to avoid Japanese submarines. From Guam we went to Saipan and practiced landing there. A recon company was practicing landing there, and I found out that some of these guys who could really swim good belonged to an underwater demolition team, UDT. I got to be real good friends with a guy named Al Mertz, one of the UDT experts. We sort of stayed together. He was from the Ozarks in Arkansas, Pine Bluff. I remember because he used to get letters. Me? I never got no letters. My father, my mother, my brothers and sisters were uneducated. They couldn't write anything. I never got a letter from anyone all that time. I didn't even have a girlfriend. Mostly I kept by myself. We didn't know we were going to Iwo until we were out there at Saipan. I can't remember what wave I went in with, but when we landed, there was no fire from the Japanese. But after we went on top and started spreading out, they opened fire. Some of the guys jumped in an artillery crater. We jumped in on the south side of it, and the guys who jumped in on the north side got shot because they were exposed. My personal sergeant was a guy named Barnes. When we started moving forward, he got blown up. He told me to go around to the other side and stay behind. He went straight ahead and stepped on a mine. If I'd followed him, I'd have been killed. Let me tell you, I was scared stiff. The only thing that helped me go on was the fact that I was committed to the fellows that I trained with. We were told that you go in as a team, that you must watch out for each other. That's what kept me going, even though I was scared. When we went ashore, our mission was to cut the island in half, but they held some of us behind. They put us by the airfield and said, "You hold this for a certain day and then follow." My job was to receive and send messages from the ships or the command post or whatever it is. You receive it and send it on, all in Navajo. All the radio guys were Navajos doing code. I don't know how many there were altogether. I know my recon company had 6. Sam Billison was supposed to be with us, but they selected him to be with Headquarters Command. All messages went in code. Major Howard Connors said he had 6 Navajo networks going 24 hours, and they sent and received 800 messages without an error. On February 23, 1945, just somewhere close to noontime, all of a sudden the radio signaled, "Message for Arizona." So I just grabbed my papers and my pencil and just sent it. They sent this message: "Dibe Binar Naazi. Sheep's eyes is cured. Mount Suribachi is secure." Sheep, uncle, ram, ice bear, ant, cat, horse, itch, spelled Suribachi. And it was encoded, too. It was sent out, and I caught it there by the airfield, and the Marines that were there saw me writing it down, and they all said, "What's up, Chief?" All I did was just point up to the flag, and they saw it. Oh, gosh, those guys just jumped up and started celebrating there. They forgot the Japanese were still shooting. As I remember, Sergeant Thomas screamed at us, said, "Damn you knotheads, get back in your foxholes there." And then the guys stopped celebrating, and they jumped back into their foxholes. They called me Chief, and I resented that for a long time. I don't know what they mean by that at the time, but later on I decided, they give me a promotion from PFC, and from then on I don't bother with it. One night, sometime early in the morning, my buddy Paul Blatchfield kicked me, and he said, "Hey, Sam, are you having a nightmare?" And I woke up, stood up, then sat down. I was dreaming about a young Indian maiden who came to me and gave me something. She says, "Here, you wear this and you'll come back to us." It was so real that I got up and just sat there thinking about it. And all of a sudden they called the rest of the Marines to go eat. Everybody went to go eat, but I just sat there and thought about it. They came back and said, "Hey, Chief, are you still here?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just thinking." Then, mail call. They all went over there. I know I don't get no mail, so I don't go. All of a sudden, here this Mertz came running back, and he said, "Hey, Chief, you got a letter. You got a letter." He brought it over. He said, "There's something in it." We open it, and here is the necklace that Indian maiden tried to give me in my dream. It's in that letter. That letter. I was so stunned, I didn't know what to do about it. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to wear it. I put it on. As soon as I put it on, all that fear disappeared. The necklace was made out of what we call cedar tree berries. The berry has seeds in it, and it's formed into something like one of those Catholic Church rosaries, and at the end it has a cross made out of cedar wood. I wore it and wore it and wore it. I don't know when that thing broke. It just fell apart. Who sent it? I never knew. My name is on the envelope, but there's no return address or nothing. No note, just plain the necklace. And the dream. After that, I wasn't afraid any more. That's the reason why. We were sent to run across a place called Death Valley. This Death Valley is on the north side. There's a valley there the Marines tried to cross, and on the other side a Japanese machine gun. When the Marines tried to cross, they'd just mow them down. We were sent to cross that valley and locate the Japanese machine gun, the recon guys. I was selected to take the farthest point. Me and another guy were both assigned over there. They told us, at noontime, we will give you the signal to cross the valley and get to the machine gun nest. So we strung out all the way. I believe a platoon. Don't know which one it was. Sergeant Thomas told us, if you get hit, we're going to come and get you. We won't leave you out there. Gave us that pep talk. At noontime, they gave us the signal and we took off. Just beyond the boulders. Oh, man. There were bodies laying on top of each other, some still alive, some reaching out for help. We tried to stop and help, but the sergeant screamed at us to keep going. You complete your mission first. I took off again. We ran smack into a Japanese submachine gun. They told us those Japanese soldiers would get their food ration at noontime. When they go out there, that's when they sent us out, and we ran into that submachine gun. I think my buddy just threw a hand grenade over there, and we beat it back to report. The sergeant called me over and just chewed me up and down. Don't you know how to take orders? And all that stuff. He was mad because we had tried to help the wounded. That was not our mission. Our mission was to locate the machine gun. The other two code talkers sent the coordinates and ordered mortar fire, rocket fire, and artillery fire, all three at the same time, at one machine gun nest. Within 5 minutes, you could hear all the explosions coming in. You could see rockets coming over, mortars coughing and going over. That place was just completely... Rocks were flying all over the place. Within maybe 20 or 30 minutes they stopped. Before the dust and all that settled, they ordered the Marines to cross. The Marines, they just walked right across without any Japanese fire. We found out stretcher bearers were all kneeling down waiting to go get our wounded out. Anyway, that's where that dream helped. It kept all my fear away, and I said, I'm going home. I'm going home, and sure enough, I came back. I was on Iwo for the whole battle. We carried M1s. Guys don't believe me, but one time we were out on a ledge at the front and they told us to hold that point at all costs. Sometime late in the afternoon, the sun was almost down, and the guys become real spooky, and one said, You hear that? Hear what? That popping sound. As soon as we heard that poppin' sound, we could see that Japanese hand grenade comin', and we just grabbed the M1, used it like a bat, and whammed the grenade back instead of trying to pick it up. Then we found out the M1 was a good bat, too. I was never wounded. Gestures left. A guy got shot here. Gestures right. Another guy got shot there. Why I wasn't hit is beyond me. The maiden in the dream? I believe that's what it is. I believe I know for sure of 3 code talkers that got killed on Iwo Jima. They found out that carrying the radio on Iwo Jima was all right for a wide-open area, but too risky in real close fighting. They used the telephone, a regular telephone receiver, mostly. Most of the code talkers had to string the wire. If it broke, you had to go back and repair it or string another one. Some guys set up radios for relays in certain areas. That's where I intercepted that message coming in about Suribachi. The radio men, they always said, "Message for Arizona," and that meant a code talker needed to receive it, even on the radio. Message for Arizona. Can you hear it? A lot of people don't understand that this Navajo code language was not written. It's only a spoken language. You can't read it, and you can't write it. You have to decode it in your head and change it to English. It's only in the head here, a rich language. Now, they're trying to pass a law that all Indian languages should be taught in public schools. It is being taught on the reservation and on the university level at New Mexico State, University of Arizona, Northern Arizona, and at Arizona State. But back then, they wouldn't let us speak it. They wanted everybody to be Anglo. I went to speak in Washington, D.C. last April 12th, 2006. I talked to some congressmen, Senators Daniel Inouye and Daniel Akaka and some others. We talked about the Native American language. I told them it was very valuable. This was about legislation saying that Native American languages will be taught in states where they have reservations. The other was to recognize code talkers from other tribes, like the Sioux, the Choctaw, Comanche, Sac and Fox, and some others. They were used as translators in their own languages, but ours was coded. During the war, there were guards assigned to protect us. Some code talkers had bodyguards. I wasn't told I had one, but there was a guy who stayed with me all the time. "Hey, Chief, where are you going?" "Oh, I got to go to the restroom." And he comes along. He followed me all over that place. The guard was supposed to protect you. That Wind Talker movie? One of the guys who saw it, one of the original 29, said that's 80% correct and 20% Hollywood. But another guy says it's 50% okay and 50% bull hit the snake. That's Navajo code for bullshit. When Tokyo Rose used to come on the radio, this guy by the name of Chester Soul always used to say, "Oh, that's bull hit the snake." That means bullshit. Chester trained with us. Groups came in later. Some joined and learned the code, but they never saw action. Altogether, there's about 420 code talkers, all Marines, in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Divisions. They were at Okinawa, too. Every theater. Last March, when we were back over there, we stopped at Okinawa, and man, oh man, there were people out there who really appreciated the Navajo code talkers. I didn't go to Okinawa during the war. Iwo was my last action. When we got back to Hawaii, they were getting ready to invade the mainland, Japan. I came back to the States sometime in February of 1946. If my family had said write to me, I would have seen my mother again. But nobody could write, no telephone. That's the one that really hurts. I got out March 29, 1946. They tried to keep me in the Marines. They said, "We'll give you a corporal rating if you stay in." I said, "No, thank you. You don't give me no promotion or nothing all this time, and I'm supposed to be a specialist. I'll take my chances on the outside." I was released in San Diego, and from there they took us to Camp Pendleton, and we waited a whole month to get discharged. The bus depot, the train station, everything was all jammed. I had to stand in line almost 2 nights just to get on a bus. Some would get so disgusted they'd take their sea bag and try to hitchhike. I got on a bus as far as Winslow, Arizona. It turned south there, so I took my sea bag and hitchhiked to Gallup. A guy from New York picked me up. He wanted to stop at Petrified National Forest before we got to Gallup, so I went along with him. We saw it, came back, and he decided to eat. We went and sat at a restaurant, and to my surprise, he ordered beer for us. Then the guy that owned the place said, "No beer for this Indian." And the guy from New York got into an argument with the owner. He was mad at that guy. He said, "This man just risked his hind end for you guys, and you won't even give him a beer." So they argued. I was beginning to think they might get into a fight, and I said, forget it, let it go, I'm used to it now." But he finally talked the owner into it. He says, "Okay, then you be responsible for him." "Responsible for what? It's just one beer." So we had a beer, and then we went on to Gallup. From Gallup there was no transportation to the reservation, and it was more than 90 miles to Black Mountain. I had to wait for the mail truck to Chinle early next morning. There was no transportation from Chinle to Black Mountain. Nobody knew anything about where I was. So I had to walk again. Had to walk all day. Just before sundown, I got to a place where they have rocks piled up on the south side. There is a mirror hidden underneath. So I took that mirror out and started flashing out toward the Black Mountain, where my home was. All of a sudden, I saw a horse coming. I put the mirror back in there and walked a little ways. The horse came, bearing my brother. I hadn't seen him in 9 years. I left my sea bag there till they could come for it with a wagon. We rode back home, and I found my father had died. Then, just before dawn, I got up and walked out of there, because there was nothing for me to stay for. A big cedar tree is still standing just a little ways from where we lived. Underneath that tree is where I was born. When you stay with the sheep, you have to move here and there every month so they don't overgraze. You don't move the hogan, which is your home. At that time, we didn't have any tent. All we had was sheepskins spread over a lean-to. I was born in a lean-to under that tree. I looked over there at that tree and saw there's a family living there. I asked, "Who's that?" They said, "They own that place now." And here, that was supposed to be mine. And I talked with the guy who lived there, and he told me, "This is mine, because you've been away all these years. To own this land, you're supposed to live on it and tend to it, but you've been gone all these years." I said, "Hey, I've been fighting for that land. The government took me away." But that's tribal law. He still lives on it. I just walked out of there. My brother found out I just left. He brought a horse over to me and asked where I'm going. I said, "I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going. The first thing I need to do, I need to get to Chinle and that mail truck. So he gave me the horse and gave me instruction. You ride this over there, and leave the saddle and the bridle at the church, and put my name on it and turn the horse loose. He'll come back. I rode the horse to Chinle, got on the mail truck, and went back to Gallup. From Gallup, I bought a bus ticket all the way to San Francisco. I had found out one of my sisters got married, and she and her husband lived there. She didn't know our mother. Our father and my other sister had died. She couldn't communicate with them either. Sam worked in San Francisco, and then back on the railroad, and then he went to Lawrence, Kansas, where he spent 2 years at the Haskell Institute Vocational School, a trade school for Indians. He learned electrical work and refrigeration. Here he met his wife, Ann, also a student. He went on to Oregon, while Ann found a job at a new school for Navajo children in Brigham City, Utah. Eventually, Sam joined her there and obtained a degree in elementary education. They were married in June 1952 and had a son and a daughter. For 30 years, he taught Navajo children at the Intermountain Schools and up in Lukachukai, a little bitty settlement about 20 miles from where he was born. So how does Sam Tso feel today about the treatment he received at the hands of the government and about his service on the island of Iwo Jima? Let me tell you, we are still part of the United States, whether it's called a reservation or not. We are still part of the United States. When I thought about it, I felt that if it were not for the United States, some other country would have come in and taken over, and what would we be? I doubt we would be a democracy. I found out in high school that a democratic form of government is best for people, and that's what made me decide to go and help in the war. People aren't stupid. Sooner or later they're going to learn to respect everybody, not only one group, but everybody. It's best that we be patient. Coming back from the war, I found out that the people of America were really thankful. The reason I say this is because one time President Clinton invited us to go with him to Hawaii to celebrate VJ Day. We followed him over there, and we were at the punch bowl where all those dead soldiers were buried. It was a lot of people. He made a speech, and then he introduced a lot of the top brasses from different parts of the services. At the end, he introduced us Navajo code talkers. Man, oh man, I just couldn't believe it. All the people in that bowl just stood up, yelling and clapping. Some even started running up here to shake our hands, and then one right after another had to have us sign autographs. People wanted to take our pictures. I just couldn't know how to take that. That same year, 1995, the National Geographic paid my transportation back to Iwo Jima. They made a documentary film over there, War Code Navajo. They sent me a copy. I later found out it won an Emmy Award. Chapter 11. Corporal Al Abatello, Combat Engineer, 28th Marines, 5th Marine Division. If they took Truman out of his grave, I'd kiss his ass right now for dropping that bomb, because he saved our hide. I met with Al Abatello early in 2007 in his Lighthouse Point, Florida condominium not far from Fort Lauderdale. He was 81 at the time. I was inspired to contact him by the former Marine Corps historian John Ripley, who said, "Al is one of my favorite Iwo veterans from all the trips I have taken there. He is the real deal, authentic and accurate in all his recounted stories. He was also the stereotypical Marine in his day. Big, tough, hard, and a real professional. I also like his entire family, all of whom admire him, which says a lot about any family. I was born in New York June 26, 1925. For some reason, my mother didn't want to put me in kindergarten when the time came, so she lied about my age and put me in first grade. And as a result, I graduated from Christopher Columbus High School in the Bronx in January before I turned 17. I wanted to go into the Marine Corps after my birthday in June, but my dad would not sign the papers. He was the straightest guy. If a nickel ever came out of a phone booth, he'd put it back in again. "Don't screw around," he said. "That's the way you gotta be." So later, the following year, when the draft was coming up, he finally agreed to sign for me. I was 1 month short of 18. It was 1943. I went down the Marine Corps recruiting station, and they said enlistments were closed because you couldn't be more than 17 and 10 months. But then they arranged it finally, and I left August 1st. I took a train to Yemassee. We used to sing, "Beautiful Beaufort by the sea, just 28 miles from Yemassee." We took a truck to Beaufort. Then I actually went by barge out to Paris Island, even though they had the causeway from the mainland. I think they wanted us to feel isolated. Boot camp was tough. I was a 6-footer from the Bronx, 185 pounds, and I was in good shape. I did an awful lot of swimming. I was supposed to be a tough guy, so I got picked on all the time by the drill instructor. He'd come over and say, "You think you could handle this or that guy?" He was always on my butt. I had done a little boxing with one of the guys in a neighborhood youth organization, and somebody mentioned it, so all of a sudden the DI said, "You are the boxer." You'd compete between platoons. It worked that way. After boot camp, we went to New River, part of Camp Lejeune, and that was where they give you what they now call your MOS, Military Occupational Specialty. And with a name like Abatello, I'm the first one in line. ABBA, you know. The only guy who ever beat me was Aaron, AA. They called my name and said I was going for Raider training. That's when they had Carlson's Raiders. I said, "Oh, my God, I joined the Marine Corps, but I don't want to be a Raider, you know." I had a 10-day furlough, and when we reported back, some guy was reading the roster off, and he looked at me and said, "What's your background?" I said, "I had worked with my dad as a carpenter's helper." He said, "Okay, we're going to put you in engineers. You got a good, strong back." I said to myself, "Thank God I don't have to be a Raider." At first we did pontoon bridges, building stuff like that, and then we got into demolition. The majority of demo guys were engineers, and as an engineer, what are you going to do in combat? Build something? No, you blow things up. I took a course and did a lot of demolition work along with everything else. We worked with blocks of TNT. Later on, we trained with C2, which was the plastic explosive we used on Iwo Jima most of the time. I was in the 5th Division, 5th Engineer Battalion, attached to G Company of the 28th Marines as assault demolition. We did flame-throwing, we blasted pillboxes, blockhouses, caves, and mines, and took care of minefields, anything to do with demolition. Mainly, we worked with the frontline troops. We did lay out mats to keep vehicles from getting stuck in the sand. We had armored dozers. One platoon had all the heavy equipment. We used C2 when we could get it. When you couldn't, you used blocks of TNT, which was not as stable. The satchel charges contained 6 sticks of C2, 2 inches square. You'd put a 15-second delayed detonator in there and then throw it. One stick would blow the other, so the whole sack would go. It was heavy, I'd say 10 or 15 pounds. I landed with 2 of them when we hit the beach. I had the demolition kit with all the stuff in it, different fuses, and it was on my chest, and I had 2 sacks of C2 and the regular half a pack they gave you and a gas mask. I was so covered with stuff when I hit the beach, the first thing that went was the gas mask. Everybody threw that away. We were supposed to be reserve, but they called us in early. We must have landed an hour or two after H hour. We got in the Higgins boats, and the coxswain was going around in circles, waiting to hit the line of departure, and he said, "They're walking up the beach in formation. The place is secured." The first few waves didn't get no resistance. Then, when they called us in, it got hot. I was on the last boat on the left, on Green Beach. There was nothing between me and Suribachi, and we were getting all the fire from Suribachi. They were really giving us hell. I had a hole a shell had made, a big crater, so I dove into that. I hit about 4 guys on the side, then another guy comes flying in. When he turns around, you can see he's got his helmet on backwards. This was my first combat, but he's a veteran. He says, "Man, this is a hot fucking place. This is going to be great." Holy Christ. I said, "You got your helmet on backwards?" He said, "Yeah, it gets my face deeper in the sand." We were right on the base of Suribachi. We went up to the right a little bit. We had a rendezvous area where we were supposed to meet some people. You couldn't just walk there. You were doing flop-overs behind dead guys and in and out of holes till you got to where you were supposed to be. We spent the first night right above the beach, then moved across the island the second day. We found the G Company commander by word of mouth. They set up the battalion CP, we dug in, and that was it. I was the assistant squad leader. We moved out to work with G Company on the right side of Suribachi the following morning, blowing up tunnels and cave openings. I got wounded on the 23rd, the same day the flag went up. Actually, I was in Battalion 8 at that point. We had been working on a cave with a big coastal gun emplacement. One of the guys set a couple of charges up on top because it was surrounded by concrete, and our stuff wouldn't do anything but make a big loud noise. We figured if we could get something up high, we could drop half the mountain on it. The guy with the charge climbed up the side and got it set. We were covering him, and the infantry was covering us. They even brought up a couple tanks to give us cover. Anyway, he got up there and came back down, but the charge didn't go off. Something was wrong with the detonator. So I took a charge myself and climbed up and put it on top of the other charge. I waited a decent amount of time and put it on the charge, and I wanted to get away from there in a hurry. Coming down, I tripped. I slipped, fell, and rolled all the way down. There were huge explosions going all over the place. When I hit the hole, somebody said, "Oh, my God, your face is gone." I said, "What are you talking about?" Turned out I was full of blood. Since I fell, I figured all the pain was from the fall, but actually it was a piece of shrapnel, probably from a Japanese grenade that was rolled down there. They dug something out of my nose and out of the side of my cheek over here. Something ripped out the side of my nose and gum, and my cheek was cut wide open. I thought it came from the fall. The lieutenant checking in on us said, "Get yourself to the aid station." So I went over to Battalion Aid, midway across the neck. You know what $1 million wound is? Where you get hurt, but not bad, but bad enough so you have to pull out. This young kid corpsman was treating me. He had been on the ship with us. He patched me up a couple Band-Aids, this and that and the other thing. "You didn't sew it, though," I said to him. $1 million wound, huh?" He looked at me and said, "Get the hell out of here." I was there the whole 36 days and was not hit again. As he was patching me up, somebody said, "There goes the flag." So I broke away and I looked outside. I was still bloody. There were these big field binoculars you could look into, and I saw where first flag had gone up. Nobody paid any attention to the second flag. Later, somebody said they put a bigger flag up. Nobody cared. Near the end of the operation, we had secured the island pretty close, and we were mopping up. I had the squad just going around, blasting anything that could be bad. We went out on patrol, and they put a corpsman to go with 6 of us. It was that same kid who treated my face injury. He was running around all over the place with a .45, and my bar guy says, "Get him off my back, he's going to shoot me." Anyway, a charge goes off, and I hear this screaming. There's a big rock right over the corpsman. He's lucky, having just enough space under it so it broke his leg but didn't crush him. We drug him out and sent him to battalion aid. And when we got back that evening, somebody said, "Hey, a guy wants to see you over in sickbay." So I go to the battalion aid station, and he's laying on the floor. He's got a cast on him, and he looks at me and goes like this. He waves his hand. I figure he can't talk loud, so I lean over, and he kisses me. He says, $1,000,000 wound. I say, "You son of a bitch." We worked with C2 till we ran out, and then they dropped us in some dynamite from Guam. 60 dynamite it was called. And it's bad stuff because I think it's 60% nitro, which is not very stable. 40 is what everybody uses for construction. But they dropped us some 60, and we were using that to blow up caves, blockhouses, pillboxes until we got some more C2. Here's how we operated. The engineer battalion broke down into companies, then platoons, then squads. My unit, C Company, was attached to the 28th Marine Regiment. They had 4 battalions. I was in the 1st platoon, so we were attached to the 1st Battalion. The next platoon was attached to the 2nd Battalion, the next to the 3rd, and the 4th to the 4th. Each platoon works out of a battalion command post. The 4th platoon goes to the headquarters battalion. Within the 3rd Battalion, the 1st squad goes with G Company, the 2nd squad with H Company, the 3rd with I Company, and the 4th squad goes with the headquarters company. That's 1 platoon. Nobody wore bars or any kind of rank insignia. It was all just numbers. Number 414 was our outfit. It meant engineers. So number 1414 meant a private in engineers. Mine was 2414 because I was a corporal. It was stenciled with your name on the chest of your jacket. Everybody wore the same cover, hat or helmet. When we got to the other end, when there were not so many people around anymore, I'm talking a lot of casualties, we used to bleed over. If another company needed a little more demo, then we'd work with them. Well, that night, we always went back to the battalion CP and stay there as protection for them. Plus, we'd blast caves around them at night. It wouldn't be dark yet when we'd pull back and dig around the CP, blast caves and stuff, find out what could be the worst thing on the perimeter and lay charges in there. But not after dark. That was the given rule. Nobody got out of that hole after dark. If there was anybody walking around and it was dark, you shot him. That's the way it went. Then, when morning came, you'd go to your designated area and meet with the head guy of whatever company you were assigned to, and he'd tell you where to go. After a while, we hit an area where they had sunk these anti-boat mines, which were like ones you float with ears sticking out, only they were half of a complete mine, and they would bury them in the beach. There was a minefield inland with all these things on it, so they called us in to clear it. When you go for mines, you dig all around with the bayonet to make sure there's no connections that are going to explode when you pull the mine up. The artillery was giving us cover as we were doing that, but then we had a short round, which happened to be a dud, hit behind us. It went flying through this minefield, and luckily it didn't hit any of the mines. But from that moment on, we didn't fool around with the bayonet. We just reached out and picked them up. They had handles. There's acid inside, and when you break it, a battery is activated, and that sets off the charge. But you could grab them by the handle and set them to the side so everybody could go around them. They were semicircular, heavy, and had handles on both sides. Whew. Did I ever wish I'd gone into the Raiders instead? At times, yes. The thing I remember most vividly was the steam and stuff coming out of the ground on the upper part of the island. You couldn't sleep in a foxhole. You got burned. It was that hot. We used to take a canteen and bury it, and it would come up boiling. And like I said, you never got out of your foxhole at night, but you're sitting there, and you're seeing all these things, people moving. But actually, it's steam coming out of the ground, but you're picturing people. I shot more steam than I did anything else, you know. You very seldom saw the enemy. You never saw them. You could hear them digging. You'd close up the cave, and you could hear them digging at night trying to get out. I didn't recognize the place when I went back in 2005. The whole island was completely green, and I didn't see one little bit of green in that place when we were there the first time. I did find the cave where we had buried two of my guys. It was just something that bugged us. We had just a few men left in the squad. They had put a sergeant from headquarters in charge, a guy named Jacquist. I had the other half of the squad. This was near the end, almost mop-up, you know. They said on March 15th the island was secure, but it wasn't. We had a lot more fighting after that. Anyway, it was near Catano Point on the north end, and we were coming down around a rock wall, and up there a little bit was a cave, and above it was another cave, a small hole. Juck was turned around, motioned to me, and pointed up. A Jap was trying to get into the other cave. I signaled my bar guy, and he took a shot at him with the bar, but the gun jammed on him. The Jap blew himself up with a grenade. We threw smoke in there, and smoke came out around the bend, so a couple of the guys went over there to take care of it. I guess they assumed there was enough rock and debris on top so that if they blasted, it would drop down on the cave. For some reason, two of them went in, and they both got shot. One was killed and the other crawled out. Why did they go in? I don't know. Maybe to set a charge. To this day, we don't know. That would have been a no-no and a half. The guy who got killed was my foxhole buddy, John Babbage. He looked like a kid. They called him Young Babbage. The other guy was Sam Queen, the Mississippi gambler who had come in as a replacement. He was in a different squad, but they had shoved him from headquarters as a replacement into my squad because we had lost 3 or 4 guys. This Jacquist put a call out to the lieutenant, and he came down with a runner, Madsen, who was originally from my squad. They tried to get Babbage out. They pulled Sam Queen out. He had a bullet through his belly, and he said, "Don't go in. He's dead. Babbage is dead. Don't go in there." But you could see him, laying there. The lieutenant came, and they got a piece of pipe, put a rope on it, and tried to get to him. Anyway, Madsen was trying to get a rope on the feet to drag Babbage out, and the Japs reached around and shot him in the head. He fell in there, and so now the lieutenant orders the cave shut with a bulldozer. He didn't want to blast it. So we got Kingsbury to come down, and he scraped dirt off the top of it and buried it. Closed the cave. When you leave somebody, you got to give the location, the graves, and registration so they can reclaim it. So when I was planning on going back, I always had I wanted to go to that cave. I wanted to go see if the thing had been opened and if they got the bodies out. I talked to the lieutenant. He's over in Oregon, and I got his letter here somewhere showing where he had marked the coordinates. He had a letter from Graves and Registration saying they could not locate him. I always wondered, did they ever get him out? You hate to leave anybody. You know how the Marines are. There was somebody who said they went and saw Babbage's grave up in upstate New York, but I never could verify it. When we got to Iwo, my son Don and daughter Lisa and I went looking for it. We were part of a Discovery Channel film. I'm 98% sure I located the cave, but it didn't look the same because the whole roof had been caved in. The lieutenant had given me the coordinates. It looked like somebody had dug it out, and then the roof had collapsed, probably because they used a backhoe. There were tracks all over the place. There was no sign of Babbage or Madsen. I mailed that discovery tape to my lieutenant. I wanted to verify the site. I haven't heard from him yet. Why didn't we throw smoke to rescue Babbage? You don't know why you don't do nothing. First of all, the lieutenant's in charge. The sergeant, Jacques, was the one who summoned the lieutenant, and he made the decision on what we were going to do. After it's all over, you think, why the heck didn't we reach down and flip in a couple smoke grenades, or get a flamethrower and turn it around the corner? There were ways of getting them out. It just didn't happen. We blew some of Kurabayashi's cave. There was a small entrance, but inside were a series of rooms that were all connected. My son went in one, and he said it was enormous. He went in that small entrance, past cutouts for munitions, for a radio room, and it all opened up into an enormous cave. We blasted all those caves hard. There was a blockhouse, too, we assumed was his headquarters. We had a hell of a time trying to blow that up. My Purple Heart. That's another story. We all refused the Purple Heart. Most of the guys in the outfit had some sort of damage, but they never put in for it. But when I got out, my discharge papers were 1 year shy and showing the time I had spent overseas. In New York, they had a bonus so that the more time you had overseas, the more money you got. So I sent to Washington to have my discharge corrected, and when they fixed the time and wrote me back, they also sent me the Purple Heart. It reads the 22nd of February, but it was actually the 23rd.
The citation reads, Dear Mr. Abatello, I am directed by the Commandant of the Marine Corps to inform you that you are entitled to a Purple Heart, awarded in the name of the President and by order of the Secretary of the Navy.
I never wore it. I don't even mention it when I go to the convention, because every one of those guys rates one. They interviewed my lieutenant, and he said if it was the Army, the whole platoon would have Purple Hearts. The company I was attached to came out with about 190 men. They supposedly had 108% casualties, meaning the entire company was replaced with a few more thrown in, and my name was first on the wounded list. When we first went in on D-Day, I was scared shitless. But then after that, I don't know if I was scared or not. I don't remember being frightened. You just hoped it worked out the right way. I did what I was told to do, and I did it when I was told to do it. I'm not saying I was gung-ho and not scared, but I don't remember it being so bad that it affected my ability to do what I was supposed to. One instance that happened came when my friend Red Brown got killed. I had half the squad, and we were back up, waiting to rejoin the action, and here came a couple guys dragging Red Brown. So I jumped in and grabbed a hold of him. He was still alive, but he had a bullet in the head. Part of his head was... Anyway, I got in and helped carry him down to the battalion aid station. The lieutenant, Herb Hammond, was there. And what bugged me so badly was I'm up at the battalion aid station, and I had left 4 guys down there. And here I was, the assistant squad leader, when I all at once thought, oh my God, the lieutenant's going to think that I'm scared, that I'm yellow. It hit me hard that I had left my post because Red Brown was my best buddy, and he's lying there with half his head blown away. He's still alive, still breathing, but he died when we got him up there. Anyway, I took off down the road and went back to them, but that bugged me for years. It always bugged me that maybe they thought I ran out of that area because it was hot, that I had come back to the battalion aid station and left my men down below. I mentioned it to the lieutenant not too long ago, and he said, "What? Are you kidding me, Abatello?" But that always bugged me. They said it was going to cost 1 million lives to conquer Japan. If they took Truman out of his grave, I'd kiss his ass right now for dropping that bomb, because he saved our hide. I got sent to China, sort of shanghaied, to fix roads for a spell after the war, and then got discharged on Mother's Day, May 12, 1946. When I got sent home, they said I would automatically be raised to sergeant if I came back within 90 days. But then, I met this gal, Mary Ganguza, a Sicilian, and that was it. I was a Neapolitan. I loved swimming. We lived right off Pelham Bay. I was down swimming, and she happened to be there with a couple friends. She was a good-looking gal. Tough. We got friendly, and it escalated from there. We got married in 1947. We had 2 daughters, Lisa and Angela, and a son, Don. All lived locally. Moved to Florida in 1974 from Puerto Rico. I worked 40 years for a contractor as a superintendent in charge of concrete construction. I worked in New York, New Jersey, and then in Puerto Rico for 10 or 11 years. We did all the bank buildings. I had the whole family with me. We moved to Florida in 1974, but they kept calling me back to Puerto Rico as a consultant. I was there 4 years ago. We did an addition to the Hilton. I'm 81 now. I retired more or less when I was 66 or 67, but it didn't last long. I'd stay home a couple months, and they would call me for a job, and I would go back. I worked up until just before my wife passed away 3.5 years ago. She died very peacefully. I went to call her, and she didn't wake up. We were married close to 59 years. I sure miss her. A newspaper article written in February 1945 by a combat correspondent credited Al's Company C, 5th Engineer Battalion, with a major assist in the seizure of Mount Suribachi. He wrote that the company killed 600 Japanese, 3 times their own number, and that they moved in front of the infantry, smashing pillboxes, blockhouses, minefields, tank traps, and emplacements. He added, with explosives lashed to their backs and dangling from their belts, the engineers knocked out more than 165 concrete pillboxes and blockhouses. They blasted 15 strong bunkers, naval gun positions, and dug up or exploded 1,000 mines and booby traps, filled in 200 caves with bulldozers, trapping more than 100 Japs in one cave alone. Some of the caves were 3 stories high and blocked by heavy reinforced steel doors. In addition, they evacuated hundreds of wounded Marines, buried more than 200 Japs, built more than 1,500 yards of roads and tank paths around the crater, saved 6 trapped tanks in one day, built retreat roads for the tanks with broken ammunition cases, strung barbed wire at night, and kept illuminating flares soaring over the enemy. Asked if this account was accurate, Abatello replied, "I don't know. Like I said, I was only a little part of the company. We did our part, which would be a portion of that. I was just a run-of-the-mill guy doing a job. No big heroics. You did what you had to do." Chapter 12. Private First Class Charles Waterhouse, wounded at Iwo Jima, 28th Marines, 5th Marine Division. Al Abatello was in my squad, the engineers. He was very tough, a tough guy. There used to be an ad in the magazines in the 40s, something about shaving cream, how it was tough but ever so gentle. That was Al. He was big and he could break you in half, but he was a tender guy.
Very nice guy. We keep in touch. I spent an afternoon with Colonel Waterhouse in his museum in Toms River, New Jersey. He was extremely gracious and cordial, granting me all the time I wished, even though his wife was home and not feeling well. We talked at length, and he gave me a tour. I saw action illustrations of the Medal of Honor recipients Hector Cafarata at Fox Hill in Korea and Mitchell Page at Guadalcanal, among others. He also had a compelling work of Colonel John Ripley hanging off the bridge at Dong Ha. I said I couldn't understand why Ripley had not received the Medal of Honor for his feat that day. He said he couldn't either. I asked how he liked being described as the Norman Rockwell of the Marine Corps. "That's the ultimate compliment," he replied. The first wave shoved off at Iwo at 9 o'clock. The waves came in about 5 minutes apart, and we were in the 7th or 8th. I came in at 09:37. We didn't expect to go in that fast, but the first couple waves got in so quickly. Zip, they sent us in. Kurabayashi opened up while we were in the water. Machine guns, mortars, artillery, everything. We were in the left flank landing craft. Abatello, too, and the coxswains got mixed up. They saw this marker they thought was in the center, but it was the left end of the beach. We were fortunate to be on the left flank because the machine gun fire and stuff were going over us at boats to our right. We landed much closer to it than we were supposed to. When the ramp went down, there were no footprints, but there were lots of people shooting at us from Suribachi. It seemed like we were getting fire from 3 directions, from Suribachi, from the neck of Iwo, and from up north by the quarry. We were immediately in a firefight, all this shooting, and you could not see where any of it came from. We faced a series of at least 3 terraces. Our orders were to go 250 yards inland, turn left, and dig a hole, and sit there until we had orders what to do. As we went in, we kept edging to the right. We found a nice-sized ridge, 30 feet high or so, and that's where we dug in. We saw a few people getting hurt, but luckily nobody from my platoon did. We had a guy named Daniluk from Brooklyn, New York, whose draft number had come up. He wanted to get in the Coast Guard because he lived in Brooklyn and figured he could get a job on a ship patrolling New York Harbor, see? So he said to them, "I want the Coast Guard." They said, "You're in the Marines." No, I want the Coast Guard." They finally convinced him he had no say in the matter and that he was going to be a Marine. So every morning, as he threw the blankets off, his first words, the first thing he'd say was, "Oh, that effing draft board." Every day. So in his honor, when the ramp let down on Green Beach, the whole boatload of us hollered, "Oh, that effing draft board." That was for Danny. The Japs must have thought, "Here comes a bunch of nuts." Guys I haven't heard from for 30 years, I'll suddenly get a Christmas card and it'll say, "I'll never forget, oh, that effing draft board." The first day we made our 250 yards up the beach. The second day, we didn't make 50 yards. The third day, we got to the base of Suribachi. Each one of our engineer squads was assigned to a different company in the 28th. Harold Pierce was a buck sergeant in my company. The lieutenant said to him, "There's Easy Company. You're going to support them. Crap out here with your people until I get back and tell you what to do." So the lieutenant's gone, and somebody walks up behind Pierce and gives him a kick and says, "Hey, why don't you go down there and blow up some pillboxes or something?" And Pierce says, "Well, sir, I can't order my squad to do that. My lieutenant told me to stay here with my men until he came back and told us what to do." Well, the guy who gave Pierce the kick was none other than Colonel Chandler Johnson. They called him Jelly Belly, and he sent Pierce and some of the squad up to where Easy Company was going to jump off. Pierce caught up with the rear elements of the assault and said, "What do you want me to do? I'm a demo man." And they said, "Well, there's a big cave over there." He'd picked up a Browning automatic rifle from a dead Marine, and he started for the cave with that.
Pierce spent the whole day taking out caves. He wasn't supporting an attack, he was making attacks. 3 or 4 times he came back to get more explosives, and he finally got hit by fragments from a knee mortar. Then a machine gun stitched him up one arm. He wasn't going to have somebody take him back to the aid station. Instead, he helped another wounded guy get back. Chandler Johnson has been watching this all day, and at the end he said, "I sent that guy down there to do something, and he did it. Put him down for a Navy Cross." A week later, Johnson was dead. I think Pierce was from Braintree, Massachusetts. Why did I want to join the Marine Corps? When I was 12 years old, they took us to the library for the first time. A real library. Naturally, you want an exciting book. And I'm looking and looking, and finally I see something. It says, "Fix Bayonets." I figured that would be exciting. It was by John Thomason. His writings influenced many, many young men between World War I and World War II to join the Marine Corps. He treated his characters like they could walk on water. I took it out so often they wouldn't let me take it out anymore. He drew pictures, too, and I'd try and copy his pictures. I wanted to be one of those good guys. I was born September 22nd, 1924, and I grew up in Perth Amboy, New Jersey. I was 17 when I graduated from high school in 1942. When I got to be 18, a group of kids I hung out with, 5 of us, were going to join the Marines. So we went up to North Jersey to sign up, and we all got separated, and when we came outside, they said, "Are you in?" "Yeah, I'm in." But they're all different. One's in the Air Force, one's in the Army, one's in the Navy, one's in the Seabees. It's fate. It took 33 hours to get to Paris Island. They put us on a Higgins boat, even though the causeway was built. They wanted to make you unhappy. And while you were going, you'd hear the chant, "You'll be sorry." I couldn't imagine what they meant. But then I thought I was in jail. I thought I signed the wrong papers. Boot camp was 12 weeks. I shot expert with the M1. Got an extra $5 a month. After boot camp, we got a 10-day leave, then showed up at Camp Lejeune. My application form asked, what did I do when I graduated high school? Well, I wrote I had worked 4 or 5 months in the engineering room of a copperworks factory, copying these big old drawings on transparencies to be put in a mountain in Pennsylvania for protection in case the Germans bombed us. So they put me down as a draftsman and said, "Okay, you're an engineer." I met Abatello right away. We moved to a tent camp out in the woods and did all kinds of things. I remember it snowed like crazy. They had us riding around in trucks shoveling out the officers' quarters. They issued us long winter underwear, and everybody's running around singing "The Man on the Flying Trapeze." A week after New Year's, 1943, we got on a train and went to Camp Pendleton in California. That was where our training really started. The 4th Marine Division was loading its ships to go as we were unloading our trains. They went right into combat while we trained at Pendleton for a year and a half or more, and didn't ship out until September of 1944. We finished training cycles a couple of times, and they still didn't ship us out. We were going to be reserve for the Battle of Saipan, but they never called for us. We went to the 2nd Division's Camp Tarawa on the Big Island of Hawaii that September. And here's something you never read about. We ended our training cycle that September, and we were supposed to hit Iwo in November, but MacArthur had tied up all the shipping in the Philippines, and they couldn't get adequate space aboard ship. This was going to be a big deal. 800 ships, equipment for 3 divisions, and we didn't get it. Now you read about how Kurabayashi in that time doubled the number of tunnels, doubled the number of pillboxes. If we had invaded in November, it might have been a different story. it might not have been the greatest battle in the world. It was always the same drill. The 27th and 26th would be on the right, and we would land in a column of battalions in a line. We'd train. Go so far inland, turn left, and here's this big hill. We would assault it over and over again. It was Suribachi. It got to be like walking in your sleep. You knew exactly what you were supposed to do. Go 250 yards and turn left. They closed the green beaches the afternoon of D-Day. A destroyer came damn near into shore, and he kept pumping 5-inch shells. There was one huge vertical cave slit in the mountain, and you could see the shells go right inside. The beaches were closed the second day also. I was wounded at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the third day. They finally decided to go inland another 250 yards and make a left turn to support the attack on Suribachi. The two forward holes facing Suribachi were occupied by Barney Barnstein with the radio and me. I was thanking God just the other day, because if Kurabayashi had said, "Hey, banzai, banzai, banzai," mine was the first hole they would have hit. Anyway, Barney had a radio aerial sticking up, and the machine guns were really working over us two and the foxholes in back. All this lead was flying right above your nose, and when it stopped, the platoon sergeant come running over. He stood right where the beating zone was, where the bullets were flying. He says, "Waterhouse, you follow the lieutenant. Don't let anything happen to him. We're moving inland." So I got my stuff together, and by the time I got up there, I could see the sergeant and lieutenant. The sergeant got hit in the legs. They ran with blood pumping out of him, and then he fell down. The lieutenant was on top of him trying to put first aid on his legs, and the sergeant reaches up and yells to the lieutenant to get down. They were very close. The sergeant had been on Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester. He was real tough. Meanwhile, I get up almost to them, and the lieutenant hollers to everyone to leave their packs in the holes and to come with weapons and shovels. I took my pack off and ran back with it. I'm waving the shovel and the rifle, and I go to jump in the hole, and something hits me in the left shoulder. The corpsman offers to come over, and I say no, but then I figured maybe he'd better, because they say if you don't feel it, it's bad. And I didn't feel any pain. I was completely numb in the hand, from the shoulder down. So he ran over and put a dressing on it, and then they had to go. The last guy that went by said, "Charlie, give me your carbine," and he hands me his rifle, and they were gone into the smoke. I got out of there in a quiet time and edged sideways and went down beside a pillbox. And I took this rifle, and I'm trying to work it. It's all coated with ashes, and it won't work. I wanted to just shoot a clip, just to whom it may concern, you know, at Suribachi. I swore at that guy who took my carbine. If I ever saw him again, I'd kill him. So I never fired a shot. At what? I was the best shot in the platoon, expert, and you couldn't see a thing. It was starting to rain again, so I went down past a 37-millimeter gun armed with canister, persuaded them not to shoot me, and then made my way down to the beach. It got messier and messier. It looked like a junkyard. There was a hole, not quite as big as this table, and it had 2 shelter halves over it. I figured that must be the aid station. I tried to get in, but these 2 doctors said it wasn't big enough for any more people. Told me to find myself a spot to crap out. I figured office hours are over and the doctor's not in, so I looked around for a spot that wasn't littered and lay there. I laid there in the rain, thinking if they had a barrage or started sending mortars, it wouldn't look too good. Finally, a Higgins boat came in and they hollered, "Casualties! Casualties!" People started getting up from different piles of stuff with litters and bringing them, so I shuffled down. I think I was the only ambulatory guy. The rest were all on litters. They closed the ramp and started backing off. I'm in the boat water, and it's red as can be. All the guys are bleeding. I found out what it was like to get seasick immediately. Gradually, the sound of the motors were louder than what was going on ashore, but then they couldn't find the ship. They started getting rejection slips from ships that were loaded with casualties, and it was raining. The LCVP crewmen were getting worried. It's getting dark, it's raining. They could float out to the sea, you know. We went the whole range of the beachhead, from green all the way near the end to blue. The 4th Division command ship was there with generals on it, and they took us aboard. And I'm thinking, how the hell am I going to climb the nets? I'm dead from the shoulder down. They sent down a hoist with 5 or 6 wooden things on it and started loading stretchers. I climbed on and held on to a greasy cable. When we got to the top, a corpsman lifted me over the rail, and that was it. I was the first man down because I could walk, and they checked me over, then sent me down a hatch. I went down, found a bottom bunk, and I figured, this is it. I'm off that, out of the battle. I was in the dark, and I felt like an animal licking his wounds in the cave. I went to sleep, and after a while I came to. There's only one little red light on, and here from the sack above me is an arm with a knife. He's swinging this thing, and I'm huddled against the bulkhead, and the corpsmen are scattered all over. He's having nightmares. You effing Japs! That scared the heck out of me. But they finally quieted him down, and then, about 2 hours later, I wake up, and here's a guy 6 feet away, directly across from me, and he's got a submachine gun. The corpsmen are trying to take it from him, and he says, the goddamn Japs can't do it. You can't do it. And he's cocking it, and I'm thinking, holy mackerel. He finally went to sleep with it. 2 days later, 2 officers came down and said, guys, we need people on the beach. This is the worst one yet, the very worst. And we need people who think they can go back. And everybody started, oh, my head's bleeding. Oh, my guts. Oh, my legs. Oh. But an hour later, this bunk's empty. That one's empty. Hey, I'm going back. I didn't want to. It's only supposed to take 5 days, you know. They said it would take 3 days of fighting, like Tarawa, 2 days to mop up, and off we go to Guam. I had to see a doctor for real first. It turned out I had a bullet through the shoulder, under the arm, at an angle that cut these nerves. The first thing the doctor said was, make up a cast. I said, sir, my arm's not broken. He said, make up a cast. They put me in a cast with my hand up in the air, fingers curled over. I'm still complaining. What the hell do I need that for? The bullet had cut the nerves, and he knew it. He punched me with needles. I couldn't feel a thing. He knew. Anyway, I get 2 cartons of cigarettes, a fountain pen, and whatnot in a little bag, and I'm going back to the beach. A half-dozen guys had got up on deck early, waiting for the boats to come alongside, and I'm there, and then it hit me. How do I get down the nets? They're not going to lower something just for me. And I cried. It was the only time I ever felt like crying. I prayed, help me. I never cried again after that. It was a big tragedy for me. I didn't want to go, but I had it all figured out. I know they're going to land on the 4th Division beaches, and I'm going to have to make my way down to Green Beach because those people are still filling in the holes around Suribachi. I know you can pick up helmets and guns and all kinds of things so he can get all the gear he needs. It didn't happen. Charlie did not go ashore. I was aboard ship when the flag went up on the 5th day. They announced it on the loudspeaker. The ship had been hit that morning, and I went up to get some fresh air and saw splinters on the bulkhead. Looking ashore, I could see demo teams working in the north. We were on the extreme north, right off the quarry. I could see teams blowing caves, and I'm thinking, gee, if I can see them, they can see me. but they were busy. I walked up to the front of the ship and looked to the south, and I could see a speck of a flag, and I'm thinking, hey, that's my people. Later, on March 1st, the day the 28th came north to attack Hill 362, they sent all the wounded topside, and there was a Higgins boat on deck, and they just walked us onto it, lifted it up, set it down in the water, and took us out to a Coast Guard boat loaded with wounded going to Guam. They transferred us same way, just picked up the boat and set it on deck. That ship didn't have room for anything. It was packed with wounded. We left that night, and next day, during a rainstorm, they buried a number of Marines at sea. I went out on the deck, getting soaking wet, to watch. On Guam, the first thing you know, they got me in a cast with my arm raised up with a brace wrapped around the chest to keep it up in the air. I looked like a secret weapon. You know Bob Dole? He's got a hand like that. Once they leave it that way, it stays. With the cast, I couldn't get in the sack by myself. I was dangerous. Walking like this, I could knock your brains out. Sleep wasn't easy. I had 2 operations, one on an artery, immediately. This doctor says, I haven't checked you. So he looks me over and says, how long have you been walking around? Since it happened. He said, lie down. 20 minutes later, I was in the operating room. Turned out that bullet had nicked an artery, and it could have gone just like that any minute. He picked it up with the stethoscope. I ended up in a series of hospitals. I flew back to the States, took a medical train to the East Coast, and ended up in St. Albans Hospital on Long Island that July, where they operated on the nerves. I was released from the Marine Corps in May of 1946. I had met my wife-to-be, Barbara Anderson, on a blind date in 1945. When I got out of the car to let her out that night, there was no running board. I still had that cast on, and I fell into the gutter. My future mother-in-law said to her daughter, you'll never go out with that drunken Marine again. And I wasn't drunk. We got married June 6, 1948. We had 2 daughters, Amy and Jane. How did I get in the drawing? They had the GI Bill, and you couldn't beat it. If you served 3 years' time, you qualified for 3 whole years of study, 365 days. You could go to college, and they gave $90 a month if you were married, $80 if not. That was a big deal. I had been drawing a cartoon strip of the Battle of Iwo Jima, and I went to King Features with it, and they said, Christopher Columbus, we just got rid of 4 years of war, and you're drawing a war thing? Why don't you go to art school? So I did. I started school the following January, 1947. I found out there was an art school in Newark, New Jersey. I figured, that's close to home. I studied for 3 years. Didn't get a degree. I was hired immediately by the Prudential Insurance Company. They had 18 artists doing everything from cartoons to paintings. It was a marvelous chance for experience. I worked there over 5 years. Then I figured, someday I'm going to be an old man. I'll be in my 60s. I'll be smoking a cigar, and I'll have the 18 people running around, but I won't be making any pictures. And I'll say, I always thought I wanted to make pictures for magazines. So I talked it over with my wife, and she said, do it. It was the day my second daughter, Amy, was born. I went to work, and I said, Mr. Gasser? He was a famous watercolor painter, head of the art department. I said, sir, I quit. His cigar fell right out of his mouth, just like in the movies, because they had it all figured out. Hey, he's got another mouth to feed. He's got to come in for a raise, and we'll say, in a little while, we'll see that you get a raise. Instead, I quit. I had an arrangement with the director of the school I had gone to. I taught 1 day a week, a class in illustration, something to base an income on. I had gone out and got some freelance jobs by showing pictures I had done at Prudential. I was working on illustration jobs for 3 different magazines while Amy was in the hospital with her mother. A story from a detective magazine, a story from a children's grade school publication, and one for an adventure magazine, and they were all due on the same day. One paid on delivery, one on publication, which was 4 months later, and one had a different deadline, so you were never sure when you were going to get paid. I did that for 20-odd years. I didn't work the slick women's things, but Saga, Argosy, Man's True Whatever, True Man's Whatever, they were always starting magazines. If they caught on in 4 months, that was okay, but if they didn't, they dropped them. You always hoped you got paid before they dropped them. I belonged to the Society of Illustrators and the Salmagundi Club, and both had connections with the military, and you could get jobs to go paint weather balloons or ships. So when you did something for a magazine about ships, you had some idea of what to do. It was cashless, but you got experience. Then one day this friend of mine said, "Hey, Charlie, why don't you go to Vietnam?" He worked for the Air Force. The war was on then, and he had just come back. He was in the Society of Illustrators. I said, "I don't paint airplanes. I paint Marines." He said, "Well, go down to the Salmagundi Club." I sent down a portfolio and got a call from the man who ran the program, and he asked if I would go to Vietnam. I said, "I will if my wife will let me." This was in January of 1967. And I went for a month and a half, February and March. I did a book of sketches and things. I figured I could use some of the ideas. Vietnam was just becoming a dirty word, and I had people saying, I shouldn't look at this, or what was I doing? Was I trying to sell the war? I said, no, I'm trying to show that I can draw pictures on the spot. I went a second time for the Air Force, flew on a B-52 mission over Laos, hitting some Ho Chi Minh trails, a 13-hour round trip from Guam. We refueled over the Philippines. I went a third time for Navy medicine, and the first person I met was a Navy corpsman. He said, "Come on down to my village. I've got 5 Marine advisors." So off I went. There was a patrol boat 100 yards across a very muddy beach. He said, "Okay, follow me." I'm going in mud, sucking up to my knees, slathering in it with my paint stuff. 3 years later, he calls, says he wants to come visit me with his Vietnamese wife. He says, "You know, Mr. Waterhouse, I hated you. I thought you were one of those damn media people." He says, "There was a dock out there we could have walked out on, but I made you walk through the mud." I said, "You had to walk through the damn stuff, too." Eventually, I went all over. I ended up on missile cruisers, carriers, destroyers. They lowered me in a monsoon from a helicopter to the fantail of a destroyer. And when my feet hit the deck, a wave hit me this high. I thought, I'm not going to like this. I was seasick from that moment until the next morning when a helicopter came, dropped a life preserver, and took me off. The pay was terrible. $15 per diem in the States, and when I got to Vietnam, it was $9.50. And then, when I got back, the Navy Department docked me $4.50 for chow and $1 a night for quarters, even though I slept in foxholes at times 500 yards from the demilitarized zone. I didn't go with the idea of making money, but I always thought at least Barbara would get a check while I was gone to buy some groceries. It didn't happen. Finally, I get a call from Major Dyer at the Marine Corps Museum in Washington, asking me to paint something for the bicentennial. I said, sure. Then he said, write us a letter saying you can't. We want to convince the powers that be that this has to be funded. So I wrote a letter to General Simmons, said I was thoroughly professional, had worked at all the magazines, and I had a wife, 2 daughters, 2 cats, and a dog. and we all ate. And while I would love to do this, I could not accept the job unless it was funded. I had a double-page book jacket for the Rutgers Press showing Washington and his men slogging through the snow, going to fight the Battle of Princeton. This thing arrived while I was writing the letter, so when I finished, I folded up one of the proofs and put it in there. The general was impressed, thank God. If it had been Chesty Puller, he would have said, "What the hell do we need pictures for?" A week later, Major Dyer calls and asks me to make 7 paintings. I said, "Last week it was paint 1, then don't do any, and now it's 7. I'm confused." He said, "So are we." Then he says, "Could you come on active duty?" I said, "Well, if my wife doesn't mind." So now I'm 47 years old, and I'm going to the draft board in Newark to get drafted, and all these 18-year-old bushy-headed kids are standing in line. It was just like a TV show. "What the hell do you want?" I says, "I come for my physical." You know how Jack Benny used to do double takes? Everybody's head turned. They thought it was candid camera. It took 4 months, paperwork, FBI checks, all kinds of junk. And then it was, "Oh, by the way, sir, we can only make you a major." At the end of the war, I had been a corporal, just like Hitler and Napoleon had started, and I thought, if they can do it, I can do it. They weren't Marines, though. I didn't have to do any training. I'd have been dead. First day I came down, they drove me to lunch, and there's 30 Marines running in their red skivvies, and they say, "Here's what we do at lunchtime, Major." I said, "You do that to me, and I'll be in Arlington, not running through it." I became the only artist in residence the Marines ever had. I always loved historical things, and I did over 500 paintings for the Corps. When I came on duty, they asked me what I liked to paint and how big. I said, "I paint historical pictures, and I like 'em big." The first picture had 53 people in it. All my work went to the museum from that point on. It is not on exhibit, however. It's in Washington, D.C., in the archives. The new museum at Quantico? They're exhibiting one picture, probably. I had a wonderful relationship with the Marine Corps. I did dozens of covers for the Marine Corps Gazette, for officers, for Leatherneck, which was for enlisted, and for the Marine Corps League magazine. Everything is acrylic. Sometimes it's thin, like watercolor. Sometimes it's black and white. It's just black acrylic instead of ink. It's the magic medium for me. All art students and artists look for the one that works. Well, this works. Acrylic won't turn black. It won't crack and eat the canvas. I retired for the second time, 19 February 1991. I had 7 guys from my platoon at retirement at the museum in Washington, D.C. The commandant, Al Gray, made a surprise visit, gave a speech. He knew more about me than I did. He was very nice to us. My museum in Toms River opened 6 years ago. I needed a place to hang stuff. It's all supported by contributions. I'm working now on a series featuring Marine Corps recipients of the Medal of Honor. I've been back to Iwo Jima 3 or 4 times. I spent at least a week there on 2 occasions. I painted a number of little pictures on the spot, including the Admiral's Cave. I got friendly with some Japanese who were there, including one who had been wounded 27 times. He had an artificial nose. He said it was made in the USA. Part 4. The Flag Raisings. Inseparable from the campaign to conquer Iwo Jima is the photograph by Joe Rosenthal of the flag being raised on Mount Suribachi. 5 Marines and a Navy corpsman put it up on February 23, 1945, 5 days after D-Day. Back in the States, the photograph was an instant sensation.
It appeared on the front page of dozens of newspapers across the country on Sunday, February 25th. The success of Rosenthal's image obscured the fact that it merely recorded the second flag raising on the mountain. 6 other Marines had erected the first flag a few hours earlier. The planting of the second flag was a routine incident, not even mentioned in the daily logs. That first flag, made in the USA.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Part 4. The Flag Raisings. Inseparable from the campaign to conquer Iwo Jima is the photograph by Joe Rosenthal of the flag being raised on Mount Suribachi. 5 Marines and a Navy corpsman put it up on February 23, 1945, 5 days after D-Day. Back in the States, the photograph was an instant sensation. It appeared on the front page of dozens of newspapers across the country on Sunday, February 25th. The success of Rosenthal's image obscured the fact that it merely recorded the second flag raising on the mountain. 6 other Marines had erected the first flag a few hours earlier. The planting of the second flag was a routine incident, not even mentioned in the daily logs. That first flag, 54 inches long and 28 inches deep, was put up by Lieutenant Harold Schreier, Platoon Sergeant Ernest T. Thomas, Sergeant Henry O. Hansen, Corporal Charles W. Lindberg, and Privates First Class Louis C. Charlo and James Michaels. 3 of the Marines who raised the first flag were to die in combat, just as 3 from the second flag raising were also killed. Staff Sergeant Lou Lowry, a staff photographer for the Marine Corps magazine Leatherneck, took a picture of 3 Marines tying the first flag to a pipe and another after it was in place with some Marines standing around. The second photo is static and uninspired. Lindberg, the last living member of the 12 flag raisers, told me shortly before he died in June 2007 that it went up at 10:30 a.m. Much was made in the press at the time about the ferocious fighting the patrol endured in order to get the flag to the summit, but it was all grossly exaggerated. Both the first and the second group of flag raisers scaled the 556-foot elevation with minimal interference from the enemy. No one is quite sure why they had such an easy time. There were still plenty of Japanese in various caves and tunnels all the way to the summit. For whatever reason, however, none emerged until after the first flag had gone up. Lindberg thought the Japanese troops stayed inside because Suribachi had taken such a terrible pounding from the ships before the patrols ascended its slopes. In any case, most of the fight for Suribachi occurred around its base in the 4 days preceding the flag raisings. The second flag, which was 8 feet long and 4 feet 8 inches deep, almost twice the size of the first, was raised early in the afternoon. Present besides Rosenthal were Sergeant Bill Janoust, a Marine motion picture photographer, and Private Bob Campbell, a still photographer. Rosenthal took several pictures, including what he called a posed gung-ho group shot. The story of this posed photograph later helped foster confusion over the assertion that the famous flag-raising shot had been staged. Janoust shot a sequence of the flag going up that later confirmed the validity of Rosenthal's photo. Rosenthal took his picture with a 4x5 speed graphic at 1/400th of a second, lens aperture between f8 and f11, on sheet number 10 of a 12-sheet film pack, according to Hal Buell. Campbell got a nice shot showing the new flag in place while the first one was being gathered in. Hal Buell, who spent 40 years as a photo editor with the Associated Press, including 25 as the head man, reports in his authoritative book, Uncommon Valor, Common Virtue, Iwo Jima and the Photograph That Captured America, that 3 other photographers were present before the second flag went up. Of course, it was Rosenthal's photo that got the attention. 3 of the flag raisers, the Navy Corpsman Pharmacist Mate Second Class John H. Bradley, Private First Class Ira H. Hayes, and Private First Class René A. Gagnon were later brought home and feted as heroes as they led a nationwide bond drive to help raise money for the war effort. The other three, Private First Class Franklin R. Sousley, Sergeant Mike Strank, and Corporal Harlan H. Block, were all killed in the weeks following the flag-raising. Lowry initially resented the attention Rosenthal received and thought his shot had to be a fake because he wasn't even there when the first flag went up. Chuck Lindberg, too, maintained that Rosenthal was a self-promoter who helped set it all up, but this was not the case. Rosenthal was just a news photographer trying to get a good shot, and things went his way. His material got back to Guam quickly, got sorted out and sent to the States right away, where it became an immediate hit. I interviewed Joe Rosenthal in 1995, when Parade magazine ran his photo on its cover to accompany a 50th anniversary piece on the Battle of Iwo Jima, written by James Brady. You always hear about famous photos being staged, so we ran a sidebar with Joe explaining how he had come to get the shot, emphasizing that it had not been posed. I backed off 35 feet and stood on a couple of old Japanese sandbags and some rocks, he told me. It was around noon, he said. The light from above tends to sculpt your subject. The tension in the picture comes from the weight of the pole, which was about 150 pounds. Other guys jumped in to help when they saw it was too heavy. I never would have used that many in the shot. Since he worked for the AP when he took the photo, the agency owned the rights. He got a raise, though, and won a Pulitzer Prize. 10 years later, on February 18, 1955, he told the full story with W.C. Hines in an article for Collier's magazine. Rosenthal downplayed his part in the story, and his last line was the best. Yes, he said, he took the picture, but the Marines took the island. Rosenthal went on to a full career with the San Francisco Chronicle. Though the Associated Press owns the copyright to the photograph, the Marine Corps has the right to distribute it. According to Hal Buell, proceeds from commercial use go to the Navy Relief Fund. Though it is one of the most memorable images of the 20th century, the AP doesn't make any money off it. Everybody knew the picture was going to be around forever, says Buell. Rosenthal was a delightful human being, witty, insightful, easy to talk to, very friendly and unassuming to a point of distraction, Buell recalls. He was a small man, 5'5", 130 pounds. He wore horn-rimmed glasses. He had volunteered for all the services, and they had all turned him down because his eyesight was so bad. Buell adds, as I say in the book, he was painfully modest. There was a story I heard after I did the book. He'd been out on assignment with some young reporter at the Chronicle, and she introduced Joe this way. You know, he's the man who made that famous picture. And Joe took her aside and said, don't ever do that again. Don't introduce me that way. I'm Joe Rosenthal, a photographer for the San Francisco Chronicle. He was very modest about it. I used to give him a hard time because he always said the picture was a lucky shot. Serendipity is part of every picture ever made, but there's a lot more to it than that. He wanted at first to make a picture of one flag going up, the other one coming down, and then he thought, no, that might not work. It was too much like a football play. Go this way or that way and you could miss it. So he went around to the front, then had to step back so he could get the whole swing of the flag. If you notice, in the Genost film, the flag goes up and out of the frame, and he didn't want that to happen, so he stepped down. Then he built a little platform that cut down the foreground, and then Genost walks in front of him, and they get involved in a, am I in your way? No, you're not. Whoops, there it goes. And he raised the camera, and bang, right at the perfect peak of the action. So there's a lot of skillful photography involved. It wasn't lucky. There was some luck, but it was mostly Joe making a good picture, taking the time to make it right. Some photographers go to war because it's a way to make a career.
a great war picture can make a career. Some photographers go because it's a way to make a buck. There's a story to be covered, and you can sell your pictures and make some money. And some photographers go because they sincerely feel that the story should be told because they can help change the world. A lot of photographers are motivated by that. Photographers are basically emotional journalists. The nature of the work is emotional, instinctive, and intuitive, and so the mind works that way all the time. There's a swashbuckling element involved as well, something that takes you to the place where the action occurs. Joe's flag, the second flag, flew till March 15th. There's a lot of irony in that, too. They said the island was now secure. So they declared a headquarters company and put a flag up, and that became the flag on Iwo Jima, and the flag on the mountain was taken down. But there were a lot of people died after March 15th. Both flags now hang in the Marine Corps Museum in Quantico. You know, Rosenthal's favorite picture from the invasion days is not that good, but Joe is crazy about it. The photo shows 2 slain Marines in the foreground, with another Marine advancing over the sand from right to left. The reason he liked it was, he said, he was so impressed by the fact that no matter how many Marines fell, they just kept coming. They just kept coming. They just kept coming. And I think that's why they weren't annihilated, because the Japanese couldn't kill them all. There were too many of them. Once they got up off the beach, it was a little tougher to get them. Joe Rosenthal died in California on Sunday, August 20th, 2006. He was 94. Chapter 13. Warrant Officer Norman Hatch, Photo Officer, 5th Marine Division.
The brave ones were shooting the enemy. The crazy ones were shooting film.
A cassette tape of Pennsylvania's 65000, a tune made popular during the war by Glenn Miller, began playing in Norman Hatch's car as he started it up. He was driving me to the metro station in Alexandria, Virginia, so I could catch the subway to my train at Union Station in Washington, D.C. in mid-March 2007. We had just spent nearly 3 hours in his basement office, a long railroad car of a room filled with memorabilia and files. His backyard contained several very large boxwood shrubs, which he said had been very small when he planted them after he and his wife Lois moved into the house in 1951. On the way to the metro, he said something about how you just have to take chances in life and make things come to you, even if you do fail now and then. Perhaps not many people know the Marine Corps won an Oscar, but in 1944 it was awarded an Academy Award for the Best Short Documentary of 1944, with the Marines at Tarawa. One of 10 men assigned to film the bloody invasion, which took the lives of 1,000 Marines and 4,700 Japanese, was Norman Hatch, who was credited as the cinematographer. Hatch also landed on Iwo Jima on D-Day, February 19th, 2 years later, and stayed there 18 days until he left for Washington to play a crucial role in sorting out for the Commandant of the Marine Corps charges that Joe Rosenthal's photograph on Suribachi was faked. The invasion of Tarawa took place November 20th, 1943.
I went in practically with the first wave. I was the only cameraman to get on the beach for the first day and a half. It was not the fault of the other cameramen. After the first 3 waves of amphibious tractors hit the beach, all hell broke loose. It wasn't just Kurabayashi on Iwo who did this. The Japanese always waited for you to get on the beach. That was their philosophy. Let them get on the beach and then annihilate them. I was sitting on the engine hatch of a Higgins boat with Major Jim Crow, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, and he saw he was losing his beachhead to our Tarawa. He was not due to come in until later. His exec was on the beach with the first waves,
but they were losing the beachfront because a Japanese guy in a tank turret buried in the sand was firing a machine gun at the Amtraks. They were like tin. They didn't have any armor, and those 30 caliber and 50 caliber rounds would go right through them. The drivers were getting scared and pinching in away from the gun. And Major Crow said, "Jesus Christ, I'm losing my beachhead. Coxswain, put this goddamn boat in right now." So we were the only boat to hit the beach at that particular time. We got in and walked ashore with no problem. A couple guys got hit and dropped in the water. My assistant, Obie Newcomb, and I are lugging black and white camera gear on our shoulders, and we get onto the beach, and then the fire opens up. We could lie there, dug in, and watch a landing craft come in, drop the ramp, and then a shell would land right on the ramp. The Japanese knew where the reef was, and they knew where the boats would have to stop, and they had it all zeroed in. After they blasted a half a dozen boats, the guys on the beach radioed out to the ship and said, "Jesus, don't send any more until we figure this thing out." I doubt we had 600 or 700 men on the beach at that stage of the game. Anyway, all the rest of the Higgins boats, which had been loaded up at 9 o'clock in the morning, were held off overnight, so everybody had to spend the night in those things getting seasick and dashed with spray. And there I am on the beach. I don't know that these guys are all afloat, and I'm shooting the war as it's happening pretty much in front of me. It winds up that I've got the only real combat footage of the fight, because when they come in about 10 o'clock the next morning, there's some fighting to be done, but it's mostly wrap-up stuff. The first 900 guys who got ashore did most of the action, and I filmed it in black and white. Why is the movie in 16mm color? The kids that we trained shot color, a lot of the boat stuff, island shots and planes dropping bombs, but when you get to the combat, it's my 35mm black and white that you see. We tinted it so there wouldn't be such a sharp contrast. I was able to catch the only shot, not just in the Pacific, but the European war that had both the enemy and our guys in the same frame of footage. I had attended a briefing on Tarawa with Major Crow and with the battalion exec, Major Bill Chamberlain, who said to me, "We're going to take that big blockhouse up there. You want to come and cover it?" Well, you know, a staff sergeant doesn't argue with a superior, so I said, "Sure." We had been sitting there in his CP, his command post, which was a big shell hole, and he's got his senior NCOs and a couple of officers, and they've planned the attack. What they're going to do is go over the top of the blockhouse and do some damage to the air vents, drop grenades down the smoke pipes, and it's going to happen at 9 o'clock. It was just like a World War I movie, with everybody synchronizing their watches. All the people went back to their command units, and Chamberlain looks at me and says, "Are you ready?" I says, "Yup." He gets up and yells, "Follow me." He waves his hand, and the two of us run up, climb onto the top of this thing, and get all the way across and look down the other side, and there's a dozen Japanese looking up at us, wondering what the hell we're doing on top of their blockhouse. We turn around, and there's nobody in sight. We're the only two people on top of the world entirely. And I looked at the major. He didn't have a weapon. I said, "Where the hell is your rifle?" He said, "I gave it to somebody that lost his coming in." "Where was his pistol?" "He lost it." I had one, but it was in back of me behind all the camera gear. And I said, "I think we better get the hell out of here." He agreed. We ran back and down off the side. He held another meeting, with a little ass-chewing, and then we started to take the place. I was standing at the foot of it at that point in time, filming some stuff, and somebody yells, "Here come the Japs!" So I just stood in position, moved over, and that's when I got the shot. I was within 30 or 40 feet of the enemy. I had a Marine in the foreground, pretty much in the middle, with a machine gun, while the Japanese can be seen running across from right to left in the background. When I got back to Pearl Harbor, I sent a telegram to my wife saying, "I think I got a shot of both of our forces fighting, and if I did, it's a lucky shot." It turned out that way. Andy Warhol said everybody should have his 15 minutes of fame. Well, I got 15 seconds of fame. That's about the length of time it took, 16 seconds, to go through the camera. Later, people asked me how I could walk through a battle like that, taking pictures as I went. And that was when I said the brave ones were shooting the enemy. The crazy ones were shooting film. You have to remember the island of Tarawa is only about 1/3 the size of Central Park in Midtown Manhattan. Within 76 hours, over 4,700 Japanese and 1,000 Marines were killed. We only took 17 Japanese prisoners. The color film went to Washington, where it was put together by Warner Brothers' Office of War Information. Hatch's black and white went to San Francisco and eventually wound up in newsreels that were shown in movie theaters, which is how Hatch's name ended up on marquees. Of course, being a dumb photographer, I never took a picture of it, he recalled. Hatch eventually worked with the director Frank Capra to combine Hatch's 3,000 feet of black and white with the color footage to make a training film, Army-Navy Screen Magazine number 21, to be shown to troops all over the world. Tarawa had hit the press in a heavy way with all those casualties occurring in such a short space of time. It was also the first time in the history of the world that anybody had assaulted a heavily fortified beachhead from the sea and succeeded. There's a rumor. I can't validate it, but it's a hell of a good story, that Churchill was having trouble with Eisenhower and his own staff about the landings they were planning on the French coast. He couldn't get them to agree that it should be done. He was watching what happened at Tarawa, and after he saw we had done it, he came to both commands, Eisenhower and the Brits, and said, "If they can do it, we can do it." Did that happen? I don't know, but it's a hell of a good story. I was born March 2nd, 1921, in Gloucester, Massachusetts. I enlisted July 7th, 1939. My father had told me I should join the Navy because it could teach me a vocation, and I signed up, but they kept putting me off. They were only accepting 12 or 15 a month from all of New England. In June of 39, I walked in again and said, "When are you going to take me?" I'd been doing odd jobs to earn little money. I bought a Ford dump truck for $75 with another guy, and we were hauling loam all over the city of Boston. The Navy rep told me it would be another 3 to 5 months, so on the way out I went by the Marine Corps office, walked in on a whim, and said to the sergeant, "If I wanted to join the Marine Corps, how long would it be before you took me?" He said, "Do you want to leave Friday or 2 weeks from Friday?" I left on the 7th of July, 1939. I was 18. When we got off the train at Yemassee, we were met by a sergeant who picked us up and took us by boat, from Beaufort to Parris Island. My senior drill instructor was a sergeant named Johnny Watkins. He wasn't cruel, but he had his own ways. He carried the steel shaft of a golf club, which he would use to whap you on the back if you didn't do things just right. In the early stages of training, if you didn't do a facing maneuver properly while marching, he would likely run at you and jump and hit you in the middle of the back with his elbows and knees. You'd have a rifle, you'd go flying, and you might take 3 guys with you. And he'd say, "Now, will you do it correctly?" He was nimble. He was a little guy, too. There was a kid, a little Jewish boy, who couldn't get anything right. Drilling to him was just anathema. And so Watkins had him pushing a peanut with his nose on the sidewalk all the way around the barracks. One time, Watkins didn't like the way we were drilling, so he had us go behind the barracks, stack our rifles, then march out into the bay. It was all mud, just icky, gooey mud, and you'd get it up to about waist high and you'd begin to founder. You couldn't stand up straight. Some of the kids were getting scared because they really couldn't swim that well. Finally, we turned around and walked in and took showers with all our clothes on. Another day, I was corporal of the barracks guard for the evening, and Watkins came in and said, "Will you mail this letter for me tomorrow?" I saw it was addressed to Mrs. Johnny Watkins, such and such, Shanghai, China. But Johnny also had a wife over in Beaufort. That's old Corps for you. They could get away with things like that. There would be girls coming on the base to clean various offices, and when they passed you, they would say very quietly, so the D.I. couldn't hear them, "I'm available for 25 cents. I'm available for 25 cents. They knew all these guys would be horny anyway, and they were just trying to get some guys to slip out, which was damn near impossible. Parasailing was something else in those days. Boot camp ended in September, and I was scheduled to go to sea school in Norfolk, which meant I'd be trained in how to react aboard a ship and wear blues and look pretty all day long. But coming from Gloucester, I'd spent a lot of time aboard ship, and I knew what shipboard life was like, and I thought, hell, I don't want to get sent into that. I didn't think I could plan my future very well that way. While I was in boot camp, they told us to religiously read the bulletin board every day because it would tell you what your commander was doing and what the Marine Corps was doing. I followed this advice and saw an opening for an English instructor at the Marine Corps Institute at 8th and I in Washington, D.C. I applied and forgot about it, and 2 days before I was supposed to ship out for Norfolk, Johnny Watkins comes up to me with a piece of paper and says, "God damn it, Hatch, what have you been doing? This says you're going to teach English. What the hell kind of job is that for a Marine?"
Norman Hatch then found himself in a succession of jobs in the Marine Corps, from English teacher to an assistant editor at Leatherneck to public affairs, at which time he got to know the radio personality Arthur Godfrey, and finally, on October 1st, 1941, to a class in photojournalism in New York City, with an emphasis on motion pictures and still photography. His film career began with another trip to the bulletin board, but it took 3 tries. Nothing came of these 3 trips.
Everything sort of happened because I either slept next to somebody or knew somebody, he said.
He was lucky enough to meet an important person. In this case, it was the director, Louis de Rochemont, who got him into the class. The idea was to learn how to tell a story with a camera and not just settle for the grip and grin.
Even back in high school, I'd liked photography. To get our so-called degree in New York, we had to take 1 roll of film out into the city and come back with a complete story done in 1 roll. which ran through a camera at 90 feet a minute, and there was only 100 feet in there. I went out to one of these concrete chess bars in Manhattan, where a lot of old men sat and played. That was my story. You had to learn to think out ahead what you were going to do. From there, I went to Quantico, where we were doing training films, and all of a sudden, 2 of us were ordered to the 2nd Marine Division. I was promoted to corporal, and we were supposed to be on the train to California Saturday night. I came up to Washington and told my girlfriend, Lois, I was getting ready to go, so we decided to get married that Saturday morning, September 19th, 1942. Some cousins drove us down so she could say goodbye to me at the train. I called Johnny Urquhart and said, "Pack everything. I'm not coming back to the barracks." We were at Camp Elliott while the 2nd Division completed its forming, and then we sailed for New Zealand in late September. We were there 11 months and then landed at Tarawa, November 20th, 1943. The director, John Ford, had won an Academy Award in 1942 and again in 1943 for his filming of the Battle of Midway, and we used to say that when we got to the front, we were going to make a film and get an Academy Award, just like Ford. After the filming at Tarawa and my return to the States and the war loan drive, I wound up as a photo officer with the 5th Division on the Big Island of Hawaii the summer of 1944. I had insisted that we forget the 35mm black and white camera and go to the 16mm color. It was a lot easier to carry, and the success of the Tarawa film proved its worth. So we were the first ones in the services to go completely all-color. We were on the Parker Ranch, one of the largest in the world, training for Iwo, even though we didn't know it. I made frequent trips back and forth to Oahu for staff meetings and got to know Herb Schlossberg, the photo officer for the 4th Division, and he and I became very good friends. I had been promoted to warrant officer by then, the highest rank you can reach as an enlisted man. Bill Janoust, who shot the motion picture film of the 2nd flag raising, joined Hatch's group in Hawaii. Janoust was one of the supernumeraries I got in the pool from SyncPack. We knew action was coming, and I had sent a request to the Marine Pacific headquarters at Pearl for more photographers and motion picture cameramen for the next action. We ended up with probably 90 cameramen on the beach at Iwo, 30 for each division. Janoust had been wounded on Saipan and had come back on active duty. He didn't want to return to the States, so he was assigned to me when I requested more people. I wrote up the order of photographers prior to taking off from Hilo. We sent him up Suribachi, even though nobody knew for sure if there was even going to be a 2nd flag raising. I went ashore on Iwo Jima right after the first wave. Once I knew the philosophy of the Japanese, I promised myself I'd always go in the first wave. I wanted to get on the beach and dig in before things hit the fan. And sure enough, that's what happened. They let 'em get on the beach and gave them hell after that. I was near Suribachi when we hit the beach. I had been briefed by the colonel as to where they were going to set up once they got ashore, and it was right near the tail end of Moriyama No. 1. I had Obadiah Newcomb, the stillman who had been with me on Tarawa, as my assistant photo officer now. I said, "Obi, we got to get up there by Moriyama No. 1. I don't know how we're going to make it." We had the broad expanse of Iwo in front of us. We had gotten up over the hump, and I said to Obi, "I want you to look out behind us, and I'll look in front of us. We don't want some goddamn nip coming out of a hole in the ground and shooting us in the back. We'll take pictures as we move." We didn't have any trouble. We walked right up to Motoyama No. 1, probably 20 minutes after we landed. I found a 50 caliber gun mount circled by 50-gallon drums loaded with sand. The mount was sticking up, but the gun wasn't there. It made a perfect tent pole, and I covered the whole thing with a big tarp I found nearby. That was my command post. I was all dug in, and Obi was out shooting stills, when finally the guys began to infiltrate in. They'd also been told we'd be somewhere near the end of Motoyama No. 1. We had 10 guys shooting motion picture film. The rest were still men, except for a camera repair guy. The Navy had noticed in looking at all the film from previous actions that everybody's footage was the same in every battle. Guys running here, guys running there. So we determined to select and assign various topics to various men. I had a tank battalion, a medical battalion, and a signal battalion I would cover. I had one still man and one movie man assigned to them and nothing else. Out of that came several good training films. One film has a very distinctive name, Glamour Gal, which was painted on the barrel of a howitzer. We also had free roamers, guys attached to a unit, a battalion, or a regiment to document whatever was going on. This way we avoided duplication. The whole thing was planned out to the extent that 3 times a day an LCVP came in from the command ship. It had great big letters across both sides, press. Anybody, meaning civilian press or our public affairs writers or combat correspondents, would go down to that boat and turn their stuff in. It would go to the command ship and then be packaged individually and flown to Guam, where the Navy had a big photo lab set up. They processed all the film. There was total censorship all through the Pacific War, and all military and civilian stuff had to be looked at before it was released. That's how Joe Rosenthal's shot of the second flag raising and his other stuff was sent in. He went back to the ship in the press boat that night. He went back and forth for 4 days. There wasn't any sense in him sleeping on the beach at night time, so he'd go back, write his captions, turn his stuff in, and it'd be flown to Guam. So he never saw it until he arrived there around D+8. Herb Schlossberg, the photo officer for the 4th, was on that boat with him. Schlossberg had orders to take all the Marine motion picture film from D+1 to D+8 to Washington and to Hollywood, where Warner Brothers could edit the film. We figured it would be smart to have the film edited and ready by the time the battle was over. I took the film between D+8 and 18 to Washington. For the second flag raising, my boss, Colonel George Rowe, the division intelligence officer, came to me and said General Rocky wanted a bigger flag up there because nobody could see the first one. It was so small. I said, where the hell are they going to get a bigger flag? Nobody's carrying any holiday or Sunday flags. He said there were LSTs on the beach, and maybe they would find one there. The official Marine Corps position is quite simple. Lieutenant Tuttle, who was an aide to the battalion commander, was sent out to get some supplies from some of those ships and to look at the same time for a larger flag. He was lucky because LST 799, I think it is, had one, and the Lieutenant J.G. gave it to him. It was 8 feet long, and if he'd tried to fly it on the stern of the LST, it probably would have dragged in the water. Hatch, aware that the Marines were going to try to raise a second flag, knew he ought to have someone there to film it. I didn't have anybody to send out, but then in walked Bill Janoust and Bob Campbell to turn in film and get new stuff. I had assigned them to the 28th Marines. I said, you guys have to turn around and go right back. There's a possibility that a second flag is going to be put up. Just Go up there and sit on top of the mountain and shoot whatever you see, and if a flag goes up, shoot that too." They headed back down. It was kind of dangerous getting from ICP at the foot of Moriyama No. 1 airstrip over to the mountain. It was a good quarter-mile, and there was nothing but firefights going on. But they got over there and ran into Rosenthal going up. He and Bob Campbell had worked on the same newspaper in San Francisco, and they were friends. They joked about going up, and Rosenthal apparently said, "Oh, you guys are carrying guns. You can protect me." But it was pretty secure on the mountain at that point. They get up there, and it was only seconds later that the second flag went up. They were already putting it on a new pole, and Bob Campbell shot the perfect picture of the one flag coming down, the other going up, crossing each other. This disproved a lot of arguments people have brought up that there weren't two flags. For his part on the summit, Joe had built a little rock cairn to stand on, and Janoust was over to the left of him. But Janoust figured that was not a good shot, so he started to move across, and that's when Joe said, "Hurry up, it's going up." Janoust got on Joe's right, and that's the way the shot worked out. Campbell didn't want to stand next to Rosenthal and get the same picture, so he moved over to the side and down at a lower angle, and that's how he got that beautiful shot of the two flags. When Rosenthal's stuff came through processing at the SyncPack lab in Guam, somebody, and I don't know who, nobody's been able to put a finger on it, whether it was the lab man or the Associated Press photo editor on the island, but somebody made a decision. I always say in a talk, there's another man involved in the Rosenthal picture. He is the person who changed that picture from a horizontal to a vertical, and that made the photo. Because if you look at the horizontal, it shows the top of the mountain. It shows the debris around the place. It shows part of the beach over here. You can even see very faint lines of ships out to sea. It's got too much crap in it. I've said often that if that picture as taken was sent out and printed that way, I don't know if very many people would have done anything with it. But in turning it into a vertical, he did something that artists, true artists, really like. It's got a triangle in it. It's got action in a still photo. You get the feeling of the movement up there, and it tells the story without the caption. Of course, the picture was a sensation. It was put out the Sunday after Rosenthal took it, and it was on the front page of damn near every major newspaper across the country. Then, word got out that it was phony, that it had been staged. What happened was Lou Lowry, who shot the first flag raising, got together with a Time Life correspondent, Bob Sherrod, on the island after we'd heard about this wonderful picture via radio. We hadn't seen it. This was part of that thing we'd determined at Pearl beforehand. We'd get lots of info back on what the press was saying. Everybody was extolling the wonderful picture. Now, Lowry had been up there and was part of that little attack that went on up there, and jumped off the side of the mountain and busted both his cameras. He couldn't understand why this guy who had gone up and just shot a replacement flag was getting all this credit. No combat, no nothing, you know. He was pissed off enough that he sat down with Sherrod and he told him the story. He said, "There's something phony about this. It's just not right." Plus, a lot of professional photographers thought it was a staged picture from the start. What Bob Sherrod told me later was that when he sent it in, he put a note on the piece he had written as a result of talking with Lou. He said, "Don't run this until you check with AP." Now that's good reporting. And they didn't publish it per se. But there's always a glitch somewheres. Time Life in New York at 30 Rock, Rockefeller Center in Midtown Manhattan, was as big as the Pentagon. It was on a great number of floors, and there was also a radio station in there that received copies of all the correspondences going through Time Life from around the world. So Sherrod's story comes through all the various stations, goes through this radio desk, and there's no hold on it. The hold had dropped off somewhere along the line, so they ran with it, U.S.-wide. A phony story, phony flag. And then, when Joe hit Guam, he was met by a press conference of his pals saying, "What a wonderful picture." Well, he hadn't seen it yet. Someone in the course of asking questions said, "Did you pose any pictures?" He said, "Oh, yes, sure." Well, he didn't pose the flag raising, but he did get one of everybody standing around the flagpole. We called that the bonsai or gung-ho shot. It was taken all over the goddamn Pacific. That's how the misunderstanding arose. And that's what I was up against. The reason I went to Washington was I was taking the film in from D+8 to D18 following Herb Schlossberg. I was met at National Airport on March 17th by a lieutenant colonel who was Deputy Director of Public Affairs for the Marine Corps. I knew him. His name was Ed Haganah. I said, "Jesus, this is really nice for a colonel to come over in a car to pick up a warrant officer. I'm really proud." He laughed and said, "No, I've got to take you into headquarters." I said, "I can't go like this." I hadn't shaved for a day and a half. I was partly in uniform, still had combat gear on. I had been 5 days getting from Iwo to Washington. He said, "Get in the car and I'll explain." I did so, and he told me we were going to the commandant's office. I said, "Oh, for Christ's sake, Ed, let me go home and shower and shave, put on a uniform. I only live 5 minutes away." He said, "No, because in the office waiting for us was the bureau chief of Time Life in Washington, the executive vice president of the Associated Press, a bunch of horse holders, and the commandant of the Marine Corps, General A. Vandergrift." He said they all wanted to know about the 2 flag raisings. There was contention about the fact that Time Life had said Rosenthal's shot was a phony picture. Now, AP wants to sue Time Life, and it wants to sue Sherrod, and I'm supposed to settle the goddamn argument. "That's all I need," I said, "to be in the middle of 2 warring major news organizations." So I get there, and the commandant looks at me and kind of grins. He said, "Gunner?" In those days, warrant officers wore the bursting bomb on their covers or hats, and they were called gunners, even though they had nothing to do with guns. He said, "Gunner, we don't know the real story about the 2 flags. You're the first one to come back here who might be able to fill us in on it. Tell us what the story is." I told them the first flag was put up by the patrol that went up there, and it was considered too small. There was a desire to put up a larger flag, but nobody knew where the hell they'd find one, but they finally did find one on the LST. They took it up and put it up. I said that was all there was to it. It was a replacement flag. I said I thought one of the problems was simply that the AP was calling it the flag raising, and it's not. The flag raising referred to the one that went up at 10:20, the first flag. This one, Janoust and Rosenthal's, was a replacement flag. Lowry shot the first one. In fact, there's nothing reported in the records about that second flag going up. If you didn't have a picture of it, you wouldn't know it was there. The battalion log has nothing. The D2 log, intelligence, has nothing. The D3 log, operations, has nothing. It was just a replacement flag, a routine action. There was a definite second flag raising, I explained, that had been photographed by Joe Rosenthal, and he hadn't planned it, he hadn't promoted it, he hadn't staged it. So that cleared things up. I hadn't seen Janoust's film at all. He was killed March 4th, and his film was on the West Coast. The crux came when the commandant said to Alan J. Gould, the senior vice president who pretty much ran AP, "This is a wonderful photo, and I think we could use it a lot in the future. Would you give us permission to use it?" The guy said something typical, normal, and natural for anybody in that business with a stock photo library to say. He told the commandant, "Well, yes, I'll give you a couple duplicate negatives, but it will cost you $1 apiece for every 8x10 that you make." Well, there was dead silence in the room. It felt like icicles. You could feel the horse holders sitting around thinking, if it hadn't been for the Marine Corps, Rosenthal wouldn't have been up there taking the picture in the first place, and now they want to charge us for it? So the commandant turned to me and said, Gunner, what do you think about that? And I thought, well, here goes nothing. I said, that is a normal position for them to come back with a normal response to a request for a stock photo. But if we don't decide to go with that, we have the 16mm color film of the flag raising taken by Bill Janoust. And I said, you can always find one frame that's fairly sharp. We can blow that up to 8x10, make color or black and white prints of the exact same shot. Now, I didn't know whether Janoust's film was underexposed, overexposed, or whether there was dirt or scratches in the film, or what the hell might have happened. His motor might have been running slow. I could see the wheels turning over in Gould's eyes as I was saying this. I could see him thinking there was going to be two pictures out there, one a little fuzzy and the other good and sharp, but the public wouldn't know the difference. He very quickly came back and said to the commandant, well, as an afterthought, I'll give you the two dupe negatives, and you can use them in perpetuity at no cost. That ended the whole conversation. The first thing I did when I got home was call Schlossberg. I got him in the cutting room, and I said, have you seen Bill Janoust's film yet? He said, yes. I said, how is it? He said, it's beautiful. I said, thank God, because all I could picture was that if by any chance the decision had gone the way I suggested and the film was bad, I'd have been shipped to Iceland or someplace. At first, Lou Lowry was embittered that Joe got all the attention, but once he saw the photo, he didn't have any doubt that it was a good one, so the animosity sort of drained out of him. But he was pretty bitter there on the beach. He came to me and said, God damn it, what the hell is this? I said, Lou, don't get excited until we find out what it is. We haven't seen it. Later on, he and I were very friendly. We worked together on several Marine Corps photo contests as judges. He and Rosenthal became good friends. In fact, Rosenthal came all the way east for Lou's funeral. I never got to know Rosenthal real well, but we talked on the phone over the years. It'd be like, have you heard about this? One of the funniest stories we traded was about some Air Force captain or lieutenant who was having trouble with his P-51 fighter. He put down on the Iwo airstrip, and while he was waiting for the mechanics to fix it, he said, well, as long as I'm here, I might as well go get a good look at the island. So, he said, he walked over and climbed Suribachi just in time to help put the flag up. Besides Janoust, we lost one other film guy, Fox, on Iwo, after I left. I never did a lot of filming there myself, although I went out a couple times. I stayed pretty close to the CP, the command post, in case the colonel needed me. I had left the island by the time Janoust was killed March 4th. A funny thing happened about 10 years ago, 1997 or thereabouts, here at my home in Arlington. I heard a knock on the door one Saturday morning, and a tall gentleman introduced himself as former Lieutenant John K. McLean. He lived right up the street. He said he was an interpreter who was on the patrol when Janoust was killed. A report had come back to Division Intelligence that a Japanese was sitting at a table in a cave with a lot of papers, working on something, but nobody could talk to him. It was thought the papers might be valuable. It was thought it might be a trap, so McLean was sent out with a patrol to find out what this guy was doing. Bill tagged along looking for a story. It was a rainy, misty day. They got there, and here was this guy sitting at a table down inside this cave, which was quite large. The lieutenant tries to talk to him. Why are you there? What are you doing? No answer. So the patrol leader says, "We'll go down there and find out what's happening." But he didn't have a flashlight, and nobody else had one, except Bill. He said, "Oh, hell, I got the flashlight. I'll go down there." He was that type. I mean, he'd been in combat. He knew his way around. He knew what to do. But why he did this one, I'll never know. To get into the cave, you had to climb over a large berm formed by dirt taken out of there. There was just enough room to squeeze through. Bill went down into the cave, while McLean and 2 or 3 other members of the patrol squeezed through behind them. But they didn't descend. Janouse got 2/3 of the way down there, and a Nambu machine gun opened up from a tunnel off to the right, which they could not see from the entrance. It killed him. The Japanese guy starts to pick up his papers, and McLean immediately ordered his men to kill him. But the Nambu scared the living shit out of them, and they turned around and had a hell of a time climbing back out through all that volcanic ash. Plus, it was so narrow. They were scared to death, and they just piled ass out of there. They got out, but nobody fired at them. Janouse was too far down for anybody to reach without getting shot, so they called for a dozer to close up the cave. McLean, who has since died himself, said he went back a couple days later, but he couldn't find the cave, and I guess it has been lost ever since. Just last week, March 2007, I was at a meeting with a group of Japanese who had come from an organization that looks for bodies, and they were going to make their 54th or 55th trip to Iwo, and wanted to talk to some Marines who had been there during the fighting. The question of Janouse came up, and I gave them a copy of McLean's story. Of course, our own guys have looked for Janouse for years. At the time this book was going to press, there had been no word from the Japanese contingent. Was the Marine Corps thrilled when the Tarawa film won the Academy Award in '44? I guess they were. I haven't the slightest idea. I wasn't there. General Julian C. Smith, who was the division commander on Tarawa as a major general, was a lieutenant general by then and director of the Department of the Pacific in San Francisco. He and his wife were invited down to the awards to sit at the table of 20th Century Fox, even though they didn't have anything to do with the film, which was produced by Warner Brothers. He accepted the award. I don't know if you know it or not, but this was not the award. It was a little wooden plaque. Because of the metal shortage, they weren't making any Oscars during the whole war period. After the war, they went back and made Oscars for those who didn't get any. The Marine Corps Museums got it in Quantico. I often used to ask Happy Smith, the general's wife, his real name was Harriet, "Would you let me take that so I can keep it on my mantle? Whenever the general passes on, I'll turn it in to the Marine Corps historical people." But she never would agree to that. There was kind of a joke between us. Still, I thought it would be kind of nice to have that plaque sitting there on my mantelpiece. After a hitch in Japan during the occupation, Norman Hatch wound up back in Washington as an operations officer for photographic services for the Marine Corps, first as a military man, then in 1946 as a civilian. He and his wife Lois had a son, Skip, and later a daughter, Colby. Following that, he worked in procurement, then joined Bell & Howell in Chicago for a stretch, did some freelancing back east, and finally, in July 1956, became the chief of the Defense Department's newsreel setup, where he spent the next 23 years. As newsreels phased out, he created a radio-TV news-film branch, and then became operations officer for the audiovisual division. There he came to work with folks like John Wayne, who wanted Marine Corps authenticity in his film The Green Berets. John Wayne was fine to work with. He was emotionally involved with his project, and he thought it was wonderful and great. And it was pretty good in the sense that it didn't hurt the service any, but there were little things that aggravated us, relationships he portrayed that were far-fetched. But then he built a whole Vietnamese village at Fort Benning and gave it to the Army to train guys. I retired as a major in January 1979 after 41 years' service. There were several retirements in there, the Marine Corps, the Defense Department. It's like I've been on the crest of a wave ever since I got out of the Marine Corps. I went from one good job to another. Now, I am doing something like this interview for this book. I just did a similar thing for somebody writing an article, and they're asking me now to write for the 2nd Marine Division newsletter. Everybody's asking me to write a book. A fella in New Zealand is writing a book, and I got to dictate something for him. So I'm busier now than I was before.
Chapter 14. Corporal Charles Chuck Lindberg, last of the flag raisers, Silver Star, Purple Heart, 28th Marines, 5th Marine Division. It still bugs me that we never got recognition for being the first to raise the flag on Iwo Jima. I was sitting talking with Chuck Lindberg and his wife Vi, for Violet, in the living room of the modest Minneapolis home they had shared for more than 50 years, when I noticed after some time that half the forefinger on his left hand was missing. Thinking it got shot off in the war, I asked about it. But no, he had lost it as a 12-year-old reaching into some rocks at a dam, trying to catch a bullhead, when the rocks loosened, came down, and crushed the front part of the finger. "Them days," Chuck said, "they didn't have what they have today, or they could have saved it. But when I got to the Marine Corps recruiter in Seattle in 1942, he took a look at it and said, 'Is that your trigger finger?' I said, 'Nope,' and he said, 'You're accepted.' I couldn't get in now, if I wanted to, with a finger like that." I'm from Grand Forks, North Dakota. I was born June 26, 1920. I quit high school in 10th grade in 1937 and joined the Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCCs, planting trees down around Fargo, mostly, for about 6 months or a year. When that ended, I went to work on a farm outside Grand Forks, getting a whole $10 a month in the winter and $25 in the summer. One winter day, this big Lincoln Zephyr pulled up in the yard. As soon as the driver got out, I recognized him as Archie Simonson, a man I used to take care of horses for back in my school days. He owned 3 or 4 gas stations in Fargo, Grand Forks, and St. Cloud. He kept some big work horses up there and sent them down to the woods for the winter. I took care of them for him. He remembered me and where I was. He said he was starting a gas station in Fargo, and he'd give me $90 a month and the room. Oh, boy! I jumped this high. I worked for him about a year and then got acquainted with the road boss of some truckers hauling cars. I asked him one day, "Hey, I'd like to get another job and get out of here." He says, "I'll give you a job. You can make yourself $240 a month." Pretty soon, I was driving a big truck hauling cars from Detroit to Spokane. That was my big move. I drove truck till war was declared, and then, when I found out 2 months later there was no more cars to be delivered, I went up to the Marine Corps. It was January of '42, and I was stranded in Spokane. I always had great respect for the Marine Corps, from books, posters, and movies. I joined in January 8, 1942. I knew the draft would get me eventually anyway. I was single. I was 21. I had 6 brothers and 3 sisters. My folks didn't know I was in the Marines until I wrote home. By the time they got it, I was on my way overseas. I had to go to Seattle to get sworn in. They sent me to boot camp in San Diego. When you're driving trucks all the time, you get weak, and boot camp was tough, even though it only lasted 5 weeks. Them Marines don't monkey around. The day we finished boot camp, they marched us down to the parade grounds, and here was a big platform, and Carlson, Lieutenant Colonel E.F. Carlson, and Jimmy Roosevelt was there. But Carlson was talking, recruiting men for his raider outfit. He says, "I want men who ain't afraid to die. I want men who ain't afraid to kill. I want men who'll walk 50 miles in a day.
I raised my hand. I put my like in him right away. I liked his way of talking. They sent us up to Jacques Farm for training. They put us in pup tents on the creek. There was a house sitting there, and I thought there's where the officers are going to sleep. But about 10 o'clock that night, here come the officers, all of them, and they get in the pup tents. That's the way he run it. He'd eat, sleep, and go with the men, all the time. The officers didn't get fed any better. We liked that. I stayed with them until they were disbanded after Guadalcanal and Bougainville. We come into Guadalcanal November 2nd at Aola Bay and went on what they called the Long Patrol, 32 days behind enemy lines from November 4th to December 4th, 1942. It was said to be the longest patrol of World War II. I was a rifleman. Lieutenant Colonel Carlson led the guerrilla raid, for which he received a Navy Cross. His men were credited with killing 488 Japanese, while 16 raiders were killed and 18 wounded. After that we went to Hebrides, and then they called us back north again. I was a private first class. Later we made the invasion of Bougainville in 1943. We were there 3 months, and then they brought us back to the States, disbanded the raiders like they did the paratroopers, and put us all in the 5th Marine Division. After I returned from leave to Camp Pendleton, I saw the flamethrower unit and volunteered for it. Everybody said I was nuts, but I made corporal, and they gave me an assault squad. I was 5 feet 10 and weighed 170 pounds. The flamethrower weighed 72 pounds. It carried 5 gallons of jellied gasoline, and you could empty it in 6 seconds. After several months at Pendleton, we went to the Big Island at Hawaii and trained more there at Camp Tarawa. From there, it was on to Iwo. We didn't have too good info on that island. From Hawaii, we stopped at Guam and switched from big ships to LSTs. Was it bumpy? Oh, Jesus, you can say that again. It went plop, plop, plop through the sea. I was in the 3rd Platoon of E Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Marines under John Keith Wells until he got injured. Then Lieutenant Harold Schreier took over. We came in next to Suribachi in the 8th or 9th wave. Kurabayashi opened up when we come ashore. It was really bloody, with guys lying all over the place. They mortared us up and down the beach. They had it all bracketed. I found out later their plan was to let us get on the beach and annihilate us. But we got off the beach and up behind the sand ridges. There were tunnels and mines and booby traps all around Suribachi. I was used to combat, so that never worried me too much. We got to the base of the mountain February 21st. We got across the island and cut Suribachi off that first day. We thought we were really doing something. We spent the next few days attacking the mountain, taking out caves, pillboxes. I never seen so many caves and bunkers. Every bunker was attached to another one, and they'd go by one connector on down 15 feet, and then someone would come up behind and shoot you in the back. Our casualties was high on that 3rd Platoon. With the flamethrower, you had to sneak up on them, and once you got within 30 or 40 feet, you could use it. It would reach 60 feet under good conditions. Once you sent that load of gas in there, you didn't have to worry too much, as long as they didn't have another way out. I can't say how many I hit, maybe 10 or 15. The biggest one I got was on top of the mountain when we went up at 8 a.m. on February 23rd, 40 of us. I was on that first combat patrol with Schreier. They came the night before and said we were going to start climbing in the morning. We had a kind of jittery night. The next morning we reported to Colonel Chandler Johnson, who handed Schreier a flag and said, "If you get to the top, raise it." We thought it was going to be a slaughterhouse. But it turned out we went up that mountain with no resistance. I was back a bit. The scouts and riflemen go first. We didn't hit the cave right away. The first thing they told us was to get the flag up. When we got there, I took the flamethrower off and laid it beside me. We found a water pipe to tie the flag to laying on the ground. It was about 4 inches thick and 20 feet long. It was heavy. I helped tie the flag on with Thomas and Schreier and Hansen. Then we went to the highest spot we could find and stood it up. It hit my helmet going up and knocked it off. There were horns honking, guys cheering. It was just wild. All the ships out there tooting their horns. We felt very good about it. In his excellent account of all aspects of both flag raisings, Uncommon Valor, Common Virtue, Iwo Jima and the Photograph that Captured America, Hal Buell quotes Chuck Lindberg from an oral history collection, Never in Doubt. It was a great patriotic feeling, this chill that runs through you. My proudest moment of my time in the Marines was raising the American flag on Iwo Jima. My feeling of being a Marine is I served with the finest, and I feel proud every day that I can tell somebody that. Once we put up the flag, the Japs started coming out of the caves. I know the first one we got wasn't more than 100 or 200 feet from where we put up the flag, and we were right near the edge where you go over to go down where that cave went in. I went around the back of it and found another entrance. Somebody had dropped something big and knocked a hole in the cave. I sent a good blast in there. The other guys were standing on top trying to get something to shoot at, but nobody came out. We thought that was kind of funny, so we blew both ends of that cave shut. Then, 2 days later, we dug it open, went in there, and found 72 dead Japs. My theory has always been that before we started up that mountain, they ordered barrages, and Colonel Johnson just pulverized it with planes, battle wagons, the whole thing. I think they were afraid to come out. Then, after we got up there, they started shooting at us from this one cave, and that's the one we went after first. It sat right on the rim of the volcano, a big, rocky opening. You know about Donald Rule, who got the Medal of Honor? Before we went up the mountain, he and Hansen were down on the edge of a big hole, looking for targets for me, and all of a sudden a grenade came over right between them. I was right directly back. Rule, he just gave Hansen a shove and he fell on it. He was a good man. There was no doubt. The trouble is, you know, then Hansen was killed March 1st, the same day I was shot. In addition to falling on the grenade on February 21st, Rule was cited for his bravery over the previous 3 days in attacking the enemy and rescuing under heavy fire a wounded fellow Marine. Sergeant Lou Lowry, the Leatherneck magazine photographer who took the pictures of our flag raising, was trying to get away from a grenade when he fell down the side of the mountain and busted his camera. I knew him very well. Lowry was with us off and on. He was unhappy, he told me after, when Rosenthal's photo got all the attention. He was unhappy over that. I was very good friends with him after the war, too. I even went to his funeral at Quantico after he died in 1973. The thing that got me was here come Joe Rosenthal, too. He took the second flag-raising picture. "Oh," he says, "you were on the real one, wasn't you?" He wasn't told to do that, in my opinion. He wanted a picture, and he was going to get a picture. Oh, you bet. It's a good picture. I even told Rosenthal it was a good picture, but me and him got into a few arguments. How did I feel about it? It still bugs me that we never got recognition for being the first to raise the flag on Iwo Jima. Why, here you were doing the dirty work, and they get the credit for it. They were called heroes. The mountain was secured. All they did was come up, put the flag up, and go back down again. And when I got home and started talking about this, I was called a liar and everything else. It was terrible. We spent from the 23rd to the 28th on the summit. I reloaded and went back up several times because there were a lot of places we wanted to burn up there. You didn't know if they were in there or not, and you couldn't blast them out, so you used the flamethrower. I and Robert Good were flamethrowers for the company. I had a whole squad, and where we were needed, we went. We moved on the 28th, went up to Hill 362 Able. We stayed there the first night, and then the next night, Hansen was shot. We were all settin', kind of got to talkin', when all of a sudden a sniper nailed him right there at noon. And that's where I was shot March 1st, that same afternoon. I was trying to get to a mortar position, kinda running across the side of a ridge there, and all of a sudden, boom! A bullet went right straight through my right forearm and on through my jacket. I was bent over, like this, and if I'd been standing straight another inch or two, it would have got me. But because I was bent over, it missed my stomach. It shattered my forearm bone. You bet I went down. I hollered, "Corpsman!" and here come John Bradley from the 2nd Flag Raising. I knew him very good. He was our platoon corpsman. A wonderful corpsman, I'll tell you that. He was from Wisconsin. Bradley's son, James, with Ron Powers, wrote Flags of Our Fathers, the best-selling story of those who raised the 2nd flag and the basis for the Clint Eastwood film. We saw each other after the war, and I saw them in Chicago when they were on that bond drive. I was back in Great Lakes Hospital by then. Anyways, I'm on the ground lying there, not feeling too bad. He got some splints on it and gave me a shot of some kind. He was going to take me back, but I said, "No, I'll go by myself," which I did. I left the flamethrower behind. I walked from Hill 362 to the beach. I didn't know if I could make it or not. It was a long way, too. When I got to the Higgins boat, they stripped me of all my equipment, my rifle, pistol, the works, and away I go. They set my arm on the hospital ship, but I got the best deal when I got back to Pearl Harbor. They really worked on it. I went from the hospital ship at Iwo to Saipan. After about a week, a guy says to me, "You want to see a picture of the flag raising?" I said, "Sure." He hands me a picture. I look at it, and that's not the one we put up. I didn't know a thing about it. Nobody said anything about it. I was astounded. After they sent me on to Pearl Harbor, Yank magazine came out with pictures of the 1st flag and the 2nd flag, and then I saw what happened. But we hadn't known the flag was being replaced. Nobody said anything about it. We were busy hitting caves when the 2nd patrol came up with the big flag. We had the mountain secure by 1 o'clock, and I went down to the bottom because my tanks were empty. I was being assisted by Robert Good. We left the mountain at 1:30, went straight down, and Rosenthal came up over to the other side. I didn't see him go up. I don't think anybody knew the flag was being replaced. Nobody cheered. Everybody knew the flag was up. They weren't paying attention to that anymore. If it were not for the photo, nobody would have noticed. The mountain was secure when he came up there. He didn't go under fire. We didn't even go up under fire. Nobody fired at us. Rosenthal pulled a rotten trick there, I thought. He was behind that 2nd flag. He was going to get a picture. They weren't going to use ours. Give us our share of credit for what we did. People today don't know the difference. They called him a hero, called the 6 men who raised the 2nd flag heroes when they sat at the bottom while we went up. To their credit, they didn't consider themselves heroes. I talked to them guys on the bond drive when I was at the Great Lakes Naval Hospital in Chicago, where I spent several months after being treated in Guam, Hawaii, and Camp Pendleton. That's where they cured me. We found out they were going to be at Wrigley Field, so I and another guy went down there. Huge crowd. They were really eating that up. That Gagnon, he got me. He introduced me around as a guy that killed a lot of men. I didn't like him as well. He wanted to be in the movies. Bradley introduced me to other people, too. We didn't talk too long. My arm was still in a cast. I never talked to Gagnon. I kind of felt sorry for Ira Hayes, the Indian. He did it wrong. Lost control of his life. But he was a good Marine. He was a paratrooper. I talked to him quite a bit. We came back on the same ship together, 17 days, from Guadalcanal to San Diego. He'd drink, but it wasn't that way. Not to excess. I imagine everybody had some. I took a drink myself. After that, they sent me down to Charleston, South Carolina, and made me a guard in the naval brig for 2 or 3 months. That was an easy racket. I was discharged down there January 16th, 1946. When they pay you from where you enlisted at. I had enlisted in Seattle and was discharged in Charleston, so that was a nice check, including travel pay for all that distance. I met my wife, Vi, in November of 1946 at the Legion Hall in East Grand Forks, Minnesota. I belonged to it. I was a past commander of the post. I was the bouncer, and I let them in free. 4 good-looking girls. She's from Minnesota. We got married in October 1947. We had 2 sons and 2 daughters. I was an electrician by then, wiring farms up there. I had run into an old friend in Grand Forks that I used to work for long ago, and he says, "Can you wire a house?" I said, "I don't know." I tried it, and I guess I got it wired all right, with a few mistakes. That was my start in the electrical trade, and I did that for 39 years. IBEW, Local 292, Minneapolis. I retired in 1985. 2 years ago, they put up a new building in St. Michael's for training apprentices, and they told me they were going to name it after me, the Charles Chuck Lindberg Training Center. We had some attention for raising the flag, but just not what you'd think, not like those other guys got. I was invited to Washington quite a few times. I was there for the dedication of the flag-raising monument in 1964. Harold Shire was there, and Lou Lowry. Nobody recognized us at all. Eisenhower was there. Nixon was vice president. I shook hands with him. He was shaking hands with me and looking over at somebody else. I met President Clinton and went to the dedication of the new Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, November of 2006. I got sent a lot of stuff, and you ought to see the statue they got of me in Bemidji. It's beautiful, 6 feet tall, over in the center of the state. Vi and I went to Washington on a private plane, just the 2 of us, for the Veterans Day dedication of the new museum last November. 7 of us were there from the 3rd Platoon. That's all that were left. It's taken half a century, but I think I've finally helped set the record straight. On February 24, 2001, then 80-year-old Charles Lindberg was presented with a letter from the Commandant of the Marine Corps honoring him for his role in the raising of the U.S. flag at Iwo Jima. Lindberg also holds a Purple Heart, of course, and the Silver Star, awarded for his performance at Suribachi and on Hill 362. Part of the citation reads, repeatedly exposing himself to hostile grenades and machine gun fire in order that he might reach and neutralize enemy pillboxes at the base of Mount Suribachi, Corporal Lindberg courageously approached within 10 or 15 yards of the emplacements before discharging his weapon, thereby assuring the annihilation of the enemy and the successful completion of his platoon's mission. While engaged in an attack on hostile cave positions on March 1st, he fearlessly exposed himself to accurate enemy fire and was subsequently wounded and evacuated. Chuck Lindberg died on Sunday, June 26th, only weeks after I visited with him and his wife at their Richfield, Minnesota home on May 8th. He and Vi had been married 59 years. Part 5.
The LST, workhorse of the invasion. The LST, or Landing Ship Tank, was 327 feet long and 50 feet wide, and was manned by a crew of 70, plus 7 officers. About 1,000 were built during the entire war at Evansville, Indiana, and floated down the Ohio to the Mississippi and New Orleans. 75 to 100 were used for the invasion of Iwo Jima, according to William E. Jane of Hobe Sound, Florida. "We were the Dungaree Navy," he said. "I was 17 years old, in charge of all foodstuffs. I served on LSTs for 2.5 years as a gunner and storekeeper. We spent 10 days at Iwo Jima." LSTs could carry up to 350 troops, plus tracked landing vehicles, such as the Amtraks, the Higgins boats, and the DUKWs, ducks. They also carried pontoons for causeways, bulldozers, and Marston matting, a pierced steel planking that could be laid across the sand for traction. With their relatively flat bottoms, they could pull right up to the beach, set a stern anchor, pump out the ballast, and open their bow doors so a vehicle theoretically could drive right out into the sand. It should have been easy. With the steep, terrible sands and rugged surf on February 19, 1945, at Iwo, it wasn't that simple. Chapter 15. Machinist's Mate 3rd Class, Pearl Dusty Ward, 133rd Seabee Battalion. Because I was born and raised on a farm and could run a tractor and drive horses, different things like that, they thought that I ought to be able to run a bulldozer. I did not know when I reached Dusty Ward by phone at his home near San Diego that Mabel, his wife of 54 years, had died only days before on April 7, 2007. "We just finished her memorial last Saturday at the Elks Lodge here in El Cajon," he said. "It turned out to be a beautiful one. I'm just sitting here looking at a bunch of flowers, and I started out this morning to write thank you cards to all the people that sent flowers. I made up my mind I was going to get to it this morning and not stop till I'm done." She wasn't that old. She was only 72. The poor gal had a lot of things went wrong with her. I came into Iwo Jima February 19th, 1945, on an LST. Going into shore, I remember an LST coming in next to me, and as soon as they dropped the damn ramp, a mortar shell hit right on the ramp as guys were coming off. I don't know how many were killed, but it was right alongside me. So talk about being lucky, I feel that way. And that was the first day. No heavy machinery came in. They probably started moving it late in the second day. Our job was to help get other equipment inland. I got involved in a deal late in the afternoon of the first day, where some officer from the 4th Marine Division came and asked for volunteers to carry some wounded back. I was one of the 4 that volunteered. We carried them on litters, maybe as many as 30 guys, one after the other, after they had been treated by the corpsmen. Of course, there were shells they were bombarding us with, but none came too close. The Japanese could shoot artillery or come out of their caves and rapidly fire off a couple mortars and duck back inside. They felt pretty safe. They had the range to hit any place on the island. Everything was bracketed. Well, this went on longer than we anticipated, way into the wee hours of the next morning, till 2:30 or 3 o'clock. We had left our outfit on the beach because we hadn't been landed too long, and when we came back, our outfit had moved. So there we were, 4 of us, alone in enemy territory, and it was dark. We felt the enemy had a big advantage over us, knowing the terrain and one thing and another, so we were smart enough to dig a foxhole for the night, and that's where we stayed until the next morning. When daylight came, we went looking for our outfit, and after asking different people, we finally found them a few hundred yards up the beach, going away from Suribachi. When we got there, my CO said one of us had to report. They designated me, and then he pointed up a hill and said,
See those two officers standing up there? Report to them and tell them briefly what happened last night and why you weren't with your outfit." So I walked those 50 yards up the hill and talked to a Marine lieutenant colonel and a Marine major, probably from the 4th Division. I briefly told them what had happened, how we came ashore and they asked for volunteers to carry wounded Marines from inland to the beach to be sent out to the hospital ship. Turned out to be a longer job than we anticipated, and we had to dig a foxhole and stay the night. When morning came, we started looking, and here we are, I said. One of them thanked me. This whole thing took probably a minute and a half, so I turned around and walked down the hill toward where my guys had already dug a foxhole for me near the beach. I got 40 or 50 foot from them when a mortar landed just where the three of us had been standing. Of course, it killed the major and the lieutenant colonel of Marines, and it blew me from that 40 or 50 foot away clear on down, head first into my foxhole. When I come up, I had a little blood on my left hand. Guys were kidding me about going down to the beach to the hospital tent and get it fixed. Anyway, I still can see a couple scars, so I don't know whether a piece of shrapnel hit me from that far away or whether the sand cut it when the concussion blew me into the foxhole. Turned out to be minor. But anyway, that was our first day, and the first morning of our second day on Iwo. Why were they killed, and me spared? The good Lord was looking out for me. It was also a good thing I didn't take too long to make my report. Seabees was kind of a moniker. It came from the NCB, which stood for Naval Construction Battalion. Our job was to unload ships and build or repair roads and airstrips. We were part of the Navy, but on Iwo Jima we were attached to the 4th Marine Division. We wore Marine uniforms and were subject to Marine regulations. We also had the carryall, as we called it. Road graders, they call them nowadays. I was born in 1926. I'm one of these dummies. I had some illnesses when I was young, and I quit school in 8th grade when I was 16 and never got back to it. My dad had a 60-acre farm, cows, horses, pigs, chickens, and a John Deere. Because I was born and raised on a farm and could run a tractor and drive horses, different things like that, they thought that I ought to be able to run a bulldozer. I grew up near Armada in the Thumb District of Michigan. My given name was Pearl, but somewhere along the line they took to calling me Dusty, because I used to get pretty dirty when I was a kid. I'm sure glad they didn't call me Dirty. But I lived with Dusty, and that's what most people know me as ever since. Wouldn't Pearl just confuse people anyway? Yeah. I was always mad at my grandmother on my father's side. That was her responsibility for giving me that name. I gave my 4 kids all simple names like Pam, Deb, Bob, and Mike. Anyway, my older brother was in, and I knew it was just a matter of time before they'd draft me. It looked like the war was going to last for a while, so I just went down to the recruiting office in Detroit one day. I was going to join the Navy, but they talked about the Seabees and convinced me that was the way to go. I enlisted August 14th of 1943. I didn't know any better. I'd do it all over again, but I don't know if I'd have that much luck. We had basic training at Camp Perry in Virginia, and they give us the same training as they give the Marines. You had these drill instructors putting you through the ropes. Mainly it was just indoctrination, getting used to what the service was going to be like, fundamentals. We didn't get into guns until we got to Camp Endicott at Providence, Rhode Island. We were there until the first part of 1944, and then we went to Biloxi, Mississippi for more training, as I recall. We were trained with guns, just like the Marines, because we might get in a situation where we needed to defend ourselves. And then we were learning heavy equipment for road building and basic construction. The equipment was not armored. We crawled under live fire, through barricades, and learned how to knock down wire barriers. It was pretty advanced training as we moved along. We went from Biloxi to a camp in California between Oxnard and Ventura. We had bulldozers. We called them cats for Caterpillar, and road graders and road wheelers that tamped dirt on the airstrips. From there we went to Hickam Field in Hawaii. We were organized in platoons and companies. I was in the 133rd Seabees, which turned out to have the most casualties, as I understand it, of any CB unit in history. Reports vary from 245 to 370, with at least 3 officers and 39 enlisted men killed. We had several more weeks' training at Hickam and then got on ships, headed out, and rendezvoused with the 4th Marine Division going to Iwo Jima. It was my first combat. I was just a wet-nosed kid, 18 years old, a machinist's mate 3rd class. The job was to defend yourself and build roads and airstrips. The equipment bogged down real fast in that coral ash when they tried to get it off the LSTs. We had these landing mats you put together to cross a bad area. They were folded and fit together by hooks. They were wide enough to drive over with jeeps or heavy equipment. We did the same thing on the airstrip, Moriyama No. 1, later on as temporary measure. We had the dozers or cats, road graders and road tampers, heavy rollers, come in the belly of the LSTs later on. Before we could get our nose into things, you had to move the enemy out of there. We tried to stay alive and help organize things on the beach as we moved inland. Our job was to set up whatever they wanted, to assist the 4th Marine Division, whatever their commanders wanted us to do, relayed to us through our officers. According to a CB staff correspondent, Robert V. Evans, there were 2 battalions from the 41st CB Regiment at Iwo Jima, the 133rd, Dusty Wards, attached to the 4th Division, and the 31st Naval Construction Battalion, which was attached to the 5th Marine Division. He reported that, following CB repairs, the Southern Airfield Moriyama No. 1 was in use by February 26th, a week after the invasion. We were there from February until the end of November. We stayed there long after the battle was over, built the airfields back up for B-29s to land, all that sort of stuff. We got shot at while driving the equipment, but that was about it. Those bulldozers were heavily made, so generally bullets would just glance off the blades and the metal parts. You were totally exposed, no armor other than the blade. Some guys got shot. Like I say, I was one of the lucky ones. We worked on Moriyama No. 1 and No. 2, either rebuilding or refurbishing when there were bomb and shell craters, and then we maintained them as long as we were on the island. I saw dynamite land March 4th when it took out the telephone pole with one wing. I also saw B-29s come later with 3 motors gone, and I saw one hit the end of the runway where it dropped off onto a pretty steep bluff. They went right into the end of that thing and blew itself up. As far as what was on the island was concerned, there was no material value. Nobody would want that piece of land. But from the standpoint of strategic maneuvering, it was a good decision on America's part to take that island. They saved a lot of planes and a lot of lives coming back from bombing runs to Japan. They feel it saved something like 20 to 25,000 lives, plus all those planes. When we left that November, we stopped by Guam on our way back to the States. We were originally supposed to go to San Francisco, but for some reason, after we passed Hawaii, they decided to go to Seattle. We got there 19 December 1945. They gave us the choice to stay there and get discharged, which would delay our getting home for Christmas, or we could leave immediately, maybe make it home by Christmas and get discharged later on. I chose to leave immediately. We took a train, and I'll always remember, after coming from the sunny South Pacific all that time, riding through these big snowbanks in Montana and places like that. Anyway, I walked into my family farmhouse at 7 o'clock, Christmas Eve, 1945. My mom said I made quite a Christmas present. She was there, and my father and younger brother would have been there. My older brother was Air Force stationed in the Pacific. My discharge was delayed till the 14th of March, 1946. I left Michigan before the winter of 1947 rolled around. I was spoiled by the Pacific, and I couldn't stand that cold weather anymore. My brother's got the farm, and he's got that same John Deere my dad owned. I ran it for a while after I got out of the service. It's still going strong. But then I went to California, and I've been here ever since. Dusty fetched up in the San Fernando Valley and owned a gas station for a while, then went into real estate. He sold vacuum cleaners door to door, connected with Sears in the late 40s, and spent 35 years with the company, most of it in management, working all over California and Arizona. His last assignment took him to San Diego, and that was how he ended up in El Cajon, where he lives to this day. He met Mabel in Riverside, California, during his first department manager job. He was told he was being promoted to a position in San Jose. Shortly after, he and Mabel were at dinner with one of her girlfriends one night. They knew I was going to San Jose, and I said something like, "How are we going to work this?" And the girlfriend said, "Well, why don't you guys up and go to Vegas and get married? And then you can go to San Jose together." So that's what we did. It happened to be a Saturday night, and it happened to be my birthday, March 19th, 1954. We went to Las Vegas and got married at the old hitching post, and that was it. We didn't think about it at the time, but had it worked out differently, I wouldn't have wanted it on my birthday. I think the Seabees were a good outfit. Back on Iwo, we didn't have time to socialize much with other units. We stuck to our own area. It was pretty fast-paced, and they kept you pretty busy. I liked the bulldozer. All those years, the Seabees never got credit for what they did. We should have received a Presidential Unit Citation, though. But I enjoyed my part in them. I'm glad it's behind me now. I feel lucky to be alive. My most vivid memory of Iwo was probably those 6 or 7 seconds when I walked away from the major and the lieutenant colonel on the beach, and how lucky I was. If I had been a long-winded guy and stood there another 6 seconds, I wouldn't be here today. I have probably lived that moment 1,000 times since then, and realized that no matter how good or bad in life you might be, luck has to play a very important part. The full realization of what happened to me that day has made me a better person, and I thank the good Lord for guiding me and putting me down the hill away from that artillery explosion. Of course, the good part would be that I would have never known about it, because that Marine lieutenant colonel and major never knew what hit them. Their lives went out. There was no suffering there. They wouldn't have been with me either. I got to have a life instead.
Chapter 16. Pharmacist's Mate 3rd Class George Wahlen, Navy Corpsman, Medal of Honor, 26th Marines, 5th Marine Division. The last week aboard ship, I think, is the first time I ever prayed in my life. And in my prayer, I always asked the Lord, I said, "If there's anything at all you can do, don't let me let one of my buddies down." 2 days before I was scheduled to fly to Roy, Utah, to visit George Wahlen in May 2007, he called to say he had just been hospitalized and maybe we should reschedule. When he found out my plane tickets were fixed, however, he offered to let me conduct the interview in his hospital room. Happily, he had been released by the time I got there, and I had a most enjoyable visit with him and his wife, Melba. Though George was not initially religious, he eventually joined the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, and he and Melba went on to have 5 children, 26 grandchildren, and 37 great-grandchildren. I asked Melba how she handled all those birthdays. "It's simple," she said. "I just send each one a card and a $2 bill." I was born August 8, 1924. I was one of 3 boys. My father farmed, and later we moved into Ogden, Utah. My father had never been in the military, and he was kind of scared of what would happen to me if I went in. But he did let me quit school my senior year to take an aircraft engine mechanics course at a college in Logan. Pearl Harbor was attacked the day after I enrolled. It was a 6-month course, but I went for 3 and then had an opportunity to go to Hill Air Force Base near Ogden. I worked there several months. My dad still wouldn't let me join the service, but I went down and volunteered in June of 1943. I tried to join the Army Air Corps, but they said they were all filled up. So then I tried the Navy, because I was told they had planes. I went by train to the Naval Training Center in San Diego for basic training June 18th. I had a hard time learning to march. When I finished, they sent me to Hospital Corps School instead of Aircraft Mechanics School. I tried to talk them out of it, but no one would listen. They told me if I did well, they might reconsider after I graduated. But that was baloney. I learned basic first aid, then they put me in a medical ward at the Naval Hospital in Balboa Park, San Diego, changing bedpans, cleaning floors, and being ordered around by female nurses. I was promoted to pharmacist mate 3rd class. I remember some nurse I didn't like got mad at me for not emptying some bedpans, and she said, "If you don't shape up, I'm going to send you to the Marine Corps." I thought about that and said to myself, "I'm not going to be sent. I'll go volunteer." I went and done it that day, and next morning I had my sea bag all packed and went to the Marine Corps for 7 weeks of further training. They sent me to Camp Elliott, gave me a Marine Corps uniform, and we had 7 weeks of training, learning how to dress shrapnel wounds, splint bones, and treat an open belly wound. Instead of taking care of people in a ward and following a doctor or nurse's instruction, you had to learn how to treat wounds on the battlefield. Lots of times you get involved with sick ones, too. I was in the Navy, but I was attached to the Marines and wore a Marine uniform. The Marine Corps medics were all Navy corpsmen. We had 3 months of training, including weapons. I trained with a carbine, the Browning automatic rifle, machine guns, hand grenades, 45s, everything. We got the same training as an infantryman. You were expected to know how to act in combat because you were in combat, same as the Marines. You were being shot at and exposed just the same as they was. You had no insignia showing you was a medic at all. You didn't want to. They claimed that was more dangerous. My pharmacist rating translated me to a 3-stripe sergeant. I was assigned to the 5th Marine Division, which was activated January 1944. I was in Fox Company, 2nd Battalion, 26th Marine Regiment. We sailed to Hawaii in late July 1944 and spent 6 months there at Camp Tarawa on the Big Island. We reached Saipan February 11, 1945, and left for Iwo on February 16th. By now, we knew where we were going. I remember the last week aboard ship, I think, is the first time I ever prayed in my life. And in my prayer, I always asked the Lord, I said, If there's anything at all you can do, don't let me let one of my buddies down. For a non-religious person, the comradeship you had with those Marines was something that doesn't often happen in your lifetime. The thought of letting one of them down just really bothered me, and I think that's the feeling inside that I had. I would probably rather have been dead than let one of those guys down and know that I did. I worried about it before we went into combat. We went ashore late afternoon at Red Beach, too. There were bodies everywhere. We were in reserve, but we were also supposed to be protecting the left flank of the 27th Marines. 3 days went by without me having to treat a bad wound in my unit. The first one I treated, Lieutenant James Cassidy, died of a bullet wound near the heart. Then on D+3, February 22nd, a shell blew the right leg off my platoon sergeant, Joe Malone. It also took the fingers of his right hand and the right side of his face. There was sand and thread from his dungarees in the stump of his leg, and I got a tourniquet on it and a battle dressing, wrapped his hand and gave him a shot of morphine. Then I wrapped his face. The skin was peeled away, and his teeth, gums, and cheekbone were exposed. But he survived. A litter crew came and took him out of there. I was trying to catch up with my platoon after that, but then I heard another wounded Marine moaning, and I crawled over to him. A machine gun had cut across his stomach, exposing his intestines. The important thing with this kind of wound is to keep it moist, so I soaked a battle dressing from my medical bag with canteen water and put that on and then gave him a shot. I went on from there and treated a man from my platoon. It went like that. There were 120 killed from George's battalion that day alone. I quit carrying my carbine, gave it away to a barman because it just got in the way. About 10 a.m. on the 7th day, Fox Company was sent forward to relieve Easy Company. It started to rain. We'd move forward, but then the Japanese would follow in tunnels underneath and come out and attack us from the rear in areas we thought were secure. The 2nd Platoon was crossing a flat, open area about an acre in size when the Japanese waited for the right minute, then hit us with mortar and machine guns. I was trying to stay with my unit, but then I turned and saw about 15 Marines down, still under attack from mortars and artillery fire. My friend Eddie Monjaras was their corpsman, and I didn't see him out there. I crawled out and dragged a Marine with a leg wound into a shell hole, wrapped him, then went out and crawled from man to man. I found Eddie finally. He was hit in the chest and stomach. I treated him, but he died later. They tried to have 2 corpsmen assigned to a platoon, but they was lucky to have 1, I think. Mortar kept falling, but I kept going until I got to them all, through about 20 minutes of it. I assessed the injuries, usually by the state of their clothes and by how much they were bleeding. As I remember, we did have scissors, but I don't remember using them. Under combat, you'd do whatever you could to take care of the problem. Getting shot at and everything, you just didn't want to do any more than you had to get the job done. Those I treated were all laying out there, pretty much not moving, all exposed. I just crawled to each one of them. I think there were 14, and done that, took care of them. I remember I finally got back to my own team. I remember laying there thinking about what had happened. I was still there. I was amazed I survived, not even scratched. How do you explain it? I've often wondered. I have no idea how or why I survived, without even a scratch.
I crawled into a shell hole and got the shakes as I thought about it. I was worn out. But the platoon was moving again, so I followed. We were right near Hill 362A. Later that day, a grenade went off as I was crawling, and several pieces of shrapnel cut my face. I couldn't see out of my right eye, and I was bleeding, and I got a dressing out and wrapped the side of my face. I heard a call for a corpsman, and I started crawling toward a wounded Marine, but grenades kept landing near him. I finally saw a Japanese soldier come out of a cave on the hill and throw a fourth grenade. All I had was my .45, so I yelled down to some guys to throw me some grenades. They did so. Then I took some shrapnel in the rear and legs from another grenade as I crawled up toward the cave. I wanted to throw mine when he was coming out, but I couldn't pull the pin. The Marine had bent it over for safety. I straightened it with my K-bar. I crawled up close enough, and after he threw out the next one, as I remember, I pulled it out and waited for a couple seconds before I threw it in, so it would go off right away. I knew those things could come back at you, and I didn't want to give him time to grab it and throw it. He jumped out, and my grenade got him. Then I went to treat the wounded Marine, and I dragged him down the hill. His leg was torn up, the calf all exposed. Somebody came with a litter after a while, and we got him down and out. After that, George Long, another corpsman, and I took care of several casualties. Then I went back for supplies, because Long refused my order to go. My captain, Frank Colwell, was at the command post, and he saw me all bloody with a bandage over my face and told me to go down to the aid station. But instead I just grabbed a bunch of bandages and battle dressings and things and headed back to my unit. He saw me. 2 or 3 days later I was still with my platoon, and he said, "I thought I told you to go back." I said, "Sir, I was still needed." I'll always remember one particular time when we had this Marine brought back to me, screaming and out of it. I was in a shell hole, and we held him down, and I gave him a shot of morphine. He got pretty quiet after laying there a while. Then I got involved taking care of more casualties up ahead. I finally come back to see if they got him evacuated, which I had hoped to do, but he wasn't there, and I never seen him again until the reunions, years later, back in the States. Our company commander asked everybody to speak a little bit, and so I did. A guy come up from the back of the group and started to cry. He said, "Doc, you saved my life." I didn't know who it was because he had a beard. I talked to him afterwards, and it turned out he was the guy who had cracked up. He says, "If you hadn't have left me there, I would never have made it." But he was one of the 5 out of 250 in my company that survived the whole thing. By that night, Wahlen had treated more than 20 of the 49 casualties suffered by Fox Company, according to his story told in the book The Quiet Hero by Gary Toyne. 18 were killed in action. The company was relieved the next day. We stayed in reserve until February 28th, D+9. Then it was back to 362A. We wound up alone on the front after the 327 pulled back, and Fox came under attack that night. Hill 362A was declared secure March 1st. Fox Company had almost 100 casualties with 27 killed. On D+11, Wahlen's company was in support of the 128 when several Marines were shot and the corpsmen were busy. Near Hill 362B on Nishi Ridge, Wahlen crawled out to treat a Marine whose legs were badly injured by a mortar shell. He was dragging the man to a safer spot when a shell went off behind and knocked George flying.
When he came to, he could barely move, but he finally managed to crawl down the hill and into a shell hole, where he asked another Marine to look at his back, which was badly gouged. He had the Marine clean the wound and sprinkle sulfur powder on it, then wrap it with a battle dressing. He continued to treat injured Marines the next day, as Fox Company was assigned to circle around Hill 362B as part of the assault. By noon, it had gained 300 yards, and by mid-afternoon it was moving up the hill. Then, around 4 p.m., Wahlen was rocked by a large artillery shell that landed on a number of Marines in a shell hole. My strongest memory of Iwo was what turned out to be my last day in combat. As we were going up north, a group got hit with heavy fire, and as I was crawling up there, I got hit in the leg. There was casualties right in front of me, so I started to get up, but I couldn't. I looked down at my foot, and part of my boot had been torn away, and my right leg was all bloody and broken just above the ankle. I pulled my boot off and put a battle dressing on it and give myself a shot of morphine. Then I crawled up to where the Marines were. As I remember, there were about 5 of them, and they were all pretty well shot up. I think one guy lost a leg and others were all beat up. I worked with them and bandaged them and give them morphine as long as I could. Finally, they were evacuated. Then somebody out to our left flank got hit and started hollering for a corpsman, so I crawled out on hands and knees and took care of him, too. He could have been 40 or 50 yards out there, so I crawled out and bandaged him up, and we crawled to a shell hole. Finally, we was both evacuated. The stretcher bearers came for us, but then dropped me when rifle fire came. I got out my .45 and started crawling toward the enemy. It was the morphine. They finally came and got me and took me to the aid station. 4 of us went from there on a truck to the field hospital. My war was over. I think it was March 3rd. I was scared myself plenty of times. I always remember that feeling of being scared, but the thought of letting somebody down scared me even more. Only 82 remained of the 250 in Fox Company that landed on D-Day. They finally got me on a ship next morning and took me to Guam. After several days there, they flew me to Pearl Harbor. The leg was not healing well, and they sent me from there to a naval hospital in Oakland, and then down to the U.S. Naval Hospital at Camp Pendleton. I had several surgeries because they couldn't get the blood to flow downward, and I was afraid I was going to lose my lower leg. It was months before I could walk on it. When I got home, I met my wife, and she was Mormon, so later on I joined the church. I had to give up smoking first, and that was a problem. I learned to smoke when I was with the Marines. I think when I got started, I was in the hospital there at Camp Pendleton. I remember spending all that time with those Marines out on the porch, and they're all smoking. Every time you got up in the morning, there'd be a pack of cigarettes on your bunk. I smoked whatever they gave me. I wasn't particular. I got the Navy Cross with a gold star, signifying 2, when I was at Pendleton. And then, in September, they told me about the Medal of Honor. I flew to Washington, D.C. alone, and met my mother and father there and 2 aunts and uncles. There was 14 Medals of Honor awarded that day, October 5th, 1945, including Woody Williams and Franklin Sigler, who was in my company. Neither of us knew the other would be there. Here were all these generals and admirals and brass, and I was nervous. I believe I was the first living Navy corpsman in World War II to get the Medal of Honor. I couldn't imagine something like that
happening to me. As I remember, I was the last of the 14 to receive my medal, and all that time here were all these high-ranking people sitting out there watching us. For a Navy corpsman to receive the Medal of Honor is almost unbelievable. So I was pretty nervous. Here's me, a lowly corpsman, shaking hands with the President. It was almost unimaginable. So when President Truman finally got to me, I started shaking. He saw it and grabbed my hand and said, "It's mighty good to see a pill pusher here in the middle of all these Marines." Then he put the medal around my neck. I was not tall, 5'8", and I weighed probably 120.
Wahlen had violent nightmares for months after he came home. He went to junior college. Then an Army recruiter came after him, and once he was assured he could stay around as a recruiter himself, Wahlen went into the Army as a master sergeant.
I kind of hesitated thinking about going back to school. Then he promised me a tour on the recruiting side, and I wanted to get married, so I decided to go in. The medal was the reason they wanted me. Public speaking was a little tough on me, and I didn't like publicity, but I had to get over that.
He and Melba Holly married in August 1946 before he went back into the service. They had met on a blind date. Her father was opposed to the relationship at first because she was only 17, and George was a sailor. He took a drink now and then, and he smoked.
I got sent to Japan from 1952 to 54, went to Korea in 63, and I was in Vietnam during the Tet Offensive in 1968. Somewhere along the line, I ended up getting commissioned as a lieutenant. I retired in 1969, worked for the state, then spent 10 years with the Veterans Administration in Salt Lake City.
Years went by before Melba even knew about George's Medal of Honor.
She found out about it when we got our first invitation to go to a medal ceremony in the Rose Garden with President Kennedy. I didn't pass the word around.
Nobody ever asked him to return the Navy Cross and Gold Star, which were superseded by the Medal of Honor, and of course he holds 2 Purple Hearts. George finally managed to quit smoking and become a full-fledged Mormon. Wahlen, George Edward. Rank and organization? Pharmacist's mate, 2nd Class, U.S. Navy, serving with 2nd Battalion, 26th Marines, 5th Marine Division. Place and date: Iwo Jima, Volcano Islands Group, 3 March 1945. Entered service at Utah. Born 8 August 1924, Ogden, Utah. Medal of Honor citation. For conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty while serving with the 2nd Battalion, 26th Marines, 5th Marine Division, during action against enemy Japanese forces on Iwo Jima in the Volcano Group on 3 March 1945. Painfully wounded in the bitter action on 26 February, Wahlen remained on the battlefield, advancing well forward of the front lines to aid a wounded Marine and carrying him back to safety, despite a terrific concentration of fire. Tireless in his ministrations, he consistently disregarded all danger to attend his fighting comrades as they fell under the devastating rain of shrapnel and bullets, and rendered prompt assistance to various elements of his combat group as required. When an adjacent platoon suffered heavy casualties, he defied the continuous pounding of heavy mortars and deadly fire of enemy rifles to care for the wounded, working rapidly in an area swept by constant fire and treating 14 casualties before returning to his own platoon. Wounded again on 2 March, he gallantly refused evacuation, moving out with his company the following day in a furious assault across 600 yards of open terrain, and repeatedly rendering medical aid while exposed to the blasting fury of powerful Japanese guns. Stout-hearted and indomitable, he persevered in his determined efforts as his unit waged fierce battle, and, unable to walk after sustaining a third agonizing wound, resolutely crawled 50 yards to administer first aid to still another fallen fighter. By his dauntless fortitude and valor, Wahlen served as a constant inspiration and contributed vitally to the high morale of his company during critical phases of this strategically important engagement. His heroic spirit of self-sacrifice in the face of overwhelming enemy fire upheld the highest traditions of the U.S. Naval Service. Chapter 17. Sergeant Cyril O'Brien, Combat Correspondent, 9th Marines, 3rd Marine Division. Going ashore at Guam on D-Day, all I had was a .45 caliber pistol and a little Hermes. It was in my backpack, sheets of paper and everything. My whole office was in the backpack. Cy O'Brien, known to friends and acquaintances as Obie, is a vigorous sprite of a man, not quite 5 feet 5 inches high, energetic and vivacious at 87, still writing, still raising his voice. We met at the Iwo Jima Veterans Symposium in Arlington, Virginia in mid-February 2007, hit it off, and started hanging out. He ended up telling me his story in my hotel room. I offered him a scotch. He accepted. I joined him. As our talk went on, we had a couple more, and then, as we went down to dinner, I said something about martinis. "Martinis?" he exclaimed. "I just love martinis!" So we each had a martini. Dinner followed, accompanied by wine. We both got crocked. My mother ran away from home in Newfoundland in the 1890s at the age of 16 and went to Camden, New Jersey, where she worked as a chambermaid for several years. She said she saw the great star Lillian Russell and her entourage sweep into some fancy hotel in Atlantic City. Eventually, she went back home and met and married my father, who was a salty old son of a bitch. He was a fisherman, and a good one. He had about a 4th-grade education, but intelligence and learning are not the same. He was very intelligent. At the age of 16, he went to sea, to Australia, all over, and then came home to fish for cod. He was good at it. I was born in Newfoundland in 1919, and we moved down to Massachusetts and then down to Camden, New Jersey when I was 9. I grew up in a blue-collar part of town where nobody got any higher education. My dad insisted I go to college. I don't think there was anybody in 4 or 5 city blocks around me that went to college. There was a Newfoundland guy in Camden who built docks. Dad was used to the sea, and Dad was a carpenter, so it was easy for him to get a job as a dock builder. I graduated from high school in Camden, 1938, and went to St. Joseph's, a Jesuit college in Philadelphia, across the Delaware River. I majored in English and philosophy. The Jesuits are big on philosophy. You had philosophy 3 days a week. You had Descartes. You had Spinoza. The Jesuits, boy, they run you through it. At the same time, I worked at the Courier Post in Camden as a copy boy and then a reporter. I finished usually at 1:30 in the morning. I'd leave the college and go there at 4 in the afternoon. After they put the paper to bed, I studied there, or I went home and studied, or I didn't study at all. I made up for it on the weekends, cloistered myself, never went out, no fishing, no girls, no nothing. It was supreme discipline. You had to be motivated. But I knew it was the only way I could get through college. I think I made $25 a week. My parents didn't have any money. I worked there the whole time I was in college. I did box while I was there. I always loved boxing. I took it for 2 years and never did learn to use the right hand. I managed to get hired because I always wanted to be a writer. Unlike other people who want to run things, I wanted to be a writer. At that time, I wanted to do fiction, and right now, I don't give a shit about fiction. I don't even read fiction. I thought I wanted fiction, but now I don't like it. I prefer reality. I was somewhere between quasi-reporter and copy boy.
I took a course of typing in high school. I also learned shorthand. I wrote an article that appeared in Family Circle magazine. It was a handout in grocery stores. I wasn't heroic. I wasn't interested in the military. I didn't have a military mind. Had there been no war, I wouldn't have been a Marine any more than I would have been a baker. But I knew I was going to be drafted. The only reason, really, why I went into the Marine Corps was... It's a shame sometimes how you do things just because you're challenged. The recruiters came out to the college seeking people for OCS, Officer Candidate School, and when they got to me, this recruiter said they wouldn't take me because I was too short, by less than half an inch. "You're a half-inch too short," he told me. Those were his exact words. How chicken shit could you be? That was so chicken shit it was ridiculous. I mean, that's childish, isn't it? Less than a half-inch too short? That's crazy. So I got pissed off, and I went down to the Marine Corps and complained. Rank didn't bother me. I didn't give a shit who they were. So I went into the colonel and shared my opinion with him, and he said, "Well, if you're so interested in going into the Marine Corps, why don't you just enlist?" And I said, "Okay, I'll enlist." So I went to Philadelphia, enlisted, had a month free, and I went in on July 21st, 1942, and I landed on Guam July 21st in 1944. And I also got married on July 21st in 1950. Just coincidence. Parris Island was tough. It was challenging, but it was a wonderful experience. One night, in comes a runner. "O'Brien!" He didn't say Mr. O'Brien. You weren't anything. You were a boot. He said, "The record has it that you're a college graduate. Why don't you go to Officer Candidate School?" I was chagrined. I said, "You turned me down." He said, "Well, look, you're in the Marine Corps now, so it doesn't make any difference. You want to go to OCS?" I said, "Sure." But I had a tendency to high blood pressure, and I kept getting tested, and everything got delayed, and I was training with the same guys, boondocking, and we completed boot camp in October. They had me doing sentry duty in Cape May, New Jersey, watching for subs, for a few months, and then they sent us to New River and out to San Diego and Camp Pendleton for more training, running up and down hills. Then we were all ready to go overseas. A day or two before we're going to leave, this guy comes into my tent and says, "Obi, you're not going overseas, you're going back to OCS." And I said, "Horse shit, I'm going overseas." "Wouldn't you do the same thing?" After all this training, I'm going for training again? Horse shit. So I went overseas. I don't know what kind of authority I had that way. I guess you can reject officer school, can't you? Well, I did. I just rejected it. We arrived on Bougainville, November 1943. It was fascinating going over the South Pacific. Oh, my God. Why, I saw flying fish coming right up out of the water. I was a boot, and we came in as reserves, and they gave us all the lousy work. I was the number 3 mule in a mortar squad, humping ammo, out on patrol every day. You couldn't see, hear, or smell a man 5 feet away. It was the most dense jungle in the world. But I got off easy on 2 campaigns, Bougainville and Iwo Jima. But on Guam, I made the assault as a combat correspondent. I wanted to be a correspondent. It was in my mind, but I never knew where to go. Here's how that happened. After Bougainville, we were sent to Guadalcanal for more training. Bill Burnett was a military correspondent who had worked for the Baltimore Sun. He didn't know me at all, but I was walking by and I saw he had a tent that said combat correspondent, and I went in and told him I was a newspaper man, and were there any chances, any opportunity for me. He says, "You hit at just the right time. We're looking for a guy." It was completely fortuitous, but that was how I became a combat writer. This was 1944. Pat O'Shiel was a newspaper man, too, but he was a captain. He was the public relations director, and he took me on because I had been a reporter on the Courier-Post back in Camden. It was just completely fortunate that they needed somebody. A total accident. Correspondent. Just like that. The first job they gave me was a whole lot of medal citations. I had to find the guys who were being decorated and interview them and write them up and send them back to the hometown newspapers. It was doing rewrite in the city room. Most of them were for bronze and silver stars. I'd write maybe 5 or 6 a day. I want to tell you what happened on Guam, but first I'll explain about Iwo Jima. I came in about March 12th, after the second airfield was taken, and stayed about 3 weeks, writing up medal citations and going out with patrols. I had a .45 caliber pistol and a little Hermes typewriter, and when I wanted to write something, I put it on my lap or on a box, anything I could find to hold it. They flew me in with a combat pack. We got fired on when I landed, and I had to get in under this Jeep that was picking me up. Were they firing at me? I don't know. But whenever you hear firing, you get down. The fight was slowing down, but there were patrols that went out looking for nips, and I went with them. This was mostly cleaning up, although there was some bitter fighting still to come. I used to love patrols. I went on patrols all the time. We never had night patrols. The reason I went on patrols is that you knew damn well something was going to happen, and the safest place you could be was behind a platoon of Marines. I was behind the greatest bunch of Marines in the world. And where was I going to use that .45? I did get into a fight. We were on a patrol, and all of a sudden, I'll be damned, the Japs started shooting at us from the bushes. The Marines immediately put skirmishers out, and I had nothing but this goddamn .45. Soon they're heading toward the Japs. What the hell have I got to move up for with a .45? So I'm waiting there, and all of a sudden, from behind this pile of logs, a Jap jumped up, and he's firing at me, and I said to myself, this son of a bitch, doesn't he know I'm a correspondent? I know I was on Iwo March 26, the day the island was declared secured, and those 300 Japanese came down and killed all those pilots. I had been up around Kitano Point, but I went down the next day when the bulldozers and 3 big army trucks came loaded up with bodies. They buried them right down by Moriyama No. 1 airfield. They scooped out a big trench, laid them in neatly, then came along and dozed them over. The only reason I know I was there was because I saw them being buried. I had much more action at Bougainville, where I was infantry, and on Guam, July 21st, 1944, by which time I had become a correspondent. I landed with the 3rd Assault Wave on Guam. I wanted to cover the landing. I was thinking of the great epic of the war. But it was just a lot of fire, all confusion. I didn't know where to go or anything. So to play safe, I jumped into a shell hole. All I had was a .45 pistol and my Hermes. It was in my backpack. The top pack was my gear, the bottom pack was my Hermes. Sheets of paper and everything. My whole office was in the backpack. It was very hot, by which I mean artillery fire and mortars and machine guns were blazing from shore. The only thing is, it was unknowable. You landed, but you didn't know what was going on. You didn't know where to go. You only knew you had to get the hell off the beach because mortars are falling, and there's machine gun fire all over hell, sparkling in the water. I therefore knew it was dangerous if I stood up, so I jumped into that shell hole. I stayed there a while, and in true bravado I saw Marines going by. Remember, I wasn't like them. I could go where I wanted to. But when I saw them going by, I said, well, it must be safe. So I got up and went with them. As I found my way around, a very interesting thing happened. Up on Tronito Ridge, a Marine says, "Look over there, Obi." And I saw a body tumbling down the ridge. He said, "You know what, Obi? there's a Jap machine gun up there. A guy gets out there and shoots, and when he gets killed, they push him out and another guy takes over. It was a kind of cliff face, and I just saw the body come tumbling down. I got ashore that first day with a guy who was the intelligence officer of the regiment, a very bright guy. I followed him. He says, "Obi, we got a good spot." He went up to the side of a cliff, side of a hill, and I dug the foxhole where the hill was going up. Well, he was so smart. You can't get hit by mortars there. You aren't getting attacked right there. It was like sleeping at home in bed. So all that night they battered the hell out of the beach, but they didn't bother me at all. I told you one time how after you get used to danger, danger is danger. Later in that same day, I remember a conversation. A Marine was talking about Peoria, Illinois, and he says, "Well, there's a church up there, and all at once machine guns open up and mortars are screaming in and we all get down. Then it goes away, and he gets up and starts going on about Peoria again, calm as could be. What I mean to say is how even something as deadly as that can be kissed off. If that happened to you once, if you were a civilian, you'd remember it forever." The mentality amazes even me. Here, I wanted to write this epic story of the landing, so I started to type, and I'll be damned, mortars started to fall in, and I said, "Oh, shit." I didn't say, "Oh, shit," because I was going to get killed. I said, "Oh, shit," because they were interrupting my writing. I hadn't even dug in. I was just typing, so when the mortars started falling, I jumped into a foxhole with a guy, and he said, "Fine, Obi, it's fine." It stops, and I go back to typing, and God damn, the mortars come again, so I jump in again. The third time he says, "Obi, goddamn, you got to dig your own foxhole." The point I want to make is you got so interested in doing what you wanted to that you forgot about the danger. Isn't that something? They called me Obi, short for O'Brien. In the military, all the emphasis is on the last name. I was wounded only once, on Guam during the landing. I felt wet and looked, and blood was running down my hand. I didn't know what had happened. Never knew I was hit, never felt I got hit. All I did was see blood. As a correspondent, you knew everybody. So I went up to the corpsman, and I didn't say wound. I said, "I got a cut here, better put something on it." I wouldn't have gone to a lot of trouble, but I was right with him, and he fixed it. Then he says, "Obi, you're going to get a Purple Heart." I liked that. But then I looked around, and here was a guy with his legs split open, and there was a guy with his belly open. I says, "Horse shit." For a cut? I couldn't take it. He even wrote my name down, but I said no. Wouldn't you do the same thing? Had I been out on patrol and had been hit like that, and nobody was around, I might have accepted it. But being right there with guys battered on the beach, I couldn't do it. I'll tell you when I felt bad. On Guam, the biggest banzai charge that ever happened in the war was on July 26, 1944. I think they found 3,000 bodies. It was like a flood. They came down at us, screaming and yelling. Somebody who wrote about it later said some of them knew they were going to die, so they tore up the pictures of their loved ones before they attacked. Maybe the banzai worked against the Chinese, but it would never work against serious Marines. It was like shooting ducks in a barrel. You know, I think the most wonderful, most highest journalistic praise I ever received was on Guam. My company, Easy Company, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Marines, went up to outflank the Japanese who were holding the top of Trinita Ridge. Able Company had spent a day and a half in a frontal attack and couldn't do it. The Japs were so close they couldn't throw grenades. They had to roll them down. My company went up the side. 3 times our guys tried to assault that hill to get up there and was thrown back. Finally, Easy Company flanked them, and we took the hill. I wrote about it, and it got published back in the States. It came back, and Captain Moore brought the company out, and with me standing there, the company commander had someone read the story out loud. Isn't that great? You couldn't get a better tribute than that. I went back to Guam from Iwo and stayed there till September of 1945. I got out in October of 1945. Back in the States, I returned to my old job at the courier post in Camden. After a strike in 1947, I wound up at the Long Island Press, the most colorful newspaper I ever worked for. From there, I went to the paper in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, where a combat correspondent named Hamilton offered me a job covering the capital for the Irwin News Service. Journalism is fascinating, isn't it? I show up at the office, and he says, "Obie, get up to the Capitol and to the Senate cloakroom. Senator Taft's having a press conference on the price of natural gas at the wellhead." What the hell did I know about natural gas at the wellhead? But as a reporter, when you're told to do a story, you do it. I don't care what it's about.
Cy O'Brien eventually moved on to do media work for the Applied Physics Lab at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. He and his wife adopted 4 children. She died in 1975. He never remarried. Obie retired from Johns Hopkins in 1985, but still maintained a weekly column for 2 newspapers and went on to write extensively for the VFW magazine. He continues to write for such Marine Corps publications as Leatherneck. He is the author, among other things, of a definitive 38-page account of the Battle of Guam for the World War II commemorative series entitled Liberation, Marines in the Recapture of Guam. Here is a sample of his reporting on Chenito Ridge, taken from a carbon copy he saved and donated to the Marine Corps. It is the piece Captain Moore had read out loud to the company. Guam, July 25th, delayed. Nearly half my old company lies dead on the barren slopes of Chenito Cliff. 4 times they tried to reach the top. 4 times they were thrown back. They had to break out of a 20-yard beachhead to make way for later landing waves. They attacked up a 60-degree slope, protected only by swordgrass, and were met by a storm of grenades and heavy rifle, machine gun, and mortar fire. The physical act of forward motion required the use of both hands. As a consequence, they were unable to return the enemy fire effectively. Most of the casualties were at the bottom of the slope. They had been hit as they left cover. There was Pappy, his name stenciled on his canteen cover. A bullet had ripped away the first P in his name. My former assistant squad leader was beside him. He often had me on his working parties. I had seen those arms of his, which in death still clutched a splintered rifle, throw full ammunition cases about as if they were empty. There was the first scout of my squad. We had shared the same tent for months. He was always promising himself a white Christmas in 45. He was facing the sky, his hands at his sides. You'd think he was dreaming. Willie, who volunteered for mess duty so he wouldn't have to stand inspections, was lying halfway up the slope. His feet were dug into the dirt. His arms were bent as if he were ready to charge again. But his Garand rifle was empty and thrown aside. The pistol in his hand was empty too. Perhaps he intended to club the enemy with the empty weapon. The Beast, we called him that because he was so big, had charged his big frame to within 5 yards of an enemy machine gun nest. He caught a blast in the chest. The fancy lettering he always placed on the back of his dungaree blouse was torn by bullets. There was Frankie, who had received a shiny, chrome-plated pistol from home. He had boasted he would get many Japs with it. Now the sun's rays from over the ridge glinted on the handle. The pistol was still in its holster. Peter had a strong voice in camp,
he had it in the face of death. He was halfway up the ridge, yelling something about the bastards on the top when their fire cut him down. The lieutenant we called Chicken, because he seemed so young, was the only one to reach the crest. A grenade smashed in the side of his head. Those skinny legs, which had led me so often to exhaustion, were white in the dried grass. 2 Japs 5 feet in front of him had holes in their heads. An American grenade, which the Chicken evidently had thrown, was lying between the Japs. How often the lieutenant had drawled in his slow, hesitant tone. Now, a grenade, it explodes 5 seconds after you heave it. His hadn't. Eddie was lying in a bed of mountain flowers. He was fond of flowers. He used to put them in his helmet for camouflage when others used grass. The hand that was not on a rifle was crushing a flower. Behind the lieutenant, his face anxious as if awaiting an order, was Angelo. He loved to sing, but couldn't. He and I were penalized once for singing "Put on Your Old Gray Bonnet" after taps. The company was still under fire when, on the ridge, I talked to the men who had made it. Private First Class Leon Slickner of Perth Amboy, New Jersey, tried to tell me how Smokey could have been saved had they been able to pull him out of the fire lane in time. His words came slow. Finally, he stopped in the middle of sentence, leaving the story in midair. He really didn't want to talk. Besides, he was pressing low into a foxhole, and he couldn't breathe well, for a machine gun was spitting fire over our heads.
Following are some samples of Sergeant O'Brien's combat correspondence on Iwo Jima, culled from carbon copies he had saved and donated to the Marine Corps.
Somewhere in the Marianas, how a Marine machine gun section repulsed a Jap night attack on 3rd Marine Division lines on Iwo Jima was told by Corporal Herbert J. Bovia of New Orleans, Louisiana, the squad leader. The 20-year-old Marine, who lives at 518 General Pershing Street, led a 6-man team which, with 2 machine guns, filled a gap between 2 platoon defenses. Due to the nature of the terrain, Corporal Bovia's unit dug in 20 yards beyond the rest of the front line. Enemy small arms fire ceased at darkness, and except for the pounding of artillery on the right flank, the front was quiet. It was nearly 2 in the morning when Bovia's gunners saw a figure crawling toward their position. Bovia scanned the area to his front. Other figures hopped over a low ridge not 25 yards from the muzzle of the corporal's machine gun. Crouching, the Japs moved toward the Marine lines. They did not see the machine guns that lay in their path until the raking fire cut into them. 3 figures slumped dead on the volcanic rock. Yelling and throwing grenades, the others charged the exposed machine gun positions. Grenades exploded near Bovia's parapet, and he was sprayed with dirt and stones. 2 grenades exploded in the No. 2 gun pit, wounding the gunner and killing his 2 assistants. The machine gun fire disorganized the night attackers, but they still rushed his position, and Bovia was in danger of being cut off from the rest of the Marine line. "The Nips were trying to get behind us," Corporal Bovia said. "We killed 3 who almost made it. Our only choice was to get back to the lines, so I disabled the machine gun and abandoned it. We dashed back to the company, and the Nips were hot on our heels. From the lines, we blasted the Nips again, but it was nearly 15 minutes before the attack stopped. When morning arrived, 15 Japs were found dead in front of the Marine guns. Blood trails on the jagged ledges showed that at least 6 Japs had staggered away seriously wounded." Overseas for 27 months, Bovia saw action on Bougainville and Guam. Before entering the Marine Corps in December 1941, the New Orleans Marine was a doffer in a cotton mill near his home. The next example describes an ambush. Iwo Jima. We planned to trap the Japs tonight in a small ravine that sheltered several waterholes. Under cover of dusk and the rising evening mists, we crept to our ambush position behind the boulders that ringed the waterholes and waited. Enemy stragglers, driven by thirst from their cave hideouts in the surrounding volcanic rock cliffs, ventured here nightly to drain the muddy puddles into their canteens. Their sandal tracks dotted the moist, sandy margins of the holes. I hid with a 9th Marines machine gun squad whose weapons pointed down a foot trail that led to the cliffs. The gunner, Private William E. Winkler, whispered a curse to the cold and pulled his blanket over his shoulders. He had no time to enjoy the blanket's warmth, for he threw the cover off and stared behind him. Footsteps sounded to our rear. Japs were coming for water. Privates Leo M. Chabad and Jack Woney covered the rear approach from an adjacent foxhole. 5 figures, hugging the side of the trail, walked past the muzzles of the ambushers' rifles. The leader carried a mess tin which tinkled on its handle as the Jap moved. Behind him the others carried canteens, and bringing up the rear, a stubby Jap, who continually glanced behind him, carried a water bucket. Chabad let them enter the center of our ring. They cluttered around the waterhole, and the leader was looking into it when Chabad's automatic rifle stuttered. The Jap carrying the bucket grabbed his back with both hands. The bucket rolled between his legs, and the Jap pitched on his face. Another ran for the back trail, but Woney's fire followed him there, and he slumped in a heap on the trail's edge. The Jap who carried the mess gear was already running down another trail, his mess gear clanging like a cheap bell. He swerved toward the cover of an overhanging ledge, but was affronted by the foxhole of Privates Raymond Tenovitz and Thomas Cashin. Cornered, the Jap pulled a grenade and was extracting the safety pin when Cashin's rifle fire sprung him into a somersault, and the Jap rolled down an incline, dead, the grenade still in his hand. 2 Japs still hid somewhere in the center of our ambush, but Private Victor Schmidt soon routed them with a hand grenade. The Japs leaped from the base of a dead tree. Resigned to sell their lives dearly, they rushed the foxhole occupied by Private First Class Robert Wolfe and Private Fred Herrick, Jr. The leader flung a grenade and was within 10 yards of the foxhole with another in his left hand when Herrick's M1 barked. The attacker spun and fell on his back. Herrick sprang from the hole and blasted the Jap again to make sure. Trapped and confused, the last Jap ran to the tree, changed his mind, and charged back over the body of his dead companion and out of the ambush. Silence fell again, except for the occasional rasping scratch of a land crab or the moan of a tortured tree. An animal ran across the trail that was our fire lane, but that was all that came during my watch. I had awakened Private Dwayne Wills to relieve me when 2 carbine shots cracked in quick succession to our right. We turned in time to see Private First Class Dale Beckett dive into a rock pit as a hissing grenade passed over his head and exploded behind him. In a draw below, a Jap slumped over an abandoned enemy satchel, 2 bullets through his neck. Another Jap hugged the shadowed sides of a draw from where he had thrown his grenade. The Jap could not be seen in the shadows, but he made a frantic dash into the moonlight to escape from the draw. 2 .30-caliber slugs passed through his head. Private First Class Harper R. Rudge guarded the ravine from the opposite wall. Rudge crawled to the edge of the draw, tossed a grenade, then disappeared behind the rock barricade. Star shells were falling continually now over the beach area to our front, and in the distance a machine gun clattered. "Doggies." Army soldiers, Wells said. "The nips are giving them trouble again." He stared back on the trail and hunched his body over the machine gun. I curled up at his feet in an attempt to sleep, but he soon tapped my helmet. Japs were again back on the trail. 4 walked boldly into our ring, gibbering among themselves. From behind a stone wall, a burst of fire cut into the Japs. 2 doubled over and fell. Private Patrick J. Cleary, Jr., stood upright in his foxhole and cradled his Browning automatic rifle. Shot through the legs, a Jap dragged his body with his elbows toward a grenade bag, but before he had moved 3 feet, another burst from Cleary's weapon caught him in the chest. Another Jap, his right leg shattered, moved with surprising swiftness toward Chabad's position. The Marine dropped on the ground beside his companion as a grenade bounced off the parapet and exploded. The Jap was still rushing with a second grenade when a shot from Woney's rifle caught him in the middle. He dropped in a sitting position, dead. On the road, the first Jap, caught in Cleary's surprise fire, raised his body on his left arm. A grenade sputtered in his hand, but this Jap was through fighting. He exploded the missile under his chest. Dawn, and the ambushers stirred from cover in the crypts and behind the rocks. Through habit, they still spoke in low tones. Private First Class Ferdinand Leon found a bloody trail. Someone had dragged a wounded Jap away. He followed the trail for 20 yards but lost it on the jagged slope. We filed back past the water holes, and for the first time I looked in them. 11 Japs had come, carrying canteens, buckets, and mess tins. 9 had died here. There was not enough water in the well to fill a single canteen. Sergeant C. O'Brien. In a note accompanying this story, O'Brien wrote that after the ambush in the dawn hours, "I went to the Japanese bodies and found one had been taken away. I found and followed the tracks of a dragged body up into a kind of field where I lost it. Whoever had rescued that body or person had come in under our guns to do it and got away with it. There's heroism here. That was a water hole, and you know what water meant there and then." Finally, this one. Somewhere in the Pacific, a Memphis, Tennessee Marine, Corporal Kenneth R. Sigmund, 22, is alive today because a Jap on Iwo Jima forgot to wear a helmet. The Jap was a member of a band of night attackers which crept from the well-stocked caves in the north section of the island to harass 3rd Marine Division lines. All the Japs wore helmets, except the soldier who attacked Sigmund's position. The Japs carried grenades, but before throwing them, they had to strike the missiles on their helmets to ignite the fuses. The bare-headed Jap hit the grenades on his bare head, then flung the explosives at Sigmund. But the Jap's head was not hard enough. The grenades landed harmlessly on the foxhole parapet, 3 feet from Sigmund's head. Chapter 18. Sergeant Thomas Haywood McFadder, 8th Marine Ammo Company. Nobody in combat can live without food or ammunition. I asked Thomas McFadder over the phone at his home in San Diego if he had been a Montford Point Marine and whether he had known Hashmark Johnson and Edgar Huff. Yes and yes, he replied. Montford Point was the segregated base where blacks were sent to be trained by the Marine Corps following the issuance of an order by President Franklin Roosevelt in June 1941 stipulating full participation in the defense program by all persons regardless of color, race, creed, or national origin. Johnson and Huff became well-known leaders at Montford Point. McFadder and the roughly 20,000 who trained there during the war were not considered suitable for combat, although they were trained to fire the rifle. Between 1,500 and 2,000 blacks served on Iwo. Each Marine division had a regimental service battalion or field depot staffed by black Marines, not to be confused with the Army duck drivers. There were stevedore units that were part of the shore party battalions. The depot company's job was to move supplies from beachfront to supply dumps and from dumps to tractors and weasels, small tracked vehicles, and moved to the front by motor transport battalions. Blacks also worked in graves registration. I come from Lumberton, North Carolina, but I've called San Diego my home for over 50 years. We trained at Montford Point and practiced landings at New River. Second Lieutenant John DeAngelo had the first section of our platoon, and I was a sergeant and leader of the second section, 1st Platoon, 8th Marine Ammo Company. We came ashore at Iwo Jima, D+1, in an LST. I did not go up on the summit of Suribachi, but we were established at the foot of it. We had crawled from the LST up near Suribachi to establish an ammo store to supply the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions. They were running ammo on a conveyor out of the mouth of the LST onto the sand. My lieutenant, D'Angelo, and I crawled up there to find a secure place for the dump. We chose a spot, and he went back to get the rest of the troops. After growing up in Lumberton, I became a pre-theological student at Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte. I was the 11th child in our family and the only male. My mother had 10 girls. I didn't have to go into the military. I also worked during the summer for a dry dock company in a Newport News shipyard, so I had an exemption there, too. But I was back on campus, and all my friends had got into the ERC, the Enlisted Reserve Corps, which was supposed to allow them to stay in college till they had finished their education and then go into the military. Well, the buses came up from Fort Jackson, South Carolina, one day and pulled them right out of class and took them away. This left me one of the very few males on campus, and I didn't feel right because I didn't know whether I was ministerial material. My mother wanted me to be a minister because she felt I was a godsend. My pastor wanted me to be a minister, but I didn't know if that was where I should be. I'm thinking, I don't want to be here because the war will be over and I'll be considered a draft dodger. I went to the Merchant Marines, but I was too young. I wasn't 21. So then I went to the Marine Corps, and they said, "You have a 4D deferment. We can't take you unless you're reclassified to 1A. So I got myself reclassified and joined the Marines. So here I was on the train to New Bern with these black Marines strutting through the train, walking on me like I was grit. At Jacksonville, a big truck came, and the driver made me get in the back. It was cold, January of '43, and that was how I landed in Montfort Point. They told me to say, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir" to every uniform, and to salute them all. Hashmark Johnson and Edgar Huff were there. Hashmark was the top man. Huff was the battalion sergeant major. Boot camp lasted 12 weeks, and it was not difficult for me. I had just pledged a fraternity, and they did so much hazing on me that the way they treated me at Montfort Point didn't bother me. I was used to it. I came out of PFC because I fired expert at the rifle range. I almost became a chaplain out of boot camp in March, and I was just getting snapped into the job when a man came in whose wife was about to have a baby, and he wanted the job. I said he could have my place. I said I'd rather be with the fellas I had come through boot camp with. So I gave that up to go with 8th Ammo. We did part of our training at nearby New River, making landings and getting combat swimming instruction. They saw I had some college, and they sent me to Ammo Tech School to learn about fusing rockets and mortars and propellants, how to store ammo, TNT, Bangalore, torpedoes, small arms, firing caps, that kind of stuff. We learned how to store ammo and how to move it. I had taught water safety back in Winston-Salem, so I volunteered and began teaching troops combat swimming, how to make life preservers out of mattress covers, pillowcases, or trousers. I was at Montfort Point perhaps a total of 6 or 7 months. We went to the West Coast late in 1943, and from there to Hawaii at Camp Catlin, where we didn't feel we were being trained properly. The white boys were getting overnight liberty and weekends, and we had liberty for 5, 6, or 7 hours. I wrote a letter to my mother and told her the very things I had got into the Marine Corps to get away from, I'd run right into the middle of, which was racism. Well, all the letters were censored, and when they read that, they had me go see the captain and executive officer. The executive officer said, "Did you write this, McFadder?" "Sir, yes, sir." "Why did you write it?" "That's the way I felt, sir." He said, "Well, You're from Lumberton, and I'm from Asheville, and you've had more college than I said, Sir, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You're the executive officer and a lieutenant, and I'm a sergeant. He said, Well, the captain wants to see you. The captain said, Did you write this letter? Sir, yes, sir. Well, what do you mean by you came into the Corps and had more racism? Didn't you know this letter was going to be read? Why did you do that? I said, It was the only way to let you know how I felt without being charged with insubordination. I had more trouble when they wanted me and my men to move a big stack of corroded ammunition from an underground magazine to be taken out to sea and dumped. I refused because it was too dangerous. Lieutenant D'Angelo stuck up for me, and that's what made me love the man. He was a man. He knew what I did was right, but he never said anything to me about it, just led us on a forced march to get us off the hook. My career was loaded with that. I was run up to the captain so many times, even on the ship to Iwo Jima. They had me up there trying to get me busted. I had to do it. I had to insist on my rights. We landed on D+1 on Blue Beach right at the foot of Suribachi. We were standing by to go in the first day, but the Japanese just turned all hell loose after the first 3 waves came ashore. They came out of caves and holes, gun emplacements, everything else. You could hear men from ship to shore. You could see planes flying overhead trying to drop stuff, and the big guns firing off the carriers. They killed a lot of our own men on that island. The beach was still very hot when we went in on the second day. Men were there, dead and dying, still trying to get up off the beach, bodies bobbing in the surf. We worried about broaching and had to get pontoons off on the side so we could anchor the LST and get the tractors and trucks and guns out of the belly of the ship. They dropped some mats down as they landed. I had to go set up the ammo dump. You had to be very careful where you walked because of the mines. We were waiting for the ducks, big rubber-tired vehicles that could go through water, to move ammo up forward where we were putting it in store up by the first airfield. We had men who didn't want to go. They were afraid. They were saying, Shoot me, I ain't going up there. Lieutenant D'Angelo was my hero. He never asked me to do anything he wasn't willing to do first. So we went up there and got this dump and a perimeter set up. Nobody in combat can live without food or ammunition. We kept moving that ammo on up until one night, here's a little gift, pip, pat, pop, mortar dropping into our ammo dump. Pretty soon, a charge went off that shook the whole island. A captain came running up and told me to get a detail and go in there and put the fire out. I said, Sir, it is burning. I don't know how I can stop it. We need an armored bulldozer. Lieutenant D'Angelo said, Let's go in. So I started to run with him, but then that whole dump started going off. Shells flying everywhere. A smoke shell fell near me and burned my face. We all started running for the beach, hollering the password for that night, which was American trees. You didn't know who would shoot you. If you didn't give the password, they'd just blow you away. The next day, the lieutenant told me to see how many men we had left, and I was going around to the ships in the harbor to see how many I could find. I told them we were going up to the dump to see what was left. 4 or 5 of our men never got out of their holes. They were dead. Then a priority order came through for hand grenades, howitzer shells, and we didn't have any left. So they flew it in from Saipan, but the planes couldn't land, so they dropped it in parachutes. Lieutenant D'Angelo told me to get my sections up on the side of the airport and chase the parachutes. Now, we're running after these parachutes of ammo, scared to death. Then the Japanese spotted us and came in with a barrage of mortar fire, and now everybody's running for cover, and I jump into a bunker. A young white Marine was there, holding on his chest pictures of his girlfriend, mother and all. He had blood coming out of his mouth, his ears, and his nose. He was dead. I had to try and scrape out a hole with my helmet out of that ash, big enough to put my head in, because that was the only thing I could protect. I lay there next to him and said the Lord's Prayer over and over, along with the 23rd Psalm, until the all clear was given. I made a promise to God, if he let me live, I'd give my life to him in service. I never looked back. It may sound heroic, but it really wasn't. I wasn't in for the flash. I was a driver of men, and I knew if I got it, they would do the same thing.
After the war, McPhatter went back to Johnson C. Smith University, became a pastor, and later entered the U.S. Navy Chaplain Corps and served in Vietnam as a captain. He retired from the military in 1983. He is a retired Presbyterian minister with a Doctor of Divinity from the Interfaith Theological Center in Atlanta. Have things improved for blacks in the military since the days of Iwo Jima?
They have improved, but you know I'm a Marine, and if it's wrong, I think it ought to be right. There are no shades of right and wrong. Justice had no shades. Was it King who said, "Justice prolonged is justice denied"? I'm 83 years old. If it's not here now, when am I going to see it? I just cannot be at ease with anybody being treated unjustly. I'm a champion of the underdog right from the beginning of my life. I was known as a Black Moses in the Chaplain Corps. They even kicked me out for a spell. I don't care what color they are. If it's unjust, let's make it just. My Lord says, "Be in the world, but not of the world." I want the world to be different than it was before I came in here. I can't help myself.
The Army DUKW, Duck Drivers. Pat Mooney, who is associated with both military historical tours and the Iwo Jima Veterans Association, as well as the Marine Corps Museum in Quantico, has this to say about the Army's black soldiers who were associated with the Marines on Iwo Jima. Each Marine division had an Army Duck Company assigned to it. These consisted of black enlisted personnel and black NCOs commanded by white officers. Sergeant Fred Gray was one of the unsung heroes of Iwo Jima. Fred was part of the 471st Amphibious, attached to the 4th Marine Division. The contribution of these three Army amphibious companies really has gone unnoticed. They labored from D-Day all the way through the battle with these vehicles, called ducks, which were absolutely phenomenal, but very tippy. Pronounced ducks, but spelled D-U-K-W. The D meant it was designed in 1942. The U meant utility, or also amphibious, and the K indicated four-wheel drive, while the W meant there were two powered rear axles. They were 15 feet long, 8 feet wide, usually mounted with a machine gun and crewed by a driver and co-driver. Their preliminary job was to bring guns in for the Marine artillery regiments, and they brought these ashore on D-Day as well. They were plagued by the heavy, plunging surf on the east beaches. The high freeboards were not meant for heavy surf, and the ducks themselves were not really meant for ocean-going traffic. Add to that the heavy loads of artillery and ammo, and then float it ashore, bring it on land, and then unload a heavy 105mm howitzer from the back of this duck via an A-frame that was either manhandled by a bulldozer or other vehicle to hoist this 105mm off the back. It was built on the chassis of the famous Deuce and a Half, the 6x truck, and classified as a 2.5-ton truck. Propulsion through water was provided by an additional transmission with two screws or propellers in the back. Because of plunging surf and tidal conditions,
The ducks had a tendency to broach to port. They would be pushed against the beach, and once a duck or any ship broached in that surf, it was only a matter of time before wave action would cause the vehicle to flip over. There were also many documented instances of these ducks coming heavily loaded off the bow of an LSD and sinking. You had a combination of horror and excitement of coming off the bow of a ship in an amphibious vehicle where the vehicle actually submerges, and you fervently pray it will rise back to the surface. Amtraks as well came off these ramps, and for whatever reason the nose went under, and they plunged to the bottom of the ocean with their loads of equipment and any people who could not get out. This was about 2 miles offshore. I can only imagine the confusion. You watch the films and listen to the accounts and see these things plunge off the big boats and circle around and move in under fire. And they'd be stuck at sea, sometimes ramming into each other, missing the control boat, sailing around for hours in choppy water because crafts ahead had broached. Particular actions that strike me came after they had brought in supplies or artillery, and then their job was to reload under fire on that beach from some of the finest artillery ever massed in the Pacific. They had to load wounded on board and take them back to the ships, making that round trip all day long. In one case, the stern anchor on this duck broke loose, and the ship was broaching with wounded aboard, and the brave actions of the African-American crew to go out and re-secure anchors to bring that duck back from broaching saved the lives of every wounded Marine and sailor aboard. Had they not done so, the duck surely would have been flipped in the surf, and the men would have been crushed or drowned. Bruce Jacobs of Alexandria, Virginia, was a combat historian from the Army's Central Pacific Command in Hawaii, assigned to record Army participation in the Iwo Jima campaign. But the only Army involvement initially consisted of the 3 duck companies. They were the 452nd Amphibian Transportation Company and the 453rd and the 454th. The 452nd, the one I was attached to, was with General Rocky's 5th Marine Division. My recollection is that there were 18 to 20 vehicles in each company, so 60 would have been involved altogether. I only remember hearing about 2 sinking on the way in from the ships, but I wasn't that peripatetic. I didn't get around that much. When you hit the beach, it was pretty much necessary to make sure the tires were deflated so you didn't skid on the sand, and then you have to know when to inflate them so you could keep moving. The requirement on D-Day was to get some of General Rocky's 75mm howitzers ashore. But when they got to our part of the beach, it wasn't soft and sandy like the photos had led everybody to believe. It was an 18 to 30-inch escarpment, and the tires couldn't make it up and over. Almost out of nowhere, a CB and a little tractor of some kind came down the beach, and he was able to hook on to the ducks and get them up over the escarpment, where they could inflate their tires and take off. They worked with that CB all afternoon the first day, until he got killed. The duck drivers were a terrific bunch of people. They had a lot to prove, and they knew it. A lot of the Army guys, between you and me, expected them to fail. And I think that when the word started to get back to our bosses in Hawaii as to how well they were doing, there was a considerable amount of surprise. You got to think a little bit about what the Army was like in those days. It was not necessarily the grandest moment in our national history. The 452nd got a naval unit citation based on the recommendation of an Amtrak battalion commander. The stories I heard about the other 2 companies indicated that they did just as well as the 452nd. The thing I have to say is that, to me, Iwo Jima is the Marine Corps story, and I have always resisted anything that looked like the Army was trying to edge in. The Army contribution was tiny, and when you look at the casualties, it's just staggering when you consider the number of young Marines who got killed up there. So I don't think The participation of the Army in the battle is worth more than a footnote to history, including the participation of the black duck drivers. Part 6. The Planes That Came. The principal reason for invading Iwo Jima was to provide emergency landing strips, as Bob Merkline and Valentine Chepeleff and Phil True point out, for the thousands of planes flying the 3,000-mile round trip from Tinian and Saipan. Both True's and Chepeleff's B-29 stopped for repairs. Altogether, 2,251 B-29s with 24,761 crew members landed on Iwo Jima. The first B-29, Dinah Might, landed on March 4th in the thick of the battle, made repairs, and got out of there. A number of other B-29s landed on Iwo before March 15th. At one time, there were as many as 300 B-29s on Iwo. The Mid-Pacifican, published in Honolulu during the war, ran an article on March 24, 1945, about a blind B-29 crash landing on Motoyama No. 1 on March 10th. Its lead paragraph said, "Last night, more than 200 superforts raided Tokyo, and today 5 of them landed on Iwo's recently won Airfield No. 1. One of them cracked up after an amazing 7-hour trip with only 2 engines running, no compass, and no other navigational aids." It added that clouds were so thick the plane was unable to fly above them to get a fix from the stars, and the pilot, Lieutenant G.S. Savage of Collinsville, Illinois, couldn't give enough praise to its navigator, Lieutenant W.D. Bourne, who just got us here, somehow. Departing from the Marianas at 2 a.m., the plane had bombed Tokyo's New Business District from a height of only 5,800 feet, the article said. It was picked up by searchlights from the ground, and the Japs opened up with everything they had. It looked like the 4th of July and the end of the world combined, Lieutenant Savage said. Sniping at the wounded giant, fighter planes pursued the crippled B-29 as it headed back toward Iwo Jima. Somehow the navigator got them there, and with the radio out, the pilot circled Iwo Jima and, working only with hand signals from the ground, saw to it that his plane became the second Flying Fortress landing on Motoyama No. 1. Airfield No. 2 was extended for B-29s, veteran William Glazer recalls, but it also housed P-51 fighters, as did Airfield No. 3. The other reason for the invasion was to stop the radio transmissions warning Tokyo that the bombers were coming. Was it justified? John Ripley points out that prior to the seizure of Iwo, 77 B-29 superfortresses were lost, and that this number dropped off drastically once Iwo Jima was captured. Chapter 19. Lieutenant Robert Merkline, P-51 pilot, Iwo Jima, 46th Fighter Squadron, 21st Fighter Group, 7th Air Force. You hope you have the skill, that you can shoot straight and fly right and keep out of trouble, and that the bad one doesn't get you. I really wanted to find someone who had flown a plane at Iwo Jima during the war, and I first learned about Bob Merkline from his nephew, Jim Stanek of Newport, Rhode Island. Merkline and I later spoke at length on the telephone in November 2006. He and his wife had recently moved from Houston to a retirement home in Sugar Land, Texas. In talking about his experiences during the war, he used the word luck a lot, as it applied to his survival. But as his story indicates, it was clear that he had made a lot of his own luck. He was a handsome pilot, and he named his plane Available Jane. This chapter tells why. The battle started February 19th, as everybody knows, and I arrived March 22nd while it was still going on, 4 days before that last bonsai attack, March 26th. We had been sitting down at Tinian, and that attack scared the hell out of us because we weren't prepared for it, at 5 o'clock in the morning. The Japs would take over Motoyama No. 2 at night, and the Americans had it during the daytime. There was a lot of fighting after they said the island was secure, before we even got there. From our tent area on up, there was fighting on that north end, and then in the evening the Marines would come right by our area with their dead and wounded. There was a bunch of 'em, I'll tell you. But it's war, you know. They still fought a hard battle for more than a month after I arrived. I was right in the middle of that bonsai attack. For some reason or another, when we landed there on the 22nd, they had put up tents to the northwest. Why they put us up there, toward the area where the majority of fighting was still going on, I don't know. But anyway, on the 26th at 5 o'clock in the morning, these 300 Japs came out of the caves and hit our tent area. While they were not supposed to take part in combat, Black Marines serving on Iwo played a significant part in defeating and killing the attackers. The Japanese, armed with automatic weapons, bayonets, swords, and hand grenades, had made their way underground from the northern end of the island to an assembly point just north of Motoyama No. 1, near the western beaches. Attacking in a gap between two garrisoned units preparing to debark the island, they struck the bivouac area, a tent city for the 7th Fighter Command. Patrick Mooney, the historian and an expert on the battle, notes, "The Army Air Force units in the bivouac did not have observation or listening posts out. They were not prepared for combat. They were living above ground in tents. There were also Marine shore parties, supply troops, anti-aircraft gunners, and Seabees. The Japanese came into that area and killed 44 pilots in their sleep with swords and bayonets. 88 were wounded. The quick reaction of the 5th Pioneer Battalion, a white unit, and the 8th Ammo and 36th Depot, both black, pinched off the Japanese and then swept through, methodically killing, wounding, or capturing the Japanese. They saved what could have been a real catastrophe for the troops in the area. 9 Marines were killed and 31 wounded. 18 Japanese were taken prisoner." Private James M. Whitlock and Private First Class James Davis of the 36th Depot, both blacks, were awarded Bronze Stars. Private First Class Harold Smith was killed, while several other black Marines were wounded. First Lieutenant Harry L. Martin of Bucyrus, Ohio, led the fight against the infiltrators and was himself killed. The last Marine to die in action on Iwo Jima, he posthumously received the 26th and last Medal of Honor awarded for the battle. "It took the Marines 3 hours to get us out of our tent because we had Japanese right outside in a shell hole," Merkline recalled. "We could hear them talking, just like I'm talking to you. Of course, bullets and shrapnel were flying around, and all we could do was hit the deck in our tent. Finally, when the sun came up, we heard a loudspeaker coming from the south, the direction our tent was facing, and they said, 'Anybody left in the pilot's area, yell out.' Well, the Japanese didn't know we were in the tent, and of course it was just a piece of canvas. They were so close, right on the other side of the canvas at the back wall of my tent. All they had to do was lift the tent and roll a hand grenade in there, and we were done for. Later in that shell hole they found over 25 Japanese dead. Around our tent there were 6 more just spread around, and everything from the ground up was just shrapnel holes and blood and guts on the tents, and the ground pretty well blown apart. Most had already been wounded during the battle for Iwo because they came out of the caves. They had some American equipment on them. They came out of tunnels from the north. Anyway, finally, we saw some movement to the south, and we waved a towel or something, and they spotted us. They yelled over the speaker to get ready to get up and run. The order finally came about 9 o'clock, and we had 1 wounded guy in the tent. We drug him, and I remember diving into a garbage pit they had made. I landed on my flight surgeon, and he had a Marine who was split wide open on his lap. A couple guys in my squadron actually did get to fire at the Japanese because they were on the farther side of the tent. My tent area got hit first, and that's why we were basically trapped there and couldn't do anything. We were lucky to get out. I was in the second row of tents. When we got there, I picked a tent out in the first row and then changed my mind and went back to the second row. Everybody in that first tent I picked out got killed. So, you just luck out sometimes. I was born August 7th, 1922, and graduated from high school in Madison, Wisconsin in June of 1941. I wanted to join the service well before Pearl Harbor was attacked because my two brothers had already been in for a year. One was drafted and the other belonged to the National Guard. The general sense was that we were going to be in the war. It was just a matter of time. Then, when the war broke out, I joined. At that particular time, I was not interested in politics, so I wasn't paying much attention to the isolationist debate. I signed up with the Army Air Corps right after Pearl Harbor. They called me on January 20th, 1942. I always wanted to fly, but I never expected it because I didn't have any college. After the preliminaries at Fort Sheridan, Illinois, we went down to Keesler Field in Biloxi, Mississippi, which they had just opened up. We took all kinds of exams to help decide what guys were going to be doing. It was decided that I would go to the Casey Jones School of Aeronautics in downtown Newark, New Jersey. It was a civilian school with a government contract. I was there about 6 months learning aircraft mechanics, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Then they sent me to Columbus, Mississippi, where I started working on advanced trainers, the AT-17 and AT-10. It was a flying school. The planes weren't armed. Things were building up fast in Army Air Corps, but I always had this thing about flying, and as far as I knew at that time, you had to have the 2 years of college. I got my ratings pretty fast, and by the time I made buck sergeant, I decided to sign up for gunnery school and at least be a crew member on a bomber, just a gunner or radio operator on a B-24 in combat, something like that. They had 10 or 11 members in a crew, 4 officers and the rest enlisted. That's what I was going after. Turned out all you needed was a physical. Well, I got to know the girl at post headquarters, and I'd go over there every noon at lunchtime to check and see if they'd given me my orders, and she got to know me. I have no idea what her name was. This was November of 1942, and one day she said, "Bob, why don't you try for aviation cadets?" And I said, "I don't have the college." She said, "Well, they got this new program where you take 8 hours of written exams, and if you pass, you can be a pilot. Why don't you do that?" I had just taken all this mechanical stuff, and I wasn't that long out of high school, so I was used to taking tests. Anyway, I passed and got accepted into the program. And January 1st of 43, I was at Nashville, Tennessee for a month. This was where they decided if you were going to be a pilot or a bombardier or whatever. Of course, most of the guys wanted to be pilots. When it was time for the list to come out, we all ran to the bulletin board, and I was lucky enough to be chosen as a pilot. So 9 months later, on October 1st, 1943, I got my wings and became a second lieutenant. Of course, it was one of the great experiences of my life, but the training was so intense, and we'd all worked so hard as cadets we almost felt like we deserved the wings. But it was quite a thrill. Becoming a second lieutenant was fine, but the main thing was getting the silver wings. It was a dream come true because I had never thought it could happen. They sent us to Tallahassee, and from there they sent me to P-39 school in Thomasville, Georgia. I had about 90 hours by the time we graduated in January. By the time I graduated, I had the P-17 Stearman, an open cockpit biplane, and the BT-13, the basic trainer, the AT-6, and 10 hours of P-40 time. So I was on the road to fly anything. I hit it at just the right time. They moved you around to Maxwell Field, to Douglas, Georgia, back to Alabama, then Marietta, Georgia, where I graduated from. The washout rate was 50%. It was up in Tallahassee where I met Sarah Jane Pitts. Tallahassee was a pilot replacement pool, and they had the state teachers' college for women there, and all the guys would date the gals from the college. She said she was available for a date, so when I got to Iwo Jima, I decided to call my P-51 Available Jane, Jayne. That's the way she spelled her name. I dated her for several weeks. Then they shipped me to California to go overseas. We were there 2 or 3 weeks on Angel Island in San Francisco Bay right next to Alcatraz. In fact, the ferry that took us out there stopped by Alcatraz to drop off prisoners. We got on a big Navy boat and thought we were going to combat. Everybody wanted to go to combat. I got off at the Hawaii Islands and said, gee, I wouldn't mind spending a week or 2 here. And by God, I got stuck there for a whole year. I mean, it was fun, but it wasn't combat. We went from P-39s to P-38s, and that's when we thought we were going to combat. Then, about November of 44, they said, nope, you're going to get 51s. They put us aboard an aircraft carrier the 1st of February, I think. We went to Guam, where they offloaded the 51s. We went up to Tinian, then to Saipan, and sat there waiting for No. 2 airfield to open up on Iwo Jima. After the Banzai attack, we lived in foxholes for 3 or 4 weeks. Hell, everybody was gun-happy after dark, and everybody was shooting. So we dug down deep and lined the hole with sandbags so our heads would still be below the surface when we'd lie on an army cot. We were living on C and K rations. I was in the 46th Fighter Squadron of the 21st Fighter Group of the 7th Air Force. There were 3 different squadrons to a group. There were about 30 in a squadron, so there were 80 to 90 planes in a group. They were all P-51s until the P-47s came along later. The P-51 was the most advanced fighter that I flew, and it was actually designed after the British got into the war with Germany. It carried 6 50-caliber guns, 3 on each wing. We had what we called practice missions to Chichijima and Hahajima, 100 to 150 miles away. We could take 500-pounders with us and strafe because we didn't need drop tanks. But on the long missions, we started off with heavy 110-gallon wing tanks, 2 of them. Then we graduated to 2 165-gallon tanks. We'd carry them as long as we could and then drop them before we went into strafe. We had 2 airfields, all 51s, and the P-47s started coming in just about the time I left there. It was a big deal. You don't read about it, but we had a lot of planes there. Of course, the Navy fighters were going in off aircraft carriers and strafing 3 or 4 weeks before we hit because they could get up pretty close. I was lucky enough to be on the very first land-based fighter mission to Japan. That was April 7th, and we were 150 planes flying out of No. 2 airfield on Iwo Jima, escorting B-29s which came from Guam and Tinian over the target. It was 750 miles to Japan from Iwo, 1,500 round trip. We were to rendezvous over Japan. They had a stripped-down B-29 we would meet over Iwo, and that plane would do the navigation for us on the way up. He'd get us up there, and we'd break off for our mission. We'd have a rendezvous point afterward, but a lot of times we never caught up to the B-29 on the way back. We also had what we called our Uncle Dog, a radio in the plane that we could home in on the B-29. All we had beyond that was a compass. It was all dead reckoning, and I was good at it. The missions to different parts of Japan lasted almost 8 hours. Sometimes we escorted B-29s, sometimes we just strafed, depending on the mission. Then we had sea patrol off Iwo. Weather was our biggest problem. We always hit at least one front going up there or coming back. On June 5th, 1945, we lost 27 airplanes and 25 pilots just due to the weather. I happened not to be on that mission. There was always at least one weather front between Iwo and Japan, and we'd try to fly under it or we'd try to fly over it, and they just got discombobulated that day. The weather was so bad they shouldn't have even gone. But you do just luck out sometimes. My plane got hit 3 different times, but I didn't even know it till I got back. It was tracer fire from the ground. It was pretty. It had a curved arc coming up at you. I remember on one mission we strafed this airfield and pulled out over some water, and I happened to look down and I said, "My God, it looks like somebody's throwing gravel on the water." And hell, those were shells hitting the water that they were firing at me. I finally did get to shoot down a plane. It was my last mission. It was on the east side of Tokyo Bay on May 29, 1945. I didn't know it was my last mission, but I was lucky enough to get one Japanese aircraft. It was a Tojo. I can't remember the number. We had a flight of 4, and we had already escorted the B-29s, and we were heading back for the rendezvous point where everybody shows up to fly back to Iwo. And as we were approaching the rendezvous point, we saw these 2 planes above us. We realized they were enemy planes, so we took off after them. Our flight leader took the one to the right, and I took the one to the left and just chased him down. He didn't fire back at me. He was trying to escape. He dove toward the ground, and I caught up with him and got him with the 50s. My wingman said he bailed out. We saw flames on the airplane where I hit him. I never did actually see him bailing out. The Tojo looked like a P-47, but it was one of the newer fighters. But by that time, most of their pilots, the good ones, had been killed. For the return to Iwo, we didn't have cross runways. There was only one. And the fighters had to come in first because they had less gas than anybody. On that last mission, all I had was 5 or 10 gallons left when I landed after shooting down the Tojo. You had to be an optimist back then. You felt confident. You figured it was going to happen to somebody else, not yourself. That's why they wanted young guys, I guess. It was all very interesting. If we weren't on a mission and the B-29s were coming in low on fuel or damaged, we'd go up and watch them land with the engines shot up. We all gathered around for that. I don't know how many were saved, but it was a bunch. They were flying a lot of missions, and there were a lot of wrecked B-29s on Iwo Jima. They were just junked. Too bad to try to fix up after they made their emergency landings. While the seizure of Iwo Jima was intended largely to provide an emergency halfway stop for B-29s returning from attacks on Japan, space was extremely limited, and pilots were strongly encouraged to continue on to Saipan or Tinian, if at all possible. They discouraged the B-29s from landing. They had a colonel in the tower, and if he thought they could make it back to Guam or Saipan, he wouldn't let them land. But I've seen B-29s bellying off the shore of Iwo. There were too many landings going on at one time, and they had to do something, so they ditched them. The B-29 was a good airplane to ditch in shallow water. I saw one float for at least 5 days before it sank. The cabins were pressurized. When the war started, they used to give you a Distinguished Flying Cross for shooting down a plane. But then it got so common they'd give you the Air Medal instead. All I got was 3 Air Medals and some campaign ribbons. Nothing real exciting. But anybody who's been in combat has been through that kind of crap. There's no hero stuff. I just lucked out. You hope you have the skill, that you can shoot straight and fly right and keep out of trouble, and that the bad one doesn't get you. I figured I at least paid for my cadet training because I shot one down. It was hard to find them. The higher ranks were always out in front. They were trying to get their glory. And you can't blame them. The reason that 8th trip was my last mission was we got back that night, and the squadron commander came up to 4 of us who had been in the squadron over a year, and he said, "I've got to send somebody to Victoria, Texas, to learn about the K-14 gun sight, a brand-new self-computing gun sight, and I need a volunteer to go learn it and then come back out here." Well, the other guys were married, and I wasn't. He said, "I'll give you till tomorrow morning, and if nobody volunteers, I'll have to choose somebody." We'd all been out there, at least 18 months, and everybody was looking for a rotation back home. If you went to this gunnery school, you had to come back to Iwo. You had to learn this new gun sight and then come back, and that would extend your tour. So I talked it over with my buddy, and I said, "Hell, I'll come back and probably get my captaincy." I wanted to stay with the squadron. By golly, they sent me back, and the war ended 3 days before school was out. I went to sign off the base to go back to Iwo, and I cleared the post, but the squadron commander wouldn't sign my papers, and all my records were on Iwo Jima. So I sat there and just junked airplanes up to Arkansas, stuff like that. I never got any of my stuff back. I had to wait from August 15th until November 29th, and I finally got my records from Iwo, and by that time I was pretty well PO'd from the delays and being pushed around, and then they closed the base. I couldn't even get my 4 hours of flying time in. I had met my wife-to-be by then, so I said, "Hell, I'll get out," which I did. We got married March 2nd, 1946, and then I joined the National Guard for about 3.5 years. That was the extent of my flying career. It turned out his wife-to-be, Laura, had herself dated a pilot while she was a student at the University of Texas in Austin during the war. And just as Bob had christened his plane Available Jane, that fellow Laura was dating had named his P-51 for her. There must have been a lot of that going around. I stayed in Texas. She was an only child, and I'd been out of snow country 4 years and just decided to stay down here in Houston. We raised our family here and made a living. I was in the lumber business about 40 years. It was my father-in-law's. He didn't have any sons, and one day he called me up and said, "Would you like to join me?" So my wife and I talked it over, and he was a man of his word and well-liked in Houston. It just worked out. Bob and Laura had a boy and 2 girls. By the winter of 2006, they had 1 grandchild, about the time they were downsizing into a retirement home. It's not home like we used to know, but it's working out. There's a bedroom and a study, 925 square feet. When you're downsizing from 2,600 square feet and 4 bedrooms and a den, there's a lot to get rid of. I had wanted to rejoin my squadron because I figured they'd be going to Japan. I wanted to stay in the Air Corps. I loved flying, you know. But things just didn't work out, so the story's not too interesting. Chapter 20. Staff Sergeant Valentine Chepelev, Radar Bombardier B-29, 40th Squadron, 6th Bomb Group. Had Iwo Jima not been there, we would either have had to ditch or bail out. We'd have never made it back to Tinian. I spoke with Valentine Chepelev a couple of times on the phone and then visited him at his home in Wrentham on the Massachusetts-Rhode Island border in February 2007, not long before he turned 85. He walked with 2 canes, but he had dressed up in his black priest's clothes and had pinned smaller versions of 5 medals on his breast. One represented a 2-time award of the Distinguished Flying Cross. He lived with his daughter Christine and her husband Charlie, who made me a cup of tea. Christine brought a pizza home, and they shared it with me. Valentine Chepelev, who went on to a full career as a Russian Orthodox priest, was the radar bombardier on a B-29 that led dozens of bombers on 35 missions from Tinian to Japan between January and June of 1945. His plane was named
Earthquake Magoon after the Little Abner character. It made one stop at Iwo Jima. After several missions, we had an emergency on the plane, and Iwo Jima is halfway between Tinian and Japan. We were coming back, and we had to land someplace. There was just water all over the place, and here they're fighting on Iwo Jima, but we called in and asked if they would have an airstrip maybe available. The answer was, "Well, we got half an airstrip, but if you could wait a little bit, maybe we can get the rest of it." We said, "Thank you very much, we'll take the half," and we landed the plane. We had a terrific crew. They repaired it, and we left right away. I don't remember what was wrong with the plane, but had Iwo not been there, we would either have had to ditch or bail out. We'd have never made it back to Tinian. My father and mother were Russian. I was born here in Cohoes, New York, 1922, February 28th. My father, Theodore, came over as a missionary priest in 1913, planning to stay for 10 years. But then, of course, the communists took over, so he never got back to Russia. When I was getting into the Army, I spoke Russian. I heard they were ferrying planes from Alaska to the Russians, and so I thought I might as well try that. As I was signing up for it, I talked to a Navy pilot, and he was trying to talk me into getting into the Navy program for pilots, and I said to myself, let me think this over. I had never thought of flying, but it sounded so interesting, flying a plane. But the thing that cautioned me was that if you're on a carrier and you go on a mission and you come back all battered, and what if the ship is not there? Where do you land? In the water? So I thought, no, I'm going to go into the Army Air Force. You know, you're over land. Well, there's a big surprise. I got into the Army program and got sent to the Pacific, where there was nothing but water. I signed up for a 15-week Air Cadet pilot training program September 8, 1943, at Dickinson College near Hershey, Pennsylvania. But then they decided to take us out of there to learn radar bombing, this secret program for the B-29, which was brand new at the time, and they needed a lot of things. You never saw a more dejected group of fellas. We were intent on flying and becoming pilots, and here we were being transferred to something else. We had to take special courses in radar, learning to apply it in combination with bombing. We were the first group when the whole thing started, and we were supposed to get commissions, but they never came through. They sent us to Tyndall Field in Florida, May 8, 1944. In August, they sent us to Lincoln, Nebraska, and from there we made trips to Puerto Rico to get the bugs out of the superfortress and to get the crew accustomed to long-distance flights and to give the radar operator practice in navigating and bombing over land and water. We flew through some violent electrical storms, and it felt like the wings might be torn off. I was the only one armed to protect the equipment. If we had to land at some other airfield, I'd have to wait there till the MPs got there to protect the equipment, because it was all so secret. I was in the middle of the plane in a little room with my radar equipment. In fact, they had a little control there where I could move the plane left or right after we were at altitude. I had the screens in front of me, and I had to make my calculations for altitude, airspeed, drift from the IP initial point to the target. Then you directed the plane either left or right. The bombardier was up front with his regular radar bombing equipment. I would just go along then, and if he could see something in a break in the clouds, he could make corrections. My job was to get to the target. I would get the target on my radar, zero in on it, make my calculations left or right, and release it. I don't know how it worked. As far as I know, I was releasing the bombs. I felt I was running the whole mission.
Actually, the radar operator or the navigator would provide the bombardier with the course to the IP. From there on, it was up to the bombardier to bring the plane the next 15 or 20 miles to the target. We went on to the West Coast in December and left for Hawaii January 17th, arriving at Guam and then Tinian January 21st. We were supposed to get commissions when we got through with this, but everything went so fast after we got out to the Pacific that they never came through. But after many missions, the replacements were coming in with commissions. I got to staff sergeant, but I should have been commissioned. At first we lived out of our helmets and canteens. Eventually we got water and power. We were stationed with the 21st Bomber Command in the Marianas with the 313th Bomb Wing. I don't remember when the raid started. There were 11 in the crew. The pilot, co-pilot, bombardier, navigator, flight engineer, and radar operator. The rest were gunners. When we first got there, we escorted some of the Marine fighter planes up to Iwo Jima so they could strafe it. So they must have had some navigational problems. We would bring them up, then hang out while they went in and did their job, strafing the targets. Then we would lead them home. Navigational problems were great for them. To navigate, you had to use your stars, your compass, anything you could pick up, any of the islands, because it was all water. It was not like in Europe where you could find landmarks. In the Pacific, you'd have to find an island or something. We had radar that would reach an island we could recognize 50 or 100 miles out there, so we knew where we were. I said that was a twist. In Europe, the bombers were escorted and protected by fighter planes, and here we are escorting the fighter plane. We were just one plane. They didn't need any more than that to take them up there. We made 35 missions to Japan. Our first mission was a big operation, and I was deputy lead, meaning we were the second plane. But something happened to the lead plane on our bombing run, so we had to take over. The first plane is the one that picks out the target, and the rest drop their bombs when the first plane releases. Ours was the lead plane for the rest of my 35 missions. We were so good that after 25 missions we were supposed to get a rest leave in Australia, but instead they asked us to keep flying. We called our plane Earthquake Magoon. Originally, we were going to fly at very high altitudes. The B-29 was built to fly at 33,000 feet, where it would be out of reach of the ACAC, the anti-aircraft fire. But we found that the winds up there blew from 150 miles an hour, so that if you got a tailwind, you'd get over the target too fast, and if you got a headwind, you were practically standing still. So we started lowering, and we wound up flying much, much lower. Our targets were mainly airfields, military installations, and industrial plants. You couldn't help but hit some civilian population in industrial areas, but they were not our target. We had strict instructions to avoid ancient temples or the palace in Tokyo. In a raid on March 10, 1945, nearly 280 B-29s destroyed 267,171 buildings, 1/4 of urban Tokyo, killing 83,793 and wounding 40,918, exceeding the number of civilians killed in the firebombing of Dresden in Germany, as well as those who died in the atom bomb explosion over Hiroshima. 14 planes were lost. All came from the 21st Bomber Command's 73rd, 313th, and 314th Bombardment Wings based in Guam, Tinian, and Saipan. The planes flew at altitudes ranging from 4,900 to 9,200 feet. Whenever we went up to hit a target, I would take radar photos of that city so I could get more familiar with it in case we came back. I don't know what the other radar operators did, but whenever we left the target, I'd be scanning the area for any planes, because we were all on our own to get back. We didn't go back in formation. We'd get together before the target, but we all flew back on our own. After I made my bombing run, I switched over to scanning the area, 360 degrees. Many times I'd see a target, an enemy plane, coming in, and we were on a collision course. I'd warn the crew and the pilot because they couldn't see through the cloud cover. Now I'm thinking, my God, I wonder how many planes we lost in collision with one another in a cloud cover. Later on, we had Japanese suicide planes come after us, and I could pick them out as they were coming in. They would just try to crash into us. We used to laugh about it, say, "Oh, they must have been pilots who washed out." Many times when we got back to base, the fellows would come to me and say, "How are you?" I'd say, "Why?" "Well, we saw the flak burst right under your seat." I said, "I know. I felt the concussion." We got a lot of flak, but it never penetrated. We took a look, but they were just scratches. None of it had penetrated. I said, "Thank you, St. Nicholas." My father had given me an icon of the saint, who was supposed to be the protector of seamen and maidens, and I had it with me on every mission. So many times the fellows came to ask, and the plane was not damaged. The saint had to be out there praying for us. I had to miss one mission when my arm swelled up from an insect bite, and I thought, "Oh, my God, the crew is going to think it is their time to go, and I'm being saved by being left behind." So I took off my cross and gave it to my navigator. I said, "You bring this back to me." He did. So we never got our R&R in Australia, and on top of it all, after our 35 missions, I flew a war wherry back while the rest of the crew went by ship. A war wherry was a plane that needed repairs, had a lot of engine time, and was pulled out of combat to be sent back to the States. But when we were leaving Hawaii, this B-29 war wherry developed engine trouble. One engine was having trouble, and another engine was beginning to go, and I thought, "Oh, my God, I got through 35 missions, and here I am on my way home, and we're going to have to ditch?" On top of that, we got news on the radio that the war had ended. So the war is over, and I'm in trouble on a B-29. Ha! They're celebrating in Hawaii, and I thought, "Oh, my God." We made it, eventually, but these little incidents kept your attention. Back in the States, Valentine went to the seminary and became a priest, and worked for years with his father, the Right Reverend Theodore Chepelev, a mitred archpriest in the Boston area. Valentine met and married Zenaida, or Zena, Martinoff, and they had 5 children. Zena died a few years ago. We were very active with the Roman Catholic Church. Father got to be well known among various denominations. He knew Cardinal Cushing. I knew Cardinal Cushing, Cardinal Law, and was close to a lot of the chaplains at the Veterans Administration. They know me and want me to speak here and there, but right now I got to get my medical health program set up. My mind is still active, but my body has slowed down quite a bit. I never officially retired. I'm the chaplain of the Disabled American Veterans here in Wrentham. When I got out of the service, I put it all behind me. Never talked to anyone about what I did or anything for 50 years until I met Pete Santoro in a rehab pool and found out he had been at Iwo Jima. Then I started to think about it. Earthquake Magoon's first citation for a Distinguished Flying Cross, dated June 1, 1945, cites her officers and one enlisted man, Valentine Chepelev, of the 40th Bombardment Squadron's 6th Bombardment Group as members of a lead crew bombing team which led 3
highly successful formation bombing missions against the Japanese Empire on the 17th and 22nd of April and 10th of May, 1945. It says they performed under rapidly changing and oftentimes adverse weather and under extremely difficult navigational problems over great expanses of ocean and unknown enemy territory. It also cites varying degrees of enemy anti-aircraft fire and fighter opposition. The second, this one an oak leaf cluster awarded in lieu of the DFC, is dated August 2, 1945. It describes a daylight incendiary raid on June 5th against important industrial and shipping facilities in Kobe, Japan, in the course of a 7-hour flight. It says Valentine's plane was attacked 14 times by aggressive enemy fighters and encountered heavy, intense, and accurate anti-aircraft fire. It adds that this crew led an exceptional formation, releasing their bombs over the briefed target with great accuracy, and says further that over 4 square miles of the built-up portion of Kobe was destroyed. The captain, or airplane commander, is identified as Irvin M. Parsons. Lieutenant Hubert B. Connell was the navigator, and Lieutenant Carl J. Manon the bombardier. Also cited is Staff Sergeant Valentine Chepeleff of Brookline, Massachusetts. Chapter 21. Lieutenant Phil True, B-29 Navigator, 99th Squadron, 9th Bomb Group. I gave a talk about the significance of Iwo for those of us in the 20th Air Force and the many lives saved, including mine, because of the Marines' heroism in taking that ugly piece of rock and sand. Yes, I did land there 3 times, and I am eternally grateful for the island and the Marines. I spoke with Phil True at length over the phone, and his feeling for the Marines was evident. In 1997, when he was talked into being chairman of a reunion for his 9th Bomb Group, he chose to honor the Marines for capturing Iwo Jima. I organized a tribute featuring the Marine Drum and Bugle Corps, he told me, and located members of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions who had invaded Iwo. They spoke, as did our commanding officer during the war, and the colonel in charge of the Marine Barracks. We held it at the Marine Corps Memorial on August 28th. We had close to 300 people. Afterward, I was asked to be an honorary Marine with Chapter 25 of the 4th Marine Division. He has continued his association with the Corps. I live in Fairfax, Virginia now, but I grew up in southern Michigan, near Jackson. I was born April 14, 1925. I was the first person in my immediate family to graduate from high school. My father and mother, like most farmers, quit school in 9th or 10th grade. There was a junior college in town, and when I got out of high school, I decided to go there. When Pearl Harbor came, the draft age was 20, and I really didn't think about going into the service. But then it was lowered in the fall of 1942, while I was in junior college, and I realized I'd be facing the draft the following spring, after I turned 18. Very few people went to college in those days, and the Navy and the Army assumed anybody in college was smart, and therefore officer training material. They had these specialized training programs, and I think in February of 43, the Army Air Forces, as it was called then, set up their aviation cadet program. Although almost every kid my age was interested in flying, for me it wasn't that I just had to fly. It wasn't that kind of thing. They had a little bonus. They said if you signed up, you could be called up sometime after you were 18, and there would be a 5-month college program. I took the physical and a written test, and I was sworn into the Army Air Forces 3 days before I turned 18. In fact, I was the first 17-year-old to do that in Jackson. I was called up August of 1943 and went through the entire training program. The aviation program was roughly a year. You had to go through basic, and then it depended on how you were classified. If you were going to be a pilot, you went to primary training, then advanced training. You'd be commissioned. Then, if you were going to be a bomber pilot,
you'd go through multi-engine school. Of course, taking it didn't mean you were in it. The washout rates were maybe 50%. A lot of people didn't have the ability to do this. We did our basic training from early September through early November in Miami Beach. The reason was that when the war started, they simply did not have enough Army barracks built throughout the country to house everybody. So they used the War Powers Act to requisition hotels after the tourist season was over. I think in April of 1942, about 90% of the hotels in Miami Beach were being used. They had close to 100,000 people undergoing basic training in South Florida. While I was down there, they decided to give us classification tests, 2 days of written tests and what they called psychomotor tests, devised to try to determine if you were best suited to be a pilot, navigator, or a bombardier. Some people didn't qualify for any, so they were sent to radio school or gunnery school. Anyhow, I qualified for all three, but my highest score was for navigation. We had 10 hours of dual flight instruction in little 2-seater Piper Cubs before we got sent up to Allegheny College in Pennsylvania in mid-November of '43. I learned after the war the college training program, the Army Air Force's cadet program, was set up because the small liberal arts colleges had been drained of students, except for women. They sort of struck a deal that they would put these training detachments in from the Air Forces and provide them with money. There were about 400 of us and about 1,000 co-eds, so you could see the ratio was actually pretty good. As for the flying, I sort of enjoyed it, I guess, but I was rational enough to realize I wasn't a natural. I could put the plane in a stall and recover, but getting it to spin was not my forte. When I got down to pre-flight school in San Antonio in March of '44, I already knew my scores, because when you were a student at Allegheny, you had to pull Junior Officer of the Day, and so late at night, when no officers were around, you looked up your file. I discovered what my scores were and decided I would be a navigator. I went through pre-flight school, which ended in June of '44. Normally, most people went on to gunnery school, but about 400 of us in our class stayed on and went to the San Antonio Aviation Cadet Center, which is now Lackland Air Force Base. We waited around for shipping orders, and it got to be mid-August, and there was hardly anybody left when they received a direct call for people up at San Marcos near Austin. I was in this remaining group, so I went directly to navigation school instead of gunnery school. We were still not commissioned. We were essentially privates in the Army. There were 50 in my class, and I think 31 of us graduated. The attrition rate was high. We had actually 4 basic ways to navigate. One was through dead reckoning. That was simply through your instruments, using the compass and airspeed. You had to compute your drift, of course. You had to use maps to figure out your declination in terms of your compass heading. We had a log. We called it a navigator's log. I had 8 or 10 columns of data that had to be entered in for any particular time to get your true airspeed. Then you got your ground position from that. Then you had radio, depending on where you were. Then you had celestial navigation based on figuring your position from the stars. And finally, you had what you called pilotage, which was just looking out the window. What do you see out there? There were sectional air maps that provided good detail for what you were seeing on the ground. We actually had 20 practice missions. Each mission had 3 student navigators, and we'd have a 3-legged triangular mission. One student would be lead navigator on each leg, while the other 2 would follow what he was doing. The next student would plot the next leg, and so on. We flew in a twin-engine Beechcraft, and it wasn't until the final mission or 2 that we were allowed to use all 4 navigational tools. If you had a 0-0 mission, that meant you were perfect in figuring your ETA your estimated time of arrival, and reaching your destination. You might be 2 minutes and 5 miles off, but that was considered reasonably good. It was a 16-week course. I graduated in December of 1944 and became a second lieutenant. We got some home leave, and I went back to San Marcos about New Year's. Somebody got sick, and an opening came up, so I went to Lincoln, Nebraska, which was a classification center. They were making up crews to send to various bases for training. I didn't have any gunnery training, so they put me in a B-29 program, because the navigator in a B-29 did not handle a gun. Our crew assembled about the 1st of February in Tucson, Arizona, and trained there until about the 1st of May. From there, we went up to Wichita, Kansas, to pick up a B-29 to fly overseas. It took a couple of weeks to get it ready. We had to do a series of things, make sure the instruments were calibrated, and so on. The citizens of Manhattan, Kansas, had had a bond drive to pay for a new B-29. It took about $600,000, if you can imagine that. They wanted to name the plane, and they had a contest and came up with Nip Finale, and that was painted on its nose. It's not politically correct now, of course, but that was our plane, and we enjoyed it. In late May, we flew to California and took off from a field near Sacramento, then to Oahu, on to Johnson Island, and eventually we reached Kwajalein, which the Marines had taken, I guess, in late 1944. It was just a flat atoll. The control tower there wasn't much. The airstrip was probably 8,000 feet long. I remember they had a sign up there in the operations office. It said, Kwajalein Atoll. Elevation 8 feet. No whiskey at all. No women at all. No nothing at all. Next day, we flew out to Tinian, where the 313th Wing was located. We landed, and the pilot went to report, and one of the ground crew came up, dressed only in a pair of shorts, and he says, "Where's the whiskey?" One of the guys, I guess the engineer, said, "We didn't bring any whiskey." "What?" "No, we didn't bring anything." I heard the guy say, "Didn't bring anything?" Whiskey was a great barter item. Actually, one of our gunners had wanted to, but our pilot, he was a major, was very strict on rules and regulations. Anyway, we did not keep the plane. You make the mistake of thinking just because you fly a plane, it's yours. That plane was taken to one of the groups that needed it more than the 9th Bomb Group, where we were assigned. A number of years later, when I got reunited with my crew, I did some checking and discovered that Nip Finale had been taken over by the 504th Bomb Group, which was one of 4 in the 313th Wing. There was the 9th, the 504th, the 505th, and the 6th Bomb Group. Each group had about 40 planes and crews. I learned the Nip Finale got in 20 missions. It was the 3rd plane for that ground crew. Their previous 2 had been shot down. Phil True was in the 99th Squadron of the 9th Bomb Group in the 313th Wing. Each bomb group consisted of 3 squadrons, each with 15 planes. There were 5 bomb groups in the Pacific at the end of the war: the 73rd in Saipan, the 313th on Tinian, the 58th on Tinian, the 314th Wing on Guam, and the 315th on Guam. Each wing had 4 bomb groups, for a total of 20. We flew whatever plane was available. Crews didn't necessarily fly the same plane every time. Engines needed replacing frequently, and when your ship was in for repair, you flew whatever was available. Some crews flew as many as 35 missions, but they would fly maybe 25 or so on their plane. So you never knew what plane you were going to fly. There would be an announcement that such and such crews would be briefing at 11 o'clock that night, 2300, whatever. It was going to be a daylight mission. Then you would have a little breakfast, get in the truck, and go down the line. Then you'd find out which plane you were going to fly. We'd get down there, and one of the problems for the navigator was you had to take the astro compass and make sure everything was aligned correctly. You used the North Star normally to do that. On some planes, the compass reading was maybe a couple of degrees off from what you were actually doing. You always had to make little corrections. Occasionally, planes got caught in smoke thermals, and some of them got twisted 2 or 3 degrees, so you and the compass in the plane didn't quite agree. We flew some practice missions bombing the airfield of an island called Pagan in the northern Marianas, about halfway between Iwo and Saipan and Tinian. I think there were a few Japanese left, but no defenses. The B-29 could carry 8 tons of bombs, but most missions you carried 7, depending on whether you had incendiaries. There were 500, 1,000, and 2,000-pounders. Our first mission over Japan was June 4th to 5th. We took off on the 4th and bombed Kobe. We didn't fly in formation to Japan. That would have taken too much gasoline. We flew up separately, then used some sort of reference point. Often it was just a compass point in the ocean. It was a very, very tricky job to get so many planes in formation once you got there. Each group had a slightly different certain altitude and a slightly different location. Then, at a certain time, they all had to fly to the IP, the initial point, from where you went on your bomb run. It was an intricate job. About 450 planes went over the target, in formation. There was a high overcast, so we flew a daylight mission at 14 or 15,000 feet, which was very low. This put you in easy range of all the anti-aircraft they had. The city was well defended, and the Japanese put up a couple of 100 fighter planes. About a dozen B-29s were shot down, and 75 were damaged. I went along as observer on that particular raid. I sat in a nose hatch right behind the pilot, co-pilot, and bombardier. Apparently what happened was the fighters came in after we dropped the bombs. They didn't attack during the bombing run when they could get in the flak themselves. Normally, the fighters would attack before you got in or just after. Fighters came at us, usually in pairs. Mainly, they'd fly head-on through the formations. The Japanese had 3 or 4 aces on B-29. Some had shot down as many as 15 planes. When the main force of Japanese fighters were coming from, say, 12 o'clock, straight overhead, there would be 2 or 3 of these aces, or better pilots, who would fly a couple thousand feet below a formation. They'd pick out a plane, and because the gunners were all looking ahead, and because there was a slight dead spot on the B-29 right directly below, they would come right up under it to within a couple hundred feet and then fire their 20-millimeter cannon shells into the wing tanks. That happened to our plane, although we didn't realize it at first. Then one of the gunners called in and said gasoline was coming out behind number 3. Gasoline was from a wing tank, of course, and number 3 was the inboard engine on the right-hand side of the plane. The pilot immediately shut down the engine and then feathered the propellers. Feathering meant you altered the pitch of the blades so they offered less air resistance. We feathered that engine, and then 10 or 15 minutes later, the supply of gasoline to number 4, which was the outboard engine on the right-hand side of the plane, ran out because the fuel tank had been hit. There was no way to transfer any additional fuel out there on this particular model B-29. So we feathered number 4 and tried to restart number 3, but I think the starter motor had burnt out. They may have been hit. Anyway, number 3 and number 4 engines were not working. By that time, we were just leaving Japan, and a buddy ship flew with us for 3 or 4 hours. The pilot put the plane on what you'd call a climb setting, put the nose like he was going to climb, but because he didn't have enough power, we just kind of mushed our way. We lost altitude till we got down around 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Here the air was heavy enough so we could level off, but we still did not have much gasoline, and the pilot thought about having us bail out when we got to a picket ship, a Navy destroyer escort. But then he decided the water was too cold for him to jump, so he said we'd try to make Iwo. It was a stormy day. We got to Iwo, and the pilot was being very careful. He was too high, so the tower told him to do a go-around, which was a little tricky. In fact, it was not recommended at all on a B-29. We had to go around the island with 2 dead engines. With that right side wing down, it was very hard to control the plane. After the first go-around, we came in with flaps down, wheels down, and then, just a couple 100 feet above the runway, another B-29 cut right in front of us. In fact, I read a report many years later that said the air control was not good that day. Pilots were not obeying the tower. Apparently, this guy had wounded on board. So we had to pull up. Any kind of little flicker on the remaining 2 engines would have been the end of us. The pilot said, "If we can't get in this time, I'm going to dump you out over the ocean. I'll try to climb to 1,500 feet and let you out." So we came around a 3rd time, and this time, as we came into land, visibility was essentially 0. But the tower had elementary radar, and they picked us up and guided us in. We screeched to a halt at the end of the fighter strip. We had maybe 10 minutes of gas left. That was my first, and almost my last, mission. That's my story of getting saved on Iwo Jima. We landed twice again in June while on 2 other missions, but it was primarily because we were on the margins with our gas supply. If you were based on Tinian and you were returning with less than 2,000 gallons, you were supposed to land on Iwo to take on more. Something wrong with the engines was discovered when we landed, and they said we had to hitchhike aboard another 29 that was going back to Tinian. And just as we took off, boom, one of its engines conked out. The pilot said, "Hell, we can get back on 3. But then, an hour later, ping! Another engine went out on the other side, and he said, "Well, we got to go back to Iwo now." A friend of mine in college after the war had been in B-24s in Italy, and he was talking about planes. I said, "Well, you know, a B-29 can fly with 2 engines out on the same side," and he said, "You're nuts. You can't do that." But I know, because we did. We flew 12 missions before our crew was selected in late July to come back and be trained as a lead crew to lead a group or squadron in bombing. There was so much bad weather over Japan you had to rely on radar bombing. About a dozen crews were being sent back each month. Then, in August, the war ended. Of course, the first B-29 to land on Iwo was Dynamite on D+13, March 4th. Lieutenant Raymond Mallow, the pilot, was from my 9th Bomb Group, 99 Squadron. They had flown a mission over Tokyo, and their bomb bay doors had frozen open, and they had a fuel transfer problem. The Seabees said, "You give us a couple hours and we'll have another 1,000 feet of runway." Mallow said, "No, thanks, I'm going to take off. I want to get out of here." He didn't stay long. His plane was later shot down on April 14th over Kawasaki. Mallow and the entire crew were killed. Our group lost 4 planes that night. Another navigator took the cot of Mallow's navigator in the Quonset hut where we were going to be living. 3 or 4 days before we arrived in Nip Finale, the second navigator's plane was taking off on a night mining mission, and something happened on the runway. The plane skidded off, and the mines exploded. The tail gunner survived, but everybody else was killed. So when I got to this Quonset hut, I took this empty cot. After a few days, the guy next to me told me the story. He said, "You know, Mallow's navigator had this cot, and then Caldwell's navigator had this cot. So, welcome to the cot." Do I think the seizure of Iwo Jima was worth the cost? Yes, I do. because around 2,200 B-29s landed there after it was taken, although it's difficult to say how many crewmen would have been lost otherwise. Some planes were low on gas but would have got back anyway. And if you had to bail out, you had maybe a 40% chance of survival. And the P-51 wing was located there as well. While we were sitting there at that reunion at the Marine Corps Memorial in 1997, 2 buses with Japanese calligraphy on the side came along, and out jumped a bunch of Japanese tourists. We had a dozen Marines there, and one rushed over and told them to get back in the bus. I thought it was kind of ironic. I got discharged in mid-December 1945. I was only in for not quite 2.5 years, but it seemed long enough to me. Besides, I was only 18 when I started. I went back to Jackson, took a semester of junior college, then went to Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo. I graduated from there in 1948, ending up with a major in geography. I went on to the University of Chicago, where I got a master's in geography and taught for a year before a friend said they were hiring for the CIA. And I said, "What's the CIA? Is that the CIO?" Anyhow, that's how I came to Washington. I worked 47 years in the CIA. I was on the analytics side, which meant I didn't go into phone booths and leave pencil marks. I worked primarily on China, and then I retired and worked on contract, and then worked primarily in training and ran some courses. Most of the people I found at the CIA were very dedicated people. It's not a perfect organization, it's obvious. They certainly made a serious mistake in the 2002 October National Intelligence Estimate. That's another story. I got married to Fern Brooks September 1949. I told this story at our 50th wedding anniversary. I was taking a speech class at the junior college in Jackson. It met early in the morning. It was winter time. It was February 1946. It was cold. There were not many people in the class. I sat in the back row, and there was a young lady named Lenore Larson. She was blonde, pretty good looking, liked to wear sweaters. She'd come in late most of the time, and she'd sit in the back of the room as well. She'd take off her coat, and then she'd stretch. So this friend, Warren Tish, and I would kind of eyeball that. And after 2 or 3 weeks, the professor said, "Why don't we just move people around?" He said, "Mr. True, there's an empty chair right up here." And that's where my wife-to-be was sitting, though I didn't know her at that time. So, it was proximity and Lenore Larson that led me to my bride. She came from a farm family, too. We had 2 boys and a girl. I was invited, along with some other people, 4 years ago when they opened up the Air and Space Museum out at Dulles. The Enola Gay, the B-29 that dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, was there. 8 or 9 of us from the 9th Bomb Group were going to get a picture taken next to the Enola Gay. And the Japanese TV crew came up and asked if they could interview me. I simply said, "I think dropping the bomb was cruel in many ways, but I think in the long run it saved more lives than were lost." Despite the fact that their navy had been largely defeated, the Japanese were not in the mood to surrender. I was asked to say a few words at a memorial service on behalf of B-29s at a 4th Marine Division reunion in Washington, D.C. in 2002, and at an Iwo symposium in 2005, I gave a talk about the significance of Iwo for those of us in the 20th Air Force and the many lives saved, including mine because of the Marines' heroism in taking that ugly piece of rock and sand. Yes, I did land there 3 times, and I am eternally grateful for the island and the Marines.
The characters on a monument erected on the summit of Mount Suribachi after Iwo Jima and the Ogasawara, Bonin Islands were returned to Japan on June 26, 1968, say, "The monument to pay tribute to the soldiers who fought and died on Iwo Jima." The map on the surface of the monument consists of stones from each prefecture of Japan, and an epitaph on an accompanying memorial reads, "A small force pitted against a mighty army on a lonely island where even the deities are in awe. For thousands of years, love and hate disappear, and the fragrance of sincerity spreads over eternity." Translated by Masahide Mizoguchi. Small bottles and objects at the base of the memorial represent offerings to the dead. Part 7. Aftermath. There was no glamour on Iwo. There were millions of flies. The bodies burned black. The smell was overpowering. The burials began as soon as possible. 2 cemeteries were established for the thousands of Marines slain. The Japanese dead lay where they fell, or else were covered in anonymous graves plowed out by bulldozers. To this day, thousands remain entombed in the caves and tunnels. All were memorably eulogized by Rabbi Roland B. Gittleson. The text of his remarkable speech is included in this part. The Army took over as the Marines departed in March and April. There were up to 35,000 Army and medical personnel stationed on Iwo until September, when the numbers began to decrease, according to William A. Glazer of New York City, who served as an emergency surgical nurse in an Army hospital and later as a clerk on Iwo from February 1945 to February 1946. Substantial numbers of Japanese soldiers remained in small groups in caves in the northeast. Many came out at night to steal food and clothing. Glazer tells of a group of soldiers coming out to surrender from behind a movie screen set up near Suribachi. He said they had been living in caves inside Suribachi for months. Many who surrendered were Korean slave laborers rather than uniformed soldiers. A huge hospital, the 232nd General Hospital, was planned to treat wounded expected from the invasion of Japan, scheduled for late 1945. The island was returned to Japan by the United States in 1968. Various individuals from both nations, such as Tsunezo Wachi and John Ripley, acted to preserve the heritage of Iwo Jima, to venerate the dead, and preserve the island as a shrine to the sacrifice of the fallen soldiers. Colonel Ripley was determined to find a way to sustain access to the island by Americans in general and the Marines in particular. Captain Wachi founded the Association of Iwo Jima, Iwo to Kyokai, and helped make possible the reunions of honor, which now occur annually on Iwo. Chapter 22. The Japanese commanders, Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kurabayashi and Captain Tsunezo Wachi, and the years afterward. My girl is waiting for me, and does not know that my body will stay here on the rocks of Mount Kamo. Hitomaro, from 100 Poems from the Japanese, translated by Kenneth Rexroth. Iwo Jima today is a shrine, actually a vast graveyard where between 14,000 and 17,000 Japanese soldiers lay entombed in its honeycomb of caves and tunnels. Only the immediate family members of those soldiers are permitted to visit from Japan. There is no restriction on American visitors. Only about 20 of the original 1,023 Japanese survivors are alive today. Thousands of Marine veterans of the campaign still live, but they are dying off as age overtakes them. Key figures from the Japanese side of this story, alongside the more than 21,000 soldiers who died there, some bodies have been recovered, are Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kurabayashi, their commander, and his predecessor, Captain Tsunezo Wachi, who became a Buddhist priest after the war and dedicated his life to the Japanese soldiers and sailors killed on Iwo Jima. Kurabayashi, a brilliant strategist and an exemplary individual, earned the respect of his troops and very high regard of his enemy, even after his death in March 1945. Kurabayashi wrote a series of letters, 41 in all, to his family during the 9 months he was there. Much of his legacy is based on these letters, and they offer the best way to understand the Japanese commander. Clint Eastwood's second film about the battle, Letters from Iwo Jima, leans heavily on Kurabayashi's correspondence as well as letters from the soldiers. For a man facing certain death, Kurabayashi's letters are a marvel of restraint amid expressions of concern for his wife and fatherly advice to the children. From the way they read, he might be returning home in a few days. Kurabayashi actually took over from Captain Wachi, who commanded the naval garrison on Iwo during the early part of 1944 and left in October. Wachi left a lengthy memoir which has been translated by his daughter, Rosa Ogawa. In May 2007, I wrote to Ms. Ogawa, who then sent me poems, photos, and other accounts of her father's life. He is also warmly remembered by American Marines who worked with him to establish the Reunion of Honor, now held once a year when American veterans come to visit. Kurabayashi's story has been eloquently captured by Kumiko Kakehashi in So Sad to Fall in Battle, Presidio Press, 2007, based on his letters. She notes that as a captain in his late 30s, Kurabayashi spent more than 2 years studying and traveling in the United States, from March 1928 to April 1930. He audited classes in English, American history, and current affairs at the University of Michigan and Harvard. He bought a Chevy and drove it from Kansas to Washington, D.C., where he met several American military men. Among his papers are 42 letters, many illustrated by his drawings, that he wrote home to his family from the States. Kurabayashi was samurai, a powerful military caste in feudal Japan, and some Japanese authorities resented his imperial connections. Kurabayashi bred greater animosity among his peers for his conviction that the United States was an unbeatable enemy, and that Japan should steer clear of direct conflict with the Americans. It is thought that at least part of the reason he was sent to defend Iwo Jima was to get rid of him. This clearly was a fight that the Japanese were not going to win. In 1944, as Guam and Saipan fell to the Americans, the Japanese knew very well that Iwo would be next. Its airfields, situated halfway between Saipan and Tokyo, would be crucial for the American bombing campaign. Wachi noted that many of the draftees on the island were civilians with no military training. He set about trying to remedy that before Kurabayashi even got there. Kurabayashi arrived in June and began drastically reordering defensive priorities, assigning troops to help dig tunnels, a task that was purgatory itself since the troops had to endure sulfur gas and heat so intense they could work only in 5- and 10-minute shifts. As he began to implement his defensive strategy, Kurabayashi established fields of fire that would blanket the invasion beaches. Because the Americans had control of air and sea, he also abandoned the standard tactic of heavily fortifying the water's edge, because there was no way his men could sit there and fire at the incoming landing craft without being wiped out by planes and shelling. He also dismissed any notion of a banzai charge because it wasted too many men and had proved only marginally successful against American Marines. Sensing the coming onslaught, Kurabayashi focused on his underground defensive positions, which could withstand bombing from planes and shelling from the ships. Indeed, the island was bombed for 74 straight days prior to the invasion. It caused a lot of headaches and obliterated every shred of greenery on the island, but seems to have caused few, if any, casualties among Kurabayashi's men. Kurabayashi also wrote and distributed 6 statements known as the Courageous Battle Vows. 1. We shall defend this place with all our strength to the end. 2. We shall fling ourselves against the enemy tanks, clutching explosives to destroy them. 3. we shall slaughter the enemy, dashing in among them to kill them. 4. Every one of our shots shall be on target and kill the enemy. 5. We shall not die until we have killed 10 of the enemy. 6. We shall continue to harass the enemy with guerrilla tactics, even if only one of us remains alive. On March 16th, Kuribayashi sent a farewell telegram to the Imperial General Headquarters. The battle is entering its final chapter. Since the enemy's landing, the gallant fighting of the men under my command has been such that even the gods would weep. In particular, I humbly rejoice in the fact that they have continued to fight bravely, though utterly empty-handed and ill-equipped, against a land, sea, and air attack of material superiority such as surpasses the imagination. One after another, they are falling to the ceaseless and ferocious attacks of the enemy. For this reason, the situation has arisen whereby I must disappoint your expectations and yield this important place to the hands of the enemy. With humility and sincerity, I offer my repeated apologies. Our ammunition is gone and our water dried up. Now is the time for us all to make our final counterattack and fight gallantly, conscious of the Emperor's favor, not begrudging our efforts, though they turn our bones to powder and pulverize our bodies. I believe that until this island is recaptured, the Emperor's domain will be eternally insecure. I therefore swear that even when I have become a ghost, I shall look forward to turning the defeat of the Imperial Army into victory. I stand now at the beginning of the end. At the same time as revealing my inmost feelings, I pray earnestly for the unfailing victory and the security of the Empire. Farewell for all eternity. As regards Chichijima and Hahajima, I am sure the men under my command there can completely crush any attack the enemy might make. I entrust that matter to you. Finally, I append an inept work for your perusal below. Please forgive its clumsiness. Kuribayashi's death poem follows. Unable to complete this heavy task for our country, arrows and bullets all spent, so sad we fall. But unless I smite the enemy, my body cannot rot in the field. Yea, I shall be born again 7 times, and grasp the sword in my hand. When ugly weeds cover this island, my only thought will be the imperial land. Kakahashi notes that the Imperial General Staff edited the telegram before releasing it to the newspapers, eliminating the phrase, utterly empty-handed and ill-equipped, and changing, so sad we fall, from his poem to mortified we fall. It's easy to see why. She goes on to suggest that Kuribayashi died leading the last charge, the attack on the pilots by Motoyama No. 1. This has been disputed, as Colonel John Ripley makes clear in Chapter 24 of this book. Captain Wachi ended the war in southern Kyushu, in charge of a suicide torpedo boat training base, in which young volunteer trainees were to attack enemy vessels with only enough fuel for a one-way mission. In October, with demobilization underway, Wachi got off the homebound train in Kyoto to visit a Buddhist monk. Wachi's daughter says that after he spoke of his determination to dedicate the rest of his life to mourn the war dead, including those lost on Iwo Jima, the monk ordained him on the spot. After a week's practice, he became Joshuan Koami. He went on to write several poems under that name. During the occupation, American troops imprisoned him for 5 months, presumably because of his wartime involvement. As Joshuan Koami, he founded and became president of the Association of Iwo Jima, and finally gained permission to return to Iwo to perform religious rituals. He wrote, "It was still under occupation when we first landed on Iwo Jima, February 1952, by LST. While there, I put up 2 Kannon, a popular Buddhist deity, statues at the north and south of the island for all the departed souls without distinction of nationality. My idea was to carry out religious services and pray and mourn for them as I had stated in my application based on Buddhism principle, to pray wholeheartedly for all the souls evenly for their eternal rest beyond human resentment. In the meantime, we went down into the raid-beaten and flamethrower-ruined caves to search and collect bodies and relics of the departed. We discovered, to our sorrow, that quite a number of skulls had been removed from the bodies. We immediately reported to the U.S. Marines there and asked them for measures to prevent further mishaps. Later, in December 1955, I was informed by a staff officer of the U.S. Pacific Fleet Headquarters of the fact that the caves had been sealed with the bodies lying as they were. That might have helped prevent further removal of the skulls, but it made it almost impossible for us to collect other relics which had been sealed in with the bodies unless we used heavy machinery. As the result of the defeat in the war which had never taken place in the long history of our nation, so-called democracy came along. The idea had developed in the West, but it was totally new to our nation. Many people took it as their golden rule to replace the august virtue of His Imperial Majesty, which had always existed ever since the dawn of our national history. His daughter adds that he offered prayers for the departed, crept into caves to pour water or sake, or smoked cigarettes as requested by the bereaved survivors aware of how the soldiers had died in extreme shortage of their needs. Ms. Ogawa notes that while the Marines did not remove heads during or after the battle, soldiers recuperating on Iwo during the Korean conflict took skulls as souvenirs. Two American writers, Richard Newcomb, a wartime correspondent and author of 6 books including Iwo Jima, and Bill Ross, who wrote Iwo Jima, Legacy of Valor, published with Wachi's address an appeal for the return of skulls and other relics, such as diaries, photos, and letters. Wachi was instrumental in helping arrange the first Japanese-American memorial ceremony conducted on Iwo in February 1985, the 40th anniversary of the invasion. The retired Marine General Jarvis Lynch was the liaison with Wachi for that event, and I heard him speak about Wachi at an Iwo Jima symposium in Arlington, Virginia in February 2007. Lynch has also written about Wachi for Naval History magazine. He said it was doubtful that without Wachi's prestige in Japan, the memorial service, or those that followed, would have occurred. He also said that in the 40 years before his death, Wachi had accounted for the remains of more than 8,000 Japanese soldiers and sailors. Wachi died at the age of 89 on February 2, 1990. Here is one of his poems, in translation provided by Masahide Mizoguchi of the Bronx in September 2007, who says the poem was written in kanji, one of the Japanese writing systems that uses Chinese characters. According to Mizoguchi, this poetry format was very popular among the samurai class and, consequently, in the military before and during the war. The use of kanji would enable one to convey deep meanings and nuances in a limited amount of space. Mizoguchi adds that notes written underneath the poem, part of a package sent to me by Wachi's daughter, indicate that Wachi wrote it while imprisoned by the Americans after the war. Wachi indicates in his notes that he wrote the poem after seeing a photo in the military newspaper Stars and Stripes showing the American flag flying from the summit of Suribachi. To the Suribachi Monument. A new monument stands at the top of the hill, where the Stars and Stripes still wave as it dominates the sea. The foul smell of blood arises from the stones it stained, while mounds of bones cover the mountain top. The battle has been lost. A year has now come around. All ill will and vengeance have already ceased to exist. 'Tis hard to console the souls of the defeated, while only the souls of the victor ascend to heaven. A veteran Japanese journalist, Toshio Aratake, reports that it is not easy to get people to talk about the battle today. As a whole, they are concerned that if they speak out they might end up bragging about their experiences or telling wrong or misleading stories. History does not convey facts, says Kiyoshi Endo, 84, a lieutenant of the Imperial Navy at the time of the battle and the chairman of the Association of Iwo Jima. A resident of Yokosuka, Endo expresses mixed emotions about the sudden resurgence of interest in Iwo Jima after Clint Eastwood's movie. Endo says the movie did help collect more information from Japan and the United States and contributed to the increasing return of belongings of the dead on the island. At the same time, he and the association began receiving commercially oriented inquiries. People suddenly wanted to travel to Iwo Jima. They wanted interviews for books and the chance to make films. I feel at a loss to see what happened in the island, what we did there, how we felt about our families and how our families and relatives felt about us during the battle are written and shown like ads. The battle had different meanings for everyone, and it is impossible to generalize those meanings, and we should avoid such generalization, Endo says. For young Japanese, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bomb attacks, which caused a huge number of casualties, are on the threshold of becoming ancient history. Likewise, for most Japanese, the Iwo Jima battle evokes blurred, monotone images of soldiers from both countries sacrificing their lives for the causes of their respective countries. For the Iwo Jima survivors, their families and dependents, however, the battle is fresh and real. People suddenly wanted to travel to Iwo Jima. They wanted interviews for books and the chance to make films. I feel at a loss to see what happened in the island, what we did there, how we felt about our families and how our families and relatives felt about us during the battle are written and shown like ads. The battle had different meanings for everyone, and it is impossible to generalize those meanings, and we should avoid such generalization, Endo says. For young Japanese, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bomb attacks, which caused a huge number of casualties, are on the threshold of becoming ancient history. Likewise, for most Japanese, the Iwo Jima battle evokes blurred, monotone images of soldiers from both countries sacrificing their lives for the causes of their respective countries. For the Iwo Jima survivors, their families and dependents, however, the battle is fresh and real. The journalist Arataki adds that, like Endo, his late father, Asazo Arataki, who was assigned as a Navy Marine to Guadalcanal and other South Pacific islands, never talked about his experiences to us children. When he was running a sushi restaurant in downtown Tokyo, his wartime colleagues would come visit him, begging him to tell war stories. He never reciprocated. He was among a very few who returned from there. The bond between the veterans and other people concerned from both countries remains strong. They all actively participate in the annual memorial service held on the island. It is because our mission is a common one, that is, to search and collect the belongings and jointly with the Japanese government look for the remains of the dead, Endo says. The Iwo Jima Annual Memorial is, as I understand it, the only ceremony for the war dead in the world that peoples of two former enemy countries hold. That in itself underscores how close the two countries are, says Yoshitaka Shindo, a member of the House of Representatives and a grandson of Lieutenant General Kuribayashi. Veterans and others from the two countries hold an annual meeting at Yasukuni Shrine, the controversial Shinto pavilion where the war dead, including World War criminals, are buried. Endo visits the shrine every year to pay respects to the Iwo Jima battle dead buried in the shrine. They dedicated their lives to the country, he says. Endo says there still are more than 13,000 remains uncollected, and the task is made difficult by the lack of regular air or sea travel. I do not know how long it will take to collect all the remains, but we will continue, and if it is over, we want to collect the remains of Japanese soldiers and others who died in the South Pacific Islands, too. Yasunori Nishi, 80, is the son of the late Takeichi Baron Nishi, an Imperial Army officer and a 1932 Los Angeles Olympic equestrian athlete who died in the battle. He says the Iwo Jima Association, which at its peak had about 5,000 members, has shrunk to about 1,200. But this does not mean the Japanese interest in the battle has waned.
It is going in the opposite direction and becoming active again because of participation of grandsons and granddaughters, he says. The survivors and their families are becoming fewer, but there are grandsons and daughters asking to take them to the island to pay respects. Some of them, since they cannot go there for various restrictions, would go to Ogasawara, Bonin Island, and there they would pray in the direction of Iwo, which is about 250 kilometers away. Captain Wachi's daughter, Rosa, declares, "We appreciate that more people are developing an interest in Iwo Jima, but we do not want it to be used for business. My father was sometimes bad-mouthed that he was collecting the remains of the Japanese soldiers for money, but he just kept on doing it." She also questions the famous photo of the U.S. Marines flag-raising on the island, saying that it might be a show, probably asked by a photographer to model. It is too good to be true. Chapter 23. Patrick Mooney and the Graves. Deputy Director, Combat Veterans of Iwo Jima. Director, National Museum of the Marine Corps. Docent and Visitors Services. In the loading order for the LSTs, you see the list for graves registration. You see the items that were needed to process the dead. The crosses and stars of David were already manufactured and stacked and brought in aboard the LSTs. I grew acquainted with Patrick Mooney, himself a former Marine, during my visit to Guam and Iwo Jima with military historical tours in March of 2006, and spoke with him at length over the course of an Iwo Jima symposium in Alexandria, Virginia, in February 2007. He was invariably gracious and accommodating, and extremely knowledgeable in all aspects of the campaign. Every Marine wore 2 dog tags. One was on the main cord, and the secondary tag was attached by a short suspension loop below the other dog tag, and that was the one that went on the cemetery cross. We historians count 5,931 combat ground casualties on Iwo Jima, consisting of Marines, Navy guys, and 1 Coast Guardsman. They all were buried on Iwo or lost on the island. The remains of 117 are still missing, meaning they have been declared dead, but their remains have not been recovered. A lot of them were lost in the sea when their boats were hit or shot as they tried to wade ashore. Others were incinerated by artillery explosions or blown to pieces. A few, like Bill Janoust and others, we know what happened to them, but we never recovered their remains. The actual number of graves in the 2 cemeteries came to 4,700. The burials began under fire. The battlefield was still proximate, and on Iwo Jima there was no rear area. The 3rd and 4th Divisions adjoined each other in one large cemetery that was split in half. The 5th Division cemetery was separate. The 3rd and 4th Division cemetery was just off Blue Beach 1 and 2. The 5th Division Cemetery was on the other side of the island, south of Airfield No. 2, just north of Airfield No. 1. The first burials I recorded were dated about 4 days after the battle started. Until that point, they were gathering the dead in the beachhead area. The bodies were sprayed with insecticide to keep the bugs off and the odor down, then wrapped in ponchos. There are photographs of them doing that. Then, about D+3 or 4, they began to bury the first dead in temporary cemeteries around the regimental hospitals and divisional hospital sites. They established the sites of the permanent cemeteries even before the landing went in. In the operational orders, the sites of the hospitals and cemeteries were already established. In the loading order for the LSTs, you see the list for graves registration. You see the items that were needed to process the dead. The crosses and stars of David were already manufactured and stacked and brought in aboard the LSTs. After about the 5th day, they began to inter the dead in the permanent cemeteries. The process was very well organized and regimented. You have to realize that by February of 45, we had been in ground combat for 18 months, and the Marine Corps had suffered 60,000 killed and wounded, so they were well prepared by this point. About a quarter of that number would have been dead and buried in various places as they moved from island to island, and each island had its own cemetery, or several cemeteries. The dead were always arranged by the unit, so you had the different divisional cemeteries, and within the cemeteries at each plot you can look at the burial dates vice the date of death. Date of death can vary by 2 weeks. There were cases of bodies not recovered for as long as 2 weeks before they were buried. That's how the plats go. The divisional battalions, mostly black units, would dig the trenches. They'd bring in bulldozers, D8 Caterpillar bulldozers, and dig long trenches. The width of the bulldozer blade was about 8 feet. They dug from a sloping height down for a certain length, and then they would slope upward on the other end. The bottom height would be anywhere from 4 to 6 feet below surface, depending on the stability of the sand or earth they were on. They would dig down and scoop out that long section. The bodies would be arranged, again, very regimented, even in death. The bodies were carried in ponchos or in mattress covers. There were no body bags. That was an invention for later wars. The bodies would be laid in these trenches with a uniform width between each body. I think it's 24 to 28 inches, depending on the different unit and how they buried. That also dictated later on, when the graves were filled, how the cemeteries were laid out and how the graves were marked and where the crosses went. Every Marine had 2 dog tags, and a dog tag was left with the body, and a dog tag was taken by the graves registration personnel. All personal effects on the body were gathered and put in a small green canvas bag with a white linen tag on the front. The white linen tag was filled out as completely as possible with the name, rank, serial number, date of death, any information that could be garnered from the body. All the personal effects on the body would be placed in this bag. All the combat equipment, helmet, weapons, web equipment, would be placed in the salvage depots where they were processed for destruction or reuse. Personal effects were sent home. The body was buried in whatever uniform it was in at the time, so they would have their boondockers, leggings if they wore them, dungaree trousers, dungaree shirt, and then they were placed in the poncho or the mattress covers. They left the boondockers on. They did not remove footwear or any clothing items. Even if there was a field jacket on, they left that, but took all the personal effects. The Marine Corps poncho was big enough to encircle the body. You can see in the photos that if the poncho was spread out from top to bottom, it would cover from head to toe, everybody except the tallest individuals. Priority was always given to covering the head and the face, with the boondockers sticking out the other end. Depending on the layout of the different parts of the cemetery, the trenches could contain as many as 40 or 50 bodies or as few as 20 bodies. Each segment would be dictated by the quality of the soil they were digging in. The top layers of sand, that volcanic pumice, is very loose, but as you dig down it gets into sandstone. That was what gave the Japanese the ability to tunnel so extensively. The bulldozer dug right down into the sandstone and gouged it out. It would take numerous passes to get to the requisite depth. The pioneer battalions were all white. The 5th Pioneer Battalion for the 5th Division, the 4th Pioneers for the 4th Division, and the 3rd Pioneers for 3rd. The pioneer battalions did the road engineering, the building, the construction of what we would normally think of as an engineer unit. In the Marine Corps combat divisions in World War II, combat engineers performed combat engineering tasks, which were road clearing and demolition of obstacles. On Iwo, that would include the demolition of caves and also obstacle clearance like the anti-tank ditch at Hill 362 Able. That was done by the 5th Combat Engineer Battalion, the one Al Abatello was in. Tom Cox, Colonel Charles Waterhouse, the famous Marine Corps artist, these guys were all 5th Combat Engineers. The 5th Pioneers were the same guys involved in that shootout the last day, when the 300 Japanese came down and killed all the pilots. One of their leaders, Lieutenant Harry Martin, received the last Medal of Honor on Iwo Jima. These guys are often mistaken for being black. In World War I, large pioneer battalions, mainly black African-American units, were used as road clearance. It's often assumed they operated the same way in the Marine Corps in World War II. Gentlemen from the 5th Pioneer Battalion will be quick to tell you it was an all-white outfit. African-American units were very limited in the Marine Corps. It was still a very segregated service. Getting back to the graves. As the bodies were brought in, they were carried down this long slope, not lowered, but carried in, and then the trench would be backfilled from one end to the other. From the photos, and from what I've been able to uncover, after every other body was laid, the chaplain would be about 2 bodies behind the registrar, who was moving along as the bodies were laid to make sure they were put in the right order. So the men would call out, "Smith, John, Sergeant, 2146972, and the registrar would make the note that he was in Plat 1, Row 1, Grave 24. 2 bodies behind, the chaplain would be giving the appropriate benediction for the Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish faith. So they would move along that line, and once the bodies were all laid in and the appropriate benedictions were made and services and honors rendered, the grave would be filled in from head or foot, depending on where the dirt had been pushed and plowed out. That was done mostly by the bulldozers. It was a tremendous task to fill that. The crosses in the photos were placed at the head of the trench so they knew approximately where the body was laid. They knew when they put Private Jones in that his cross was laid here. After the trench was filled, they would raise the cross and sink it into the ground. It was wooden construction, a cross or a Star of David. The second dog tag for that individual was affixed to the cross. The first dog tag was on the body. A number was stenciled on the back of the cross. Sometimes you'll see the dog tag affixed to the front and sometimes to the back of the cross. The name of the individual was stenciled, his service number, and the emblem appropriate to his branch, the Eagle Globe and Anchor, a Navy shield, or the Coast Guard emblem. The notched dog tag was an Army invention, and the notion that it was designed to be placed in the teeth upon death and then kicked shut was a myth. The notch was meant to hold the tag steady in the machine when it was being made. Throughout World War II, the Marine Corps by and large did not have the notched dog tags. They used solid aluminum ovals that would either be etched or stamped. By Iwo Jima, they were stamped, a flat, oval cylinder about the size of a silver dollar with a single hole. They were affixed around the neck by a linen-coated wire which had a screw fixture. The Marine Corps did not come out with chains to hold the dog tags until very late. Starting in 1946, all the graves were exhumed and repatriated by the end of 47. There was a continuing effort in the latter half of the 1940s to go back and resolve as many missing in action cases, the unknowns, as possible, and a very elaborate process was followed. Burial mistakes were made under combat that might not have occurred in a calm peacetime situation. According to Army Graves Registration, the coordinating entity for all services, what it dug up varied from mummified corpses to just bones and other human remains. This depended on the location of the grave, the cemetery, soil conditions. Because it was so dry and there was so much heat on Iwo, there was a wicking effect of moisture into that volcanic pumice that in effect pulled the fluids out and mummified the body. A number of graves were lost in the 5th Marine Division Cemetery because of the ground subsiding and collapsing in different areas because of the vast Japanese tunnel complex. Mortuary specialists and embalmers and forensic people from all the services were recovering bodies, and when they dug down the requisite depth to recover the bodies, they weren't there. They continued to dig, and they finally found that the tunnels below had collapsed in a particular section, and a half-dozen bodies had fallen 4.5 feet below the area where they were originally buried. They were recovered. In another case, they went to Grave 1 and dug down where there was supposed to be Private Smith, but he wasn't there. Then they dug Grave 2, and there was Private Smith. So a row that was supposed to be 14 individuals wide was actually 13 wide, and all the bodies were off by one set. All were recovered. It was just that somehow, in the rush and mix of everything, they had shifted the bodies one down and incorrectly recorded the grave as being marked on another so that number 2 was actually number 1. IDs were found on the bodies as they were exhumed, and forensic exams were done, compared with extensive personal data from the casualty reports, dental records, everything. They were very thorough. So we had 5,900 guys buried in 2 cemeteries in a 5-week period. They stayed there until 1946, when the War Department began to repatriate the remains of battlefield casualties. At that point, we had battlefield cemeteries all across the Pacific. Every island battlefield and base area had a cemetery. Ulithi, in New Zealand and Australia, not only combat areas. An effort was begun to gather these remains, come up with a consolidated cemetery plan, and to repatriate some remains whose survivors wished to have the bodies brought back. Family members were given one chance. They could elect to have the bodies brought back to their hometown cemetery, or they could have the bodies reinterred at a national cemetery. And the 2 sites chosen in the Pacific were Honolulu and Manila. Or back to their hometown. You had one chance to do it. It was decided that the remains of those who fought in the Central Pacific and Northern Pacific would be brought to Honolulu. Those who served in the Southwest Pacific or in the Philippines, to include Peleliu, those remains would go to Manila. Those who died in, around, and over Iwo Jima were brought back to Honolulu or back to the States. The vast majority of the Iwo Jima casualties were brought back to Honolulu, where they rest to this day. I have not found an instance in the record of a combat casualty who was brought back to Arlington. The family could choose where they buried their Marine, and if the family chose Arlington, well, I would assume there are some. Never say never. The Basilones and folks like that, and of course, one of the flag raisers, Ira Hayes, are at Arlington. He died well after the war. A lot of post-war guys ended up there. You had to be a combat vet, but space is so limited now, you have to have a Medal of Valor, such as a Bronze Star or a Purple Heart, to qualify for interment now. Ed White of New York City, a theater critic for the Wall Street Journal for many years, remembers this. A small group of us landed on Iwo 2 years to the day of the first landing, February 19, 1947. I had gone into the Army on an 18-month enlistment in the fall of 1946. They kept putting the draft on and calling it off, and I wanted to get it over with. I was put to work in the port director's office, a Quonset hut, overseeing things that were wrecked just offshore. The Japanese were reclaiming vehicles and weaponry and taking them back to Japan for scrap metal, which was kind of ironic. There was very little to do. I taught myself to type on a manual typewriter there in the office. People had advised me get into special services, and there was a small radio station in 2 or 3 Quonset huts under the shadow of Suribachi. They had generators and played large, platter-type records with 15 minutes of shows that we were getting from the Armed Forces Radio Service. Popular music, big bands like Tommy Dorsey's. It was strictly for entertainment. I volunteered and learned how to run the station. Then, the man who had been running it was reassigned to the Philippines, and I was the only man on the island who knew how to run the place. It was while I was doing that the grave-digging unit came in March or April of 47. They were an all-black unit, come to dig up the graves for movement back to the States or Hawaii. I vividly remember this graveyard of white crosses with a few stars of David standing out against that black volcanic ash. It was quite an incredible sight, a field of crosses, very stark. One of the men in charge, a master sergeant or somebody, came to see me one day at the radio station and said, "We got a chorus. We sing spirituals." I said, "That's terrific," because we had very few live shows on the station. So I put them on the air every Sunday afternoon. 18 or 20 of these guys would crowd into our little studio and do 30 minutes of spirituals and harmony, a cappella, of course. I don't think we even had a piano. They were still working on the graves when I left in July for Guam. About 1,500 Marines of Jewish faith took part in the Battle of Iwo Jima. Rabbi Roland B. Gittleson, the first Jewish chaplain appointed by the Marine Corps, was assigned to the 5th Marine Division, according to an article appearing November 6, 1998, in the newspaper Forward. He was asked by the division chaplain, Warren Cuthriel, a Protestant, to deliver the memorial sermon at a combined religious service dedicating the 5th Division Cemetery in March 1945. But
The article goes on, a majority of Christian chaplains did not want a rabbi preaching over predominantly Christian graves and blocked his participation. Ultimately, 3 separate services took place. The rabbi delivered the eulogy he had written for the combined service. About 70 attended, including 3 Protestant chaplains incensed by the prejudice displayed by their colleagues. As a consequence of their anger, copies of Gittelson's talk were widely circulated, including back in the States. It was read into the congressional record. The talk remains famous in Marine Corps circles and elsewhere to this day. Here is what the rabbi said. This is perhaps the grimmest and surely the holiest task we have faced since D-Day. Here before us lie the bodies of comrades and friends, men who until yesterday or last week laughed with us, joked with us, trained with us, men who were on the same ships with us and went over the sides with us as we prepared to hit the beaches of this island, men who fought with us and feared with us. Somewhere in this plot of ground there may lie the man who could have discovered the cure for cancer. Under one of these Christian crosses, or beneath a Jewish Star of David, there may now rest a man who was destined to be a great prophet, to find the way, perhaps, for all to live in plenty, with poverty and hardship for none. Now they lie here, silently in this sacred soil, and we gather to consecrate this earth in their memory. It is not easy to do so. Some of us have buried our closest friends here. We saw these men killed before our very eyes. Any one of us might have died in their places. Indeed, some of us are alive and breathing at this very moment only because men who lie here beneath us had the courage and strength to give their lives for ours. To speak in memory of such men as these is not easy. Of them, too, can it be said with utter truth, the world will little note nor long remember what we say here. It can never forget what they did here. No, our poor power of speech can add nothing to what these men and the other dead of our division who are not here have already done. All that we even hope to do is follow their example, to show the same selfless courage in peace that they did in war, to swear that by the grace of God and the stubborn strength and power of human will, their sons and ours shall never suffer these pains again. These men have done their jobs well. They have paid the ghastly price of freedom. If that freedom be once again lost, as it was after the last war, the unforgivable blame will be ours, not theirs. So it is we the living who are here to be dedicated and consecrated. We dedicate ourselves first to live together in peace the way they fought and are buried in this war. Here lie men who loved America because their ancestors generations ago helped in her founding, and other men who loved her with equal passion because they themselves or their own fathers escaped from oppression to her blessed shores. Here lie officers and men, Negroes and whites, rich men and poor, together. Here no man prefers another because of his faith or despises him because of his color. Here there are no quotas of how many from each group are admitted or allowed. Among these men there is no discrimination, no prejudices, no hatred. Theirs is the highest and purest democracy. Any man among us the living who fails to understand that will thereby betray those who lie here dead. Whoever of us lifts up his hand in hate against a brother, or thinks himself superior to those who happen to be in the minority, makes of this ceremony and of the bloody sacrifice it commemorates an empty, hollow mockery. To this, then, as our solemn, sacred duty, do we the living now dedicate ourselves, to the rights of Protestants, Catholics, and Jews, of white men and Negroes alike, to enjoy the democracy for which all of them here have paid the price. To one thing more do we consecrate ourselves in memory of those who sleep beneath these crosses and stars. We shall not foolishly suppose, as did the last generation of America's fighting men, that victory on the battlefield will automatically guarantee the triumph of democracy at home. This war, with all its frightful heartache and suffering, is but the beginning of our generation's struggle for democracy. When the last battle has been won, there will be those at home, as there were the last time, who will want us to turn our backs in selfish isolation on the rest of organized humanity, and thus to sabotage the very peace for which we fight. We promise you who lie here, we will not do that. We will join hands with Britain, China, Russia in peace, even as we have in war, to build the kind of world for which you died. When the last shot has been fired, there will still be those whose eyes are turned backward, not forward, who will be satisfied with those wide extremes of poverty and wealth in which the seeds of another war can breed. We promise you, our departed comrades, this too we will not permit. This war has been fought by the common man. Its fruits of peace must be enjoyed by the common man. We promise by all that is sacred and holy that your sons, the sons of miners and millers, the sons of farmers and workers, the right to a living that is decent and secure. When the final cross has been placed in the last cemetery, once again there will be those to whom profit is more important than peace, who will insist with the voice of sweet reasonableness and appeasement that it is better to trade with the enemies of mankind than by crushing them to lose their profit. To you who sleep here silently, we give our promise we will not listen. We will not forget that some of you were burnt with oil that came from American wells, that many of you were killed with shells fashioned from American steel. We promise that when once again men profit at your expense, we shall remember how you looked when we placed you reverently, lovingly in the ground. Thus do we memorialize those who, having ceased living with us, now live within us. Thus do we consecrate ourselves, the living, to carry on the struggle they began. Too much blood has gone into this soil for us to let it lie barren. Too much pain and heartache have fertilized the earth on which we stand. We here solemnly swear this shall not be in vain. Out of this, and from the suffering and sorrow of those who mourn this, will come, we promise, the birth of a new freedom for the sons of men everywhere.